Under a sky with not a single star to soften the darkness, the night stretched out like a vast black mouth, swallowing the world piece by piece. And from that suffocating dark, something truly wicked came down upon a young girl. Her heart was pounding so violently it felt ready to burst from her chest, trembling like a bird trapped in a cage, while she pressed her back against the freezing stone and begged the unknown creature before her to leave her alone. Fear had completely taken over her mind, blurring every thought until she could barely understand what was happening. She did not know what was hunting her through that cursed blackness, bloodthirsty spirits lured by the scent of living humans, or ancient monsters finally waking after centuries of silent sleep. And then, the hiding place she had desperately clung to was discovered by a demonic tree, its twisted form boiling with rage and drenched in sinister magic. The noble young maiden had no choice but to run once more, while the brave defenders who tried to cover her escape were cut down one after another by the claws of the monsters waiting in the dark. Somehow, she was the only one who managed to slip free from that deadly trap, barely escaping the massacre unfolding behind her. But there was nowhere safe to hide for long, because the entire pack of monsters kept chasing the unfortunate girl, closing in without even a trace of mercy. Then, right in the middle of that chaos of panic, blood, and desperate running, the dark silhouette of a man suddenly appeared directly in her path. It was almost as if fate itself had chosen that moment to mock her. Just as he appeared, her foot slipped beneath her, her body pitched forward, and she nearly tumbled straight into the open jaws of one of the demonic beasts. In that final breath before what looked like certain death, she raised her terrified eyes toward the stranger, unable to tell whether the figure standing there was truly a human being, or another clever monster hiding behind the shape of a man. But the mysterious warrior moved to protect her. His blade caught the pale moonlight with a cold flash, and with one powerful sweep, he tore through several monsters at once and sent them crashing apart. The remaining creatures staggered back in stunned disbelief and demanded that this reckless mortal announce his name. But the warrior did not tremble, did not explain himself. He only answered them with a cold, fearless smile. To him, there was no point in telling half-rotted monsters his name. After all, corpses waiting to be executed had no need to know the name of the man who had come to finish them. In the next instant, the frenzied Sanson rushed him all at once, their bodies surging forward through the darkness, and the young mistress froze where she stood, horror tightening around her throat until she could barely breathe. But Han Sihi's movements were too fast for the eye to follow. In the span of a blink, his blade flashed through the dark like lethal lightning, slicing through every enemy and reducing them to scattered fragments before they could even react. Only the demonic tree remained. Shaking in front of him, the creature began to beg for its life, swearing again and again that it would never sink its roots into human flesh or devour people ever again. Han Sihi showed no mercy at all. Without the slightest flicker of pity in his eyes, he destroyed the creature anyway, calmly stating that once something was dead, it would never be able to eat humans again. The instant those words reached the girl's ears, the shock finally overwhelmed her, and her body gave out completely. Han Sihi caught her before she could fall and carefully lifted her unconscious form into his arms. As he carried her away from that living nightmare, he quietly wished that she would forget everything she had witnessed, because horrors like these would surely return again someday. But memories this painful should never be allowed to cling to the soul and rot it from the inside. When the girl finally opened her eyes again, the nightmare was gone, and she found herself lying safely near her own home. Her terrified mother rushed over the moment she saw her awake and wrapped both arms around her daughter, holding her so tightly it felt as though she had truly believed she would never see her child alive again. The girl did not say a word. She simply stared past her mother's embrace, her eyes following the retreating back of the savior who had carried her home. She still had not heard his name, but deep inside Hilly's heart, a desperate wish remained, to thank the mysterious hero who had appeared from the darkness and saved her life. As every educated person in the kingdom understood, stone spirits were said to dwell among the harsh mountain ridges. Earth Sanson wandered across the wide mainland, and water spirits made their homes in rivers, lakes, and deep flowing streams. The people called these beings Sanson, and their forms were never limited to one shape. Some appeared as beasts, others as trees, and some took on strange figures that ordinary humans could hardly understand. There were rare moments when these spirits chose to help mortals, guiding them out of danger or offering aid at the very moment it was least expected. But much more often, when a Sanson appeared before people, what followed was not salvation, but disaster, ruin, and suffering for anyone unlucky enough to cross its path. In their own way, these ancient spirits also feared humans, and because of that fear, they usually kept their distance, hiding deep in wild places far away from villages, roads, and the reach of civilization. At that very same time, somewhere far from the girl's home, the tireless hunter Han Sihi had already found his next target, a massive boar Sanson whose enormous body was as large as a warhorse. The beast charged at him with a furious roar, its heavy body tearing up the ground as it rushed forward. But before its strength could mean anything, Han Sihi brought it down with a single merciless strike of his blade. As the giant spirit collapsed helplessly onto the earth, its life fading fast, it begged the hunter to spare it, unable to understand what terrible sin had doomed it to die. But the cold-blooded young man answered with disturbing calm, telling the pitiful creature that it had done nothing wrong at all. If there was any blame for its death, it belonged entirely to the hunter standing before it. After those quiet words, Han Sihi ended the suffering boar's life and absorbed the powerful energy that poured out from its dying body. Even after taking in that strength, it still was not enough to satisfy him. The hunger for greater power remained inside him, so he decided to search for more Sanson and claim their energy as well. This time, he wanted more than simple prey. He wanted stronger opponents, enemies dangerous enough to truly test just how far his own abilities had grown. Not long after that, the mysterious fighter stopped to rest deep within the wilderness of a dense forest, sitting beside a crackling bonfire as the flames danced and flickered against the surrounding trees. A strange traveler slowly began creeping toward the warmth of the fire, asking in a weak and pitiful voice for a little food, claiming that he had not eaten anything for several months. The moment Han Sihi heard that voice, his hand moved toward his trusted blade without the slightest hesitation, and almost immediately, his instincts proved to be right. The starving wanderer was no ordinary traveler at all. It was a Sanson wearing a disguise, and it had crept toward the fire because it intended to make Han Sihi its next meal. But the experienced hunter seized control before the monster could gain the upper hand. He caught it by the throat in an iron grip, held it still as if it weighed nothing, and drove his dark blade straight through its body. As the creature began to die, it tried to explain itself through its fading strength, saying that it had only attacked because it was starving and had been forced to hunt simply to survive. Han Sihi understood that kind of hunger more deeply than most people ever could. And as the creature reached its final moments, fragments of memories from its life began drifting into his mind. He saw the truth hidden inside the spirit's past. It had once been human, a man who died of starvation during a long siege, spending his final breaths begging desperately for even one mouthful of food. As Han Sihi watched the spirit finally leave that miserable body behind, he made a quiet promise that from this moment onward, it would never again suffer the agony of hunger in the afterlife. Just then, a familiar middle-aged man approached the campsite, stepping out from the surrounding darkness and into the warm glow cast by the fire. He gave an awkward laugh and commented that Han Sihi hid himself far too well, saying that even with the firelight nearby, it was strangely difficult to notice him at all. But only a moment later, the man's expression shifted. His nose twitched, his face tightened, and he suddenly caught the horrifying stench of rot and decay hanging in the air. Han Sihi, completely calm and unaffected by the smell, simply gestured toward the fresh corpse lying nearby, treating it as if it were nothing more than a small inconvenience beside the campfire. Because the foul odor was impossible to endure, the two of them decided to abandon the campsite and head toward the nearest river to wash themselves clean. Beside the murmuring stream, with the sound of water running nearby, the older companion began talking about rumors of 3 powerful spirits said to be living inside the mountain caves. Han Sihi answered in a calm, matter-of-fact voice that those Sanson had already been dealt with, and now it was time for him to move on toward his next targets. The man then remembered another tale, one about a ghostly being that only appeared in complete darkness, and also about a man who had died of hunger during the Great War, whose restless soul continued to torment the living. Han Sihi told him to skip those kinds of legends. In the end, the only stories his companion still seemed able to remember clearly were the ones that involved cannibals. On top of everything else, one of the orders Han Sihi had been given required him to temporarily attach himself to an escort group and travel alongside them for part of their journey. Not long before that, a royal convoy had passed through the city gate, moving out under heavy protection while quietly drawing the eyes of everyone who noticed its guarded departure. The elderly informant was especially curious about one thing. What exactly were those noble people carrying that required such careful protection and secrecy? The caravan was set to take the road through the mountain passes, and even though it already had more than enough guards around it, Han Sihi had still been instructed to join the escort as additional protection. But that detail still left the most important question hanging in the air. What kind of cannibal had shown itself somewhere in those dangerous mountains? The seasoned guide explained that, in recent days, dozens of travelers had been discovered dead along the mountain roads, their bodies scattered across the routes people once trusted. And this creature did not limit itself to hunting wild animals. It fed on human beings too, and that horrifying habit was exactly how it earned its dark and terrifying nickname. The local priest had already sent hundreds of mercenaries into the mountains to search for the killer, but even after all those men had gone looking, no one had managed to learn what the mysterious creature actually was. For Han Sihi, that was all he needed to hear. Without wasting another breath on unnecessary questions, the warrior pushed himself up and got ready to accept the task. Even so, his companion could not completely hide the worry on his face. He asked why Han Sihi insisted on hunting Sanson again and again, when that kind of path could so easily pull him into serious trouble. Han Sihi did not bother giving him a proper answer. He only offered a short farewell and walked away, leaving the old man staring after him in open surprise. The old man felt truly saddened by how suddenly Han Sihi left. He had been hoping they would go down from the mountains together, because the thought of traveling alone through those wild and dangerous paths frightened him deeply. By the time morning came, Han Sihi had arrived at the meeting place written in the instructions. But when he reached the spot, the area was empty, with no one waiting there to greet him. The letter had been clear. Everyone was supposed to gather at this exact location, right at the foot of the second hill of the mountain. Han Sihi was already thinking about turning back when a suspicious rustling suddenly came from a nearby thicket, breaking the stillness around him. The warrior reacted without a second of delay, rushing straight toward the source of the sound. But when he burst through the brush, what waited beyond it was a meadow stained with blood, with bodies scattered across the ground like broken dolls. As an experienced hunter, Han Sihi knew that most Sanson hunts ended without anything especially strange happening. 9 times out of 10, the work was brutal, but not truly unusual. This time, he had not expected anything especially supernatural either. But the moment his eyes landed on the little girl standing in front of him, he understood that he had found exactly the thing he had been searching for. For a moment, Han Sihi's thoughts slipped back to a recent conversation with his uncle, a conversation where the older man had clearly been trying to figure out what his nephew was planning. But Han Sihi had simply lowered his eyes and made it clear that he had work of his own to handle, quietly telling his uncle not to get involved in his affairs. Now, back in the present, the mysterious fighter began walking slowly toward the strange girl, who sat in complete silence among the corpses around her. With all that horror spread across the meadow, it was almost impossible to believe that anyone could still be alive there, much less remain so calm, without even a flicker of fear in their eyes. What made it even stranger was that Han Sihi's magical sword did not react to the child at all. Still, that silence from the blade was not enough reason for him to let down his guard. Moving closer with caution, Han Sihi decided to question the little witness and find out why she was sitting in the middle of this slaughter. The girl did not answer him with words. Instead, she silently raised one hand and pointed toward a man nearby, someone badly wounded but somehow still clinging to life. One glance at the torn wounds carved across the man's body was enough to show that they had been made by some kind of wild beast attack. Han Sihi grasped the situation immediately. From the state of the man's injuries and the amount of blood he had already lost, it was obvious he did not have much time remaining. Even so, the hunter chose to check on him, all while silently wondering what sort of creature could have caused a massacre this savage. As Han Sihi stepped closer to the dying man, he introduced himself and explained that his uncle had sent him. From Han Sihi's manner alone, the wounded man understood right away that he was one of their kind, a hunter of Sanson. The man then gave his own introduction in return. He was known as 52nd, a name earned because, over the course of his career, he had successfully captured 52 Sanson. Han Sihi answered with a grim little joke. Looking at the man's terrible condition, he said it did not seem very likely that he would ever manage to catch a 53rd. 52nd could only cough weakly in response, trying to laugh despite the pain, as if even he understood the bitter irony of his fate. At that moment, Han Sihi leaned in and began inspecting the wounds more closely. While checking the man's injuries, he asked the survivor to explain exactly what had happened there. 52nd calmly told him that his group had received orders to raid a royal convoy that was making its way toward the palace. The attack had started earlier than they originally planned, but even with that unexpected timing, everything had gone surprisingly smoothly at first. During the raid, 52nd had seriously wounded one of the royal guards and decided to question him about what the convoy had been transporting so carefully. The mercenary even gave the prisoner a chance, telling him that if his answer was satisfying enough, he might allow the guard to keep his life. But the dying guard did not beg to live. Instead, he asked to be killed, and with the last of his strength, he warned them that the mysterious box must never be opened. For reasons 52nd himself could not explain, those ominous words sent a cold shiver crawling through his entire body. His comrades, however, were not moved by the warning. Rather than backing away, they insisted that the strange container had to be opened. When they looked inside the outer box, the first thing they discovered was gold bars. But resting there alongside the treasure was an iron box, the very object the royal servants had warned them not to touch under any circumstances. At that point, the surviving guard admitted that his people had made a fatal mistake by accepting such a dangerous duty. He said Huimori was sealed inside the metal box, a sacred presence that never should have been disturbed. The other mercenaries assumed the wounded guard was only rambling from blood loss. But if Huimori was truly inside, then Joji and the good core should have been nearby as well, since they were other parts connected to that ancient ritual. By then, the royal guard had already summoned a spirit, and the gang's captain realized that before anything else, they needed to decide what they were going to do with the treasure they had found. After everything that had happened, opening the mysterious box seemed like the obvious choice to most of them. But one of their comrades began to hesitate, saying he had heard rumors about special objects before, though never about anything so dangerous that it had to be sealed inside iron. On top of that, the dead man had been a royal guard. Men like him protected the monarch's personal property, which meant this precious cargo had clearly been intended for the august palace. When the robbers tore away the covering, they saw that the soldiers had used extremely powerful talismans to keep the box sealed shut. A single one of those amulets would normally cost as much as 100 gold coins, and yet this one box had been sealed with 10 of them. But in the end, curiosity overpowered caution. Despite the warnings, despite the seals, the leaders still chose to open the cursed box. The instant the box was opened, everyone around it drew their blades at the same time, their bodies tense as they braced themselves for whatever nightmare might come crawling out. The most shocking thing was what they discovered inside the iron box itself. The very same little girl, curled away like some forbidden treasure. For a child like her to be sealed up and transported all the way to the king, as if she were priceless cargo, felt far too strange for anyone there to simply ignore. Some of the mercenaries immediately jumped to the ugliest conclusion. They whispered that if the monarch had hidden a child this carefully for his own amusement, then the moment that rumor reached the people, their rage would explode, and they would surely drag him down from the throne. But 52nd could not accept that reasoning. If the king truly wanted the child for pleasure, then locking her inside an iron box made no sense at all, because she could have suffocated before the convoy ever reached the palace gates. And right at that moment, the girl moved as though the chaos around her had absolutely nothing to do with her. She climbed down from the wagon by herself, landed lightly on the ground, and said with eerie calm that she needed to go back home. That answer was too strange for 52nd to let slide. Frowning with suspicion, he stepped closer to the girl and tried to ask her exactly where this so-called home of hers was supposed to be. But the very instant his hand reached out and touched the child, her eyes lit up with a brilliant, unnatural glow. That piercing light locked onto him so sharply that 52nd's entire body stiffened in place. Fear surged through him before he could think. 52nd recoiled in horror, pulling his hand back as if he had touched something cursed, and in that moment of panic, he allowed the girl to walk away. At first, he did not understand just how fatal that mistake would become. Letting her leave was an unforgivable failure, but as the leader standing in front of his own men, 52nd could not bring himself to admit that he had lost control. So instead, he quickly gave orders. Several of his comrades were told to follow the girl, while the rest stayed behind to guard the area in case any other bandits came sniffing around the stolen treasure. The mercenaries tried to warn him that the mysterious girl had gone toward the mountains, and chasing someone into that kind of wild, dangerous terrain was not something any sensible man should take lightly. But 52nd only grew irritated by their hesitation. He snapped that he would take full responsibility for whatever happened, then ordered them to stop complaining and follow him quietly. Of course, he had heard the rumors about the cannibals said to haunt those mountains, but he brushed them off as nothing more than frightening stories told to scare travelers. He had no idea that he was making choices no man could truly answer for, because the excitement of chasing hidden treasure had already clouded even an experienced robber's judgment. Back in the present, Han Si-hee kept working on the wounded man's injuries, doing everything he could to stitch the torn flesh together, while the story he had just heard continued turning over inside his mind. 52nd cried out as the pain ripped through him, looking as if his soul might leave his body at any second. But Han Si-hee firmly told him to keep talking, because focusing on the story might help pull his mind away from the agony tearing through him. The robbers eventually managed to find the mysterious girl again, and by then, 52nd could only hope the mission would end quietly, without forcing him to show off his skills in a real fight. His comrades were far less calm. Some of them muttered under their breath that the child might be a Sansin, or perhaps something even more sinister hiding behind the harmless face of a little girl. 52nd answered them coolly, saying that if she truly was a monster, then his nickname would soon become 53rd. With a spirit-slaying sword in his hands, he believed there was no creature in those cursed mountains that he needed to fear. Just then, the mercenaries spotted the girl standing alone in a small clearing, surrounded by old trees whose branches stretched above her like dark arms silently watching from overhead. One of the men called out to her and told her not to move, promising in a careful voice that they would take her back home safely and would not hurt her. But in the very next breath, that promise turned into a warning. They told her that if she tried to run away again, she would be punished for being so stubborn. That was when the girl suddenly screamed. Her voice cut through the clearing with startling force as she demanded that they stop following her. And the moment that ominous warning left her mouth, the real nightmare finally began. Naturally, the men urged 52nd to grab the defiant child before she disappeared into the thicket again. None of them wanted to spend any more time than necessary in those wild mountains. But the instant those words were spoken, something invisible sliced through one of the mercenaries, and his head was sent flying clean from his shoulders. The sudden attack filled the group with terror, and 52nd reacted immediately, shouting for his fighters to gather together and take defensive positions. No one could tell where the deadly strikes were coming from, or how something could kill without ever showing its form. With no enemy to aim at, 52nd could only order his men to keep moving and dodge whatever invisible force was hunting them. But not all of them were quick enough. One after another, his loyal comrades were torn apart, limbs ripped from their bodies as they collapsed into the grass and bled out where they fell. The thing attacking them was not the cannibal from the rumors at all. It was Horak, an enormous monstrous being with a terrifying body and scarlet eyes that burned in the dark like glowing embers. Then Horak turned its fury on 52nd himself, ripping into him and leaving behind the massive lacerated wound that was still bleeding even now. But just as Horak moved in to finish the wounded man off, the same blonde girl stepped forward and placed her small body between the monster and its prey. Her fragile little figure began to shine with an otherworldly radiance, and the instant that light spread across the clearing, the frightened monster turned and fled deep into the dense thickets. In that moment, 52nd truly believed the child must have been an angel, a heavenly being who had appeared to gather the sinful souls of men like them. And yet, judging from the blank look on the girl's face, it seemed as though she had never even heard the word angel before. Even Han Si felt a little awkward when he heard that 52nd had mistaken the girl for some kind of heavenly being. Still, Han Si could understand why he had thought that way. Anyone who witnessed such a pure, dazzling light shining in the middle of all that slaughter might have reached the same conclusion. After thanking 52nd for telling him the whole story, Han Si looked at the wounded man and told him to try getting to his feet. 52nd was stunned by the order. Only a few minutes earlier, Han Si himself had warned him that moving around with wounds like those could be dangerous. But when 52nd looked down at his own body, he realized the pain had eased, and more strength had returned to him than he expected. That was when he guessed Han Si must have received some training in the healing arts. After that, they began thinking about what should be done with the mysterious girl, although Han Si himself did not seem especially interested in lingering on the question for too long. Instead, Han Si supported the injured man and helped him stand, deciding that their first priority was to take him toward the nearest settlement. As they started moving, Han Si noticed that the child was following them in silence, trailing behind their steps, as if some unseen thread had tied her to the same path. Before they fully left, 52nd stopped and turned back toward the bodies of his fallen comrades. Then he bowed to them quietly, thanking them for everything they had done. He also made a promise to the dead, saying he would return soon with people who could properly take care of their burial. Only after that final farewell did the small group leave the blood-stained clearing behind and begin heading toward the nearest settlement. As they walked, Han Si kept his eyes on the girl, studying her carefully, the so-called angel who had appeared from inside that sealed iron box. What unsettled him most was how calm she remained, even after all the bloodshed, death, and terror that had unfolded around her. Han Si also began to suspect that Horak, the monstrous creature that had attacked the mercenaries, might be the very cannibal spoken of in the local legends. At the same time, he could not completely dismiss another possibility, that the girl herself might be one of the monsters, simply hiding beneath the appearance of a human child. And if Han Si's suspicions proved to be true, then he silently swore that those Sansin would soon become his prey. Before long, they stopped beside a murmuring stream to rest, and the exhaustion finally caught up with 52nd, causing him to drift off into a brief sleep. When 52nd finally opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was sunlight slipping down through the thick crowns of the trees above him. In that hazy moment between sleep and waking, his thoughts drifted back to the radiant child, and he wondered if an angel had truly appeared to carry his soul away. But that heavenly image was not some dying dream or fading hallucination. The girl was standing right over him, gazing down with quiet insistence, and instead of offering salvation, she was simply demanding that someone feed her. At the same time, Han Si greeted the newly awakened man with perfect calm, speaking as casually as if nothing strange had happened at all. Since 52nd had collapsed from pure exhaustion, Han Si had decided it would be better to stop for a while, let the wounded man recover some strength, and only continue moving once his body could endure the road again. Naturally, 52nd began fumbling through apologies and grateful words the moment he understood what had happened. But Han Si calmly reminded him that mercenaries helped one another when the situation called for it, so there was no reason for him to keep apologizing. Even so, 52nd could not hide the bitterness twisting inside him. He was supposed to be 52nd, a veteran hunter with a fearsome name, and yet now his body could barely protect itself, let alone face real danger head-on. Hearing that frustration, Han Si-hee shifted the subject and asked whether the Great Elder had mentioned anything about the iron box. 52nd answered that all he knew was this: someone had come to him with orders and told him to join the group escorting that strange cargo. That answer made Han Si-hee wonder whether the child sealed inside the box and the cannibal haunting the mountains might not actually be connected after all. 52nd seemed to share that uncertainty, admitting that he had never seen the so-called cannibal with his own eyes. When the attack happened, everything had unfolded too quickly for 52nd to properly react or understand it. Still, even after all the confusion and bloodshed, he remained convinced that the massacre had been caused by a Sansin. To prove his point, 52nd showed Han Si-hee his broken blade. It had once been known as the finest weapon in the entire region, a spirit-hunting sword carved from sacred willow, yet it had shattered after clashing with that spirit. No ordinary evil creature could have destroyed a weapon like that. Han Si-hee could not stop a faint flicker of envy from rising inside him, because he knew better than most that sacred willow was considered the greatest material in the world for forging weapons meant to fight Sansin. Still, Han Si-hee did not explain what was passing through his mind. Instead, he told 52nd and the girl to wait by the fire while he went out to find food, since after everything they had endured, all of them were clearly hungry. 52nd tried to object, saying they could simply continue descending the mountain and did not need to stop for such a long time. But Han Si-hee knew the mountain paths would become far more dangerous once darkness fell. And if 52nd collapsed again in the middle of the trail, carrying him down those rough slopes would only become even harder. 52nd looked painfully ashamed of his weakness, but Han Si-hee only gave him a faint, reassuring smile. He promised he would return soon and told both of them to stay close to the fire until then. Yet the moment Han Si-hee slipped into the thicket and disappeared from view, that gentle smile vanished from his face as sharply as a blade being drawn. 52nd, left behind by the fire, could hardly believe the young man had actually dared to walk off alone in a place as dangerous as this. Han Si-hee seemed utterly fearless, as if the mountain itself could not threaten him. Meanwhile, 52nd could only feel the painful truth of how old, weakened, and frightened he had become. He knew, deep down, that he should have stepped away from his position long ago. Because of his own foolish decisions, every subordinate who had followed him was now dead. He even considered throwing everything away and going to a temple to beg forgiveness for his sins, though he was not sure he truly had the courage to do it. After all, speaking directly with the Great Elder would be impossible for someone like him. If he wanted to discuss it with anyone, perhaps he would have to seek out Elder Moon Sangsik instead. Besides, from everything 52nd had seen, Han Si-hee seemed to be rather familiar with the Great Elder himself. That detail alone felt strange, because among ordinary mercenaries, almost no one ever had the chance to meet the Great Elder face to face. Just then, 52nd heard branches rustling somewhere nearby, and he naturally assumed Han Si-hee had already returned from his hunt. For one brief moment, he even thought the young hunter must have been lucky enough to catch a rabbit or some other game almost immediately. But 52nd was completely wrong. What stepped out from between the trees was not Han Si-hee at all, but the enormous Horak, the very same beast the girl had driven away before. The first thing 52nd did was force his injured body upright. Then, despite the pain, he lowered himself to his knees before the powerful creature. With his head bowed in respectful submission, 52nd asked the Great Spirit what it wanted from him. Horak seemed genuinely surprised by the wounded human's reaction, as if he had not expected a man in such a desperate state to greet him with such politeness and respect. The Sansin admitted honestly that the moment he first saw a sword capable of wounding spirits, he understood that 52nd was no ordinary man. Even so, Horak made him a simple promise. As long as 52nd obeyed exactly what he was told, his life would be spared. 52nd was to descend the mountain and say nothing to anyone about everything he had seen there. The wounded man understood perfectly that this was a bargain made under the shadow of death. But even so, he could not understand why the spirit was offering him a chance to survive at all. As it turned out, Horak had not come for 52nd's soul in the first place. The creature's true target was the mysterious child. Looking down at the girl, Horak calmly asked for her name. But the child only stared back, seeming as though she did not even know what her own name was. So Horak changed the question. He asked where she had come from, and where exactly this home of hers might be. The girl could only recall fragments, a place with many trees, strong winds blowing all around, and snow that seemed to fall without end. It was not the clear answer Horak had been hoping for, but even those scattered memories were enough for the Great Spirit to understand what he needed. In the end, the exact mountain she came from did not matter very much to Horak. What he truly wanted was much simpler, and far more horrifying: her flesh and blood. After thinking about his words for a moment, the child seemed to understand that the beast intended to eat her. With unsettling calm, she told him that she did not like that idea. But Horak had no intention of respecting her feelings. He merely apologized to her and promised that he would swallow her quickly, so she would not have to suffer for long. At that very moment, however, the spirit suddenly sensed a terrifying energy drawing near. Han Sihi emerged from the trees and spoke calmly, saying that for a Sansin, eating humans alone was never enough. To keep surviving, they also had to devour others of their own kind. Han Sihi said it almost like he was discussing some cold, distant philosophy. But the truth was much simpler. He wanted the monster's body and soul to satisfy the hunger gnawing inside him. Enraged by that insolent declaration, Horak released a low, furious growl that seemed to make the air around him tremble. The spirit declared that he had ruled this mountain for 3 full years, unable to comprehend how a mere little human dared to speak to him with such arrogance. Han Sihi did not flinch in the slightest. Instead, he simply raised one hand and calmly removed the hat from his head. Now that his true presence was no longer hidden, Han Sihi could hardly believe that Horak still failed to understand who was standing in front of him. The power radiating from Han Sihi pressed down like a crushing weight, so heavy and unmistakable that the Sansin instinctively shrank back and lowered himself closer to the ground. Following an ancient instinct buried deep within his being, Horak finally understood the truth. The figure before him was the Black Tiger, the legendary being so many had believed was already dead. Naturally, once that realization struck him, Horak had to ask what the great Black Tiger was doing in a place like this. Han Sihi answered without the slightest tremor in his voice, saying he had come for one simple reason: to take Horak's life energy for himself. Horak, bristling with anger, reminded him that he had entered this land and ruled over it 300 years ago, and he had no intention of dying now as someone else's prey. But Han Sihi showed no interest in Horak's long history. Whether the spirit had controlled this mountain for years or survived here for centuries meant absolutely nothing to him. Of course, Han Sihi knew very well that a beast like Horak would never quietly lower his head and accept death. Monsters of his kind did not surrender easily, but Han Sihi had already prepared himself for a fight where only one of them would leave the mountain alive. At that moment, Horak's restraint finally snapped. With fury burning through him, the great beast lunged straight at the daring enemy who had spoken to him with such fearless arrogance. Han Sihi, now carrying the overwhelming presence of the Black Tiger, met the charge without taking even a single step back. His shining blade flashed through the air again and again, chaining one fierce strike into the next, until one slash carved across Horak's head and sliced through his ear. Realizing that attacking Han Sihi head-on would not be simple, the cunning Horak suddenly changed his target, turning his attention toward the weakest person nearby, 52nd, who was still resting helplessly beneath a tree. Horak grabbed the wounded mercenary in his claws and hurled him high into the air, clearly trying to force Han Sihi to abandon the fight and rush to save him. As 52nd dropped from that terrifying height, the world spinning around him, a cold certainty settled into his chest. This time, he truly believed his life was about to end. He had already prepared himself to accept death with whatever dignity he had left, but Han Sihi refused to let that happen. In a swift motion, he caught 52nd and gently lowered his injured comrade back onto the ground. The moment 52nd was safely back on solid earth, Han Sihi ordered him to stay exactly where he was and not move from that spot no matter what happened. But while Han Sihi had been distracted with saving him, the treacherous spirit used that opening to snatch up the child and flee with her into the mountain. Han Sihi disappeared after them at once, while 52nd was left behind with bitter guilt twisting in his chest. He realized this entire disaster had happened because they had stopped, and if his body had been in better condition, none of it might have unfolded this way. By then, the bloodied Horak had already carried the girl far away. Even as he ran through the mountain, he kept glancing back over his shoulder, desperately searching for any sign of the Black Tiger chasing him. That spirit, the one known for devouring the monsters of this mountain, was spoken of as an overwhelming existence, a being so powerful that no ordinary opponent could ever hope to stand against him. And Horak knew those rumors were not exaggerations. No matter how fiercely he had attacked, he had not even managed to sink his fangs into Han Sihi. Even so, Horak still believed that no matter how strong that monster was, there was no way he would be able to catch him now. As long as Horak could reach his den, everything would still be fine. He would feed this unfortunate child to his young, and through her flesh and blood, he hoped to transform his own cubs into Sansin like himself. Driven forward by that desperate hope, the monster pushed his battered body to its limit and raced at full speed toward his hidden lair. Han Sihi followed close behind, tracing the thick scent of blood through the mountain, while the glow of his magic blade guided him along Horak's trail. Before long, Horak finally reached his den, still holding the girl tightly in his clawed paws. Once he was inside the cave, he lowered her carefully onto the ground, and the child quietly looked up into the Sanson's eyes. Then, all at once, she noticed the blood-staining Horak's face and realized that the enormous creature had been hurt. But instead of trembling in fear or trying to run away, the girl felt pity for him. She stepped closer and wrapped her small arms around the massive beast, as if she wanted to comfort the pain he was carrying. Even after receiving such unexpected kindness from the very child he had taken, Horak could only apologize to her, because in his mind, there was nothing else left for him to do. To Horak, killing her had become the only path remaining if he wanted his children to survive. The girl did not seem angry or offended by his words. She only looked at him with innocent curiosity and quietly asked why spirits had to eat human flesh in the first place. At that very moment, Han Si had already arrived at the entrance of the cave. With one look at the scene inside, he immediately understood Horak's purpose. The spirit planned to feed the child's flesh to his young. Horak must have believed that if his cubs ate her, they could become spirits as well, growing into powerful beings just like him. Han Si pointed his blade toward the cubs, watching for any sign of a response. But unlike when it faced a true Sanson, the weapon gave no reaction at all. So Han Si told Horak the harsh truth directly. Sanson were born through special means, and Horak could not turn ordinary young beasts into spirits simply by feeding them human flesh. But even after hearing that, Horak still refused to give up. He clung to the smallest possible chance, desperate to believe that his children might still survive. The Great Spirit screamed in despair, insisting that his children were special and that they could surely become the same kind of powerful spirits as himself. For 300 long years, Horak had watched his children die one after another, and through all that grief, he had held on to only one desperate wish. He wanted his children to grow strong and live as long as he had, and for that single hope, Horak was willing to do anything, even sacrifice his own life. Han Si understood perfectly well that predators feeding on other animals was part of the natural order, and there was nothing strange about survival itself. But he could not accept a great spirit deciding that his status gave him the right to do anything he pleased, including devouring innocent children. Cornered by fear and desperation, Horak threatened that if Han Si refused to let his children go, he would kill the girl right then and there. But Han Si showed no concern for the child at all, and coldly told him to do whatever he wanted with her. After that, Han Si reminded Horak just how foolish it was to believe the black tiger could be frightened or controlled by threatening the life of some ordinary child. In that moment, the desperate predator finally broke. Horak gave up and began to weep bitterly, because deep down, he realized he could not bring himself to kill that innocent child. In the end, Horak could only lower himself before Han Si and humbly ask for one promise, that his children would not be harmed. Han Si made his answer clear. The black tiger killed only spirits, and Horak's cubs were not Sanson, so he had no reason or intention to hurt them. Then, invoking the name of the ancient clan, Han Si promised that he would keep his word. However, Han Si also warned Horak that he could not take responsibility for anything that happened in the middle of the fight itself. If one of the cubs died by accident during their clash, that would be beyond the promise he had made. The exhausted beast no longer tried to resist the fate waiting for him. Instead, Horak asked only that Han Si kill him carefully, without allowing his children to be harmed. Horak turned his gaze toward his cubs one final time, silently wishing that after his death, they would be able to live happily. Then Han Si raised his blade toward the Great Spirit and, in a single instant, delivered the fatal strike. When Han Si killed the Sanson, Horak's memories came flooding into him. He saw every child the spirit had lost across the centuries, and he felt the unbearable despair that had pushed Horak to this final moment. For a brief while, the weight of those memories pressed painfully against Han Si's heart and soul. But he forced those emotions down, pulled his blade free, and turned to leave the cursed cave as quickly as he could. The girl seemed unable to understand why the young hunter had still chosen to kill such a sorrowful, motherly spirit after hearing everything. But Han Si gave her no explanation. He simply turned away and walked out of the cave, disappearing without another word. With nowhere else to go and no one else to follow, the child had no choice but to trail after the mysterious savior. Before leaving, however, she looked back and saw the little cubs gathering around their slain mother, whining softly in grief beside her fallen body. Around that same time, reinforcements from the royal guard finally reached the site of the robbed caravan, arriving far too late to stop what had already happened. They combed through the area over and over, checking every corner as if one more careful look might suddenly reveal the truth. But no matter how many times they searched, nothing truly strange showed itself. In the end, the only thing left in front of them was that open box, sitting there silently like the center of some unsolved riddle, and none of them had the slightest idea what they were supposed to do with this mystery now. By then, one thing was painfully clear. Whatever had once been sealed inside that box was not something they could simply shove back in and pretend the whole disaster had never happened. And after clashing with the local monster, their strength had probably been drained more than they wanted to admit. At this point, if they could even capture the mercenaries involved, that alone would be enough to call the operation a result. Believing the robbers could not have escaped very far, and were most likely still hiding somewhere in the nearby mountains, the royal guards quickly spread out. Their eyes swept across the surrounding terrain with sharper suspicion now, searching every shadow and every hiding place, as if their prey might be crouched just beyond sight. Meanwhile, Han Sihi had already taken hold of the injured man and was helping him move step by step. Supporting him by the arm, he guided him carefully along a narrow, winding mountain path, the two of them slowly making their way down from the dangerous slope. 52nd was still in pain, but his body had not completely given out yet. After quietly judging his own condition and weighing what needed to be done next, he decided he could endure the rest on his own and return to his base with his own 2 feet. Han Sihi did not argue with him or try to hold him back. Instead, he gave him a calm and respectful word of thanks for everything he had done, then warned him to take care on the mountain road, where one wrong step could be just as deadly as any enemy. And before they parted ways, Han Sihi also made a simple promise. Somewhere down the line, on another job and under different circumstances, they would probably cross paths again. The wounded mercenary could not hide his surprise. For someone so young, and for a hunter carrying such strange and unnatural power, Han Sihi treated ordinary mercenaries with far more respect than he had ever expected to receive. So in return, 52nd gave him his own promise. He would act as though he had seen nothing that day, not even the impossible power Han Sihi had used, nor the supernatural abilities that no normal young man should have possessed. Even so, there was still one question he could not leave behind. Before parting completely, he wanted to ask what Han Sihi intended to do with that small angel-like girl they had found. But when 52nd turned his head to ask, the space behind him was already empty. Han Sihi was gone, and the girl had disappeared along with him, vanishing so quietly that there was no one left to answer. With no answer to chase and no one left to question, 52nd could only continue on toward his comrades. In his heart, he hoped he could at least recover the bodies of those who had fallen beside him and return them properly to the earth. But in that very moment, he was no longer moving unseen. Hidden eyes had already locked onto him from the shadows. The royal guards had finally found their target, and they were preparing to take him by force. Han Sihi, on the other hand, kept moving along his own path, with the little girl following closely at his side like a silent shadow that refused to fall behind. Even Han Sihi himself could not fully explain why he was still taking her with him. He had not abandoned her, and he had not ended things there, but the reason behind that choice remained unclear even in his own mind. Maybe, deep down, he was still waiting for the girl to finally reveal the power hidden inside her. If she showed her true nature, then he could discover her real name, claim her abilities for himself, and absorb whatever strength was sleeping beneath that innocent appearance. But the black tiger within him was beginning to lose patience. Its presence pressed hard against the inside of his mind, restless and demanding, urging him to hurry before the chance slipped away. The beast told Han Sihi that he needed to be cruel to the child. If she was pushed far enough into terror and anger, then the buried power inside her would have no choice but to awaken. Just then, the girl walking behind him tilted her head with pure, innocent curiosity. In that blunt and fearless way only a child could speak, she asked why he had killed that spirit. The instant Han Sihi looked back at her, the beast inside his head growled its command once more. It told him to devour the girl for the sake of his greater purpose, insisting that if he did, he would finally obtain the true power of a Sansin. 52nd might have looked at the child and seen an angel, but Han Sihi saw something very different. In his eyes, she had already shown the unmistakable power of a monster. That was the only reason he had not killed her yet, so he urged the black tiger to restrain its spiritual hunger for just a little longer. But at that same moment, the girl herself was hungry. So instead of immediately answering the black tiger's demand with violence, Han Sihi chose to delay the decision and decided that, for now, the two of them would eat together first. To do that, they needed to descend toward the nearest city. Merchants often passed through that area, and even though the hour had already grown late, there was still a chance they could find something warm enough to fill their stomachs. Around that same time, 52nd finally arrived at the village he called home, dragging his exhausted body back to the place where his comrades should have been waiting. He stepped into the yard as calmly as he could, raising his voice to greet his comrades. With a tired but familiar tone, he apologized for coming back so late. Then, with a heavy weight pressing down on every word, he told them the truth. He was the only one who had managed to return alive, and everything had gone far worse than any of them could have imagined. But what met him was a silence so complete it turned his blood cold. The courtyard was empty. No one answered his call, No footsteps approached from the houses, and only the eerie cry of the wind slipped through the abandoned buildings. Then, all at once, 52nd noticed something. From behind the door of one of the buildings, a faint silhouette seemed to be peering out, watching him from the darkness. Relief immediately flashed across his face. Thinking he had finally found one of his old comrades, he greeted the man with joy, still unable to understand why everyone else had stayed hidden instead of coming out to welcome him. But in the very next moment, the body of his friend dropped lifelessly to the ground. Before 52nd could even grasp what had just happened, royal guards appeared from every direction, closing in around him until he was completely surrounded. The wounded mercenary stood frozen, stunned by what he was seeing. There were guards all around him now, so many that escape was impossible, and yet he had not sensed a single one of them until they appeared, as if they had materialized out of thin air. Right then, the royal guards began their interrogation. Their tone made it clear they were not interested in excuses or conversation. They only wanted answers to two very specific questions. The first question was direct and simple. They wanted to know where the monster that had emerged from the box had gone. 52nd refused to give them the answer they wanted. Instead, he turned the question back on them, demanding to know what had happened to the comrades who had lived in this village. The officer reminded him coldly that he was not the one in charge of asking questions. Then, without showing the slightest concern, he moved on to the second thing he wanted to know and asked who their elder was. 52nd answered with steady calm, saying that an elder was simply someone who was older than the rest of them. To him, there was nothing strange, mysterious, or special about that at all. The guard commander stared at him for a moment, then let a mocking grin curl across his face, clearly amused by how painfully naive the answer sounded. Still, since the prisoner had managed to entertain him, the commander decided to answer the question 52nd had thrown back at them. Every one of his friends was already dead. Then the guards dangled a deal in front of him, one that sounded almost too generous. If he told them everything he knew, they claimed they would spare his life. But 52nd understood immediately that the offer was nothing more than a lie. There was no chance they would simply let him leave alive. And even if they did, his body was already pushed so close to its limit that he doubted he would survive another day. Even so, he still had one small dagger hidden on him, a blade he had originally prepared to use against spirits. If death was already waiting for him, then at the very least, he could drag one of these guards down with him before the end. But before he made his move, he chose to ask one final time. He wanted to hear them say it again, asking whether they would truly spare his life if he told them everything. Then a bitter smile slowly pulled at the corner of his mouth. In a voice that sounded almost resigned, he asked them what exactly they wanted him to tell them first. In the next instant, 52nd suddenly threw himself forward. He had noticed the closest guardsman's shifting position, moving behind him, and he acted before the man could fully take advantage of it. His hand closed around the small blade hidden on him, and without a second of hesitation, he drove it straight into the heart of one of the fighters. But just as he had already expected, there was no path to escape after that. The guards swarmed him immediately, seizing his body as their blades stabbed into him from several directions at once. From the very beginning, the commander had already known that a stubborn man like 52nd would never open his mouth willingly or hand over the truth just because they threatened him. What the commander had truly wanted was not information at all. He wanted to watch 52nd's face crumble when he learned his comrades were dead, breaking his spirit first before destroying his body. At that moment, an assistant stepped up to the officer with a fresh report. A little girl had apparently been seen entering one of the nearby villages, and she matched the description written in the secret documents with alarming closeness. The commander, however, immediately dismissed the report as ridiculous. In his mind, no sane person would openly carry Huimori around with them in plain sight. Even so, absurd or not, they decided they had to confirm the possibility for themselves, and so they began tracking the suspicious pair. At that very moment, the last of 52nd's strength finally slipped away from him. Too much blood had already poured out of his wounded body, and his sight began to cloud over, the world blurring at the edges as his consciousness sank deeper and deeper. As darkness closed in, his thoughts drifted to his comrades, and in silence, he apologized to them for everything that had gone wrong. More than anything, he could only pray that his failure would not become the spark that caused an even greater tragedy. Before the darkness swallowed him completely, 52nd's fading mind returned to the brave hero and the small angel who had left with him. With what little awareness he had left, he desperately hoped the two of them would stay alert, avoid drawing attention, and get out of this town as fast as their legs could carry them, before the royal guards managed to close the distance and catch up. Right at the village entrance, Han Sihi suddenly noticed Sori pulling back beside him, her small body shrinking away as though something ahead had frightened her badly. When he followed the direction of her gaze, he quickly saw what had frozen her in place. Standing directly in their path were two wooden Jansen amulets, blocking the way like silent warnings. When Han Sihi saw just how seriously Sori reacted to those wooden charms, he could not help himself. A faint, amused grin tugged at his mouth, as if her fear seemed far too intense for something so ordinary. So the young hunter stepped a little closer to Sori, keeping his tone low, steady, and gentle, almost like he was speaking to a frightened little animal that might bolt at any sudden movement. He calmly told her that those objects were nothing more than pathetic pieces of wood, and that there was no real reason for her to be scared of them. But while Han Sihi moved toward Sori and tried to calm her down, they were not alone. From the deep shade nearby, one of the royal guards was watching them in silence, his eyes locked tightly on the pair as he studied every small movement without letting himself be seen. Around that same time, inside a quiet tavern, a woman sat by herself with no customers around her. The tables were empty, the room felt still, and the whole place carried the heavy silence of a business that had not earned a single coin all morning. Morning had already come, but not even one guest had opened the door or stepped inside. As the silence stretched on, regret began to settle over her. She could not stop thinking that maybe she had been a complete fool to open a tavern so close to a mountain people whispered was crawling with cannibals. The hostess had nearly made up her mind to close the tavern for the day when Han Sihi suddenly approached. The instant she spotted a real customer, her gloomy mood lifted at once. Her face brightened, and she welcomed him with eager warmth, promising to treat him well and serve him as generously as she possibly could. Han Sihi answered her greeting in his usual composed way, without making any unnecessary fuss. Then he simply told her he wanted to order an ordinary breakfast, something plain and simple to eat. But just as she was preparing to focus on the order, the woman's attention drifted down to the little girl standing beside him. In that instant, the sharp, businesslike look in her eyes softened, replaced by a warmth that felt much closer to a mother's concern. Her expression made it obvious that the sight bothered her deeply. Looking at Sori's small figure, she could not understand how a child this young had been allowed to end up in such a pitiful and miserable condition. The longer the hostess looked Sori over, the more indignant she became. The girl looked as if she had been left hungry for days, with that desperate, hollow look of a child who had not eaten properly in far too long clinging to her tiny body. Without wasting even a moment, the woman placed two large, filling portions in front of them. Then, with a firm voice that left almost no room for disagreement, she ordered Han Sihi to feed the child immediately. The hostess could barely hold back her frustration. Assuming that Han Sihi was the girl's father, she wondered how any parent could be so careless with his own daughter. In her eyes, young parents these days clearly did not understand the first thing about raising children properly. And Sori's hunger was not the only thing that upset her. The woman also could not make sense of why the child was dressed in such dirty, ragged clothes, as if they had nothing at all. Even if they really were poor, she thought, the least he could have done was wash the old clothes before letting the girl walk around like that. A child with such a pretty little face, so delicate and innocent looking, should never have been left wandering around in filthy rags as though no one cared for her at all. The moment the food was set down in front of her, Sori attacked her portion without hesitation. In only a few seconds, she devoured everything, swallowing it down with the frantic eagerness of a small, starving animal. By then, Han Sihi had not even had the chance to touch his own plate. Seeing that Sori still looked painfully hungry, he quietly slid his untouched portion over to her instead. And almost as soon as the plate reached her, Sori finished that meal as well. She cleared Han Sihi's entire serving just as quickly, as though the emptiness in her stomach still had not been filled. Seeing how quickly the food disappeared, Han Sihi called the tavern hostess back over. In his calm voice, he asked her to bring him another serving. But then his eyes shifted toward the little girl sitting beside him, still looking painfully hungry even after eating so much. For a brief moment, Han Sihi paused, clearly reconsidering the order. After that short hesitation, Han Sihi changed his request. Instead of just one more portion, he asked the hostess to bring 2 additional servings for them. As soon as the woman went off to cook, grumbling under her breath with obvious displeasure, Han Sihi slowly let his gaze sweep across the tavern. His eyes soon settled on an unfamiliar man who had been watching them far too intently, and he could not ignore how strangely fixed that man's attention was. The truth was, Han Sihi had already noticed that stranger from the start. Ever since he and Sori reached the village entrance, the man had been following them from a distance, keeping them within sight the entire way. Meanwhile, the royal guard had already formed his own conclusion as he observed them. From everything he had seen, the girl beside Han Sihi was very likely the same Huimori described in the secret reports. And yet, no matter how carefully he studied her, she did not look like a monster at all. On the surface, she seemed to be nothing more than a small, exhausted, harmless child, far too hungry and worn down to threaten anyone. At that moment, Han Sihi stood up and walked straight toward the man who had been spying on them. The guard immediately grew tense, his body tightening with caution as Han Sihi confronted him directly and demanded the truth. Why had he been following them? For someone pretending to be an ordinary passerby, he had shadowed them for far too long. But the guardsman only snapped back at him, ordering Han Sihi to get lost before he dragged himself into trouble. Then, with a cold, authoritative tone, he demanded that Han Sihi leave the girl behind and walk away by himself. Han Sihi acted as if he had no clue why the child mattered so much. Keeping his expression calm and unreadable, he explained that he had simply found the little girl along a mountain path, and after that, she had started following him on her own. Perhaps because Han Sihi appeared to be a reasonable and decent person, the soldier finally decided to tell him the truth. That child, he said, was not an ordinary little girl at all. She was a monster known as Huimori. According to the guard, she had already taken the lives of dozens of villagers. Even though she looked innocent, helpless, and completely harmless at first glance, he insisted that beneath that appearance was the true nature of a terrifying monster. He went on to explain that they were hunters specifically trained to deal with creatures like her. Because of that, he urged Han Sihi to step aside and leave the situation to them, claiming they were only trying to save his life before it was too late. Han Sihi was genuinely shaken by the horrific story. For a moment, the terrible weight of what the guard had said seemed to settle over him, forcing him to take the warning seriously. When Han Sihi glanced back at the hungry little girl, he understood that the safest move might be to get out of this place immediately. But the guard's words had also revealed something important. This man had not come here alone. Other hunters were somewhere nearby, all searching for the exact same target. Then, while Han Sihi's attention was pulled away for just a brief moment, the guard suddenly made his move. Without warning, he lunged at Han Sihi with a blade. But Han Sihi did not panic in the slightest. His body shifted smoothly to the side, and he avoided the incoming strike with almost effortless ease. In the very next instant, Han Sihi grabbed the attacker by the scruff of his clothing. With a sharp burst of strength, he hurled the man hard toward the tavern tables. The guard's face twisted with anger as he hit the ground and realized what had just happened. He had challenged someone much stronger than he had expected, and now his mistake was painfully obvious. But then he noticed something that immediately changed the look on his face. He had landed right beside the very girl he had been hunting. Trying not to frighten Sori and make her run, the guard quickly softened his voice. He calmly told her that he had only been passing by and insisted there was nothing for her to be afraid of. However, the moment Sori saw his clothes from up close, something about them struck her deeply. The sight felt painfully familiar, as though it had pulled open a memory she did not want to remember. Memories came rushing back into Sori's mind all at once. She remembered people dressed in that exact same way reaching out for her, grabbing at her, and trying to force her into that iron box. Those same people had told her that once she woke up, a great destiny would be waiting for her inside the palace, as if that promise could make what they were doing any less terrifying. Overwhelmed by fear, Sori suddenly let out a sharp, piercing scream. In the next instant, thick white smoke burst up around her and spread through the room at incredible speed, swallowing the entire tavern in a blinding haze. Even the tavern hostess froze in terror, completely unable to understand what was unfolding right in front of her. Han Sihi, however, narrowed his eyes and stared into the dense curtain of fog, trying to find Sori within the swirling white veil. Inside that rolling haze, Sori's true Sansan form began to emerge. Her eyes burned with fury as she glared at the royal guard, and she hissed at him with the wild hostility of a cornered beast. Then, before anyone in the tavern could stop her, or even properly react, the little girl turned away and bolted straight out of the building. But before she vanished completely, Sori looked back at Han Sihi one last time. Her eyes were heavy with sadness and despair, as though she had already convinced herself there was nowhere left in the world where she could safely stay. The royal guardsman finally understood just how lucky they were to have found their target here. Even so, he did not forget to turn the situation against Han Sihi, reminding him that without his accidental help, he would already have been killed by the monster's blade. After saying that, the royal guard told Han Sihi to leave while he still had the chance. His voice stayed falsely calm, almost reassuring, as he claimed he would take care of the so-called monster himself, as if Han Sihi no longer had any reason to involve himself in the matter. But the truth hiding behind that cold expression was completely different. The guard had no intention of allowing Han Sihi to walk away safely. He was only waiting, watching for one clean opening, so he could strike again and silence this troublesome witness for good. Han Sihi, however, read that intent almost instantly. His gaze remained steady as he looked at the man, and calmly pointed out that this was already the second time he had watched him attempt the exact same dirty trick. To Han Sihi, a man who could only attack someone from behind was hardly worth treating as a real threat. He had no desire to waste his strength on a coward like that, and even the thought of spending a little energy dealing with him felt almost too pitiful. That was the moment the guard's patience finally broke. With anger flashing across his face, he drew his blade and charged straight at Han Sihi from the front, convinced that this arrogant young man was only running his mouth and would soon regret looking down on him. The tavern hostess froze where she stood, terror spreading across her face as she saw the attack unfold right in front of her. Her mouth opened as she tried to shout a warning to Han Sihi, but the words barely had time to escape her throat. Then, in the very next instant, something impossible happened. Before anyone in the tavern could properly follow the movement, the attacker's own blade had somehow been turned back on him, its edge buried against his throat. The guard's eyes went wide with total disbelief. Even as pain shot through him and his body began to fail, he looked as though he still could not understand how the situation had flipped so completely in a single heartbeat. Han Sihi's speed was simply beyond anything normal. Against an ordinary human opponent, his movements were so fast and so precise that they seemed almost supernatural, as if the fight had ended before it had even begun. As the guard collapsed heavily onto the tavern floor, Han Sihi realized that the chance to question him had already disappeared. It was too late now to ask who this mysterious man truly was, or why Sori had been so terrified the moment she saw him. Once the immediate danger had passed, Han Sihi turned his attention toward the stunned tavern hostess. He looked her over carefully, checking her expression and posture to make sure she had not been injured during that brief but violent clash. Then he placed several coins down on the table without making a fuss. The money was meant to cover the broken furniture, the ruined meal, and every bit of trouble his fight had brought into her quiet tavern. He also warned her in a serious voice that if more people arrived wearing the same kind of clothes as the dead man, she should go straight to the city administration. Once there, she needed to tell them exactly what she had witnessed with her own eyes. Before he left, Han Sihi added one more request. If she could, he wanted her to tell the authorities that there were no cannibals left on the mountain anymore, because the danger everyone feared had already been dealt with. For a long moment, the woman could only stand there in complete shock. Her mind struggled to catch up with everything that had just happened, and with everything the vanished young hero had left behind for her to understand. Then, all at once, she snapped back to herself and sprang into action. She decided she would do exactly as Han Sihi had told her, because this was the first time a man had ever died inside her establishment, and she had absolutely no idea what else she was supposed to do. Meanwhile, Han Sihi followed the traces Sori had left behind. As he drew closer to the presence of her Sansin power, the Black Tiger's dark energy began stirring from deep within his soul, rising as if it had been waiting for this moment. And the stronger Sori's spirit power became in the air around him, the more violently the darkness inside Han Sihi responded. It swelled and pulsed through him with growing intensity, becoming harder and harder to keep under control. That power soon wrapped itself around Han Sihi's entire body, covering him in a shadowy surge of energy. Within that darkness, his form shifted, and the young warrior transformed into the true shape of the Black Tiger. In that transformed state, he finally found Sori. She was hiding behind the thick trunk of a tree, crouched low to the ground, her small body tense as she hissed angrily like a terrified beast ready to defend itself. Her icy power was spilling out into the air all around her. Even the nearby leaves had been coated in a pale layer of frost, slowly freezing under the cold energy radiating from her small body. The Black Tiger could sense that power with absolute clarity. It was unbelievably pure, frighteningly strong, and unlike anything Han Sihi had ever felt before, a force so overwhelming it could not be ignored. Naturally, the ancient spirit urged Han Sihi to devour the girl immediately. It pressed him to act before Sori could reveal the full depth of the terrifying power hidden inside her. Under that heavy pressure, Han Sihi slowly raised his sword. The blade came up and pointed straight toward Sori, its direction making his next choice look painfully clear. But before he could take another step forward, the child suddenly lunged at him with tears shining in her eyes. She bit down hard on his hand, refusing to let him come any closer, while inside him, the Black Tiger warned that this was no time for pity or sympathy. The ancient spirit insisted that Han Sihi could not spare a Sansin just because she wore the face of a child. Until now, he had cut down every monster that crossed his path without mercy, and it demanded that he treat her no differently. But the real problem was not simply a matter of mercy. Sori still did not have a true name, and if someone gave her one, she would be able to settle herself and find peace inside her own heart. On top of that, the Black Tiger was still full from its previous prey, meaning it could not devour her at that exact moment anyway. Even so, sparing her carried a danger of its own. Sori's power was already astonishing in its current state, and if she received a true name, that strength would only grow even greater, turning her into something far more dangerous than she already was. At that moment, Sori finally loosened her bite and released Han Sihi's hand. But the second she let go, the fragile restraint holding back her emotions broke apart, and she burst into helpless, bitter tears. Through her shaking sobs, Sori confessed the fear that had been crushing her. She said she did not want to be locked away somewhere again. She hated being trapped inside that cursed box, surrounded by endless pitch-black darkness, unable to see anything around her and unable to know what would happen to her next. As those trembling words reached Han Sihi, the dark energy covering his body slowly began to fade away. At the same time, Sori's panic started to loosen its grip on her, and little by little, she began returning to herself. Only then did Han Sihi finally reach out to her with a gentler hand. In a quiet, soothing motion, he stroked the top of her head, trying to calm the fear still trembling inside her small body. After that, Han Sihi pulled the crying child into his arms and held her close against him. His voice was firm, but still gentle, as he promised that no one would ever lock her away against her will again. Instead, he told her he would take her home, to a place where she could finally feel safe. That home, he promised, would be somewhere she could find peace, discover her true name, and come to understand the purpose waiting for her. Soon after, just as expected, the rest of the royal guards finally arrived at the tavern, following the trail of trouble that had been left behind. When the commander saw the corpse of one of his own men lying there, his expression hardened at once. Without wasting any time, he ordered the body to be burned immediately. He then commanded his men to fix everything that had been damaged inside the tavern. Once that was handled, they were to prepare to chase after the monster before the trail had a chance to grow completely cold. Of course, figuring out the correct direction was not simple. There were barely any clear traces left behind, and with so little to follow, it was difficult to decide which path they should take first. Even so, the guards had at least a rough idea of where the mysterious girl might have gone. After weighing the possibilities, they chose their direction and decided to head east. By that time, Han Sihi had already reached a distant house on the outskirts. The elderly grandmother living there was astonished when she saw a young man preparing to climb into the mountains while carrying a small child in his arms. The old woman could not bring herself to simply ignore them. Out of concern, she decided to shelter the travelers for at least one night, hoping to keep them from having to sleep outside beneath the cold forest sky. However, Han Sihi politely declined her offer to stay the night. He was genuinely grateful for her motherly kindness, especially since the warm-hearted woman had already given them children's clothes and fed them well before their long journey continued. At that moment, Sori was already moving around happily in her new outfit. She seemed to be enjoying the fresh clothes she had been given, her mood visibly lighter than before. Watching her, the old woman let out a warm laugh, because the clothes were still a little too small for the girl. Even so, Sori's grateful expression made it clear that she understood just how kind these people had been to her. The old woman herself looked happy as well. It had been a long time since she had spoken with anyone like this, and even longer since she had been able to look after someone with the tenderness of family. As she looked over Han Sihi's belongings, the elderly woman made a guess about him. Judging by his travel bundle, which seemed to be filled almost entirely with medicinal herbs and healing potions, she assumed the young man must be a doctor. Han Sihi calmly corrected her without making it awkward. He explained that he only carried those medicines for emergencies, in case something unexpected happened during a long and dangerous journey. The woman let out a heavy sigh after hearing that. At first, she had thought the young man and his daughter were traveling to the capital so he could take the physician's examination, but from his answer, it seemed she had misunderstood the situation. In the end, the old woman chose not to stand in their way or try to stop them from taking the dangerous road ahead. Still, before they left, she warned them carefully that if they came across an abandoned house up in the mountains, they must not spend the night there. Of course, Han Sihi could not simply brush off a warning that sounded that ominous. When he asked the old woman what made the abandoned house so dangerous, she lowered her voice and told him the story everyone in the area feared. Every night, a vengeful spirit was said to appear there. According to the rumors whispered around the village, the tragedy had begun inside that very house. The daughter-in-law of the family had supposedly become a resentful ghost, murdered everyone who lived there, and even now, she was said to linger in that ruined place, waiting to catch any careless traveler who wandered too close. But the old woman only knew the frightening rumors that had spread from mouth to mouth. She could not give Han Sihi any solid details about what had truly happened, because everyone who had gone there to see the truth with their own eyes had vanished without leaving so much as a trace behind. Before long, under the cover of night, Han Sihi and Sori arrived at that very abandoned house. Even though less than a year had passed since the family inside had died, the building already looked as if it had been rotting away for decades, its frames sagging and nearly collapsing from neglect. Han Sihi decided it was worth investigating for himself. He wanted to know whether this ruined place truly contained a ghost with powers similar to a Sansin, or whether the whole thing was nothing more than fearful superstition passed around by nervous villagers. But before he began searching the house too deeply, there was a more immediate problem to handle. After walking such a long distance, Han Sihi was badly thirsty, and he needed water enough to stop and drink before doing anything else. In the courtyard, an old well stood silently beneath the night sky, its stone rim dark, worn, and weathered by time. From far below, deep in the blackness, the faint sound of water could be heard splashing softly against the walls. Still, after hearing the bloody history surrounding this place, Han Si could not just trust the well at first glance. Before he drank even a single drop, he needed to make sure the water had not been polluted by whatever horror had taken root in that house. For that reason, he called the child over and asked her to help him pull water up from the deep well, hoping to check it properly before deciding whether it was safe to drink. But just as he was about to call out to her properly, Han Si suddenly paused. He realized he still did not actually know what name he was supposed to use for the girl, and to avoid making things awkward every time he needed her attention, he knew he would have to give her some kind of temporary name. At that moment, Han Si noticed that the child was behaving strangely. She was being far too quiet, moving with a suspicious little secrecy that immediately made him uneasy. When he stepped closer to see what she was doing, the reason became painfully clear. She had eaten every single bit of food they had packed for several days of travel, leaving nothing at all for the road ahead. That made Han Si think back to the conversation he had recently had with her. The girl did not know the name of the mountain she came from. All she could remember was a place buried beneath snow, where fierce winds blew endlessly across the land. She also had no memory of her own real name. It was as if that part of her had been swallowed somewhere in the darkness she had escaped from, leaving only an empty space behind. The only clear clue that remained in her mind was the direction. Wherever she had come from, she knew it was somewhere toward the east. Han Si considered those fragments carefully. The forest valley stretched eastward, and among the nearby regions, the signs of powerful wind and constant snow pointed most strongly toward Mount Vin. That small amount of information was not much, but for Han Si, it was enough to start shaping a plan. At the very least, it gave their journey a direction to follow. What Han Si did not realize yet was that deciding what to call this mysterious girl would bother him far more than he expected, lingering in his mind longer than it should have. And the more he watched her, the more his curiosity grew. Han Si could not help wondering what kind of unusual child she truly was, and what secrets were hidden behind that innocent face. Strangely, she seemed to know how to use ordinary household tools, even something like a well. From that, Han Si guessed she must have once lived near a village, learning how people behaved by watching them from a distance. But just then, as Sori worked to pull the heavy bucket up from the well, she noticed something strange moving in the dark water below, something shifting where nothing should have been. When she dragged the bucket closer and leaned in to look, she saw a pale woman staring up at her from the depths of the well. The woman's empty eye sockets were fixed on the child from within the darkness, hollow and terrifying. In the next instant, the ghost shot upward from the well and clamped her bony fingers around Sori's face. Mistaking the child for her dead husband, the spirit tried to pull her down into the cold embrace of death waiting at the bottom. But Sori did not simply freeze in terror. Acting on instinct, she fought back at once, pushing against the ghost with all her strength as she tried to force that pale figure back down into the well. That resistance only enraged the vengeful spirit even more. With a horrifying, unnatural surge of movement, the ghost crawled fully out of the stone opening, dragging her twisted body up and into the courtyard. Then the ghost began creeping slowly toward the child, her voice dark and ominous as she called out to her. She invited Sori to come down with her, down into the cold, black water beneath the well. But Sori snapped back with fierce defiance, refusing immediately. She said she would not go anywhere, because after being trapped inside that box, she could no longer bear the thought of sinking into darkness again. Han Si understood right away that trying to reason with a spirit like this would be a complete waste of time. So without wasting a single word, he moved calmly and drove his sharp blade straight through the ghost's skull. The moment his blade pierced through her, Han Si's power began to take hold. It drew in the soul of that pitiful ghost, pulling the scattered remnants of her suffering into himself. Han Si had never liked consuming ghosts. Their memories were heavy, miserable things filled with pain, nothing like the memories of true Sansin, which could actually strengthen and deepen his spiritual power. Still, rumors about ghosts were often tied to spirit activity, and that was why Han Si tended to react quickly whenever he heard stories like this. Even a ghost tale could sometimes lead him towards something more important. But hunting miserable ghosts was not what truly interested him. What Han Si cared about were greater beings, stronger spirits with power worth pursuing and devouring. After absorbing the ghost's memories, Han Si turned toward the child and warned her not to drink even a single mouthful from that cursed well. Instead, he said they should keep moving until they found a clean mountain stream. And somewhere in that moment, as he looked at the child beside him, Han Si finally settled on a temporary name for her. Sori, the first name that naturally rose to his mind. The name also reminded him of winter frost and the cold power that seemed to cling to her wherever she went. Of course, it probably was not her true name, but until they uncovered the real one, Sori would be the name he used for her. Before long, The two travelers reached a murmuring stream. There, Sori seemed to realize that although she now had a name of her own, she still did not know the name of the person traveling with her. So Han Sihi finally introduced himself. After they continued on from there, Han Sihi and Sori eventually arrived near the third largest river in the region. The river stretched before them fast, deep, and dangerous. It was the kind of violent water where a person who fell in was far more likely to drown than to fight their way back to shore. Then, for reasons Han Sihi could not understand at first, Sori suddenly threw their travel bundle straight into the river. Afterward, she looked away awkwardly and pointed toward the spot where it had splashed into the current. That bundle had not been something they could afford to lose. Inside were their spare clothes, sewing tools, money, and every bit of food they had managed to gather for the journey. It also contained healing ointment, which could not easily be replaced, along with medicinal herbs meant for all kinds of emergencies. Han Sihi could feel his anger rising, but he forced it down just enough to ask Sori why she had done something like that. As it turned out, Sori had seen a large turtle moving in the water and wanted to catch it. In her mind, throwing the bundle over the turtle like a net must have seemed like a clever and perfectly reasonable plan. But the turtle slipped away from the bundle without much trouble and drifted downriver with the current. Instead of catching anything, their belongings were the ones disappearing into the distance. Han Sihi quickly understood that there was no realistic way to get the bundle back. First, they could not safely cross such a violent river, and second, neither of them knew this unfamiliar area well enough to risk searching blindly along the banks. About an hour later, after following the river until they reached a distant crossing, they finally found a local boatman who could take them across. However, the man did not immediately agree to ferry them to the other side. Before anything else, he made it clear that there were several serious problems Han Sihi needed to understand first. He began by telling them what had happened 3 years earlier, when the fish in these waters suddenly stopped biting. People started believing the river spirit had become angry. Then, one day on his way back from fishing, water began leaking into his boat, his oars were lost, and he could barely make it back to shore at all. After that terrifying incident, the ferryman stopped putting his boat into the river altogether. Since then, it had stayed tied up along the bank, and used for so long that dampness and mold had slowly started to take it over. The local shaman had told the villagers that they needed to offer a human sacrifice if they wanted to appease the Sansin. But the people there could not bring themselves to commit such a terrible act, no matter how frightened they were. Hearing all of this, it was clear that Han Sihi did not like the situation one bit. If the river truly could not be crossed safely, then the path ahead had suddenly become far more difficult and troublesome than he had expected. After giving the matter some thought, the boatman suggested that Han Sihi and Sori keep following the river upstream. If luck was on their side, they might find someone farther along the upper bank who still owned a usable boat, one that had not been abandoned long enough to rot beside the shore. And even if they failed to find a boat, the boatman explained that the river became much narrower the farther upstream they went. Once they reached that section, crossing by force might still be possible, though he made it clear that it would not be easy or safe. With no better option available, Han Sihi turned to Sori and told her to forget about the turtle for now. Their only real choice was to keep moving along the river route and look for another possible way to get across. Still, even as they prepared to move on, Han Sihi could not help feeling curious. He glanced at Sori and wondered why she had been so determined to catch a turtle in the first place. As it turned out, Sori's idea had been surprisingly simple. She had planned to climb onto the turtle's back and use it to cross the river, as if the creature could serve as a living raft. At first, Han Sihi imagined that maybe the turtle she had seen was enormous, something broad and sturdy enough to carry a person across the current. But once he understood that it had actually been small, he immediately realized there was no possible way they could ride across the river on its back. When Han Sihi asked where she had even found a turtle that made her think of such a plan, Sori suddenly lifted her hand. Without saying much, she pointed toward the riverbank, where a large boulder sat near the edge of the water. At that exact moment, a strange silhouette briefly peeked out from behind the stone. But the instant it appeared, it slipped away again, disappearing so quickly that only the grass rustling in its wake showed that something had been there. Han Sihi narrowed his eyes as he stared toward the boulder. Whatever had just moved there did not look like an ordinary turtle to him at all. If anything, it seemed far more like a Sansin trying to hide itself behind a clumsy disguise. He immediately rushed in that direction, but before he could close the distance, his feet sank into a thick, sticky swamp. The ground sucked at his legs, and in that kind of terrain, running recklessly would only drag him deeper into the mud. To make the situation even worse, the dense reeds all around them created perfect cover. Any creature hiding inside could vanish in seconds, and Han Sihi knew that catching a slippery Sansin in such conditions would be extremely difficult. But Sori, full of confidence, told him that she could catch it herself. Judging from the look on her face, she seemed to believe Han Sihi wanted the turtle too. probably because he also planned to ride it across the river. Then, without hesitating for even a moment, Sori dropped down onto all fours. Like a small wild animal, she charged straight toward the Sansin she still believed was nothing more than an ordinary turtle. Han Si stared in surprise as Sori raced across the ground on all four limbs with startling speed. In fact, she might have been even faster than the ferret-like creature he had recently fought inside the cave. In the very next moment, Sori had already leapt behind the boulder where that same turtle-like creature had been hiding, closing the distance before it could properly escape. Then her excited voice rang out from behind the rock as she called for Han Si. Somehow, with nothing but her bare hands, she had actually managed to catch the creature. Han Si did not rush toward her immediately. The swampy ground still made every step risky, so he carefully searched for firmer places to put his feet, making sure he would not sink too deeply into the muck. Suddenly, a loud cry split the air. For a brief instant, Han Si thought Sori might have decided to kill the Sansin on the spot, so he hurried forward, hoping he could reach them in time to absorb the creature's spiritual energy for himself. When Han Si finally drew close enough, he called out to Sori and warned her not to go around killing every strange thing she managed to catch. But the moment he looked down at the creature in her grasp, Han Si paused. This was the first time he had ever seen a Sansin with such an odd and unfamiliar appearance. At that moment, Sori placed the turtle carefully onto the damp ground. Then she sternly ordered it to stay still, scolding it as if it were a misbehaving pet that had no right to run away. Only then did Han Si glance toward his blade and sense the creature's energy more clearly. The captive's aura was shockingly weak, so faint that even the miserable ghost from the well had carried far more power than this little thing. Even if Han Si killed the turtle-like Sansin right there, the spiritual power he gained from it would barely help restore his strength at all. Because of that, Han Si decided it was not worth the trouble. He suggested that Sori simply let the little creature go and release it back into the wild for now. Normally, Sansin tied to towering mountains or great rivers were supposed to be much stronger, carrying the natural force of the land or water they ruled. But every rule had its exceptions, and judging from the pitiful amount of energy coming from this one, it seemed this river had produced exactly that kind of rare and unimpressive exception. Just then, the turtle suddenly began thrashing around wildly, twisting its small body as it desperately tried to break free. Annoyed by all the struggling, Sori gave it a light smack on its hard little head. The instant she hit it, the captive dropped face first into the mud and went completely still, as though every bit of life had suddenly left its body. Sori immediately panicked. Her eyes widened in alarm, and for a moment, she seemed genuinely afraid that she had killed the turtle with that single careless blow. But a moment later, the turtle sprang back up like a released coil. Without wasting another second, it tried to launch itself toward its beloved river and escape. Before fleeing completely, however, the turtle snatched up a long stick from nearby. Holding it like a weapon, he declared that if someone made him angry enough, he was perfectly capable of hitting back too. Then he swung the stick with all the courage his tiny body could gather and smacked Sori squarely on the forehead, before immediately turning to flee into the thick grass. The turtle was absolutely certain that Sori would never be able to catch him on land. But within only a few seconds, even while moving as if she were barely trying, she had already caught up to him. Faced with that terrifying reality, the desperate fugitive realized he had no other choice. If he truly wanted to survive this, then he would have to use his secret combat technique. So the turtle suddenly unleashed a powerful stream of water straight into Sori's face, blasting her before she could grab him again. Using that brief opening, the turtle continued his frantic escape. He pushed himself forward as fast as his small body could manage, trying desperately to put distance between himself and the girl. But before he could get very far, Han Si stepped directly into his path. With one calm movement, he blocked the way and cut off the turtle's escape route. Naturally, the quick-thinking prisoner tried to rely on the same trick again. He prepared to spray Han Si with water, just as he had done to Sori. This time, however, Han Si pointed his fearsome blade straight at him. Then his eyes swept across the surrounding area and landed on scattered bones lying nearby, the remains of local fishermen who had disappeared. Realizing this turtle was likely the culprit behind those missing people, Han Si demanded to know exactly what he had been doing there. The turtle immediately broke down into bitter tears. He could not understand how this terrifying little human had seen through his tricks so quickly, and his confidence collapsed all at once. Han Si answered him with a chilling calm, making it clear exactly who he was. He told the trembling creature that he was the legendary Black Tiger. The moment the turtle heard that fearsome name, his body seemed to give out beneath him. He sank down into the mud, and his crying only grew louder and more pathetic. He could barely believe what was happening. Mr. Black Tiger himself had truly appeared before him, standing right there in the swamp. And if the Black Tiger had returned to this area, then the turtle was certain of only one thing. The mighty hunter must have come to claim his miserable little soul. But Han Sihi was not interested in killing him immediately. Instead, he wanted answers first, and he demanded to know exactly what this little creature had been hunting around the river. The turtle realized that Han Sihi had already figured out why the fishermen were too frightened to enter the river. Squirming awkwardly under his gaze, he tried to defend himself, insisting that he had his own good reasons for doing those things. Han Sihi shouted at him sharply, and the terrified Sanson instantly dropped to his knees, trembling as fear took over completely. Only then did the prisoner finally begin to explain himself. But his voice shook so badly that every sentence came out broken, heavy, and badly stuttered. That only made Han Sihi even more irritated. He demanded that the turtle stop stuttering and speak clearly, warning him that if he could not explain himself properly, he would not be treated gently. Forcing himself to sound as confident as he possibly could, the trembling turtle finally explained that he had done all of this because of Burr. But the moment Han Sihi heard that name, it meant nothing to him, because he had never heard of Burr before. As things finally became clear, Burr was not just some random creature hiding in the shallows. He was the local Sanson that had taken over this murky backwater of the river, and according to Conker's frightened explanation, Burr was the strongest spirit to be found anywhere in the nearby lands. Han Sihi had never once heard the name Burr before, but the more Conchar kept repeating it in that shaky, terrified voice, the more Han Sihi's patience wore thin, until the turtle's frantic rambling only made him feel even more annoyed. In Han Sihi's eyes, this timid little Sanson was quickly turning into nothing but a troublesome nuisance. Instead of calmly explaining what was going on, Conchar kept stammering, panicking, and making the whole situation even harder to understand. The moment Han Sihi fixed him with that cold, threatening glare, Conchar dropped flat against the ground again as if his bones had vanished. In his terrified imagination, the black tiger was already about to grab him by the shell and swallow him whole without a shred of mercy. But Han Sihi only spoke in an icy tone, making it clear that Conchar was far too pathetic and useless to be worth eating. Since the turtle's story had at least pointed him toward a possible lead, Han Sihi would spare the miserable creature's life for the time being. That small mercy, however, came with a very clear condition. Conchar had to stop trembling long enough to tell him exactly who this mysterious Burr was, and why a weak, cowardly little Sanson like him was hiding in a place like this. Conchar tried desperately to steady himself, drawing in his nerves as best he could. Then, for some bizarre reason, he decided the simplest way to explain the terrifying story was to sing it, as though putting it into a melody would make it easier to survive telling. And so, in that strange little song of his, Conchar began describing Burr. He sang of a beast with black, scaly hide, teeth sharp enough to tear through flesh, a long predator's snout, and bony spurs sticking out from the end of a powerful tail. According to Conker's dramatic tune, that villain had filled every living creature in the area with fear. Even the tiniest tadpoles supposedly trembled so badly that they did not dare blink carelessly whenever Burr was nearby. And it was not only the creatures beneath the water that had suffered under Burr's shadow. People had become easy prey for him as well, and Conchar insisted that he simply could not sit back and watch helplessly while they were led straight into those jaws. For reasons no one could properly explain, Sori started following along with Conker's odd little melody. Before long, the two of them were singing in rhythm and even moving together, as if this dangerous story had somehow transformed into a ridiculous roadside performance. Meanwhile, Han Sihi stood there listening to the noise, his expression growing colder by the second. At that point, he was already seriously wondering whether it would be simpler to eat this loud little singer and end the problem immediately. In the end, Han Sihi chose to give Conchar one last chance to be useful. With his voice rough and clearly running out of patience, he ordered the turtle to stop the embarrassing amateur performance and finally get to the point. Once Conker's explanation became a little clearer, one important fact stood out. The holes punched into the boats and the missing oars were not Burr's doing at all, but the work of this small turtle Sanson himself. Conchar quickly tried to defend himself, insisting that he had never done any of it out of spite or malice. In his mind, he had only been trying to keep people away from the river, stopping them before they could wander straight into Burr's waiting jaws. The whole disaster had begun roughly 3 years ago. At that time, Burr had merely been a wild beast that drifted into unfamiliar waters, but as time passed, he grew bigger, stronger, and more dangerous until he became something far worse than an ordinary animal. Han Sihi then cut straight to the question that mattered and asked where Burr could be found. But Conchar immediately grew alarmed again, warning him in a panic that confronting that monster would bring even the black tiger serious trouble. According to Conchar, that bastard Burr was not even frightened of the black tiger's name. As far as the trembling turtle knew, the monster was hiding somewhere deep beneath the river's surface, concealed below the dark water. Not long after that warning, Han Sihi's eyes caught something shifting across the river. A dark shape was moving with the current, drifting slowly over the water like a shadow sliding along the surface. But when Han Si-hee narrowed his eyes and looked more carefully, his expression changed. The fearsome burr that Conchar had been singing about looked, at least from above the water, like nothing more than an ordinary crocodile, no larger than a floating log. Conchar hurriedly insisted that what they were seeing on the surface was only a tiny part of the creature. Beneath the waterline, he claimed, Burr's true body was much larger, hidden below the murky river where they could not see it. At that very moment, Burr continued to drift closer to them. The river carried him along at a slow, steady pace, bringing that dark shape nearer with every quiet movement of the current. Han Si-hee then told Conchar to throw him closer to the predator. Once he was within reach of Burr, he said he would take care of everything himself, as if the rest of the danger no longer mattered. But Conchar was so terrified by the idea of getting anywhere near Burr that his strength almost left him completely. He nearly fainted right there, collapsing face first into the thick, sticky mud beneath him. As Han Si-hee studied the creature, he began remembering stories he had once heard about swamp beasts from distant lands, enormous lizard-shaped predators that lived in foreign waters. It was strange to find one here, but despite that, there was no mistaking the Sansin energy radiating from Burr. Around that same time, the boatman was off by himself, grumbling under his breath in bitter frustration. Another day had been completely wasted, and once he returned home, he was already certain his sharp-tongued wife would scold him without mercy. Just then, however, a group of royal guards approached him. Their presence immediately changed the mood, and one of them asked the old man how much he charged to ferry people across the river. The boatman answered right away that there was no point asking. His boat was broken and useless, and even worse, he did not have the strength, money, or proper means to repair it the way it needed. The guards' faces tightened with irritation at once. They complained that every boatman in this region seemed completely hopeless, and even farther downstream, the only boat they had found was already riddled with holes. Wanting to explain the strange situation in his own way, the old man offered to tell the soldiers what had happened through a song, as though that would make the story clearer. But the royal guards had absolutely no patience for that nonsense. His offer only made them more annoyed, and instead of listening, they decided to head upriver, hoping they might find at least one fishing boat that still worked. Before they left, one of the guards paused and turned back toward the old man. He asked whether the boatman had seen a man traveling together with a little girl pass through the area. The boatman hesitated for a brief moment, his expression tightening as he searched for an answer. Then he claimed that he could not remember seeing anyone like that. He insisted again that nothing like that came to mind at all. After all, hardly anyone ever traveled through these lands in the first place, so there should not have been much to remember. Disappointed by the old man's answer, the royal guards began moving away from him. Their plan was to continue the search farther along the upper river and see if the fugitives had gone that way. The old man stood there watching them leave, his shoulders still heavy with unease. And because he simply could not help himself, he began humming that sad little song of his once again. But in the next instant, one of the royal fighters suddenly turned back. He seized the boatman in a choking hold, yanked him close, and pressed the edge of a blade right against his throat. The guard had seen through the lie completely. Realizing the old man had tried to deceive them, he began questioning him in a harsh, threatening voice, tightening his grip as he demanded the truth. In the end, the terrified boatman could no longer keep pretending. Shaking under the blade, he admitted that a young man with a child had indeed passed through the area about half an hour earlier. The moment he confessed, the old man immediately began begging for his life. He insisted desperately that he had not meant to deceive the guards on purpose and had only spoken out of fear. Luckily for the boatman, other fishermen arrived just then, breaking the tension around him. They called out to their companion in a casual voice, inviting him to leave with them and go have a drink. The guard, still holding the boatman in place, shifted his gaze toward his commander. Without saying a word, he waited for the order that would tell him whether to release the old man or punish him. As soon as the commander gave the order to withdraw, the guard finally loosened his grip. He released the old man, shoved him away roughly, and left him alive and unharmed. Even so, before walking off, the guard left the boatman with a cold warning. If he opened his mouth carelessly about what had happened, then he and all of his friends would be killed for it. By that point, about half an hour had already passed since Han Si and Sori had gone through the area. Even so, the guards still believed there was a chance they could catch up to the fugitives. From what they could tell, the pair had not seemed to be moving with any real urgency. Their pace sounded relaxed enough that the guards assumed they could not have traveled very far yet. Of course, every guard present knew that a powerful Sansin was said to live somewhere within these waters. Because of that danger, they deliberately kept their distance from the river, avoiding the edge in case something went wrong. Meanwhile, out on the water, Conchar was still grumbling in misery. He could not understand why he, of all creatures, had to accompany Han Si straight toward what felt like certain death. Han Si answered that complaint by striking Conker's hard head with the handle of his sword. The blow was firm enough to shut him up, and Han Sihi sharply told the little turtle to stop wasting time with useless chatter. Besides, Han Sihi made one thing very clear. Unless they first discovered exactly what kind of enemy they were dealing with, there would be no way for him to help Conchar or solve the problem at all. At that exact moment, Sori's voice suddenly rang out from the riverbank, sharp and full of excitement. She called after Han Sihi, begging him to take her with them too, because she did not want to be left standing safely on shore while everyone else rowed out across the water. Han Sihi, however, answered her in a firm, no-nonsense tone. The river was far too dangerous for Sori to step into, so he told her to remain on land, watch over their belongings, and wait there where she would be out of harm's way. The second those words reached her ears, Sori's expression crumpled into pure frustration. Her small face tightened with anger, and before she could stop herself, the little girl burst out with a shocking string of rough curses that sounded far too vicious coming from someone so tiny. Conchar immediately realized exactly where Sori must have picked up such language. Slowly, the turtle turned his head toward Han Sihi and stared at him with a deeply accusing look, but the instant he voiced that suspicion, regret seemed to hit him almost at once. Trying to slip away from that awkward silence as fast as possible, Conchar hurriedly changed the topic. In a small, trembling voice, he asked Han Sihi whether he truly meant what he had said. If Conchar helped him, would he really be allowed to live? Han Sihi answered without even pausing to think, his voice calm, cold, and completely practical. In his eyes, eating one crocodile-like spirit with genuine power was worth far more than swallowing 100 weak, pathetic spirits like Conchar. Those words made Conchar fall silent for a moment, his frightened expression turning thoughtful. Then, from somewhere deep in his memory, an old scene seemed to surface, reminding him that long ago, Mr. Black Tiger had once made a very similar decision. Back then, Black Tiger had chosen not to eat him either. The moment Han Sihi heard that, his interest visibly sharpened, and he focused fully on Conchar, realizing that this little turtle had already encountered Black Tiger once before. At that point, Conchar suddenly decided that the best way to explain this old memory was, once again, through song. He opened his mouth with great seriousness, ready to sing the tale of the day he first met Black Tiger. But Han Sihi shut that down before the first note could even leave the turtle's mouth. He ordered Conchar to stay quiet, because there was no room for another song now, not when their terrifying opponent was already closing in on them. So as they drew nearer across the dark water, Han Sihi fixed his gaze straight ahead. He had made up his mind that he would finally see this so-called legendary burr with his own eyes, and judge the monster's true presence for himself. Once they had drifted close enough, Han Sihi carefully studied the creature before him. His eyes traced its shape and movements, trying to figure out what sort of strange beast it really was, and why something like this had ended up in these muddy waters. Conchar could hardly believe what he was seeing. To him, it suddenly seemed that Burr was not a Sansin at all, but only an ordinary animal, and only then did he understand why the creature had never replied whenever he had tried speaking to it kindly. But Han Sihi noticed something Conchar had missed. Even though the crocodile kept silent like a fish, its eyes and reactions showed that it understood their words, and that alone proved it was no simple beast. Whatever it looked like, Burr had to be a Sansin. There was more to it than that. Han Sihi could feel his magical weapon reacting in his hand, and the response running through the blade told him clearly that the creature ahead was not merely strong, it was dangerously powerful. As they edged closer, Han Sihi found himself wondering what name this strange creature truly carried. Sori had no real name of her own, but this crocodile seemed to have come from some faraway land, and wherever it had once lived, it must have possessed a name. Then Han Sihi's eyes met the predator's gaze. Those were not the dull, empty eyes of a mindless animal. They were sharp, cold, and calculating, as though the beast was silently measuring their distance, their movements, and every possible weakness. Because of that, Han Sihi told Conchar to swim even closer to the potential enemy. Just hearing the order was enough to make the little turtle freeze up, his whole body stiffening as fear trembled through him. Conchar whimpered as he forced himself to paddle forward, each movement more reluctant than the last. In his panic, he was convinced that even if the fearsome tiger did not kill him, the bloodthirsty Burr absolutely would, and he silently cursed his miserable fate for ever agreeing to help. At that moment, Han Sihi realized the beast was far craftier than it had first appeared. The instant it saw them drawing near, its body shifted with clear intent, showing that it was already preparing to launch a vicious attack on the intruders approaching its territory. Then, without the slightest warning, the crocodile disappeared beneath the surface. One moment its shape was visible in the water, and the next, it slipped down into the muddy depths as if the river itself had swallowed it whole. Conchar was clearly rattled by the sudden disappearance. For one brief, hopeful moment, he wondered if the monster had finally been frightened by the legendary power of Black Tiger and chosen to retreat rather than fight. But Han Sihi could sense the truth immediately. The predator had not run away at all. It had only gone underwater to set up a hidden ambush. So he ordered the terrified Conchar to stop right where he was and not move even a single inch. In that tense instant, Conchar lowered his gaze beneath the water's surface, desperate to spot the danger before it struck. He peered down into the murky depths, searching frantically for wherever the beast had hidden itself. And almost right away, he saw it. The crocodile was rising rapidly from below, slicing upward through the dark water and heading straight for the surface, its attack aimed directly at the terrified turtle. The moment Conchar noticed the surprise attack coming from beneath him, panic completely took over. He began spinning wildly in the water, paddling in every direction at once as he desperately tried to escape the deadly force rushing toward him. Han Sihi clenched his teeth in frustration. He had just told that fool not to move, but Conchar had let fear control him anyway, ruining the plan at the worst possible second. Because of Conker's sudden movement, Han Sihi was forced to react at the very last instant. He sprang off the turtle's shell, and in that narrow slice of time, both he and Conchar barely slipped out of the path of the crocodile's explosive charge. Even from that unstable position, Han Sihi's instincts as a warrior stayed razor-sharp. He noticed that the predator had exposed a weak point during its attack, and if he moved fast enough, he could still turn the beast's own charge against it. So Han Sihi struck back in a flash. The next moment, he and the crocodile crashed down beneath the river's surface together, vanishing into the churning water as their fierce struggle continued deep below. But almost immediately, Han Sihi felt that his strike had failed to land with the power he wanted. The enemy's hide was far thicker and tougher than he had expected, dulling the force of the blow and making it much less effective. If Conchar had not jerked away in terror like he had been stung, Han Sihi might have been able to defeat the monster with that very first strike. Even so, he could not fully blame the turtle for panicking, because anyone in Conker's place would have been just as terrified. Still, this made one thing painfully clear. Conchar could no longer serve as a living boat. At the same time, Han Sihi stretched out his senses to locate the wounded Burr, but it did not feel as though the creature had simply fled after being hurt. More likely, it was circling around and preparing another dirty attack. Then, as the danger closed in once more, Han Sihi shouted a warning at the top of his lungs. Burr was coming back, and another attack was already underway. Sure enough, the predator came surging through the water with its ragged jaws spread wide. Its target was Conchar, and it was trying to swallow the turtle whole in one brutal, merciless bite. A heartbeat later, the terrified turtle was already caught between those powerful teeth. The crocodile's jaws snapped down hard, and its fangs dug deep into Conker's sturdy shell with crushing force. Then the crocodile began to spin through the water, twisting its massive body over and over. With ruthless strength, it dragged its trapped prey downward, pulling Conchar toward the darkest bottom of the river. Han Sihi understood the predator's strategy at once. If Burr was going after Conchar first, then it had chosen to open the fight by removing the easiest, weakest, and most defenseless target from the battlefield. So Han Sihi forced his way forward through the water and chased after the monster. He struck again and again with heavy blows, trying to make the beast release Conchar before those jaws could crush him completely. At last, one powerful strike slammed directly against the crocodile's head. The impact was strong enough to rattle the monster and force its jaws open, making it spit the unlucky Conchar back out into the water. By then, Conchar felt as though his painful death had already wrapped itself around him. He could not understand why he had struggled so desperately to survive all this time, only for fate to drag him straight back into the jaws of that monster. Meanwhile, the crocodile itself remained almost completely unharmed. It moved slowly through the murky water around Han Sihi, circling him with patience, watching carefully for the perfect opening to deliver its decisive strike. Han Sihi knew the situation was bad. In the middle of the river, with nothing solid beneath his feet and nothing stable to grab onto, he could not properly catch or overpower a slippery monster like this. Even worse, the beast showed no fear whatsoever toward Black Tiger's legendary power. Instead of backing away, it swam straight toward Han Sihi with confidence, as though it was ready to meet him head-on in the final clash. Since nothing seemed capable of frightening the creature, Han Sihi made his decision. If this predator believed it ruled the water, then he would fight it right here, inside the very element where it felt strongest. In the next instant, Han Sihi spotted his opening and moved without hesitation. He drove his sharp blade into the crocodile, striking directly into the softer flesh of its exposed belly. The wounded beast let out a cry of pain as its body twisted violently from the blow. Then it tried to pull away through the water, desperate to retreat somewhere safe and tend to its injuries. From the riverbank, Sori watched the intense battle unfold with shining, fascinated eyes. To her, the whole scene looked like an epic duel between two powerful warriors tearing through the river in a storm of splashing water. But then, All at once, Sori sensed something sinister approaching from the land behind her. The feeling crept up suddenly, cutting through her excitement and making the danger shift from the river to the shore. Reacting with quick instincts, the little girl immediately fled from the exposed riverbank. She ducked low, slipped into the tall reeds, and crouched down in hiding as the dense grass closed around her small body. When Han Sihi finally burst back up through the river's surface and sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes swept immediately across the muddy water around him. But the treacherous burr had vanished without a trace, and in that single, tense moment, Han Sihi realized he had completely lost sight of the monster. He had aimed his attack straight into Burr's torn, gaping mouth, trying to drive the blade in deep enough to finish the creature once and for all. But even though the strike had been clean, the edge still had not managed to cause any serious damage through that beast's thick, stubborn hide. Worse than that, Conchar had disappeared as well. Han Sihi's gaze sharpened with concern as he searched the water, wondering if the poor turtle had finally succumbed to all the wounds he had taken. And then, as his eyes shifted toward the shore, he noticed something even more troubling. Sori was nowhere to be seen. Right at that moment, harsh, unfamiliar voices suddenly rang out from the riverbank. Their tone was sharp and threatening as they ordered Han Sihi to climb out of the water at once. On the shore stood a group of people dressed in black and red robes, their cold eyes locked directly onto him. From the way they had gathered and surrounded the riverbank, it was obvious they had come looking for him with something serious in mind. Han Sihi recognized the danger almost immediately. These warriors clearly belonged to the same faction as the man he had killed back at the inn, which meant they had probably been following his trail for quite some time, tracking the fugitives step by step until they finally caught up. He could not afford to simply stay floating in the river. He still had no idea where the wounded monster had gone, and even more importantly, he could not leave this place until he found Sori and confirmed she was safe. Of course, Han Sihi could have rushed straight into open combat, while the powerful energy of Black Tiger still remained in his blade. But he did not yet know what these unfamiliar enemies were capable of, and charging in blindly without understanding them could easily become a reckless mistake. For the moment, the smarter choice was to test the situation and find out what they really wanted. Fortunately for him, these people did not seem to realize that he had just been fighting a deadly battle against the powerful burr beneath the river's surface. At that same moment, the leader quietly gave an order to his subordinate. The instant Han Sihi stepped out of the water, he was to be struck down, but the leader made it clear that Han Sihi was not to be killed, only disabled enough to be questioned. At last, Han Sihi reached the shallows and rose to his feet, water pouring from his soaked clothes and dripping back into the river. With his sword still gripped in his hand, he calmly asked what these suspicious strangers wanted to discuss with him. The leader did not answer properly at first. Instead, he let out a contemptuous laugh, looking at Han Sihi as if the drenched man before him was some amusing spectacle. Seeing Han Sihi standing there soaked from head to toe, still holding his sword as river water streamed off him, the commander seemed to find the sight almost ridiculous. He asked what Han Sihi had been doing in such a filthy river, but Han Sihi had no intention of telling the truth to hostile strangers. Then the leader finally stopped dancing around the subject. His expression hardened, and he asked directly where the girl they were chasing had gone. Han Sihi immediately put on the most innocent, confused expression he could manage. In a polite and almost harmless tone, he suggested that if they were searching for something strange, they might be better off asking the local shamans, because he had no idea why they expected him to know anything about it. The man then wondered aloud whether hiding the girl had perhaps been a personal order from some elder with a title that sounded like uncle. Han Sihi calmly dodged the meaning behind the question, saying his father had been an only child, while continuing to pretend he had no idea what they were truly asking. Since Han Sihi refused to give them anything useful, the pursuers had very little room left to play along. The leader even acted generous for a moment, saying that he would show Han Sihi their official documents. Han Sihi's attention sharpened the instant he heard that. The words sounded proper enough on the surface, but something about the situation felt wrong, as though a far more sinister intention was hiding behind that polite excuse. Even so, one of the subordinates really did step forward. He held a folded sheet of paper in his hand, presenting it in a way that made it look as if he were about to show Han Sihi official proof. But when the paper came close, it pressed awkwardly against Han Sihi's soaked body. Because river water was still dripping from him, the sheet clung to his wet clothes instead of being properly displayed. In that very same instant, the man's true intention revealed itself. He drew his combat blade without warning and launched a sudden strike, trying to cut Han Sihi down while he was supposedly distracted by the paper. But even with his eyes nearly closed, Han Sihi sensed the betrayal clearly. He slipped away from the treacherous attack with ease, springing to the side before the blade could so much as touch him. That single movement was enough to confirm their suspicion. This was definitely the same man from the inn, the one who had killed their comrade. The leader calmly told his subordinate that there was no need to treat such an experienced fighter with any special courtesy. Han Sihe was clearly strong and skilled enough that a fair one-on-one fight would not be resolved easily. No matter how they approached him, defeating him cleanly would be difficult. So the commander suggested they attack together and bring the matter to an end quickly. But the subordinate refused to step back. He wanted to face this mysterious man alone and prove his own strength with his blade. The others laughed among themselves, realizing their companion had finally found an opponent worth taking seriously. Han Sihe could already see the dangerous confidence burning in the man's eyes, and it did nothing to settle his nerves. The real issue was not simply whether the enemy was strong, but that Han Sihe still had not decided exactly how he should deal with him. For the last 3 years, Han Sihe had mostly fought spirits rather than humans. Without freely relying on the overwhelming power of Black Tiger, he was not completely sure how well he could handle a skilled human opponent. Even so, the fight began immediately, and he moved sharply, deflecting the swift attacks rushing toward him. When the next strike came slicing toward him, Han Sihe had no choice but to leap backward instead of meeting it head-on. That reaction alone was enough to surprise the experienced fighter pressuring him. Han Sihe managed to avoid each deadly attack, but he understood the situation very clearly. Without drawing fully on Black Tiger's inner strength, he could not secure a decisive victory against an enemy like this. For now, all he could do was keep moving and make it appear as though he was fighting with everything he had left. But in that dangerous moment, the man was so completely focused on his duel with Han Sihe that he failed to notice the sinister Sanson slipping silently out from the water behind him. His comrades shouted in alarm, trying desperately to warn him of the danger at his back. But their cries arrived a heartbeat too late, because the monster had already opened its massive jaws, ready to swallow him whole. Then, right before everyone's eyes, Burr lunged forward and began savagely mauling the unfortunate man. Its jaws clamped down with brutal force as it tried to drag him back toward the deep water. Han Sihe was genuinely stunned by what he had just witnessed. That powerful spirit had completely hidden its dark presence while lurking beneath the surface, and if Han Sihe had still been in the water, he might have been caught by the same sudden attack. Even so, this sudden turn of events created an excellent opening. Now that the monster had come out of its own element, Han Sihe could attack it with much less risk. The only problem was that he did not want these unfamiliar enemies to witness the true power of the legendary Black Tiger. At that moment, Burr suddenly spoke. Strange words spilled from the crocodile's mouth in a language Han Sihe did not recognize at all. Han Sihe had no idea what the creature was trying to say, because the words clearly belonged to some other dialect. Still, a bad feeling crept over him, and he suspected the predator might have developed a taste for human prey. Then Han Sihe saw Burr's attention shift. The crocodile's cold eyes turned toward him, settling on him with an unsettling intensity that made the air feel even heavier. All Han Sihe could do was hope these scum misunderstood what they were seeing. If they mistook him for some kind of dark sorcerer capable of commanding spirits, that misunderstanding might work in his favor. So when Burr seemed to rush in his direction, Han Sihe tightened his grip around the sword. He prepared himself to cut the monster down with a single powerful slash the moment it came within reach. But to his surprise, Burr did not attack him at all. The crocodile charged right past Han Sihe, ignoring him completely and heading straight for the remaining pursuers gathered on the shore. Han Sihe immediately reconsidered what the beast was trying to do. It seemed Burr had chosen to begin its feast with an easier snack first, and for a moment, Han Sihe almost thought the monster's mind was much simpler and more primitive than its earlier movements had suggested. But just as the beast was about to devour the next man, that pursuer reacted quickly. He reached down and untied the scarlet belt wrapped around his waist. Then he held the red cloth out directly in front of Burr, presenting it to the crocodile, even while the monster looked ready to swallow him without leaving the slightest trace behind. At that very moment, Burr suddenly calmed down. Its killing intent faded as if the sight of the cloth had stopped it in place, and the man explained that they had not come here to fight the mighty spirit. With a respectful tone, he asked the crocodile to step aside and refrain from interfering with the important mission they had come to carry out. For a brief while, Burr looked the man over carefully, then shifted its gaze toward the rest of his comrades. One after another, they had begun loosening their own clothing and revealing the same red scarves. In the end, Burr turned away from the humans with cold indifference. Without attacking them any further, the beast calmly made its way back toward the waters it called home. Everyone there was shaken by the bizarre sight. None of them could easily explain why such a mighty Sanson had suddenly changed its behavior the moment it saw that red fabric. The pursuers, however, were relieved, and even pleased, that the dangerous monster would no longer stand in their way. Now they could focus again on defeating the man who had taken their valuable girl. But just then, Burr slowly passed by Han Sihe once more. Its massive body moved close enough to him that the tension in the air rose all over again, as if the danger had not truly ended at all. As Burr's huge body slid past Han Si, the creature's cold eyes shifted away from him and swept toward the riverbank. Its gaze moved slowly over the shore, searching through the reeds, until those sharp predator eyes fixed on the tiny figure hiding deep inside the tall grass. Han Si understood what that stare meant in an instant. Burr was no longer drifting around without purpose. The monster had found Sori, and now its attention was locked directly onto the defenseless little girl. Han Si did not waste even a single heartbeat. He shouted as loudly as he could, his voice tearing across the riverbank as he ordered Sori to run immediately before the beast could close the distance and reach her. At that same moment, the pursuers finally realized who the small girl hiding in the reeds really was. That child was the legendary Huimori, the very target they had been chasing all this time. The enemies froze in shock, staring toward the reeds with disbelief. They could not understand why she was there, or how long she had been concealed in the thick bushes, quietly watching everything from the shadows. But there was an even more urgent thought pressing down on them. If Huimori was killed here and now beneath the monster's fangs, then the entire mission would collapse, and that failure would land directly on their shoulders. Han Si knew with painful clarity that his reaction had come too late, all because those fools had distracted him at the worst possible time. And with the muddy swamp gripping at his legs, every step forward became a desperate struggle through sinking, sticky ground. Then Burr's torn crocodile jaws rushed within less than a meter of the frightened girl. In that horrible instant, Han Si felt his heart drop, because for one breathless moment, it looked as though everything was already over. But Sori, furious that such a shameless predator would dare lunge at her, did not simply freeze and wait to be eaten. She struck back with her icy power, sending that cold force straight into the reptile's body. After that, Sori revealed her true Sansan form and attacked the vile crocodile with frightening strength. She lashed out at the beast, even mocking that thin, strange tail of its that looked almost like a young bean sprout. Before long, the half-dead and scorched Burr came crashing down heavily at Han Si's feet. Han Si stared at the fallen monster in complete silence, so stunned by what had just happened that he could not even decide how he was supposed to react. But Han Si forced himself to push that shock aside and focus on what mattered most right now. Whatever needed to be said to Sori could wait until after the immediate danger in front of them was dealt with. Soon after, Han Si absorbed the dying crocodile's memories, allowing the final broken fragments of Burr's past to flow into him like dark images rising from the river. Inside those visions, Han Si saw that someone had kept the predator locked away for a long time. Burr had been trapped inside a cramped cage, confined so tightly that freedom must have felt completely out of reach. Then the images became even crueler. Someone had brutally tortured Burr, breaking the creature down again and again until it could do nothing but obey the orders forced onto it from above. The command given to Burr had been simple, ruthless, and horrifying. It was to destroy every living thing in the river except humans, and once the waterway had been emptied of life, the place would become Burr's permanent refuge and hunting ground. Han Si was genuinely shaken by what he saw. Who would intentionally release such a predator into what should have been a peaceful river? It was hard enough to imagine the cruelty behind it, but the larger question remained. Who could possibly gain anything from doing this? A darker suspicion began to rise in Han Si's mind. Maybe this entire disaster was not random at all, and perhaps it was somehow connected to the same people who had come to steal the soul of an innocent girl. Meanwhile, the pursuers had already pulled themselves back to a safer distance. They stared at the scene before them in stunned disbelief, still trying to process what they had just witnessed with their own eyes. But their captain quickly snapped them out of that daze. He barked at them not to stand around wasting time, ordering them to call the remaining men over and prepare their combat bows for a long-range attack. Han Si was naturally curious about who these mysterious people really were. More than that, he wanted to know why they were so determined to chase after Sori, no matter what stood in their way. Even so, keeping his own true identity hidden came first. For now, unless he had absolutely no other choice, Han Si decided he would not step directly into the wolf's den and expose himself to unnecessary danger. After that, Han Si carefully made his way over to Sori. She was still crouched low among the wet grass, her small body tense and tucked into the reeds after everything that had just unfolded. Sori desperately hoped those evil people would finally give up and leave them alone. But across the riverbank, the enemies were already gathering themselves again, preparing for a decisive attack. Han Si could not help but feel surprised by the sight. Sori had just defeated a massive monster with terrifying ease, and yet the presence of a few ragged humans was still enough to make her tremble. Still, Han Si understood the truth of the situation. Whether they looked like monsters or not, those people were dangerous, and he and Sori needed to retreat from this place as quickly as possible. He could have attacked the enemies again while the precious power of Black Tiger still remained within him. But choosing that path carried too many risks, especially with so many unknowns still surrounding them. So instead, Han Si-hee told Sori that they would escape by riding the righteous turtle. With Conker's help, they could make a quick retreat before the enemies had a chance to close in. At that moment, the royal guards finally finished preparing their long-range bows. Before they could release their arrows, Han Si-hee placed Sori onto his palm and threw her deep into the river, aiming for the spot where faithful Conchar had sunk beneath the surface. Then Han Si-hee immediately chased after her without hesitation. He ran straight into the water and plunged beneath the surface, diving down toward the riverbed as the muddy current closed over him. The mercenaries were furious, unable to understand where their important targets had suddenly gone. They decided that the instant Han Si-hee and Sori showed themselves on the surface, they would fire without delay. But to their shock, the fugitives seemed to vanish completely, leaving almost no ripple behind. For a brief moment, it looked as if Han Si-hee and Sori had simply drowned and disappeared into the muddy depths. Then, barely a moment later, the two of them suddenly appeared on the far side of the river, emerging where the pursuers had not expected them at all. During that entire crossing, neither traveler had surfaced even once to breathe. Even more unbelievable, they had moved through the water far faster than any ordinary person could have managed. Han Si-hee knew the enemies did not have any suitable boats nearby. That meant the river had given him and Sori exactly what they needed, precious time to finally shake off those annoying pursuers. And of course, Han Si-hee sincerely thanked faithful Conchar. The little turtle had carried them quietly beneath the surface, guiding them underwater until they reached the safer side without being seen. But Conchar was the one who felt truly grateful. He thanked Han Si-hee for generously choosing not to eat him, and also for dealing with the bloodthirsty burr that had tormented the river. Han Si-hee calmly accepted the turtle's heartfelt thanks with a small nod. Then he turned his attention back toward the road ahead, ready to continue the journey without lingering any longer. But just as Han Si-hee and Sori were about to leave the riverbank behind, Conchar called out to them again, asking Han Si-hee to wait just a little longer. The moment Sori heard Conker's voice, her face brightened with pure delight. In her mind, this could only mean one thing. Maybe she would get to ride the funny turtle one more time. But when Han Si-hee firmly forbade her from doing that, Sori immediately puffed up with anger. To her, it looked as if Han Si-hee was trying to ride Conchar all by himself while refusing to let her join in. At that moment, Conchar tossed something onto the riverbank. Han Si-hee looked down at the object and recognized it instantly. It was the white bundle he had lost earlier. Conchar had picked it up not long ago, finding it down at the bottom of the river during the fierce battle with Burr, when everything had been chaotic beneath the water. After thanking Conchar for recovering it, Han Si-hee decided to ask him about Black Tiger. He wanted to know more about the powerful being Conchar had apparently met in this very region. What Han Si-hee truly wanted to understand was why the former legendary Black Tiger had not simply absorbed Conchar completely back then, despite having the power to do so. Conchar explained that Black Tiger had seen no real reason to kill him. To a mighty hunter of that level, a weak little turtle like him was hardly worth treating as proper prey. Of course, Conchar found it strange that Han Si-hee did not remember this at all. After all, according to the turtle, Han Si-hee himself had apparently explained the exact same thing the last time they met. Without offering any further explanation, Han Si-hee and Sori calmly said their goodbyes to the grateful turtle. Then the two of them slowly left the dangerous riverbank behind and continued on their way. Conchar watched them go with warmth spreading through his heart. As their figures moved farther away, he quietly dreamed that someday he might meet the magnificent Black Tiger again. But then Han Si-hee's harsh warning echoed back through Conker's memory. The mighty beast would no longer appear on these shores, and if fate ever brought Han Si-hee back to this river, Conchar would be much better off hiding deep beneath the surface, where it was safe. At that very moment, as the night deepened and thick shadows spread across the dark forest beyond the river, a small figure suddenly burst through the undergrowth. Branches snapped, leaves scattered, and she forced her way forward in frantic haste, as if something terrible was right behind her. The young girl ran with every bit of strength her body could gather, breathing hard as she clutched a horrifying burden tight against her chest. In her arms was a human leg, one that had once belonged to an evil Sansen. Behind her, the monster continued the chase without slowing for even a moment. Step by step, it closed the distance, driven by one furious desire to take back the stolen piece of its own body. Then, without warning, the girl's foot slipped in the darkness. The ground seemed to disappear beneath her, and before she could even realize there was a cliff ahead, her body pitched forward and tumbled down the slope. A sharp burst of pain tore through her from the fall, leaving her body aching all over. But even after crashing down like that, the young warrior somehow managed to stay conscious. The first thing she did was not check herself, but the precious burden in her arms. When she saw that the leg was still with her, relief flooded through her chest so powerfully that it almost escaped as a sob. Still trembling with fear, she quickly scanned the dark surroundings, her eyes darting from one shadow to the next. Then she hurried behind a large boulder and pressed herself close to it, hiding her small body as best she could. The Sansan was still out there, hunting for her through the night. In her despair, the girl began praying to every god she could think of, tears running down her cheeks as she begged heaven to protect her and save her beloved mother. When she finally raised her tear-blurred eyes, her entire body froze. Right in front of her, close enough to startle the breath from her chest, was a face she did not recognize. A scream almost burst out of her throat, but at the very last second, she forced it down. She was too afraid that even one careless sound would guide her terrifying pursuer straight to where they were hiding. After quickly introducing herself, the girl turned her frightened attention toward the stranger in front of her. Then she asked what Sori was doing in such a dangerous place at this hour of the night. Sori answered her in a strangely calm voice, as if being chased through the dark forest was not especially shocking. She explained that some people had been following behind her, pursuing her step after step. The moment she heard that, the girl immediately reached her own conclusion. In her mind, Sori must have been running away from evil spirits too, just like she was. Sori, however, acted as though none of this frightened her very much. Quietly, she leaned out from behind the stone and peeked into the darkness, wanting to see for herself who was chasing this unfortunate girl. By then, Han Si-hee had already dealt with the sinister Sansan lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the young girl continued whispering to Sori, explaining that they had to stay hidden because deadly danger was still close. As they spoke, it turned out that Sori's home was somewhere to the east. Coincidentally, that was the same direction where the peasant girl's own family lived. Before long, curiosity began to stir in the girl's mind. She could not help wondering what kind of trouble had brought her new companion into the forest so late at night. Sori admitted calmly that she had simply gotten lost. That answer struck the girl deeply, because even though Sori was wandering through a foreign land with no clear path home, she was not crying, panicking, or falling apart. Instead, she carried herself with an astonishing kind of calm. That quiet courage seemed to give the young peasant girl strength. After all, she knew the road back to her own village, so how could she allow herself to be weaker than someone who did not even know where she was? Her decision came almost immediately. She would take Sori back with her and give the girl a safe place to rest, at least until the danger around them had passed. At that moment, Sori noticed Han Si-hee moving nearby in the darkness. His figure wandered quietly among the trees, slipping through the night, as if he had been keeping close watch all along. With a small motion of her hand, Sori pointed out the shelter to him. It was a quiet little gesture, almost like she was silently telling Han Si-hee to come along with them. And so, the two newly made friends started moving through the thick forest together, heading toward the village where the kind-hearted young girl lived. Now that the immediate danger had passed, they no longer had to crawl low against the ground or sneak forward in terror. They could finally walk upright between the trees, even though the night around them still felt heavy, cold, and dark. It was only then, as they continued along the path, that Sori noticed the strange object her new friend was carrying so carefully in her hands. The peasant girl did not try to hide the truth from her. With her voice trembling, she began telling Sori the heartbreaking story. Her mother was terribly ill, and the night before, a mountain spirit had appeared to her in a dream. In that mysterious vision, the spirit had revealed the path to a medicine that could save her mother. To make it, she had to dig up a dead man, cut off his leg, boil it into a potion, and feed it to the patient so the sickness would leave her body. Sori listened in complete horror. For one stunned moment, she could only stare at her companion, wondering if this girl might actually be a cannibal who ate human flesh. But the girl broke down into bitter tears and hurried to explain the truth. She said she was prepared to accept divine punishment for what she had done, as long as it meant her mother could recover. After her father died, her mother had used every last bit of strength she had to raise her only daughter. Now, the girl believed it was her turn to protect her own blood. For the sake of her mother's life, she was willing to sacrifice anything, even while knowing that what she had done was terribly sinful. Suddenly, the peasant girl stopped walking. Her feet froze in place, and she stared ahead as the road home seemed to vanish into the thick darkness of the night. According to her memory, there should have been a wooden bridge right in front of them. But instead, there was only unfamiliar darkness stretching ahead, making it clear that she must have taken a wrong turn somewhere along the way. Something loomed faintly behind the trees, hidden in the shadows. But with the night so thick around them, it was impossible to tell what that shape actually was. Shame gripped the girl so tightly it felt like an iron hand around her chest. She struck her own chest with her fist, blaming herself for acting so confidently, yet she still could not bring herself to admit to Sori that they were lost. When she finally turned back toward her friend, horror rushed through her body. Sori was gone, and the space beside her was completely empty. Panic immediately squeezed the young peasant girl's heart. Her first terrible thought was that the ghost or monster chasing them had finally seized Sori and dragged her away into the darkness. Being alone in the night forest suddenly felt even more terrifying than before. Then, from somewhere deep within the thicket, an ominous rattling sound drifted through the dark. Her mother's old warnings rose sharply in her memory. Jackals lived in these mountains, and under the cover of night, they were known to attack people who wandered too far into their territory. Every instinct in her body screamed at her to run before it was too late. But she could not bring herself to leave, because before anything else, she had to find her missing friend. To her enormous relief, Sori soon appeared nearby as if nothing serious had happened at all. As it turned out, she had simply stepped away for a moment to relieve herself. The girl immediately began apologizing for leading them away from the proper road. She suggested that they return to a place she recognized and search for the correct path again, warning Sori that they needed to hurry because dangerous predators roamed this area. The young peasant girl had no idea that while Sori had pretended to go somewhere private, she had actually been quietly and methodically dealing with every predator lurking nearby, clearing the surrounding path for them without making a fuss. As they continued walking through the dark, the peasant girl tried to learn a little more about her new friend. But when she asked about Sori's home and family, the answers quickly made the air between them feel awkward and heavy. Once she realized that Sori had no shelter and no parents waiting for her, the girl hurriedly changed the subject. She did not want to carelessly press on what might have been an old and painful wound. Just then, her eyes caught sight of a familiar shape up ahead. At last, they had found the wooden bridge she had been looking for, and once they crossed it, her home would finally be close. Still, crossing would not be simple. After the recent rains, the current beneath the bridge had grown much stronger, and even a grown adult could be swept away if they slipped into the rushing water. The girl had crossed this bridge many times before, but that did not make it easy. Every time she saw those slippery logs stretching over the roaring current, a nervous tightness rose in her chest. She decided that she would go first and look for a rope to help Sori cross safely. But to her complete amazement, Sori rushed ahead without even a flicker of fear, running straight across the slick logs as if the danger meant nothing. The sudden sight frightened the peasant girl so badly that her hands loosened before she could stop herself. The precious leg she had worked so desperately to obtain slipped out of her grasp. The ominous trophy dropped into the roaring water below with a heavy splash. In the next moment, the churning current seized it without mercy and swept it away down the ruthless river. Once the girl finally made it across the river and reached the opposite bank without being swept away, Sori turned her eyes back toward the water, and what she saw made her blood run cold. The human limb the girl had fought so desperately to protect was no longer in her arms. It had vanished into the rushing current, swallowed completely by the dark river. The girl collapsed emotionally the moment she realized what had happened, tears bursting from her eyes as guilt and panic poured out of her at once. She sobbed that it was all because of her own carelessness, because that horrifying thing had been shown to her by the mountain spirit as the one and only medicine that might still save her dying mother. But even after listening to the girl's desperate explanation, Sori still struggled to make sense of it. No matter how earnestly the girl insisted, and no matter how serious her trembling voice sounded, Sori simply could not bring herself to believe that a human leg could ever truly be used as medicine. For a little while, the girl kept trying to defend what she had seen, speaking through her tears as she clung to the words from that strange vision. But eventually, her strength drained away, her voice grew small, and she admitted that maybe she really had lost her mind for believing something so terrifying in the first place. At that point, it hardly mattered whether the figure had been a ghost, a mountain spirit, or some other unknown being hiding in the mountains. More than anything, it seemed likely that the whole vision had been nothing but an illusion created by the girl's desperate, aching wish to save her mother. Still wiping at her tears, the girl softly asked Sori to keep walking with her and let her lead the way toward the village. And as the two of them continued forward through the deep darkness, the girl began opening up to Sori, telling her the painful story of what had happened to her family. Her father, she explained, had died after catching a cold. In the beginning, it had only been a faint cough, the kind of small symptom that seemed easy to ignore. But he kept forcing himself to work without taking any proper rest, and little by little, that harmless cough worsened until it became deadly pneumonia. If he had been able to take medicine and give his exhausted body enough time to heal, perhaps he might have lived. But for their family, that kind of care was never something they could afford, especially after the crops failed and their land left them with almost nothing to survive on. The village elders had begun whispering that the earth spirits were furious with humans because of the sins they had committed. And in the middle of all that suffering, the girl's wishes had been painfully simple. She only wanted to give her mother some meat to eat, and somehow find real medicine that could help her recover. As the girl spoke, Sori quietly reached out and handed her a small bundle, offering it without making a grand gesture, as if she simply wanted to help in whatever small way she possibly could. But before the girl even had a chance to understand what Sori had placed in her hands, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from somewhere in the distance. It was her mother, calling for her anxiously through the darkness. Her mother had been wandering through the forest the entire night, searching frantically with fear in every step, completely unaware of where her only daughter could have disappeared to. The woman rushed toward her daughter in a panic and explained how terrified she had been the moment she woke up and realized the child who should have been beside her was suddenly gone. The girl could only bow her head and apologize over and over, saying she had only wanted to do something that might help her mother. But the truly astonishing part was standing right in front of them. The sick woman was on her own 2 feet, upright and moving. Something strange, something undeniable, had clearly changed in her condition. The mother then explained that the night before, after discovering her daughter had vanished, she had forced herself out of the house to search for her, unable to understand where the girl could possibly have gone at such a dangerous hour. And then, while she was moving through the darkness, a man suddenly appeared before her and spoke her child's name, as if he had been looking for that very girl. At first, the woman was so frightened by his sudden appearance that she thought he must be the Reaper of Death himself, finally coming to take her soul away. But the stranger calmly explained that he had been following the girl's trail, and he asked the woman to pass along a message for him. He said he would wait for the girl to come back. That was when the stranger noticed the woman's own condition. Her cough was rough and alarming, each breath sounding painfully strained, as if something deep inside her chest was scraping every time she tried to breathe. Seeing that, the mysterious healer decided he could not simply turn away and leave her suffering, so he offered to treat her right there. The widow was hesitant at first. Holding out her wrist to an unfamiliar man in the middle of the night felt frightening, improper, and difficult for her to accept. But the man dressed in dark robes spoke with such calm certainty that it became clear he truly possessed the skill to lessen her pain and help her breathe more easily. After performing several careful acupuncture treatments, the tightness in the woman's breathing gradually began to loosen. The heavy pain that had been pressing down on her body slowly faded, as if a weight had finally been lifted from her chest. For the first time in what felt like ages, she found that she could walk without every step punishing her, and without every single breath bringing fresh pain. Before leaving, the healer told her that she needed proper nourishment. He advised her to buy meat if she was able to, and to cook warm, nutritious porridge so her weakened body could recover its strength. And to make sure she could actually do that, he even placed some money in her hands for the time being. Only after giving her that help did he prepare to take his leave. He understood very well that it would not be proper for a man to linger too long inside a widow's home, especially in the middle of the night when people could easily misunderstand. Han Si left without giving the woman a real chance to thank him. He only told her to return indoors, warning that the cold night wind would do no good for someone in her condition. She needed to stay home and wait calmly, because her daughter would surely come back safe and unharmed. After speaking those reassuring words, the mysterious savior disappeared back into the night. And from that moment on, the woman truly felt her body beginning to recover. Once the mother finished telling the whole story, she turned her attention back to her daughter and asked what could possibly have driven her to wander into such a dangerous forest in the middle of the night. The girl quickly tried to introduce the kind friend she had met along the road. But when she turned around to point Sori out, she realized Sori had already slipped away somewhere while mother and daughter had been talking. Just then, the mother's eyes lowered and landed on the small bundle that had been left behind on the ground. When she opened it and saw what was tucked inside, the woman was so shocked she nearly fainted on the spot. Resting inside the bundle was wild ginseng, a treasure like that could be sold for as much as 200 coins. It was an incredibly rare and precious medicine, something so valuable that a poor family like theirs could normally never even dream of obtaining it. The moment the girl heard just how valuable Sori's gift was, she spun around and ran back toward the forest, desperately trying to catch up with the generous friend who had helped them so quietly. When she finally caught sight of Sori up ahead, the girl shouted after her and asked where she was going. Her voice was full of urgency as she begged Sori to stay with them, even if it was only for a short while. But Sori only looked back with that strange, mysterious smile of hers and gently answered that she also had a home she needed to return to. Then, with a single light leap, Sori crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, moving as if her body were gliding over the earth rather than touching the ground at all. Only after seeing that impossible movement did the girl finally understand who she had truly met. Sori was a kind Sansan. With all the gratitude in her heart, the girl thanked her for saving them and promised that from that day on, she would live as a righteous person. After that, as if the night had not been filled with anything extraordinary at all, the girl returned to her mother's side. Together, the two of them headed back home beneath the sky glittering with stars. Before long, Sori found Han Si again. He was resting beneath a wide, spreading tree, his body still and his eyes half closed as he dozed lightly in the darkness. Han Si's voice was clearly displeased as he scolded his companion, reminding Sori that their enemies were still on their trail. Yet instead of putting distance between themselves and danger, they had been circling around the same area, practically giving their pursuers a chance to catch up. Han Si-hee decided they could not waste even a little more time. They had delayed long enough, and now they needed to resume their journey immediately before danger closed in any further. Of course, Han Si-hee also noticed that his precious ginseng had suddenly disappeared and asked where it had gone. Sori could not bring herself to admit the good deed she had done, so she gave an awkward lie instead, claiming she must have dropped it somewhere along the road. Later on, when the travelers had stopped deep within the forest for a brief rest, Han Si-hee suddenly heard Black Tiger's voice resounding inside his mind. The ominous Anson's tone was cold and condemning as he told Han Si-hee that he clearly still did not understand just how serious his situation truly was. Black Tiger reminded him that when the girl defeated Burr, Han Si-hee had already been given a chance to absorb Sori. That moment, Black Tiger insisted, had been perfectly suited for such an act, exactly the kind of opportunity that might not appear so easily again. Anything else Han Si-hee told himself was nothing more than a miserable chain of excuses, empty reasons meant to hide his hesitation. And even now, Black Tiger accused him of doing the same thing again, waiting, stalling, and pretending he was merely searching for the right timing while allowing one opportunity after another to slip through his fingers. Black Tiger pressed Han Si-hee to look back on the past 3 years, dragging his mind through every hardship, every hunt, and every bitter moment he had survived just to reach this point. Across all that time, Han Si-hee had never once been given something this convenient. Never had a target been so close to him, and never had an opportunity seemed to drop so neatly into the palm of his hand. He had spent an unbelievable amount of effort searching, wasting day after day as he hunted for a victim worthy of his blade. Yet again and again, all he found were weak, insignificant little Sanson, creatures so pitiful they were barely enough to scrape against the edge of a single tooth. Time after time, he had tasted failure, but not because those enemies had overwhelmed him with strength. The problem was far more humiliating than that. The opponents standing before him had simply been too miserable and too worthless to justify the struggle. Black Tiger could hardly believe that Han Si-hee was truly planning to sit back and wait patiently until Sori grew older and finally became a proper target in his eyes. After all, no one could know how long it would take for Sori to discover her true name. Years might pass before that happened, or worse, entire centuries could slip away before the moment finally arrived. Even so, Han Si-hee still seemed willing to wait, calmly hiding behind the conditions of their contract as his excuse. But Black Tiger, the ominous Sanson dwelling inside him, warned him again that unless he cut away the doubts weighing on his heart, his revenge would never become reality. And if that day came, Han Si-hee would no longer have the right to carry that blade at all. The sword would have to be thrown aside forever, abandoned like something he had proven himself unworthy to hold. Just then, Han Si-hee's eyes snapped open from that uneasy dream. In the stillness of the night, his senses caught a faint, suspicious rustle moving somewhere beyond the darkness. Far away among the shadows, a dim silhouette flickered for only a heartbeat. Han Si-hee reacted instantly, springing up and bringing his blade into position, ready to strike with lethal force. Every muscle in his body tightened at once. He was already prepared to cut down whoever, or whatever, had dared to creep so close to their resting place beneath the cover of night. But when the figure finally stepped into the thin wash of moonlight, it was not an assassin, nor some monstrous spirit. To Han Si-hee's surprise, it was nothing more than a black cat. Still, Han Si-hee did not lower his guard. His sword was shining more brightly than ever, its glow warning him that something about the creature was wrong, and so he launched himself after the strange cat with everything he had. The black cat moved with shocking speed, slipping through the forest like a shadow with a body of its own. No matter how fast Han Si-hee rushed forward, the creature always stayed just out of reach. Of course, it might have been a ghostly trick or some spell cast to lure his eyes in the wrong direction. But Han Si-hee was not the type of warrior who would be fooled by a simple illusion so easily. More importantly, he could feel it clearly. A trace of Sanson energy was flowing from the creature, proving this was not merely something imagined in the dark. For a moment, Han Si-hee even thought about leaving Sori behind with their belongings, letting her stay put while he went ahead alone to scout out what that black cat really was. But just as he considered it, Sori came stumbling toward him, still drowsy from sleep and moving unsteadily, yet clearly unwilling to be left behind in the forest. The instant she realized Han Si-hee might run off without her, she grabbed the bundle of belongings tightly against herself, as if silently declaring that she was going to follow him no matter what he said. And so, Han Si-hee and Sori ended up moving together, chasing the mysterious black cat deeper through the dark forest, where the fog curled between the trees like pale smoke. Whenever they lost sight of the cat, it would stop somewhere ahead and wait just long enough for them to spot it again. But the moment they drew closer, it darted away once more, vanishing farther into the mist. The more the creature repeated that strange pattern, the more obvious it became that it was not simply running away. It was guiding them on purpose, carefully pulling them deeper as though leading them straight toward a trap. Then, without any warning, Hansihi stopped so abruptly that Sori could not react in time and bumped straight into his back. What lay before them made both of them fall silent. In the middle of that remote night, they had arrived at a place completely swallowed by dense fog, with the mist twisting and rolling around them as if it were alive. Even with Black Tiger's sharpened senses flowing through him, Hansihi could not see clearly into the heavy darkness ahead. The fog was too thick, pressing in from every side like a wall. Still, one thing was unmistakable. Somewhere inside that fog, Sansan energy was pulsing, but why they had been drawn to this place remained completely unclear. In the end, Hansihi decided that he and Sori should move forward carefully and investigate for themselves, both to learn what was happening here, and to find out who had gone through all this trouble to lure them in. As the two travelers made their way through layer after layer of heavy fog, they kept scanning their surroundings, searching for the source of that strange presence. Then Sori suddenly turned around and spotted a gate behind her, leading into a settlement, with its entrance tightly sealed by old yellowed amulets. The moment Sori noticed those protective talismans hanging there, the color drained from her face. Her stomach seemed to turn, and beads of cold sweat began sliding down her cheeks. Panic completely overtook her. The little girl immediately pressed herself against Hansihi, gripping him with both hands while her small body trembled harder and harder under the weight of her fear. When Hansihi stepped closer and recognized the papers as talismans meant to drive away spirits, he calmly told Sori that those charms had no power to harm her. Even so, he could not hide his surprise. Sori had fought and defeated enormous spirits with nothing but her bare hands, yet now she was trembling in fear over a few scraps of paper covered in spells. After all, this was the same Sori who had once proudly claimed she was not afraid of anything. So Hansihi told her to loosen her grip, because with her clinging to him so tightly, he could hardly move even a single step. At that moment, Hansihi caught sight of movement nearby. One of the residents had quietly opened the door of a house just enough to peek out at the strangers, only to slam it shut again almost immediately. A heavy silence then settled over the street, thick and suffocating beneath the fog, making the empty road feel even colder and more unsettling. By then, the truth was obvious. The people who lived here were not welcoming outsiders at all. More than that, they seemed to be living in fear of something. Just then, Sori noticed several dark silhouettes moving ahead of them, running through the misty street. At first glance, they looked like children, but strange pieces of cloth covered their faces, giving them an unsettling appearance even from a distance. Suddenly, the child at the very back of the group stopped in place and slowly turned, looking carefully in Sori's direction. Then the child smiled at her gently, as though Sori had caught his curiosity, and kindly invited her to come along with them so they could all play together. Hansihi understood perfectly well that a fog-covered night in a strange village was hardly the right time, or the right place, for children to be playing games. On top of that, something in his instincts warned him that these children were not normal at all, but Sori's eyes had already shifted with interest. The idea of playing with children who seemed close to her own age clearly pulled at her attention. The children had already started running away again, their voices drifting back through the fog as they called for Sori to hurry up and follow them. This time, Hansihi decided not to stop her. While Sori went off to enjoy herself, he could use the opportunity to investigate the truth behind this strange village. And besides, with the kind of power Sori possessed, it was difficult to imagine anyone here being able to hurt her. Sori happily chased after her new friends, her small feet carrying her deeper into the mist. But before long, the fog grew so thick that it swallowed them all from sight. When Sori finally came to a stop, she found a group of children gathered around a large tree, standing close together as though they had been waiting there for her to arrive. As soon as the children saw Sori, they seemed to understand immediately that she had come to join their game. The rules they explained were simple enough. Whoever got caught would become the one chasing everyone else during the next round. Once the rules were finished, one of the children walked over to the tree, stood there with their face turned toward it, and began counting slowly from 1 to 10. Sori stood there watching as the other children suddenly burst away from the tree, scattering in every direction through the thick fog. One by one, their small shapes slipped into the mist, and as they disappeared, they called back to her, warning her that she needed to run off and hide as well. The count continued until it finally reached 10. The child who had been facing the tree slowly turned around, pulled away from the trunk, and began looking through the fog for everyone who had hidden. But the very first thing that child saw was Sori. She was still standing in the open, not even trying to hide, and that alone was enough for the child to decide that she had already been caught. Before the masked creature could get any closer, Sori stopped it firmly. Her expression made it clear that she had no interest in this ridiculous game, and she had absolutely no intention of playing along just because they told her to. But her refusal did not slow the child down at all. Instead, the masked figure suddenly lunged at her with a sharp, violent motion, dropping the act completely and showing that this was never just some innocent children's game. The monster reached Sori first by grabbing her small hand, clamping onto it tightly before trying to sink its teeth straight into her fingers. Sori's eyes widened in shock and fear, and her body moved before she could even think. Acting on pure instinct, she shoved the creature away with a sudden burst of strength, forcing it back from her. Only after she had pushed it off did Sori lower her gaze to her hand. There, fresh blood was already seeping from the bite wound, staining her skin where the monster's teeth had dug in. The Sanson's mask had cracked from the impact, but instead of retreating, it laughed with eerie delight. Then it announced that because Sori had been caught, the rule was simple. Now she was supposed to be eaten. Before long, more of the children began appearing from every side, their small figures slipping out of the fog as they slowly closed the distance around Sori. Their voices floated through the mist like a cold whisper, all of them repeating the same horrifying words again and again, that today, Sori was going to be eaten. Naturally, Sori's body began to tense as the predators pressed closer. Surrounded on all sides, she felt the pressure building, and beneath that fear, her eyes started to shine with a sharp, wolf-like glow. She gave them one final warning, her voice steady even though fear was clearly rising inside her. No matter what they said, she would never allow herself to be eaten. But the masked monsters paid no attention to her warning. They kept creeping forward through the fog, tightening their circle little by little around the prey they had chosen. Believing that the little girl had nowhere left to run and no way to fight back, they prepared to rush her all at once, ready to swarm her and tear her small body apart in a single attack. Sori, however, had no intention of going down so easily. Pulling the freezing power within her together, she surged forward in her true form and caught one of the masked monsters before it could launch its attack. Then, with horrifying ease, the little girl tore the monster's head clean away from its body, ripping it off as if the creature weighed almost nothing in her hands. After that brutal strike, Sori stood her ground, hoping the sight would be enough to scare the strange children away. She told them again, more firmly than before, that she did not want to play with them. But the monsters were not frightened in the slightest. Instead, they seemed to reach a different conclusion. If one of them was not enough to bring her down, then they would simply overwhelm her with sheer numbers. Sori immediately lowered herself into a fighting stance, bracing for the next attack as the cursed children gathered closer through the mist. But then, without warning, something inside her faltered. Her senses wavered, her balance shifted, and a heavy fog seemed to spread through her mind. The monsters seized that opening the instant it appeared. All at once, they rushed toward Sori, trying to tear into her weakened body before she could recover. At that exact moment, Han Si-hee arrived just in time to shield her. His sword flashed through the darkness in a single sweeping arc, slicing through several Sanson bodies at once. The surviving monsters immediately twisted their necks toward him, their attention snapping away from Sori as they stared at the unknown stranger who had suddenly stepped into their game. Han Si-hee glared back at them with a look burning so fiercely with hatred that the very air around him seemed to heat and tremble. Then he moved. Like a blade cutting straight through the darkness, Han Si-hee passed through the enemies one after another, striking them down with cold precision and merciless skill. Before long, the slaughter ended with only one demonic child left standing in front of him. The moment that creature met Han Si-hee's gaze, it understood. This man was not someone it could challenge and survive. The monster dressed in spotted clothes immediately turned and tried to escape into the fog, but Black Tiger's power shot after it, catching the fleeing creature almost instantly. Meanwhile, Sori remained sitting on the ground, dazed and unstable. Her eyes looked unfocused, and her consciousness was still clouded by whatever had entered her body. When Han Si-hee approached her, the first thing he did was reach for her injured hand. He held it carefully and examined the bite wound with a sharp, focused gaze. That was when he understood what had happened. Poison had entered Sori's body through the bite, spreading from the wound into her system. He had to neutralize it as quickly as possible. If he wasted too much time, the poison could continue spreading, and Sori's life might truly fall into danger. But just as Han Si-hee turned around to act, he saw something impossible taking place right before his eyes. One of the monsters he had already destroyed was crawling across the ground toward its severed head. Then the body lifted the head and calmly set it back into its proper place. The other Sanson he had cut apart began doing the same thing, reassembling themselves piece by piece in the most disturbing way, making the entire scene feel even more unnatural. Han Si-hee quickly understood that staying in this place would only drag them into even greater danger. For now, retreating was the smarter choice. He told Sori that they would return using the same path they had taken to enter this place. Once they were safely away from here, he would treat her wound properly. But Sori was already slipping into delirium. In a weak, dazed voice, she kept murmuring the same thing over and over, that she did not like those children. Worse than that, the poison made her body feel unbearably hot. Confused and feverish, she began saying that she wanted to take off her clothes. Han Si-hee carried her through the fog, trying one direction after another, but no matter how far he went or which path he chose, they always ended up back at that same ominous tree. The masked monsters were already waiting there for them, standing as if they had known the travelers would return. In a single eerie voice, they repeated the same rule again, that whoever was caught had to be eaten. Realizing these demons had no intention of letting them leave, Han Si-hee decided it was time to show them exactly what kind of person they had dared to attack. But right then, Sori weakly called out to Han Si-hee and told him something strange was happening to her. She could no longer see anything at all. The poison was spreading deeper, and with Sori still held in his arms, Han Si-hee forced himself forward once more. The monsters seemed to be waiting for every move they made. From different sides of the thick mist, they crept closer and closer, closing in as if the fog itself was guiding them. Their stomachs growled loudly through the haze, and with hungry voices, they demanded that Han Si hand Sori over so they could tear her apart. But every time one of them dared to come even a little too close, Han Si-hee's sword flashed out without hesitation and cut the creature down on the spot. And yet, each time he struck them down, the result was the same. The creatures simply dragged themselves back together, as if the wounds meant nothing and death had no hold over them. It did not take long for Han Si-hee to realize that ordinary brute strength and simple sword strikes would not be enough to deal with these monsters. Even worse, although he had deliberately taken a different route this time, they still returned to the very same place where everything had started. The first time could have been a mistake, but the second time made it clear this was no accident. Sori's strength was fading little by little, draining out of her body with every passing moment. In Han Si-hee's arms, she felt heavier than before, her small frame growing limp as the poison continued to spread through her. Han Si-hee tightened his hold on her and urged her to hold on just a little longer. He told Sori that once they managed to find a way out of this cursed place, she would finally be able to rest properly. With every path seeming to twist back on itself, Han Si-hee had no real option left. Gritting his teeth, he decided to test another road once more, hoping this one might lead them somewhere different. Deep inside, Han Si-hee already understood the truth. He had made a serious mistake by walking into this village without first figuring out what kind of enemy had been waiting for them here. He had placed far too much confidence in Black Tiger's strength. But now, surrounded by fog and monsters that would not stay dead, one thing was clear. If they wanted to escape this trap, they had to find the source of the spell and destroy it. If the spell truly spread across the entire village, then the core sustaining it had to be incredibly powerful. The problem was that searching for the heart of the magic inside this fog was nearly impossible, especially when the mist kept twisting their sense of direction and pushing them off course. Even so, Han Si-hee could still reason through one thing. Wherever the fog gathered most heavily was likely where the spell's power was strongest. And if the magic kept dragging them back to that same tree again and again, then there was a good chance the source was hidden there. Only now did Han Si-hee finally turn his attention toward the tree itself, carefully studying the very same tree they had already been forced back to more than once. But the moment Han Si-hee began moving toward it, the masked monsters reacted at once, closing in from every direction until he and Sori were surrounded on all sides. As Han Si-hee swung his blade at the creatures rushing him from the front, others slipped through the chaos, circling around and lunging straight toward the defenseless Sori in his arms. Han Si-hee would not allow even a single one of them to lay a hand on her. Each time they came close, his sword flashed out and cut them down before they could do Sori any harm. Fighting enemies that healed and reassembled themselves so quickly was already troublesome enough. But these monsters made it even worse by constantly blocking his path, cutting off his movement, and ruining every attempt to advance. As Han Si-hee kept swinging his blade and forcing the creatures back, the fog swallowed his surroundings once again. Step by step, he lost his sense of direction, unable to tell where the tree or the road even were anymore. Then, through the pale haze, Han Si-hee suddenly caught sight of something above him. The black cat was sitting quietly on the roof of a nearby house, watching from the darkness. At the same time, Sori forced her heavy eyes open with the last bit of strength she had left. Through her blurred vision, she also managed to see the cat's silhouette perched there. But before Sori could feel even the smallest sense of relief, the burning fever surged through her completely. Her eyes slipped shut, and she lost consciousness in Han Si-hee's arms. Han Si-hee immediately understood how dangerous that fever was. Even for a powerful Sansin like Sori, a heat that intense could become life-threatening if it continued unchecked. By this point, there was no more room for doubt in his mind. Sori had definitely been poisoned by the bite from that masked creature. The real problem was how to treat her. Without knowing exactly what kind of toxin had entered her body, preparing the right cure would be extremely difficult. At that moment, the black cat suddenly stretched forward, then turned away and began walking off, moving with the calmness of a creature deliberately asking Han Sihi to follow. Following it was tempting, especially with monsters closing in around them from every side. Monsters that could be sliced apart again and again, yet still return as if death meant nothing. Han Sihi still could not shake the suspicion that this might be another trap. But with Sori unconscious and no better path in front of him, he had no choice but to follow the mysterious animal anyway. As he watched the cat move ahead of him, Han Sihi realized something unsettling. It was probably because of a cat that they had entered this village in the first place. Maybe the animal had been bait from the very beginning. But even with that possibility clear in his mind, Han Sihi still chose to let it guide him through the fog once more. Still, another thought slipped into his mind as he moved. The cat they had seen back in the forest might not have been the same creature that was now walking ahead of them. Then, without warning, the cat vanished from Han Sihi's sight, slipping out of view as if the fog had swallowed it whole. Han Sihi knew he could not afford to stand there hesitating. Carrying Sori carefully, he quickened his steps and hurried after the path where the cat had disappeared. Before long, the animal came into view again and stopped near the fence of one of the houses, waiting there as if it had reached its destination. A moment later, the cat calmly found a narrow gap beneath the fence and slipped into the courtyard, moving with the ease of something that knew the place well. Han Sihi could not help finding it strange. In a village where ghostly monsters wandered freely, the fence around this house was surprisingly low, almost careless. That lack of caution made the house feel even more suspicious. Still, with Sori's condition worsening and no other route available, Han Sihi had no choice but to keep moving forward. Once he stepped into the yard, Han Sihi saw rows of jars lined up with unknown contents inside them. Not far away, two cats were curled up and dozing peacefully, as if the terrifying fog outside meant nothing at all. At that moment, the cats seemed to stir and alert their mistress, letting her know in their own quiet way that guests had arrived at the house. Almost immediately, a young woman opened the door and appeared at the entrance. Without showing panic, she invited Han Sihi and Sori to come inside. Before they stepped in, however, she asked Han Sihi to close the gate behind him and make sure it was shut tightly. Just then, the ghosts outside began gathering near the open gate, pressing close together as if they were waiting for the smallest chance to slip into the yard. But the instant the gate slammed shut, the ghosts vanished in a flash, driven away as if some invisible barrier had forced them back. Seeing the shock on her guests' faces, the young woman remained calm and asked them to come inside so she could explain everything. After that, the woman turned her attention not only to Han Sihi, but to the presence dwelling within him. With respectful composure, she greeted that presence as Mr. Black Tiger. The moment Han Sihi heard her speak that name, he froze in shock. The hostess then introduced herself as Tan Yin, and with surprising honesty, she said she was pleased to finally meet him. Soon after, Tan Yin helped lay Sori down so she could sleep, then looked at the exhausted travelers with sympathy. She remarked that finding their way through such thick fog must have been terribly difficult. Han Sihi explained that the cat had guided them here, and only then did Tan Yin realize where her own cat had run off to. Apparently, the cat had gone out to greet the guests on its own, and if it had managed to bring Han Sihi and Sori back safely through the fog, then in Tan Yin's eyes, it had done something useful after all. As they continued speaking, Han Sihi's curiosity sharpened. He asked Tan Yin whether she knew anything about a beast they had seen in the mountains, one that looked less like an ordinary cat and more like a panther. Tan Yin thought they had probably mistaken the cat for a panther because of the confusion and the darkness. Predators like that did not live around this area, and she admitted honestly that she had no other explanation to give them. Although Tan Yin had helped settle Sori down and made her as comfortable as possible, she admitted that her help had limits. After all, she was not a doctor. Even so, Sori had finally fallen into a deep sleep, and that alone suggested that the medicine Tan Yin had given her was beginning to take effect. Han Sihi admitted that he did not want to doubt the woman who had taken them in. But preparing the right medicine required knowing exactly what poison had been used, because every antidote had to match a specific toxin. Because of that, Han Sihi could not ignore the question in front of him. He wanted to know how Tan Yin had managed to prepare the correct medicine so quickly, almost as if she had expected this exact situation to happen. Even though the hour was late and the atmosphere was tense, Tan Yin immediately understood the meaning behind Han Sihi's words. He was wondering whether her timely help was truly just a coincidence. Han Sihi apologized in case his suspicions sounded rude, but he made it clear that in a situation like this, with Sori poisoned and danger all around them, he could not afford to lower his guard. Tan Yin accepted his caution calmly, and explained that the medicine had actually been prepared ahead of time. What Han Sihi and Sori had gone through that night was not the first time such a thing had happened, so she always made sure to stay ready. What made the situation even more startling was that Tan Yin had already sensed something before they arrived. She had known Han Sihi and Sori would eventually come to her door because the quiet threads of fate had pointed her toward that answer ahead of time. Han Sihi could not hide his surprise as he watched Tan Yin move around the room so naturally, almost as if her eyes could see every corner with perfect clarity. But the truth was far more practical. She had memorized the exact position of every object and made sure nothing in the room ever changed places. If even one item was moved by the smallest amount, even by a single centimeter, Tan Yin would struggle to find it again because her world depended entirely on that careful order. After explaining that, Tan Yin offered Han Sihi the medicine as well, gently urging him to take the bowl and drink it. Even though Han Sihi had not been bitten like Sori, the danger was not limited to the wound. The poison had also seeped into the fog itself, and while his body might feel normal for the moment, painful cramps could seize him before long. Han Sihi lowered his gaze to the bowl for a moment, studying the dark liquid inside. Then he looked back toward Tan Yin, making it clear that before anything else, he wanted to understand what was really happening in this village. He wanted answers to everything at once. The true origin of the fog, the evil spirits prowling outside in the streets, and the strange spell that kept people trapped within the settlement even though protective talismans were fixed to their homes. But Tan Yin did not seem eager to pour out every explanation right away, especially when it was obvious Han Sihi still did not trust her words. Somehow, she had already noticed the truth. Han Sihi had not actually swallowed the decoction at all. He had merely pretended to drink, making the soft sound of someone sipping tea while keeping himself guarded. To Tan Yin, it was clear that Han Sihi was still testing her, still wondering whether the mistress of this house was truly unable to see with her eyes. Tan Yin only gave a faint, gentle smile at his suspicion, then asked whether he had seen the enormous old tree standing by itself out in the empty field. She explained that long ago, a guardian spirit had lived there to protect that tree. And just 1 month earlier, the tree had been completely different, lush with deep green leaves, full of life, and beautiful enough to comfort anyone who looked upon it. But from the moment the tree became ugly and twisted, the fog began sinking over the ground both day and night. And anyone touched by that poison would eventually be dragged toward the tree as if pulled by an unseen hand. At first, the poison only affected animals, cats, dogs, and then even cows. But after that, people began falling victim as well. That was why Tan Yin placed talismans on the houses and ordered the villagers to remain sealed indoors. But not every household could survive being shut away for so long. Those who stepped outside, even briefly, to look for food, fetch water, or find medicine were captured by the dolls and dragged back toward the tree. After that, they simply vanished. Han Sihi immediately understood the meaning hidden behind that word. Vanished. In all likelihood, those villagers had not merely disappeared, they had been killed. Tan Yin could not deny his conclusion. Her voice grew heavy with sadness as she admitted that even among the homes still occupied, only a few had enough supplies left to hold out much longer. She also told him that strange insects had begun appearing on the tree. Tan Yin did not know what kind of creatures they were, and since she had never encountered anything like them before, the only thing she could assume was that they were monsters. Of course, Tan Yin understood perfectly well that Han Sihi had not yet placed his full trust in her. Even while listening to her explain everything, Han Sihi never once released his grip on his sword. He kept it ready in his hand, prepared to draw blood the instant the conversation turned into a fight. Han Sihi then asked her directly how she could possibly know so much about the village and its condition if she truly could not see anything with her eyes. Tan Yin explained that her sight did not come from her eyes. Instead, she relied on a special sense that allowed her to read what existed around her, and through that ability, she could even see into strangers who stood before her. Hearing that, Han Sihi asked her to speak plainly and tell him exactly what she could see when she looked at him. Tan Yin said that his past was difficult to read, almost as if it had been covered by a black veil. But one thing was unmistakably clear to her. Han Sihi's fate had already been cut off. In other words, Han Sihi should have died long ago, and yet he was still standing there alive. Han Sihi wondered aloud whether 2 different fates had somehow been layered over him, but Tan Yin denied it. His destiny, she said, had always been bound together with the sword he held in his hands. After hearing those words, Han Sihi finally seemed willing to believe Tan Yin, at least enough to lift the bowl and drink the medicine she had offered him. When he finished, he placed the empty bowl back in exactly the same spot where Tan Yin had originally set it, careful not to disturb the order of her room, and told her he would return soon. Han Sihi had made up his mind to confront the disaster surrounding the village. After receiving Tan Yin's fortune-telling and help, dealing with this calamity was the only proper way he could repay her. Still, Han Sihi was not naive enough to ignore another possibility. There was always a chance that Tan Yin herself was a monster who had lured him into this house. and that the tea he had just swallowed was poisoned strongly enough to kill him before long. If that were true, then it would be a nearly perfect lie, convincing enough that even Han Sihi had fallen for it. So, half in jest and half testing her reaction, he told Tan Yin that as her reward, she could eat the child he had brought with him. Tan Yin only laughed at the absurdity of that joke, then calmly handed Han Sihi a jade bead. She explained that the poisonous fog robbed travelers of their sense of direction. No matter what road a person chose, the mist would twist their path and lead them wherever it wanted. But with this bead in his possession, Han Sihi would be able to leave the village no matter which route he took. Holding the bead, Han Sihi could feel that this nightmare might finally be brought to an end. He still could not tell which parts of Tan Yin's story were true and which might be lies, but the power within the bead itself was undeniably real. So Han Sihi left the house and headed toward the tree, determined to discover what kind of insects had dared to toy with human lives so cruelly. Before moving close to it, Han Sihi tied a protective talisman around his neck and remembered Tan Yin's words, that beneath all this horror, the thing before him had once been nothing more than an ordinary tree. Even now, its shape still made that easy to imagine. If it had continued growing as it should have, it might have stood there for another 100 years, quietly watching over the village and protecting the people below. That realization made one painful truth clear to Han Sihi. The tree itself had not been the monster at first, it had been the first victim. At that moment, the monsters peered at him from behind the corners of nearby buildings, watching his every move with confusion, as if they could not understand what he intended to do. They seemed to think Han Sihi had come to join their hide-and-seek, and with eerie cheerfulness, they invited him to be the one who hit first. But their game came with a cruel condition. If they managed to find him, they would not simply tag him, they would eat him alive. Han Sihi remained calm as he answered them, warning that if they loved this game so much, then they should be the ones to hide instead. Then, in a voice cold enough to drain the playfulness from the air, he told them that anyone within reach of his hand would be the one eaten by him. In the next instant, Han Sihi shot forward like a shadow released from its leash, his sword flashing as he sliced through the bodies of the wooden dolls and cut them cleanly in half. At the very same moment, several surviving dolls sprang up behind him, rushing at his back and trying to grab him while his attention seemed fixed elsewhere. But Han Sihi dealt with them effortlessly. His blade moved before their hands could reach him, cutting them down without allowing even a single finger to touch his body. Even so, Han Sihi knew very well that fighting the dolls head-on was nothing but a waste of strength. From the beginning, his true target had never been those creatures, it had been the tree. If it were truly only an ordinary tree, then even Han Sihi's strength might not be enough to cut through it. But if a ghost had taken possession of it, then his sword could reach the thing that truly needed to be severed. So Han Sihi gathered all his force and struck. The moment his blade landed, the tree burst apart violently, scattering into countless tiny chips across the ground. But even after cutting it down, Han Sihi did not believe for a second that the battle was over. The Sansan power hanging over the area had not weakened at all. Worse still, Han Sihi had not absorbed any memories from the strike, and the wooden dolls, whatever they truly were beneath those eerie forms, were still standing on their feet. Right then, Han Sihi heard something that made the air around him feel colder. A voice was coming from the broken stump of the tree, echoing out from deep inside the cracked and splintered wood. The ghost hiding within seemed to understand at once exactly who had stepped into its territory, as if the visitor's presence alone had given him away. It had recognized none other than Black Tiger himself. And the moment Han Sihi realized the spirit was lurking inside the stump, he coldly ordered it to stop cowering in the shadows and reveal itself. But the ghost did not sound frightened at all. Instead, it replied with unsettling calm, saying that no Sansan in their right mind would ever be stupid enough to show themselves directly before Black Tiger. Then the spirit offered its honored guest a choice: either turn around and leave peacefully, or remain trapped inside its fog forever. And if Black Tiger got bored, it said, its dolls would be there to keep him entertained. At that very moment, the dolls began moving in a grotesque wave, crawling over each other as their wooden limbs locked together. One by one, their bodies stacked, twisted, and fused into a single enormous monster that resembled a giant many-legged insect. The ghost hidden in the tree sounded almost pleased with itself, as if it hoped this horrifying new form would be exactly to Black Tiger's liking. In the spirit's mind, this nightmare must have looked like some kind of splendid toy. Han Sihi was not the type to be overly fussy when it came to facing monsters. But even for him, the thing standing in front of him had crossed far beyond what he wanted to deal with. Then the dolls began speaking all at once, their voices blending into their master's tone. It was painfully obvious that the ghost controlling them was enjoying this twisted performance far more than it should have. They proudly announced that as long as even a single doll remained intact, it would not matter how many times Black Tiger ripped them apart. No matter what he did, he would never truly be able to wipe them out. Han Si quickly pieced together what was happening. These dolls were not moving on their own. They were being controlled by spells, and even the voice echoing from their wooden mouths belonged to the ghost manipulating them. A mere insect should never have had enough power to pull off something this complex. Narrowing his gaze, Han Si demanded to know who had given the creature that kind of strength. The instant Han Si heard the name Takhan, his body reacted before his mind could fully catch up. Disbelief flashed across his face, while the dolls broke into loud laughter, clearly realizing they had just let something important slip. Still laughing in that strange, cheerful, eerie way, the wooden dolls surged forward and hurled themselves straight at Han Si, throwing their entire monstrous body into the attack. Han Si avoided them without the slightest trouble. As the huge wooden insect charged in, he simply sprang upward and cleared its massive body in one smooth leap. The wooden creature laughed once more, now eager to boast about the power Takhan had granted it. It acted as if even Mr. Black Tiger himself would be helpless against such borrowed strength. Then the insects pushed their mockery even further, sneering that the one standing before them was nothing more than a pathetic imitation, a fake trying to copy the real Black Tiger's power. Those words hit Han Si like a spark to dry kindling. His anger flared instantly, and without a second of hesitation, he struck upward and smashed one of the dolls perched at the very top. But the rest of the dolls did not pause, hesitate, or even falter. The moment one was destroyed, the others immediately surged ahead and continued pressing the attack. Their movements had changed. Their strength was greater, their speed was sharper, and every lashing strike now carried a much more dangerous edge than before. Han Si still could not make sense of how so many puppets were moving in perfect coordination. They acted like separate bodies, yet every motion flowed as if one single mind was commanding them all. While he was still trying to understand the trick behind it, another swarm of insects shot toward him through the air. Han Si met them with quick, clean strokes, cutting them down before they could reach him. Even so, simply slicing through the insects was never Han Si's real goal. He had something far more decisive in mind. He lifted his blade, his grip tightening as he decided that this twisted nightmare had gone on long enough. It was time to bring the whole thing to an end. But the instant Han Si drove his sword into the ground, the situation changed completely. Instead of ending the fight, a huge opening suddenly split apart beneath his feet. Before he could pull himself back to safety, the darkness below reached up like a living force and began dragging him down, swallowing him into the deepest shadows beneath the earth. When Han Si finally opened his eyes again, he found himself far below the village, lying inside a deep underground cave surrounded by darkness and stone. The insect that lived in that place spoke to him with maddening calm, telling him he could either stay there with its dolls or give up and retreat while he still had the chance. The creature's voice carried an amused edge, as if it found his situation funny. It wondered aloud where Han Si had found the nerve to barge straight into someone else's territory. It had also noticed the jade bead the fortune teller had given him, but the insect made it very clear that such a tiny charm would never be enough to break through her spell. Then the Sanson's tone settled into something colder, and she gave Han Si a calm but unmistakable warning. She told Mr. Black Tiger that he would deeply regret ever choosing to involve himself with her. But Han Si, far from being intimidated, was only relieved that the insect had finally shown herself in front of him. Without showing the slightest panic or hesitation, Han Si forced his way out of the trap that had been holding him and began advancing straight toward the mistress of the dungeon. But the insect kept withdrawing farther into the cave, her laughter echoing softly through the tunnel as she refused to face Black Tiger head-on. If he truly had courage, she told him, then he was welcome to follow. Han Si could barely see anything in the thick darkness around him. Even with Black Tiger's sharpened vision, the cave ahead was so black that he could hardly make out what waited just a few meters away. If it had not been for the jade bead Tan Yen had given him, Han Si would have been almost completely blind inside that pitch-dark underground passage. Then, just ahead of him, the beetle slipped around a bend in the tunnel and disappeared from sight. Han Si immediately rushed after her, though he already suspected what she was doing. She was probably trying to draw him deeper into the cave so she could strike from hiding. But after chasing her path for some time, Han Si finally came to a stop before a wide maze of tunnels, each passage branching off into a different direction. Her trail ended right there. It was possible the Sanson had only pretended to lure him forward, then slipped away and hidden somewhere among the twisting passageways. Or perhaps she had managed to erase her presence completely. Still, Han Si doubted that a creature like her had the refined skill needed to pull off such a delicate trick. At that critical moment, Han Si suddenly realized something was wrong with his own body. After only a short run, his breathing had already grown rough, and in the cold depths of the cave, that kind of breathlessness felt deeply suspicious. As he searched the darkness around him, Han Sihi spotted the wooden monster beetle racing toward him at terrifying speed. Shock cut through him. When had that thing managed to leave the outside world and come all the way down here? As the battle dragged on, Han Sihi finally grasped the unsettling truth. Until now, he had never depended on Black Tiger's power for this long in the middle of a fight. Most of the time, his battles ended almost immediately, with a single devastating swing of his sword deciding everything. But now, for the first time in 3 long years, Han Sihi had been drawing on that dark power continuously, using it far longer than his body was used to enduring. At that moment, the terrifying creature attacked again, rushing down on Han Sihi with crushing force as if it intended to smash him where he stood. Han Sihi slipped away with a swift dodge, and his opponent released a heavy, disappointed sigh. She had hoped to offer Black Tiger's body to her master as a trophy. Even so, she did not sound worried in the slightest. Her enemy had already breathed in a full dose of her poisonous fog, which meant he would not be able to remain standing much longer. To the wicked creature, there was no need to overexert herself now. All she had to do was wait calmly until the poison finished its work and dragged Han Sihi down for good. In return, Jachika had made a promise of her own. Han Sihi's body would remain sealed deep inside this cave, preserved and untouched, waiting silently until the day came when she could finally present that precious offering to her master. But Han Sihi did not seem disturbed at all. His eyes stayed calm, his voice did not waver, and he made it painfully clear that a pitiful poison like this would never be enough to bring him down. That fearless attitude only made Jachika more irritated. To her, Han Sihi's confidence sounded like arrogance, as if he believed that simply carrying the Black Tiger's power made her no different from all the other victims he had already crushed. Of course, Jachika knew better than anyone that the Black Tiger's strength was terrifying. That monster had already hunted down the sandsin of the mountain, capturing them one after another as though none of them could truly escape. Even so, she refused to accept that Han Sihi was completely untouchable. No matter how overwhelming the Black Tiger's power might be, Jachika doubted that it could protect him forever from the poison spreading through his body. And based on everything Jachika had observed so far, the current body carrying that power was clearly weaker than the previous vessel that had held the Black Tiger before him. Her master would surely be delighted if she could bring him the Black Tiger while he was still in human form. But Han Sihi did not waste time arguing. Instead, he calmly let Jachika guide him toward her lord right then and there. Only after seeing his reaction did Jachika understand what Han Sihi was actually trying to do. He was not simply following her lead. He was attempting to negotiate with her. So Jachika told him to listen carefully to the terms she was offering. All Han Sihi had to do was leave the cave, walk out of the village, and return to the life he had been living before. If he still wanted to hunt Sanson somewhere far away, then that was his choice, and she had no intention of interfering. But if he refused her offer, then he would be forced to continue fighting her without end. And with poison already weakening his body, Jachika made it clear that Han Sihi would almost certainly be the one to collapse first. She even offered, in a tone that sounded almost kind but was clearly mocking, to personally show him the path that would lead him safely out of the cave. But Han Sihi did not even wait for her to finish speaking. Instead, he released the Black Tiger's power, and the force of his strike exploded outward in a violent wave that made the entire space around him tremble. Jachika immediately understood that response for exactly what it was, a flat rejection. Her voice turned icy as she told the warrior not to make this more troublesome than it needed to be. All he had to do, she said, was quietly lose consciousness where he stood. Then, after his body had gone cold, she would simply return and collect him at her convenience. Han Sihi answered without using words. Every movement he made declared the same thing. He had absolutely no intention of allowing Jachika to slip away from him. Even though a heavy weakness had already begun spreading through his limbs, Han Sihi understood that this duel had to end fast, before the poison finally dragged his body down completely. Jachika laughed at the sight of him. After all, Han Sihi had spoken so confidently, insisting that poison would never work on him, and yet his own body was already starting to betray him. Her voice turned smooth and taunting as she kept coaxing him to fall asleep. Then she warned him to choose every movement carefully, because the more violently he pushed himself, the faster the toxins would race through his body. Jachika understood the situation with absolute confidence. No matter how badly Han Sihi wanted to catch her, reaching her would not be easy, because these caves were her territory. Inside this twisting maze of tunnels, keeping up with her should have been impossible. Sooner or later, Han Sihi would regret rejecting the deal she had so generously offered him. In that tense moment, Han Sihi briefly shut his eyes, as though forcing back the exhaustion and heaviness pressing down on his poisoned body. Then, in the very next instant, his eyes snapped open, and he shot forward without hesitation, chasing after Jachika through the darkness. Jachika remained convinced that even with the tiger's strength empowering him, Han Sihe's human body would soon reach its limit and stop moving on its own. The entire cave was already saturated with poison. After around 20 breaths, the toxin would completely fill his lungs, so all Jichika needed to do was disappear into the darkness and wait. But Han Sihe did not slow down. He kept chasing her through the tunnels, his steps driven by a stubborn, relentless determination that refused to fade. Jichika could no longer hide her shock. She could not understand how he had managed to catch up to her when the twisting cave labyrinth should have shaken him off long ago. Han Sihe only laughed in response. Maybe the so-called worthless creature Jichika had mocked, Tianyan, was far stronger than she had ever bothered to imagine. Or maybe the being who had granted Jichika her power had deceived her, filling her head with the belief that she was invincible when she was nothing close to that. Either way, Han Sihe reached her before she could escape, and his attack tore into her body at the very moment she tried to pull away. Jichika screamed sharply, the sound piercing through the cave, and it was obvious that she was not used to feeling pain this directly. Han Sihe reminded her in a cold voice that receiving power did not mean she could stand against him. Her master, after all, was nothing but a coward hiding somewhere in fear. At that moment, all of Jichika's confidence finally broke apart, and she began desperately begging Han Sihe to stop. In a panic, she quickly promised that she would tell him where her master had been hiding all this time. But Han Sihe had no need for her confession. He made it clear that he would track down that master himself, with or without her help. Besides, the memory sealed inside Jichika's head would soon become his anyway, so there was no reason for him to rely on her words. Yet at the very last instant, Han Sihe's power suddenly stopped, hanging just a single centimeter away from Jichika's face. Relief immediately lit up Jichika's eyes. To her, that sudden pause could only mean one thing. The poison was finally starting to take control. The moment she saw that opening, Jichika seized it without hesitation, launching herself straight at Han Sihe and attacking. Even then, Han Sihe reacted quickly enough to catch her with his bare hands. He pulled his blade close, preparing to drive it straight through her body. But Jichika's limbs clamped onto him at once, tightening around him with crushing force, and stopping the sword before he could break it free. Han Sihe tore himself out of that suffocating hold and immediately lunged toward her again, refusing to give her even a moment to recover. Milita tried to disrupt him by releasing another thick cloud of poisonous smoke into the cave, filling the space between them with choking darkness. Then she aimed her next strike directly toward his eyes, trying to blind him and throw his senses into complete confusion. But Han Sihe knocked the attack aside with ease and kept moving forward, advancing straight toward the girl as though the smoke around him meant absolutely nothing. At that instant, the dolls suddenly threw themselves into Han Sihe's path. They blocked his advance and took the full force of the attack in her place. Then Han Sihe casually tossed his blade aside, as if the weapon no longer mattered. After all, the Black Tiger's power was already coursing through his own body. Claws forced their way out from his bones, and with one brutal slash, he carved a deep wound downward from his opponent's face. After landing that strike, Han Sihe glanced around the cave and noticed the monster standing close to where his sword had fallen. Although he could still use the Black Tiger's power without the blade in his hand, Han Sihe was not certain how much longer his body could withstand that strain. So the young man decided he had to move quickly and get back to his weapon. He immediately shook off the monster as it reached its paws toward him, then stretched his hand out toward the blade. Han Sihe grasped the heart of the situation almost instantly. If he could bring down the mother of this dungeon, then every puppet moving under her command would lose control and collapse all at once. But the very second that realization flashed through his mind, the puppets came rushing in from all sides. Their tiny bodies swarmed over him in a sudden wave, lunging close and sinking their teeth straight into his flesh. Han Sihe had not expected the attack to strike so abruptly, even though he should have known better. After all, there was no way only one doll had been sent after him. He still found himself caught by the sudden ambush. Every place where the puppets bit into him began to change. Dark, ugly stains spread across Han Sihe's skin, crawling outward little by little as the poison seeped deeper into his body. At this point, there was only one thing Han Sihe needed to do. He had to reach his blade as fast as possible, before the last of his strength drained away from him completely. But when his vision finally fell into complete darkness, Han Sihe understood with chilling certainty that he might have already missed his chance. Of course, some part of Han Sihe had always known that his obsession could one day lead him straight to his own death. Even so, he had never once imagined it would end like this, in a filthy underground place, brought down by something as pathetic as a swarm of miserable dolls. Milita laughed down at the fallen warrior, mocking him as a loser. Still, even she had to admit that Han Sihe had lasted far longer than anyone in his condition should have been able to endure. But now, it was already too late for him. With just one more breath, Han Sihe would die, though Milita quickly realized she did not even need to wait for that final moment. She could simply order the dolls to tear Han Sihi's limbs apart right there, then gather whatever was left of his body and deliver those remains to her master. But just then, a small voice suddenly rang through the cave. Sori appeared in the darkness, desperately calling out Han Sihi's name. Without wasting even a heartbeat, Sori attacked the monsters one after another. Her ice power crashed into them in sharp bursts, forcing the creatures back and driving them away from Han Sihi. At that very moment, Han Sihi's consciousness snapped back into place, pulled from the edge of death by Sori's sudden arrival. When Han Sihi saw Sori standing there inside the cave, his first reaction was confusion. He immediately wanted to know how she had managed to make it all the way down into this place. More than anything else, Han Sihi could not understand how Sori was even standing, let alone moving around in her current condition. The truth was, Sori was still nowhere near recovered. But even with her body struggling and barely keeping up, she had forced herself to come here because she wanted to help him. Then the little girl stepped closer and held out Han Sihi's sword, offering him the very blade he had been fighting so desperately to reach. Han Sihi thanked Sori quietly. Then, with his gaze fixed on the weapon, he gently asked her to take her hands off the blade. The instant Sori released it, Han Sihi stopped restraining himself. The Black Tiger's power surged through him all at once, spilling out with a force he no longer tried to hold back. In that moment, Sori saw something terrifying with her own eyes, the true form of the Black Tiger when its fury was fully awakened. As the darkness gathered and settled around him, Han Sihi looked across the cave and saw a horrifying sight: the corpses of livestock scattered among the bodies of human victims. The creature born from that darkness could no longer contain itself. Its hunger and rage pressed forward like a living storm, as though it wanted to devour everything before it. Milita immediately began begging Han Sihi to stop. If he spared her life, she promised in a panic that she would tell him everything about her master. But Han Sihi had already passed judgment on her, and that decision had not changed. There was no hesitation, no mercy, and no softness left in his eyes. He did not need to hear her speak. Everything Han Sihi wanted to know would be taken directly from the memories hidden inside her. Within Milita's memories, broken images began flashing past. In one of them, someone had discovered the millipede and wondered whether a creature like her could truly become a Sansin. That same person then chose to give Milita an opportunity to prove herself. He handed her an entire village to destroy, treating all those lives as nothing more than a test, and allowed her to choose whatever method she liked. As part of that bargain, Milita received a black worm. With its power, she could control small animals, and since this village was famous for its tiny dolls, she could also force those dolls to move under her command. The millipede was allowed to do as she pleased, spreading terror at her own pace until stories of the cursed village began echoing throughout the mountains. But Milita did not rush. Instead, she chose to move slowly and carefully, stretching everything out so the rumors would not spread too soon and interfere with her plans. She followed her own twisted desires, taking her time as she intended to continue her feast until she had devoured the very last person left in the village. Then, among those fragmented memories, Han Sihi saw a woman he had crossed paths with more than once before, and the moment he recognized her, her identity immediately caught his attention. At last, Milita died, and once the battle had finally ended, Han Sihi turned his attention back to Sori, wanting to know how she had managed to find her way to him. Sori explained that she had been allowed to leave. Someone had told her that Han Sihi probably would not return on his own, so she had been sent to rescue him. But it had not been the girl from the storyteller's house who guided Sori into the cave. Instead, a cat had appeared and led her through the darkness. Sori, of course, had no way of knowing that they had already encountered what seemed to be that very same cat before, the one connected to the fortune teller. So Han Sihi chose not to explain the connection. He simply told Sori that it was time for them to go back home. In truth, even though Han Sihi kept his expression steady, the moment the Black Tiger's power weakened, his eyesight began fading once again. Perhaps even though that native creature was already dead, the spell she had left behind was still lingering somewhere inside the cave. At the very least, Han Sihi still had the necklace Tan Yen had given him. But if he lost his way even once in this suffocating darkness, then both he and Sori would be left to rot inside that cave. Just then, Han Sihi noticed a black cat standing in the distance, silently beckoning them to follow its lead. He could not tell whether this was the same beast they had met earlier in the forest, or the cat that had guided Sori from the house. Either way, the cat carried the unmistakable power of a Sansin. So Han Sihi decided to trust it and follow wherever it led. Now, after seeing the ruined condition of the village for himself, Han Sihi finally understood what that cat truly was. It was the spirit of the village itself, guiding the people who had come there to save it. And when the cat vanished like drifting smoke, Han Sihi realized it had brought them all the way to the cave's exit. Without losing another second, Han Sihe sprang out of the darkness and landed near the spot where the tree had been split apart. After landing, Han Sihe drew his blade once more, and the sword was still blazing fiercely with the Black Tiger's dark power. Then Han Sihe shifted his attention toward Tan Yin, who now seemed to have stopped making any serious attempt to hide her true identity. But Tan Yin only looked at Han Sihe with quiet relief in her expression, then softly thanked him for coming back alive, with his body still whole and unharmed. Han Sihe's response was ice cold. He told Tan Yin to stop acting and keep her mouth shut, because he had already made up his mind. He was going to take both her power and the memories hidden inside her. But right at that moment, the Black Tiger's power finally reached its limit. Han Sihe's body gave out where he stood, and he collapsed into unconsciousness before he could do anything more. Tan Yin lowered her gaze to the fallen young man, remembering how every Sansin she knew trembled at the mere mention of his name. She had always wondered just how terrifying Han Sihe truly was. But never once had she imagined that the Black Tiger was only a young man carrying a heart so full of grief that it almost seemed ready to overflow. Seeing him like that, Tan Yin could not help but feel pity. After some time had passed, Han Sihe finally opened his eyes again and found himself lying down in a room he did not recognize. His gaze immediately swept across the unfamiliar surroundings. Only when he spotted his sword resting beside the bed did the tension in his body begin to loosen. Then Han Sihe noticed the fortune teller standing nearby, the same one from before, now entering the room while carrying food for him. Tan Yin apologized in her gentle way, saying she did not have much to offer him, but she still hoped the small meal would be enough to suit his taste. Han Sihe instantly pushed himself back into the corner and readied his blade. He remembered perfectly well that this girl was no ordinary human. She was one of the spirits. Even faced with his weapon, Tan Yin did not look frightened at all. She stepped into the room with calm, measured movements and explained that the poison had not fully left Han Sihe's body yet. Because of that lingering poison, his throat was probably dry and uncomfortable, so Tan Yin quietly offered to pour him some water. Han Sihe cut her off and ordered her to stop pretending. He already knew very well that she could see everything around her. But Tan Yin answered without changing her expression. She said she was not seeing anything with her eyes. She simply knew what existed around her. She also understood that with the strength she possessed, there was no real way for her to escape the Black Tiger. So if Han Sihe believed something had to be done, she would allow him to do it. Still, Han Sihe could not stop wondering why Tan Yin had saved him at all, when she knew he might absorb her later. While he had been unconscious, she could have ended his life whenever she wanted. As it turned out, Tan Yin was not the sort of being who killed someone simply because they might become a threat to her survival. Of course, Tan Yin was not truly human. She was a Sansin. But even so, that fact did not change the way she had chosen to live. Noticing Han Sihe's curiosity about her closed eyes, Tan Yin explained that she kept them shut for a simple reason. Whenever she opened them, she could see far too much. Then, as though the tension between them had never existed, Tan Yin calmly invited Han Sihe to eat before the food got cold. At that moment, little Sori appeared just as naturally, stepping into the room with the relaxed air of someone who already belonged there. Tan Yin remembered clearly that Sori had already eaten not long ago, and yet somehow, the child was hungry all over again. The instant Sori spotted Han Sihe's portion, her eyes went straight to the food, making it obvious she wanted a taste. This time, however, Han Sihe firmly refused to let her help herself. Before long, Han Sihe finished his meal and sat down to speak with Tan Yin properly. It was the first time he had ever seen a spirit living so peacefully among humans, and he suspected there had to be a special reason she remained here. Tan Yin explained in a calm, unhurried voice that long ago, she had been nothing more than an ordinary cat, living in this house with the fortune teller just like the other cats wandering through the area. After spending many years absorbing the fortune teller's power, Tan Yin eventually gained the strange ability to look into the future. Han Sihe knew that cats living close to humans could sometimes gain unusual powers, but that alone should not have been enough to turn one into a Sansin. So from the beginning, he suspected Tan Yin had never been an ordinary creature. Tan Yin admitted that she had never thought too deeply about it before. In the fortune teller's house, no one had ever treated her appearance as something strange or troubling. Over the course of her long life, Tan Yin watched generation after generation of that family pass through the house. The first daughter and her first mentor, then the second daughter born from that first daughter, and then the first daughter of the next generation after that. By remaining beside them all those years, Tan Yin herself eventually became a fortune teller. But sadly, several decades ago, the final fortune teller passed away from illness before she ever had the chance to give birth to a descendant. Following the wishes that family had left behind, Tan Yin stayed in the house and continued looking after it by herself. And with that, Tan Yin's story reached its end. She looked genuinely unsure of what else she could possibly add. Even so, Tan Yin still had one question of her own. After hearing her story, She asked Han Si-hee whether he still intended to eat her. Just then, little Sori noticed a cat wandering casually through the yard outside the house. Excited by the sight, Sori immediately hurried toward the cat, clearly hoping she might be able to play with it. But the cat simply scratched 2 neat marks across Sori's face, then walked away as casually as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Watching the little scene unfold, Han Si-hee decided to ask Tan Yin whether she knew what his future held. But Tan Yin made it clear that no fortune teller in the world could read their own fate. Han Si-hee told her that, in the end, he would probably eat her anyway. Before that happened, though, he wanted to offer her a deal. If Tan Yin could tell him whether there was a Sansin stronger than herself, and where that spirit could be found, then Han Si-hee would spare her life. Tan Yin understood immediately that Han Si-hee was asking the wrong question entirely. What Han Si-hee needed was not simply a stronger Sansin. What he was truly searching for was a Sansin who could answer the questions buried deep inside him and heal the wound in his soul. So Tan Yin asked Han Si-hee to think again. According to what she had foreseen, the child named Han Si-hee was not someone who killed for his own benefit. Instead, in order to chase the answers that tormented him, Han Si-hee kept spilling blood while lying to himself about the reason behind it. He called himself a hunter of Sansin, and he carried the name of the Black Tiger like a heavy burden he could never set down. The instant those words reached him, Han Si-hee snapped. He grabbed Tan Yin by the neck and slammed her hard against the wall, warning her to stop talking nonsense. Han Si-hee told Tan Yin that she had only 2 choices left. Either she would die here, or she would tell him where another spirit lived, and to him, the smarter choice should have been obvious. But Tan Yin quietly reminded him that cats were not creatures who naturally chose whatever was better. Cats simply chose whatever they liked. And the Sansin Tan Yin knew were spirits she liked. She had no intention of trading away their lives, just so she could preserve her own. So Tan Yin simply asked Han Si-hee to kill her quickly, without making her suffer. In the end, Han Si-hee could not bring himself to do anything to her. He admitted that he had lost, and with that, he chose to back down. Then Tan Yin quietly invited both Han Si-hee and Sori to remain there a little longer, since their wounds had still not fully healed. But Han Si-hee still planned to leave. In his mind, he had already rested more than enough, and there was no real reason for him to stay any longer inside Tan Yin's quiet house. Then, as repayment for the fact that Han Si-hee had spared her life, Tan Yin decided to give him what he wanted and reveal where he could find the Sansin he had been searching for. Tan Yin explained that if Han Si-hee managed to meet that Sansin, the doubts pressing down on his heart might finally begin to clear, and the answer he had been chasing for so long might come into view. The destination Tan Yin gave him was a place known as Mount Banwan. Han Si-hee did not waste even a moment after hearing that name. Taking little Sori with him, he immediately set off toward the mountain Tan Yin had pointed him to. Before he left, Han Si-hee told Tan Yin that he was letting her live this time. But his warning was just as cold. She should make sure never to appear in front of him again. Still, as Han Si-hee turned away to leave, he did not ignore what she had done for him. In his own blunt way, he honestly thanked Tan Yin for helping him when he had needed it most. Tan Yin bowed politely to Han Si-hee and his small companion, then promised that if the 2 of them ever returned to her home, she would always welcome them with warmth. After that, Tan Yin remained where she was, quietly watching Han Si-hee and Sori as the 2 of them prepared to leave the house behind. Then her attention drifted toward the cat that had scratched Sori's face earlier. Even though Sori was still only a young child, Tan Yin had to admit that it took real courage to reach out so casually towards such a frightening little killer. With that quiet thought, Tan Yin gently invited her pet to come back inside the house. Once the village finally learned that the fear hanging over it had been scattered, grief would rush in to replace it. Families would begin mourning their dead relatives and friends, and Tan Yin knew her responsibilities would only become heavier from here. Deep down, Tan Yin hoped Han Si-hee had understood what she had wanted to tell him, even if she had not spoken every part of it aloud. And there was another danger waiting ahead. Pursuers were already moving toward the very place Han Si-hee was hurrying to, so from this point on, he would have to be careful with every step. The scene then shifted far away, to a freezing mountain buried beneath thick layers of snow. There, on a cold stone surrounded by wind and white silence, a shaman sat alone, lost deep in thought as the mountain air moved around her. At that moment, one of the guards approached her through the cold and greeted her with proper respect. Bending forward, he asked what she was doing outside in such bitter weather. At the same time, he reported that he could not find the warriors anywhere, as though they had disappeared into the mountain. The shaman answered without any concern, saying the cold had been getting in her way, and the warriors had become a nuisance as well, so she had simply sent them away. Then the man delivered his report in a grim voice. The contents of the letter sent to the shaman were true. The girl really had been released, and if his guess was correct, she and her companion were heading in this direction. Naturally, The shaman was surprised that after everything that had happened, they would still choose to return here. Perhaps the girl's home was somewhere nearby. But either way, the shaman did not mind capturing the fugitive a second time, especially since catching her the first time had been so easy. Before long, the shaman began reading the stones, using her divination to search for the answers hidden in their arrangement. As she focused, she thought back to the report. The people who had taken the girl away had apparently carried a suspicious sword with them. She had also seen through her reading that the death of that Sansin had been caused by the girl herself. However, the Sansin had only shrunk back to its normal size after coming into contact with that man's sword. It seemed as though the blade drew strength from blood, but those signs alone were not enough for the shaman to make a definite judgment. And according to everything they knew, when that man fought ordinary humans, his strength had appeared completely human as well. Then the shaman considered another possibility. Some Sansin returned to their original forms after death, so perhaps that man was one of those beings. But her divination did not point to any special threat coming from him. Because of that, she decided there was no need to worry too much about that person for now. According to the shaman's reading, the two fugitives would inevitably become separated. And once that happened, they could be dealt with one at a time. But just then, the shaman sensed something unusual shifting in the air around her, and she realized that she had finally managed to locate the true owner of this mountain. The man immediately gave a sharp whistle, calling for his people to gather around them. Without any delay, he ordered the first detachment to move toward the ridge, while everyone else was to follow him. The shaman was pleased that her assistant commander had arrived. Without someone like him, even an army of soldiers was little more than a crowd of men carrying swords. The commander, for his part, was glad to be useful. Serving one of the most powerful shamans was an honor to him, and carrying out her wishes was not something he would ever complain about. Still, the commander asked the question that needed to be asked. What did the Sansin who ruled this mountain actually look like? After months of hunting, they had never once seen it. They had assumed the master of the highest mountain would be something grand, like a tiger or a dragon, but that assumption had been wrong. The height of a mountain had nothing to do with the size of its owner. Then the shaman raised her hand and pointed toward the direction where the true owner of the mountain could be found. Even the shaman herself found it difficult to believe that this Sansin was truly the mistress of such a mountain. Stepping closer through the snow, the shaman smiled and offered a polite greeting to the snow-roe deer. But the mistress of the mountain clearly had no interest in small talk. She wanted to know why she had been captured. The shaman made it clear that she was only a lower-ranking servant, and someone of her position was not meant to know the reason behind the orders. She was simply following commands from above to capture the roe deer. But Kozel saw through that lie immediately. This woman was clearly no low-ranking servant. She was Madam Shaman from the community, someone with enough authority to decide her own actions. Kozel asked the woman to let her go, warning her that if she did not leave the mountain, a terrible disaster would soon fall upon this place. The commander immediately understood what kind of power this spirit possessed. The moment he looked at Kozel, the urge to release their captive had already begun rising inside him. A heavy guilt spread through his soul, pressing down on him as though he had committed some unforgivable sin simply by standing against her. But the shaman remained perfectly calm. She explained that if disaster came crashing down on the mountain, then everything would unfold exactly according to their plan. She also told Kozel not to worry about the grief that would follow, because Kozel would never be returning to this mountain again. All Kozel needed to do was sleep quietly inside the iron cage prepared for her. After saying that, the shaman ordered her fighters to ready themselves for battle. At that moment, a violent snowstorm came rushing toward them, and the commander immediately shouted for everyone to focus and hold their positions. Then, from behind the thick white curtain of snow, a massive brown bear emerged, charging straight toward them to defend his mistress. The girl from Kozel instantly raised her voice, fear flashing across her face as she begged the bear not to come any closer. Just from the way her expression tightened, it was obvious she already understood the situation. If anyone charged straight at enemies like these, they would only be throwing their life away. But even that desperate cry was not enough to stop the bear's advance. The huge beast kept pushing forward through the tension, as if something deeper and stronger than fear itself was driving his body onward. Each step landed heavily against the ground as he surged ahead, throwing himself directly toward the shaman, standing at the very center of all this chaos. The woman's eyes widened for a brief moment in genuine surprise. This bear was not just lashing out wildly. Somehow, even in the middle of the confusion, he had recognized exactly who the most dangerous person among them was. So the instant that massive body came within striking distance, she moved without hesitation and slapped the talisman straight onto the bear's head. The shaman stared up at the bear, unable to hide her astonishment. A creature like this appearing here was shocking enough, but this was no ordinary beast. His size and presence were so overwhelming that he almost looked like the true ruler of the mountain itself. Kozel hurriedly tried to reason with them. her voice trembling as she explained that the hunters had never come here for the bear in the first place. She pleaded with them to spare this cub, begging them to let him leave alive. But the shaman's soothsayer immediately stepped in, reminding everyone that the bear's gallbladder, combined with the power of a sansin, would be worth a staggering fortune. If they captured that power, it could become an unbelievable source of strength. Even so, a beast that enormous could never be carried back in one piece. So the woman's expression turned cold as she gave the order to kill him right there on the mountain. Without the slightest hesitation, the fighters raised their spears and closed in around the bear. Then, from every side, they drove their weapons into his body again and again as he stood trapped in the center. Kozel screamed out in horror, her voice cracking from the shock of what she was witnessing. She begged them to stop, pleading with them not to push this cruelty any further. But by then, the hunters' minds had already moved past the killing itself. Their eyes scanned over the bear's enormous body as they began talking about how they were supposed to move a carcass that massive. In the end, the only realistic choice seemed to be cutting him apart. And with the sky already growing late, there was no way they could drag something of that size all the way back to their base camp before nightfall. Because of that, the shaman ordered them to divide the bear's body into pieces and to handle the snow roe deer the same way when they took her with them. But right at that moment, the beast suddenly moved. With a brutal burst of force, he tore the talisman off his own head, ripping away flesh along with it. For a second, everyone froze where they stood, stunned by what they had just seen. The bear had been so desperate to break free that he had pulled the amulet off together with his own fur and skin. The soldiers snapped back to their senses almost immediately and rushed after him. No matter what happened, they could not allow that bear to reach the snow roe deer. When the girl saw him dragging himself toward her, she cried out for him to run while he still had the chance. If he escaped now, maybe they would not catch him, but the beast could never bring himself to abandon his sister while she was still in danger. So instead of turning away and saving himself, he lowered his head toward the restraints and began trying to bite through the chains that held her in place. But the shackles were far too strong, and magic had been layered over them as well. No matter how desperately he chewed and tore at them, the chains would not break, and all he managed to do was shatter his own teeth. At that moment, the bear understood the truth with a painful clarity. No matter how hard he fought, the two of them were never going to leave this place together alive. So he warned his sister to brace herself and be careful when she landed, because he was going to throw her as far away from this nightmare as his body possibly could. Gathering the last of his strength, the beast hurled the snow roe deer down from the mountain. As she was thrown away from danger, he shouted for her to run, promising that he would hold back the pursuers for as long as his wounded body could endure. In the end, the only thing left for him to do was say goodbye to his sister. Then he turned away from her path of escape, faced the enemies once more, and walked straight into his final battle. The fight did not last much longer after that. Before long, the bear collapsed beneath a storm of spears and arrows, his huge body battered, pierced, and overwhelmed from every direction. The shaman ordered the soldiers to inspect everything again, this time leaving absolutely no room for error. Earlier, they had already claimed the bear was dead, yet he still managed to break free, and because of that mistake, they had lost the snow roe deer. The captain could only bow his head in shame. He had never imagined that even a monster like that could continue moving after having his heart pierced 3 separate times by a sword. After that, the shaman placed another amulet onto the bear's body. Flames immediately began to swallow him, and without wasting another moment, she ordered the soldiers to follow after her. The soldiers quickly split into separate groups and scattered across the snowy mountain. Their goal was clear. They had to find the escaped roe deer and capture her before the day came to an end. Around that same time, Han Sihi and Sori had already traveled deep into the mountain, surrounded on all sides by the cold white slopes and heavy layers of snow. After pausing for a moment along the way, Han Sihi turned his attention to the little girl and gently tried to ask whether being here had awakened anything inside her memories. But Sori only lifted her nose and sniffed the air. Then, instead of pointing toward the place Han Sihi expected, she indicated a completely different direction. When they arrived at the nearest house, it quickly became clear what had actually caught her attention. Sori was hungry, so rather than continuing the search right away, they stepped inside to get something to eat. As Han Sihi talked with her over the meal, Sori answered honestly that nothing was coming back to her. No matter how hard she tried to think, these places did not feel familiar in her mind at all. Of course, Han Sihi did not believe the mountain had no effect on her whatsoever. Somewhere inside Sori, there had to be something connected to this place, even if those memories were still buried too deeply for her to reach. His thoughts drifted back to the night before. He had been sleeping soundly, but the moment he sensed Sori quietly slipping away on her own, he woke up. When Han Sihi followed after her, he found that she had wandered all the way out to a cliff in the mountains. There, Sori stood facing the snowy peak in silence, tears streaming down her face. The strangest part was that even she could not explain why she was crying. Then, as if the emotions had suddenly become too much for her to carry alone, the little girl ran back to Han Si-hee and threw her arms around him, clinging to him tightly. Han Si-hee was not exactly the kind of person who naturally welcomed that sort of tenderness. Even so, he stood still and let her hold on for a moment before gently pulling her away and telling her to go back to sleep. After all, they were going to have to walk a long way the next day. If Sori wanted to keep moving through the mountain, she needed to rest and recover her strength. For now, though, it seemed her lost memories still had not returned. Han Si-hee had never truly believed that everything would be solved the instant they arrived here, but even so, a small part of him had hoped the mountain might give them some kind of answer. And if the answer would not come to them easily, then there was only one option left. They would search every corner of this towering snowy mountain until Sori finally found the place that belonged to her. Not long after they finished eating, Sori behaved as if nothing unusual had happened at all. With her usual cheerful energy, she ran off to use the restroom. At that moment, Han Si-hee noticed something small but clear. The braids Ting Yen had so carefully tied into Sori's hair had already come completely undone. About 5 minutes passed before Sori finally finished what she had gone to do and began making her way back toward Han Si-hee. But on the path back, she suddenly stopped. Wolves had appeared around her, their bodies closing in from every side until she was completely surrounded. Strangely, though, the wolves did not seem interested in attacking her. They approached with calm, quiet movements, and even allowed the little girl to reach out and gently stroke them. Then, almost as if they had given her some silent message, the wolves turned away from her and began running off into the distance, clearly guiding Sori and urging her to follow. In the end, Sori turned her head and looked back toward the house, where Han Si-hee had been calling her name again and again the entire time. But Sori paid no attention to Han Si-hee's voice calling out behind her. Without stopping or even turning her head, she hurried after the wolves, letting them guide her farther into the snow-covered mountain toward whatever place they were trying to show her. Before much time had passed, the little girl found herself standing before a large cave, its wide dark opening carved into the side of the mountain like a hidden shelter waiting beneath the snow. As soon as Sori stepped inside, her gaze naturally fell to the ground, where a patch of hay had been spread out across the cave floor. It looked almost like a rough but familiar bed prepared just for her. The moment she saw it, Sori's face brightened with pure happiness. She threw herself down onto the hay without hesitation, smiling warmly, as though she had finally returned to a place where she truly belonged. Meanwhile, Han Si-hee was still sitting at the table back inside the house. As the minutes dragged on, his suspicions slowly grew, and he began wondering why Sori had been gone for so long. Of course, he did not seriously think that a few mountain animals could just drag her away without a trace. Even so, the silence stretched long enough to bother him, so he finally rose from his seat and decided to check where she had wandered off. But just then, a faint scraping sound reached his ears, the rough shuffle of boots moving across the ground. Han Si-hee turned toward it and saw a group of people in black and red robes escorting a strange box, its shape hidden tightly beneath the tarpaulin. The villagers had already gathered along the road, clustering together in anxious silence. No one stepped forward. They simply watched the robed procession pass by with uneasy eyes. Han Si-hee let out a quiet sigh as he took in the scene. It seemed the rumors about Huimori had surfaced again, and this time, these people were behaving as though they had finally managed to capture her. Still, Han Si-hee kept his face composed and observed the procession with calm interest. Then he turned to a man standing nearby and casually asked what the name Huimori meant, adding that he was not from this region. The local man answered without showing much hesitation. According to him, a wealthy man had once discovered a little girl up in the mountains and brought her home, intending to raise her like his own child. But that girl, who was said to have shown no gratitude at all, ended up murdering the rich man and slaughtering every member of his household. Hunters from nearby villages gathered to deal with her, but the more they tried to subdue her, the more bodies they lost. After that, terror spread from one village to the next. Before long, people began whispering about a terrifying monster, and that monster came to be known as Huimori. At first, the name was tied to an evil spirit with red hair, a being said to have destroyed countless people. Whenever that spirit killed, it supposedly sang a melody called Huimori, and that haunting song became the source of its frightening name. When the girl was eventually captured, they locked her inside a cage much like the one being carried through the village now. Back then, though, that cage had also been accompanied by a woman who looked like some kind of shaman. From there, the story spread quickly and took on a life of its own. None of the villagers had actually seen the girl with their own eyes, yet everyone still believed the people in the procession had captured Huimori. Naturally, Han Si-hee concluded that they had mistaken Sori for Huimori and were now attempting to move her somewhere else under that false belief. But from the man's explanation, Han Si-hee also understood something more important. These people were not simply chasing a village rumor. They were conducting a genuine hunt for Sanson. The local man went on to explain that his uncle had been the first person to hear the information. After that, the uncle gathered all of his nephews and began investigating the matter for himself. Only once the uncle confirmed that the story seemed trustworthy did he start sharing it with others. Because of that, Han Si felt there was enough substance in the man's words to take them seriously. At that moment, the man suddenly seemed to notice something missing and asked where Han Si's daughter had gone. Han Si quickly covered for Sori, saying she had merely gone off to look around nearby. The man immediately became nervous and warned him that many wolves roamed these mountains. Hearing that, Han Si put on a concerned expression and made it seem as though he was about to go search for her. In truth, though, Han Si found the situation strange. The man had just told him the entire story of Huimori, yet he still had not realized that Sori herself was one of the Sanson. But after thinking it over, Han Si understood why. No matter how terrifying the incident sounded, ordinary villagers who had never witnessed the truth for themselves could only build their understanding from rumors. Just then, Han Si glanced back toward the passing group and noticed one man watching him far too intently, his stare lingering longer than it should have. Han Si wondered whether that man had realized something. Without making any obvious movement, he lowered the brim of his hat to hide his face and quietly prepared to leave. At that same moment, one of the commander's men stepped forward and reported in a formal tone that all preparations had been completed. The captain, however, responded with a cold and controlled order. They were to wait exactly where they were until new instructions arrived. The assistant hesitated for a moment, then carefully asked whether command had now been transferred to Mentor Ho Yunsik. The man immediately shot him a vicious glare and warned him to control his mouth. With so many curious villagers nearby, even one careless word could be dangerous. Even so, the assistant kept his tone calm as he explained that the entire detachment was dissatisfied. They had been exhausting themselves here for months. Yet this man had suddenly appeared, and no one understood why he kept staying so close to the shaman. But the man only answered in an irritated voice that if they were truly that unhappy, they were welcome to refuse the assignment. And if they had no intention of refusing, then they should stop complaining and return to their duties. In reality, the man himself was seething as he remembered the commander's final words. The commander had chosen to personally escort the shaman, then ordered his comrade to take responsibility for the cage instead, leaving him stunned. After all, he was the one originally assigned to capture Huimori and bring her back home. But the commander had made one thing clear. The mission was not finished yet, because someone had brought Huimori back to this place. The man reminded the captain that he had been part of this assignment from the very beginning, and that he had even seen the face of the girl they were supposed to capture. The commander answered him calmly. If he was that eager to prove useful, then he could go after the fugitive, but even so, the commander would not allow him to escort the shaman. Then he ordered his subordinates to stop arguing and remember whose authority stood above everyone else's. The man was clearly burning with resentment. All this time, he had tried every possible method to gain the shaman's favor, while the captain had done nothing except guard the cage. Yet now, because of that same captain, the only future left for him seemed to be the position of a mere subordinate. If he stayed still and did nothing now, that bastard would eventually take everything away from him. So the man hardened his resolve. Even if he only had one chance to move before it was too late, he had to take action. Elsewhere on the snowy mountain, Kozel was desperately using every bit of strength she had to escape the people chasing after her. But her injured leg throbbed with terrible pain, slowing every step. Before long, her foot struck against a stone, and she stumbled hard before collapsing onto the ground. Tears streamed down Kozel's face as she struggled to push herself upright again. Even with her body trembling beneath her, she refused to simply give up. At that exact moment, little Sori woke from her sleep inside the cave. She had been dreaming about her mother. Without wasting even a second, Sori sprang up and rushed out of the cave, immediately running toward the mountain. Only then did she glance back toward the village behind her. In that instant, she suddenly realized that she had completely forgotten about Han Si. But there was no time for her to explain anything to him now. Sori decided she had to help her mother first, quietly promising herself that she would come back afterward. At the same time, Han Si was searching for the missing girl. His eyes moved toward the snowy mountain as he considered that Sori might have gone in that direction. But before he could go any farther, the same captain stepped into his path, a sword resting at his side as he approached. The captain fixed Han Si with a sharp, probing stare and demanded to know exactly what connection he had to Huimori. By that time, Sori had already put a great distance between herself and the village. She ran across the snowy mountain with the wolves moving alongside her, their quiet bodies keeping pace like silent guides through the white landscape. But once they had gotten close enough to the place they were heading for, Sori came to a stop and told the wolves to wait there. Then she left their side and continued forward alone, making her way toward the snow-covered caves ahead. Inside that frozen place, Sori found exactly what she had been afraid of. The snow road deer was there, and Kozel was still trapped, one of her legs caught tightly in a cruel snare that refused to let go. Sori approached her slowly and carefully, trying not to startle her or make the trap clamp down any harder. Then, in a soft and trembling voice, she called out to her as mother. The instant Kozel heard that familiar voice, tears began pouring from her eyes. She could barely believe what she was seeing. The child she had searched for all this time was still alive and standing right in front of her. A moment later, the two of them rushed into each other's arms. They clung to one another tightly, and for the first time in all that fear and danger, relief and joy broke through the darkness around them. Meanwhile, somewhere else on the mountain, Han Sihi and the commander had already drawn their blades against each other. Their tense confrontation had turned into a real fight before any peaceful explanation could even begin. Seeing the fierce expression on his opponent's face, Han Sihi was honestly taken aback. The man had charged at him with his weapon already drawn, attacking before Han Sihi could even get a single word out. For a brief moment, the captain seemed to catch himself, as if he had only just remembered that there were still things he needed to ask. What he wanted to know was why Han Sihi had questioned the inn owner about Huimori. Han Sihi replied with calm indifference, saying he had simply been curious. But judging from the captain's reaction, he could now tell that even asking about Huimori was being treated like some kind of crime. The captain then explained in a controlled voice that he had received a report. According to that report, a wandering warrior had taken Huimori with him and was leading her toward the snowy mountain. That warrior was said to wear black clothing, to be around Han Sihi's height, and to carry an ordinary sword at his waist. Since every detail matched, the commander had already decided that Han Sihi must be the man from the report. Han Sihi understood the situation clearly now. From the way this man had attacked without warning, it was obvious that he had no intention of accepting any excuse, even if Han Sihi claimed he knew nothing. Then the commander gave him a thin, unsettling smile and said he would apologize in advance, as though those empty words somehow made the sudden attack more reasonable. In truth, if his suspicion proved correct and Han Sihi really was the man who had taken Huimori, then capturing him would earn the captain a promotion. And if his guess turned out to be wrong, then all he had to do was hide one corpse somewhere in this vast mountain range. That would be simple enough, which was probably why he had waited until Han Sihi left the village before trying to kill him away from unnecessary witnesses. Even so, Han Sihi could not help wondering about one thing. If the captain was truly this suspicious, why had he come after him alone instead of bringing his subordinates along? But the captain clearly believed he could deal with a young man like Han Sihi by himself. In his mind, there was no need for anyone else to interfere. In reality, the warriors simply enjoyed a fight where both sides crossed swords directly, testing skill, strength, and nerve on equal footing. With that, the two men closed the distance again, their blades crashing together as the battle shifted into fierce close-quarters combat. At the same time, Kozel held Sori tightly against her and tearfully told her that after she disappeared, there had not been a single day without worry. She had missed the little girl more deeply than words could ever explain. Sori sobbed as she tried to explain herself, saying she had not remembered this place at first. Only after returning here had the memories she had lost finally started to come back. But Kozel understood their situation far too well. As much as she wanted to keep Sori beside her, she knew the girl could not remain in this place and had to leave. Those terrifying people could appear at any moment, and if they found Sori here with her, the child would be pulled into the same danger all over again. Sori tried to comfort her, quickly telling Kozel not to worry. She insisted that she had grown strong enough now, strong enough to drive those people away by herself. Of course, Kozel did not doubt Sori's strength. But this time, more than anything, she did not want the girl throwing herself between her and danger again. Then Sori's eyes fell on the trap clamped viciously around Kozel's leg. Without hesitating, she crouched down beside it and tried to pry it open with her small hands. To force the snare apart, Sori had to pour her spirit strength into it, pushing against the trap with everything she could gather. But the spell sealed inside the snare lashed back violently. The impact threw Sori away, and the trap snapped shut again, sending a wave of unbearable pain through Kozel's trapped leg. Terrified by what she had done, Sori scrambled back up and began apologizing to her mother over and over. Kozel, however, forced herself to act as if the pain was nothing serious. But suddenly, both of them froze as the sound of footsteps reached them from outside the cave. Kozel urgently told Sori to leave as fast as she could. With the trap still locked around her leg, there was no way Kozel could escape together with her. But Sori refused to leave her behind. She said that if she had to, she would carry Kozel herself, because without her mother, she was not going anywhere. Kozel gave her a sad, helpless smile at that stubborn answer. There was simply no reasoning with a child like this. Sori's father had been just as stubborn. Sori had never even known that she had a father. In her heart, Kozel was the only mother she recognized, and even though that was not the full truth, the mistress of the mountain had raised her and protected her with a mother's love. When Sori finally left the cave, she still turned back with a smile and asked her mother to get out quickly. Once Kozel was free, she said, then Kozel could carry her instead. Then Sori urged Kozel to hurry, fully aware that their enemies were already drawing closer with every passing moment. Before long, Sori saw faint silhouettes shifting through the snowy distance, their figures slowly taking shape through the white haze. The moment she realized they were the same people who had once locked her inside that cage, Sori broke down into frightened sobs, her entire body trembling with fear. Back on the mountain path, the battle was still raging. In the middle of their clash, Hansihi asked whether the girl known as Huimori had truly killed the rich man. The answer was yes, but the truth behind that death was completely different from the twisted version the villagers had been spreading. That rich man had never rescued the girl out of kindness. What drove him was something far uglier, a filthy desire he could not bring himself to restrain. So when he discovered her up in the mountains, he took her away for that reason alone. What happened afterward was only natural. The scoundrel tried to do something vile, and the child fought back with everything she had in order to protect herself. But against an ordinary human body, the strength she used in that desperate moment was more than enough to become fatal. After that, everyone rushed to hunt her down, determined to kill the so-called monster and avenge the master they believed she had murdered. Of course, she had never acted out of malice or some cruel desire to hurt people. All she had done was struggle to stay alive. And that was how the real story of Huimori, the story hidden beneath all the fearful rumors, had truly come to its end. During all the time she was trapped inside that cage, the little girl cried without stopping. The only thing she wanted was to go back home and stay by her mother's side. After finishing the story, the man invited Hansihi to ask whatever else he wanted to know, calling it a parting gift before he killed him. But after listening to everything the man had revealed, Hansihi only let a faint grin rise across his face. As far as he was concerned, he had already heard more than enough to understand what kind of person stood in front of him. The commander pushed the battle even harder, driving his sword forward while shifting through the different forms of the Dankan sword technique. One stance flowed into the next, his body moving through chained patterns as he combined each movement without pause. The technique he trusted above all others began with a deceptive step from the second formation. Just when the opponent expected one motion, he would suddenly switch into the fourth form, striking before they had time to react. Until now, no one had ever defended against it properly. It was a deadly move created to slide past an enemy's guard and cut straight across the throat. Among sword techniques, it was regarded as a high-level killing skill, the kind only a trained warrior could even attempt. Within the entire residence, only Chan had ever managed to reach the level of a true mentor while using that technique. Even a fighter who already knew every step of the move would have trouble blocking it in time. And yet Hansihi repelled the attack cleanly, as if he had seen through the whole thing from the start. What made it even worse was the look in Hansihi's eyes. He watched the commander the entire time with calm, steady focus, like this was nothing more than ordinary training. At first, the commander had truly believed that no one in the residence could defeat him, except perhaps the senior mentor himself. But now that he was facing Hansihi directly, that confidence began to crack. A cold thought entered his mind. He might have chosen the wrong opponent. The commander quietly hoped that the ringing sound of their blades crashing together would carry far enough to bring his subordinates running over. He had already bought as much time as he could by talking about Huimori. But even now, no footsteps, voices, or signs of help came from anywhere nearby. Maybe they had moved too far from the village. Maybe his comrades simply could not hear the fight from where they were stationed. Originally, the commander had intended to lure the battle away from the villagers himself. But now, with the situation turning against him, he began to wonder if Hansihi had been the one quietly guiding him here all along. By then, Hansihi had already put the pieces together. The man facing him was a warrior from the residence, and the shaman leading the hunt for Huimori most likely belonged to the shaman community. The commander could not understand why Hansihi would bring that up now, but his own mind was racing through his remaining choices. The only card he had left was the 11th form, a technique he had not fully mastered. And if even that failed, he would have to swallow his pride and call for his subordinates. Hansihi calmly explained why he had asked. Even after hearing what kind of man the commander was, he had still wondered whether he truly had the right to kill another human being. But if this man was a warrior of the residence, and if he had taken part in hunting that child, then there was no longer anything for Hansihi to hesitate over. At that very moment, while Hansihi was still speaking, the commander saw what looked like the perfect opening in front of him. He threw himself forward with everything he had and unleashed the 11th form of the sword technique, the Cloudy Hurricane. But the instant Hansihi saw the attack, he understood the truth. Compared to the commander's earlier movements, this form looked rough and incomplete, like a technique he had never truly trained to perfection. The commander's face twisted with fury as the realization burned through him. No matter what, he had to kill this bastard with his own hands. Han Sihe admitted to himself that when he first drew his sword, he had not been completely certain how this fight would end. He rarely had to fight against humans, especially not a warrior with this much skill and talent. And without borrowing the Black Tiger's power, defeating someone like this had seemed almost impossible at first. But as the fight went on, Han Sihe watched the commander obsess over proper forms, polished stances, and the need to win through technique. That was when he realized the gap between them was much wider than he had first believed. Han Sihe was not thinking in rigid movements or textbook patterns. He focused instead on the rhythm of the battle itself. Strangely enough, compared to hunting Sanson, fighting against a human body felt far more familiar to him. So when the final opening appeared, Han Sihe took it without hesitation. He struck the commander hard in the head, and blood immediately began spilling from the man's lips. Then Han Sihe threw him down onto the road and looked over him coldly, thanking him for reminding him what it felt like to fight another person. At that fateful moment elsewhere on the mountain, Kozel felt the fear trembling through Sori's small, fragile body. Kozel fixed her with the commanding gaze of an ancient guardian, her expression suddenly firm. She ordered Sori to concentrate and told her to listen carefully to every word she was about to say. Only moments earlier, Sori had spoken with childish courage, insisting that she could carry her adoptive mother through any danger with her own arms. But now Kozel gave her a strict instruction instead. Sori was to move only when Kozel gave the signal, and until that moment came, she had to stay completely still and wait. Suddenly, the shaman sensed something ominous shifting in the air. Her expression changed at once, and she immediately stopped her captain from moving any farther. At that very same instant, the beautiful snow roe deer began chanting an ancient spell, her voice calling out to the mountain itself as though she were speaking to a living being. With mystical power flowing through her words, Kozel begged the stone giant to turn its mighty body and shield the fugitives from the danger closing in around them. The shaman watched in horror as a furious avalanche came roaring down from every direction. It was as if the mountain itself had awakened and risen against the invaders. That was the exact moment when young Sori had to save the mother who had raised her. But the experienced sorceress did not lose herself to panic. Protective spells were already gathering around her hands, and she shouted for the soldiers to take cover behind her immediately. At the same time, Sori was already running with every ounce of strength in her small body, clutching her precious burden tightly against her as she fled. Without wasting even a second, the shaman activated a powerful amulet and sprinkled it with her own blood. Scarlet drops scattered sharply across the white snow as the sorceress began reciting a sacred mantra, calling upon her dark deity to protect them. The moment the final words left her lips, walls of fire surged up around her, transforming the snow-filled air into a blazing inferno. Even magic that powerful could barely withstand the full fury of the snowstorm crashing down over them. The white avalanche kept roaring after Sori, chasing the little girl and the one she was desperately trying to save through the mountain's chaos. At the last possible moment, Sori managed to dive behind a massive cliff, its towering stone face standing like a shield in the middle of the snow. She pressed herself tightly against the freezing rock and held on with all her strength, while the rushing snow thundered past without swallowing either her or Kozel. Meanwhile, Han Sihe stood at the foot of the sacred mountain, weighed down by painful uncertainty. He suspected that the moment Sori stepped onto this land, her lost memories had returned. Maybe she had already forgotten him, and maybe she would never come back. The dark-haired warrior did not know whether he should go after her, but he also could not remain there forever. The body of the man he had killed would be found soon, and going back to the village was no longer an option. Then, all of a sudden, the Black Tiger's harsh voice rang out inside him, forbidding Han Sihe from setting foot on the holy mountain with feet stained by the blood of Sanson. Because of that, Han Sihe began thinking that leaving might be the right choice. His mission had ended here, and on a mountain this vast, how could he possibly search every corner? Besides, Sori had no reason to return to him anymore. The Black Tiger seethed with rage at that thought. To the predatory spirit, Han Sihe's reasoning sounded like nothing but pathetic excuses to let the girl go, as if the young hunter had grown soft toward his prey. When Han Sihe said he had simply lost the target, the furious Black Tiger reminded him of his duty. He had to find the child, especially when Sori was not even trying to hide the tracks she had left behind. Han Sihe calmly argued that he could not step onto sacred ground while the blood of other spirits still stained his hands. But instead of calming the Black Tiger down, that excuse only made the beast's anger flare even more violently inside him. The fearsome predator growled with absolute arrogance, declaring that there was nowhere in this world where the Black Tiger could be forbidden to walk. Then the Black Tiger ordered Han Sihe to chase after Sori immediately. If the girl recovered her memories, she would remember her true name, and prey as valuable as her was something they had waited far too long to finally claim. Just then, a thunderous roar split through the mountain air. Han Sihe's eyes snapped upward, and he saw a powerful avalanche ripping down the mountainside with terrifying force. At this time of year, snow collapsing on the mountain was not exactly rare. But something about this avalanche felt different, sharp enough to make Han Sihe's instincts tighten. Right at that moment, wolves suddenly burst out from the nearby thicket and surrounded him, closing into a tight circle around his position. But Han Sihe understood almost immediately that they had not appeared to attack him. From their posture, their eyes, and the way they held themselves, it was clear they were trying to communicate something. The creatures did not seem like spirits at all. If anything, they looked like ordinary wolves from the forest, wild animals moved by instinct rather than divine power. Even so, they kept urging him forward, turning as if to lead the way. And with that uneasy pressure still weighing against his chest, Han Sihe chose to follow after them. Before long, the avalanche finally began to settle. Beneath the shelter of snow-covered rocks, both Kozel and Sori slowly regained their senses in the cold silence that followed. Sori carefully lifted her adoptive mother into her arms once again, holding Kozel as gently as she could while they continued moving through the freezing mountain. As they went, Sori told Kozel that her name was Sori now, and that the person who had given her that name was the one she had been traveling with. She explained that Han Sihe might be able to heal Kozel because he was the one who had saved Sori and brought her all the way back to this mountain. Sori admitted that Han Sihe could seem scary sometimes, especially with the way he spoke and carried himself. But deep down, she believed he was still a good person. In the end, though, that was not even what mattered most to her. If it meant saving her mother, Sori was willing to ask anyone for help, even if that person were the devil himself. Kozel only smiled softly in response, her gaze warm and tired as she placed her trust in the fierce determination shining in her daughter's eyes. But after they had gone a little farther, Kozel quietly asked Sori to stop for a while and find a place where they could hide from the piercing wind. Sori knew they should keep moving if they wanted to stay ahead of the enemy. But Kozel wanted to recover even a little strength, and more importantly, there was something she needed to tell her. Besides, no matter how carefully Sori carried her, every small shift still sent sharp pain through Kozel's injured leg. Soon, they found shelter inside a small cave. Sori stayed near the entrance to keep watch, sincerely hoping that every last one of those evil people had been buried under the avalanche. Kozel wished for the same thing. That snowstorm had been terrifyingly powerful, and if Sori had not helped her escape, even the mistress of the mountain would have been swallowed by its wild force. When Kozel noticed Sori looking down at her injured leg again, clearly wanting to try freeing her from the trap one more time, she gently stopped the girl before she could act. Instead, Kozel asked Sori to listen closely. There was an important story she needed to hear, and Kozel wanted her to understand every word. A deep sorrow settled in Kozel's heart as she looked at the child before her. She regretted that she had not been able to spend more time with her baby, especially when Sori was still so young and had already suffered through so much. But this truth could not be delayed any longer. At the very least, before Kozel died, she still had enough time left to tell Sori everything. Sori froze in shock and confusion. She could not understand why her mother was speaking about death when she was right there beside her, still trying desperately to save her. But the mistress of the mountain asked Sori not to interrupt. Kozel said she had to tell her about her father, a Sansan guardian who had once protected these lands. More than 200 years ago, Sori's father had been known as the bravest and most beautiful Sansan in the world. Kings revered him, and even dragons soaring across the heavens could not ignore the weight of his authority. One day, he discovered an abandoned human baby. Her parents had mistaken her for an evil spirit because strange fur covered her entire body, and so they had cast her away. At first, the generous Sansan only meant to raise the child out of pity. But as the days and years passed, his heart grew deeply attached to her, and he chose to keep her beside him. Years later, that abandoned baby grew into a beautiful young woman, and the two of them eventually fell in love. The child born from that love was none other than Sori. 20 years ago, when the shadow of death spread across the mountain, Sori's mother passed away, leaving behind a baby far too young to understand what had happened. In the middle of that grief, Sori's father came to Kozel and pleaded with her to take care of his daughter. Kozel tried to explain that, with her body as a snow-roe deer, she could never give the child the warmth, affection, and human care that a baby truly needed. But Sori's father was heartbroken and desperate, and he asked only one thing from her: protect his child. Sori had been born with the power of a Sansan and might one day defend herself, while he had to leave and fulfill his sacred duty. Kozel tried to stop him, because she knew he could not possibly defeat that monster by himself. She begged him to wait until the elders returned. But the mighty Sansan already understood the danger clearly. If he delayed even a little, every animal on the mountain would die. Even worse, none of the Sansin there had the power to stop the threat. So he asked his sister and his daughter to live happily after he was gone. At that moment, little Sori looked up at him in fear and asked where he was going. A tremor passed through the man's entire body. Barely holding back his tears, he turned back toward his daughter one last time. He wrapped Sori in his arms for his final embrace and told her to be happy, to live well, and to keep going. Then, with tears in his eyes, he forced himself to turn away and leave. Only then did Kozel realize where he was headed. He was going toward the mountain peak, where ominous shadows shaped like dragons had been hiding all along. When the brave Sansin reached the enemy's den, he soared into the air and threw himself into battle against all of them. As Kozel's life began to fade, she asked Sori never to forget her father's final moments. And now that Kozel herself was leaving this world, Sori would become the new mistress of the mountain. After those final words, Kozel released her last breath. Sori, with tears spilling down her face, kept calling to her mother and trying again and again to wake her. At that very moment, the shaman's hand suddenly broke out from beneath the deep blocks of snow. With fury burning in her voice, she ordered her soldiers to crawl out of the snow and continue the pursuit immediately. Han Sihe was hurrying as well, rushing after the wolves as they guided him along the trail Sori had left behind. The higher he climbed up the mountain, the harder it became for him to breathe. The air grew thinner and colder with every step. Then, in a single instant, Han Sihe felt the life energy of the mountain shift around him, and a terrible sense of foreboding seized his entire body. Han Sihe looked toward the wolves beside him, hoping that at least one of them might actually be a spirit. If that were true, he could draw on the Black Tiger's power and move far faster through the mountain. But in the very next moment, Han Sihe realized just how naive that tiny hope had been. Reality hit him hard, like a slap across the face, crushing that fragile thought before he could even hold on to it. He did not waste a single second after that. With frantic hands, he ripped away the knot and the hat that were slowing him down, tossed them aside into the snow, and launched himself forward, sprinting with every ounce of strength left in his body. At the same time, Sori was still lying broken beside her mother's lifeless body. Her sobs shook through her tiny frame, and her small shoulders kept trembling against the bitter cold. She had sworn with all her heart that she would protect her mother, no matter what happened. But when the moment truly came, she had been powerless, unable to save the person she loved most. And as tears blurred everything in front of her, memories began spilling back one after another. Her father, her mother, and Kozel all rose in her mind, along with the soft words they had once given her when she had still been far too young to understand their meaning. Kozel had once confessed that she never wanted the girl to walk the same painful path as her father, the one who had carried the crushing duty of protecting the mountain. Instead, Kozel had wished for Sori to become a wandering Sansin, someone free to roam wherever she pleased, instead of being tied forever to one mountain as its mistress. Every choice had been made for that single purpose, to give the child a life of freedom. And if the day ever came when the girl found her true name, yet still decided with her own will to stay on that mountain, only then would she truly be prepared to shoulder the heavy responsibility waiting there. But Sori had never really understood what it meant to discover a name. Even now, she still had no idea what her real name was supposed to be. The only name she knew was Sori, the name Han Sihe had given her. And more than any sacred role, any title, or any mountain, the only thing she had ever wanted was to remain by her mother's side. Then, right in the middle of that grief, something suddenly clamped onto her leg. Before she could react, it yanked her backward, dragging her across the ground. It was the very same shaman who had been hunting the runaway child, and now she had finally caught up to the prey she had been chasing. The woman looked down at Sori with a cold, pleased smile spreading across her face. That single expression made it painfully clear that she had no intention of letting the child escape without paying for it. Sori could only tremble beneath that stare, frozen and helpless, while looking up at the very person whose actions had brought her mother to death. In that instant, the memory of the iron cage surged back into her mind. The thought of being locked inside that darkness again struck her with such terror that her entire body went stiff. The shaman only twisted her lips in scorn. This child could not even offer the slightest resistance, and because of that, tormenting her almost felt dull. So the woman wasted no time. She bound Sori tightly, tying up both her hands and feet with enough force to make sure there would be absolutely no chance for the girl to run again. Around that same time, one of the soldiers moved deeper into the cave to search it, only to discover that the snow-road deer was already dead. The shaman understood then that her trap might have been far too strong. But at the same time, she knew there had never been any ordinary way to capture the mistress of the mountain. Of course, if they had managed to seize her properly from the very beginning, none of this trouble might have happened. But by that point, regret was useless, and there was no way to undo what had already been done. Then the captain turned to ask what they should do with the snow-road deer's body. questioning whether bringing the remains along might create trouble for them later. Even so, the woman ordered them to take the remains with them. Words alone might not convince the people above, so they needed something solid, proof they could place directly in front of them. The moment Sori heard that, she screamed in desperation, begging those monsters not to touch her mother's body. But the shaman only shoved her down harder against the ground, forcing her lower as she coldly commanded her to be quiet. If Sori kept making noise, the woman warned, she would seal the child inside something far worse than that iron box. She could lock her away for decades, and because Sori was a spirit, she would not even be allowed the mercy of dying. Completely swallowed by fear, Sori cried out again and again, calling Han Sihi's name with everything she had, desperately begging him to come save her. The shaman frowned at that, unable to understand who the child was calling for, or who she imagined could possibly appear to rescue her now. But the captain seemed to piece it together first. He guessed that Sori was calling for the same young man who had been protecting her all this time. According to the shaman's own prediction, however, that young man should have been dead long before this moment. But she could not have been more wrong, because at that exact moment, Han Sihi was already dropping down from above her head, his blade lifted high, ready to carve through her with a deadly strike. In the next instant, he came crashing down with full force, knocking both the shaman and her captain away from Sori. Then he shouted for Sori to grit her teeth and hold on, because no matter what, he was going to get her out of there. Without the slightest hesitation, Han Sihi grabbed the child and hurled her with all his strength toward the deep piles of snow waiting in the distance. The shaman stared in disbelief, thinking the boy had completely lost his mind. She could not understand why he would throw away the very child he had risked everything to rescue. But Sori was not sent tumbling helplessly into the snow. She landed safely on the backs of her loyal wolves, exactly where Han Sihi had intended her to go. Han Sihi himself immediately split off in another direction, choosing a separate path so they could meet again farther ahead. Furious, the shaman barked out an order at once, commanding her men to capture that insolent brat and kill him right there. Meanwhile, the soldiers hurried around their commander, whose face had been cut open by Han Sihi's blade. But even with blood running from the wound, the commander told his men not to waste time worrying about him. He ordered them to chase the boy immediately. The shaman would handle the girl herself, while the rest of them were to hunt down that little freak. Once they scattered into pursuit, the sorceress was left standing there, trembling with rage. She could hardly believe that such insignificant creatures truly thought they had the right to oppose her. As Han Sihi ran through the snow, he knew in his gut that he had already made a mistake. No matter how desperately he pushed forward, one wrong decision had already cost him dearly. By the time he finally reached Sori, she had already been captured, and the plan that came to him in that desperate moment had been painfully simple. He would strike first, create an opening, and then use Sori's presence to call on the power of the Black Tiger. But only after everything started moving did he realize how wrong he had been to assume that a frightened child could simply follow his instructions perfectly. On top of that, the shaman had already terrified Sori. After everything the child had suffered before, there was no guarantee she would be able to act at all, no matter how much he needed her to. So Han Sihi changed the plan and explained it to the wolves through gestures instead. He would free Sori and throw her toward them, and from there, their only job was to catch her and run without ever looking back. The wolves understood his signals right away. Without hesitation, they raced toward the exact spot where Sori was supposed to land. At that moment, Han Sihi had believed there was simply no time and no space left to think beyond that plan. But now, as the situation unfolded, he understood that he should have considered things more carefully. He had never imagined that the shaman would be able to stop his sword with her bare hands. And he had also failed to predict that the people chasing them would move through the snow with such terrifying speed. In the next moment, one of the warriors closed the distance and swung directly for Han Sihi's neck. Han Sihi twisted his body at the last possible second, barely avoiding the strike. As he continued the chase, the shaman's assistant spoke in a calm, almost mocking voice. To capture the snow road deer, they had spent an entire month running across these frozen peaks, so to him, it was almost laughable that Han Sihi had actually believed he could escape from them. Han Sihi understood the truth the moment he heard it. As much as he hated to admit it, his enemies were right. On this frozen mountain, surrounded by deep snow and brutal terrain, they were the ones holding the advantage. These men were not struggling against the snow the way an ordinary person would. They were used to racing across frozen ground, and even though each of them moved with a different rhythm and speed, Han Sihi knew that if he hesitated for even a single breath, they would swarm in and trap him from every direction. So when another attack came slicing toward him, Han Sihi knocked it aside without slowing down. In the same motion, he twisted his body away from the flashing blades and shot forward through the snow, trying to widen the gap between himself and the thugs chasing him. The mercenaries stormed after him, their feet tearing through the snow as weapons came swinging in from both sides. Han Sihi blocked the strikes he could, slipped past the ones that nearly caught him, and kept forcing his battered body to run. But the pursuit quickly became even deadlier. The enemies behind him began pulling out bows, drawing their strings, and loosing arrows through the cold air, turning the chase into something closer to a merciless hunt. With spearheads thrusting at him from every angle, Han Sihi immediately understood how much worse this was than dodging ordinary blades. Long weapons gave his enemies reach, pressure, and control. These people were not just common soldiers. Their skill was far beyond that, and if he let his guard drop against a whole group of them, even for an instant, he could be killed on the spot. A heavy, unfamiliar feeling pressed against Han Sihi's chest. Usually, he was the one driving his enemies into a corner, forcing them back step by step. But now, for once, the entire situation had turned against him. And then the realization struck him clearly. This whole pursuit had not been random at all. The dark-haired fighter had been pulled straight into a trap that was already prepared for him. At that exact moment, another fighter dropped down from above, crashing into the scene with a fresh attack aimed straight at Han Sihi. The commander watched as Han Sihi evaded the strike with practiced, almost instinctive movement. Then he let out a calm laugh and admitted that ever since their first meeting, he had wanted to kill this young man with his own hands. And now, with his men tightening their formation around the boy like a closing cage, the commander believed the chance had finally come. In his mind, finishing Han Sihi off would no longer be difficult. Han Sihi knew his situation had turned dangerous fast. He had avoided the worst of the attack, but the slash across his back was still deep, and blood was already running freely from the wound. Meanwhile, Sori's loyal wolves had carried her away to a safer spot. The moment they stopped, they lowered their heads and began biting at the ropes around her delicate wrists and ankles, using their sharp fangs to tear her bindings apart. As soon as she was free, the little girl threw herself against her four-legged protectors. She wrapped her arms around them tightly, clinging to their warm bodies as though letting go would make them vanish. And now, the memories came back with painful clarity. Ever since the tragic day her father died, these wolves had always been there, placing themselves between Sori and every danger that tried to reach her. But even while those memories returned, the young Sanson felt a strange ache deep inside her. She had remembered something important, something that truly mattered, and yet it still felt as if an even more precious piece of herself remained missing. She still did not know her true name, or what she had once been called before all of this. Right now, everyone knew her as Sori. Han Sihi had given her that name, and because of him, it had become the name she held on to. But during that fateful moment, while Sori was caught in her own confusion and fear, the cunning shaman was already moving in from behind, silently creeping closer to the girl. Sori ran with all the strength her small body could muster, desperate to get away. But to the sorceress, the child had already fled far enough, and with frightening speed, she began closing the distance. Since the runaway child had failed to hide from her in the end, the shaman decided that Han Sihi had made a truly foolish mistake by bringing Sori to this place at all. Of course, it was unfortunate that she could not simply kill the young Sanson here and be done with it. Sori belonged to their master. So the shaman settled on something crueler: cut off the girl's arms and legs, deliver her alive, and collect the reward for such a precious capture. At the same time, the captain stood over the battered Han Sihi and thought back to the shaman's prophecy. She had claimed Han Sihi would die by Ohensok's hands, but from what he was seeing now, even her divination did not always come true. Through the fog of pain, Han Sihi's thoughts moved faintly. Somewhere in his memory, he seemed to recall that he might have already encountered that mysterious killer before. Then the soldiers began urging the stubborn young man to surrender. They claimed their real objective was only the little Sanson, and said they did not want to kill ordinary humans unless they were forced to. If Han Sihi quietly allowed them to tie him up, they said, then once everything was finished, they would release him down at the foot of the mountain. The only condition was that he never again interfere with their sacred hunt or get in their way. But those words were nothing but a filthy trick. Before the offer could even settle, one of the spearmen suddenly lunged forward, trying to take Han Sihi by surprise. Han Sihi responded not with words, but with his blade. In a swift counterattack, he carved deep wounds into the attackers who had tried to deceive him. Even while fighting them off, he could not ignore the technique they were using. It was so crude, so painfully obvious, that looking at it almost made him feel sick. The captain, however, explained with complete calm that simplicity did not make the technique useless. In fact, it had always worked perfectly before. The only reason it kept failing now was because Han Sihi himself was strange, constantly slipping away from attacks that should have ended his life. Han Sihi kept his eyes on the enemies around him and understood the danger at once. If he remained in this place any longer, more reinforcements would pour in, and the fight would swallow him completely. He had to seize control before that happened. So he planted himself firmly, steadied his breathing, and drew in one long breath. Then a fierce battle cry tore from his throat, cutting sharply through the freezing mountain air. In that same instant, the young warrior seized one of the enemy blades for himself. Now, with a weapon gripped in each hand, he threw himself back into the fight. The captain immediately moved to stop him, unleashing his signature technique, the swift hurricane of swords. But Han Sihi moved even faster. Before the technique could fully close around him, he struck one warrior with a crushing blow, sending the man's head flying. And without letting his momentum break for even a second, he cut down a couple more opponents in the same savage, overwhelming fashion. But that brief opening was enough for the captain. He aimed directly for Han Sihi's chest and managed to slash him with his blade. Han Sihi still forced the attack back, but the wound was wide, and blood began pouring out heavily. The commander laughed with cold confidence as he watched. He had not expected the boy to endure this long, but in his eyes, Han Sihi's desperate resistance had finally reached its end. Even so, the commander could not completely hide his surprise. With such a terrible wound already carved across his back, Han Sihi was somehow still standing firm, refusing to collapse. At that same moment, the shaman let out a cruel laugh as she looked down at Sori's frightened, miserable face. She had been hoping the girl would choose to run, just as she had before. And sure enough, the moment fear took over, Sori turned and fled. Sori expected the wolves to follow right behind her, but instead, her faithful protectors charged straight toward the sorceress, throwing themselves into danger so their little mistress would have a chance to escape. The cruel shaman answered by hurling glowing fire shells at them. The blast slammed into the wolves' bodies, and their cries of pain rang out across the snow. Seeing them suffer, Sori broke into tears. She screamed at that evil witch to stop, begging her not to hurt her loyal friends anymore. And in that heartbreaking moment, the young Sansin finally understood. The wolves should never have been the ones protecting her like this. It should have been her protecting them. From this moment on, she was the true mistress of the holy mountain, and every life belonging to that mountain now rested on her small, fragile shoulders. At the same time, Han Sihi fully understood just how serious his own condition had become. His back and his side had both been badly wounded, and each injury felt close enough to fatal that he could not ignore it. He could still move for the moment, but he knew that would not last forever. Sooner or later, whether he accepted it or not, his muscles would begin to give out. If he wanted to bring down even one more enemy, he had to do it quickly. But right as the situation reached that critical point, fresh reinforcements arrived to support the commander. These men had come all the way from the bamboo village. They had searched for Commander Ohensok but failed to find him, and as they followed the remaining clues, they realized he had already been killed. At the place where he died, they discovered clear traces leading away from the scene. Those tracks brought them all the way to this area, and from there, the sounds of fierce battle guided them straight toward Han Sihi. The commander pieced it together almost instantly and realized that the one who had brought down their comrade had to be Han Sihi. Yet even after reaching that conclusion, there was no shock, no sadness, not even a flicker of grief on his face. Only a cold, unreadable stare. He did not waste a single breath mourning the fallen. Instead, he gave a sharp order for his warriors to gather what strength they had left and finish everything here. Once Han Sihi was removed from their path, they would return to Bamboo Village alive, without letting the mission drag on any longer. Just then, several more fighters finally reached the group, stumbling in with their shoulders rising and falling from the punishing sprint through the thick snow. From their ragged breathing and frozen bodies, it was clear they had been held back while forcing their way across the brutal mountain terrain. Ashamed of arriving late, they swore that once this mission was over, they would put themselves through training far harsher than anything before. The next time they crossed a snowfield or mountain path, they promised they would never be slowed down like this again. Deep inside, the commander hoped that Han Sihi had finally run out of willpower and chosen to stop fighting. If the boy had accepted that this was the end, then the rest of the mission would become much cleaner and easier. After all, it would be far less annoying if Han Sihi simply lowered his head, let his blood soak quietly into the snow, and died without causing any more needless trouble. But Han Sihi was never the type to fall in silence. Even with his body pushed past its limit, he forced himself to move again and threw himself into what could only be one final, desperate battle. He had no idea how much strength was still left inside that battered body of his. But even if death was already standing right beside him, Han Sihi had made his decision. He would drag the commander down with him before it was over. The military leader stared at him with disbelief tightening across his face. This stubborn bastard was truly trying to turn his final breaths into a last stand, burning through whatever life remained just to strike back one more time. So the commander readied the killing move he trusted more than any other technique. With cold confidence, he prepared to unleash his prized 11th style, Cloud Hurricane. But to Han Sihi, that technique was not unfamiliar at all. He had already seen it before, already felt its rhythm, and already knew exactly how to face it head-on. In the end, The young warrior brought the commander down in the same merciless way he had already dealt with another fighter before him, turning the man's proud confidence into sudden silence. As Han Sihi stared over the motionless bodies scattered across the snow in front of him, a faint flicker of relief passed through his exhaustion. He had been afraid his strength would vanish before the final blow landed, but somehow, that last strike still carried enough power. Even so, his body was clearly reaching the end of what it could endure. And strangely, if he had to die, falling in a direct and honest battle felt far better than slowly wasting away from the venomous bites of monsters deep inside a dungeon. Of course, Han Sihi still wished he could buy just a little more time, enough to stop the remaining enemies from joining the shaman. But with his strength nearly drained dry, all he could do now was hope that Sori had found somewhere safe to hide. At that very moment, the shaman stood frozen in place as she stared at the child before her. Shock tightened her face, as if she could hardly believe the scene unfolding right in front of her eyes. Sori's eyes blazed with fury, and despite her small body, her glare carried a force that felt almost commanding. She ordered the woman to release the wolves at once. But the woman had no intention of obeying. Instead, she viciously kicked one of the animals away, sending the poor creature tumbling across the snow until it rolled over the edge of a steep mountain slope and disappeared from sight. Using that split second of distraction, the cunning shaman moved immediately. She snapped into action and sent her blade flying straight towards Sori's neck. At the very last moment, the young Sanson twisted her body aside. She managed to avoid a fatal strike, but the blade still scraped across her soft cheek, cutting a sharp, painful line into her face. But the danger was far from over. The shaman could control the weapon from a distance, and the blade suddenly stopped in midair before turning back again, moving under her silent command like a beast searching for prey. With surprising agility, Sori kept dodging and knocking the deadly blade away as it attacked again and again. Each strike sliced through the air dangerously close, passing only inches from her small body. The first time the shaman had caught her, Sori had been so overwhelmed by terror that she could not even resist. Fear had frozen her in place, locking her body before she could fight back. But now, that same terrified child charged straight toward the sorceress with raw anger burning in her eyes. She moved on all fours like a wild creature, driven forward by pure, instinctive rage. The woman reacted instantly, thrusting her amulets out in front of her as a shield. Flames erupted around her body, building a fiery defense against the bold little girl rushing directly at her. Watching Sori throw herself forward without hesitation, even while clearly knowing the danger waiting in front of her, the shaman finally understood it. In an unbelievably short time, this child had truly changed. Still, even if Sori had become stronger, the shaman was certain the girl could never defeat her. She had spent long years polishing that deadly power, refining it until it became something truly terrifying. So she coldly invited the young Sanson to come closer. If Sori dared to step within her reach, the shaman would make sure she learned what real, bone-chilling fear actually felt like. Meanwhile, Han Sihi turned his fading thoughts inward and silently called out to the Black Tiger. The grand plan he once had to wipe out every Sanson had already been shattered by his own reckless decisions. Everything he had intended to carry out was now scattered and ruined, like dust blown apart by the wind. Han Sihi had no way of knowing what the predatory spirit intended to do next. Maybe the Black Tiger would abandon this sword and search for another vessel worthy of carrying its ancient soul. Or maybe it would stay with him until the end, letting both their lives and their revenge die together. But to Han Sihi's surprise, the enemy warriors still had not moved in to finish him. They remained perfectly still in the snow, standing like frozen stone statues as they watched him from a distance. Maybe they were simply waiting for him to bleed out and collapse on his own. What made it worse was that, even after their commander had fallen, the fighters did not look shaken or discouraged in the slightest. Then, right before Han Sihi's eyes, the fallen commander began to rise again, like a corpse dragging itself back from death. And once Han Sihi realized he had truly killed Yongjus, he understood that this was not just some lucky survival on the enemy's part. Han Sihi was stunned. How could that man still be alive? He had felt it clearly, the crack of the commander's skull beneath the force of his own blow. The commander answered with calm arrogance, explaining that because of the special body he possessed, he could not die even if he wished for death himself. Within his body, the power of a Sanson pulsed with terrifying intensity, carrying a level of strength Han Sihi could not even imagine reaching. The commander would have preferred to kill the boy without revealing that hidden power at all, but the situation had forced him to show it, and now there was no longer any point in keeping it concealed. At the same time, the shaman noticed that Sori's movements were beginning to lose their sharpness. The girl was slowing down, and with every attempt to attack, the strain on her small body became more obvious. So the shaman compressed her massive fireball down into a tiny, concentrated point of light. Then, with cruel precision, she flicked it toward the young Sanson. The moment it exploded, a violent blast erupted across the snow, hurling Sori several meters backward and sending her small body tumbling helplessly through the freezing ground. The heat was unbearable, and the pain struck her with terrifying sharpness. But even as Sori struggled beneath it, the ruthless shaman kept pressing forward, refusing to give her even a moment to breathe. Sori tried to run, desperately searching for the smallest opening that might let her escape. But the sorceress only laughed at those pitiful attempts, cruelly enjoying every second of the chase. She told Sori that this was still nowhere near finished, then reminded her with chilling delight that she still planned to cut off the girl's arms and legs. The woman attacked the child from every direction, slashing her again and leaving painful, bleeding wounds across her body. Overwhelmed by the agony, Sori cried through her tears and begged Hansihi to come help her. But then, in the middle of that pain, the image of her dead mother flashed vividly through her mind. Even with tears streaming down her face, the fear inside Sori began to twist into a fierce, burning anger. The shaman noticed that shift in her immediately, but she also knew the limits of her own situation. As much as she wanted to keep playing with this spirit, her amulets were almost completely used up. So she decided to end the fight quickly. She would cut off one of Sori's hands, bind the girl with an arresting spell, and stop this battle before it could drag on any further. But just as the shaman moved to carry out her plan, Sori vanished right before her eyes, disappearing from the air as though her small body had simply evaporated. Then, in the very next instant, Sori struck again, launching herself straight at the sorceress while gripping the amulet tightly in both hands. The shaman stared at Sori with disbelief written all over her face, almost stunned by how simple and painfully honest the child's attack looked. From the way Sori charged straight in without any real technique, it was obvious she had almost no experience in an actual fight, and the shaman could tell right away that a head-on rush like that would never be enough to defeat someone seasoned in battle. But just as the shaman's focus locked onto the obvious threat coming from the front, the clever little girl slipped out of her line of sight and circled around behind her. Before the woman could turn and defend herself properly, Sori struck from the rear, landing a sudden blow right where the shaman had left herself open. Even after being knocked down, though, the shaman was nowhere near finished. Hidden against her body, she still had a few powerful amulets left, and those were more than enough for her to weave another binding spell and twist the fight back in her favor. As she forced herself to steady her breathing, the shaman bitterly cursed her own carelessness. After exhausting herself in those fierce clashes against the other spirits, she should have known better than to let her guard slip for even a heartbeat. And now that the snow road deer had been lost, Sori's life no longer meant anything to her. There was no reason to waste any more precious time dealing with this defiant little girl, so the sorceress coldly decided to end it quickly and kill the brazen child right there. Meanwhile, Han Sihi stood facing the revived captain, his eyes narrowing as a troubling question rose inside him. He wanted to know whether this man had somehow taken the Black Tiger's power into his own body by accident. Only then did the captain's expression finally shift. The moment Han Sihi touched on that hidden secret, he realized the boy standing before him was not just reckless or stubborn. He was far more dangerous than he had first believed. As Han Sihi thought back on the enemies he had already fought, a sharp uneasiness stirred in his chest. If this kind of power could allow warriors to return even after death, then others who carried that same force might also be able to crawl back from the grave. But the captain only gave a scornful laugh. He had not come back to life, he said coldly, because he had never died in the first place. And that rare ability was not something any ordinary person could obtain. It was granted only to those who had been chosen. When even Ohensok had never possessed that kind of power, despite reaching the respected rank of captain, it proved just how difficult it was to receive such an ability. This was not some common strength given to every skilled soldier who climbed high enough. Even so, the man explained with calm pride that his own power had long since surpassed the normal limits of a captain. Out of everyone gathered in that frozen place, he alone carried what he called the true power of a spirit. The captain looked genuinely shocked as he studied Han Sihi's battered body. With wounds that severe, the boy should have already been collapsing, barely hanging on to life. Instead, the captain decided he would have to drag the truth out of him through a much harsher interrogation. But Han Sihi answered with an eerie calm, saying that he only needed to figure out which enemy was worth saving for last. In other words, he was already deciding who would be left to suffer after everyone else had been cut down. The commander froze, unable to make sense of what he was seeing. After everything Han Sihi had endured, the boy was still smiling. Even after witnessing supernatural power right in front of him, he kept acting with fearless arrogance, almost as if his mind had completely snapped. So the commander decided there was no point dragging this out any longer. Rather than letting the impudent youth keep running his mouth, he chose to spare him any further struggle and finish him with one clean strike. But Han Sihi caught the blade with shocking ease, stopping it with his bare hand, as if it were nothing more dangerous than a child's toy. Without even a trace of panic in his eyes, he told the commander not to make things that easy for him. Because only now, after being pushed this far past his limits, had Han Sihi finally begun to feel the intoxicating thrill of a true battle. The danger, the pain, and the crushing pressure were all feeding something wild and hungry inside him. Then, with a sincerity that made the moment feel even more terrifying, Han Sihi thanked the man for choosing to become something like a spirit. Thanks to that, he said, the true power sleeping inside him had finally begun to awaken. At that same moment, a piercing wave of pain tore through Sori's body. Her small, fragile frame trembled violently, as if countless invisible blades had stabbed into her all at once. But even through that agony, Sori understood one thing with perfect clarity. If she died here, then every living being on the sacred mountain would die along with her, and that was something she could never allow. So the young Sansin forced her body to move. Even while pain ripped through her, she hurled herself toward the deadly binding spell at terrifying speed, desperately trying to stop it before it could take everything from her. The shaman looked at her with open disgust, stunned by what she saw as the foolishness of a girl who dared to devour people and then still charge forward as if she were innocent. But Sori shouted back with every bit of strength she could gather, insisting that she was not some kind of monster. She had never done anything like the shaman was accusing her of. The sorceress only laughed in a low, sinister voice. Everyone knew what Sansin were, she claimed. Infamous cannibals who craved spirits and devoured human flesh without the slightest hesitation. Sori tightened her grip around the blade in her hand, her small fingers clenching so hard they began to tremble. Then she answered with fierce resolve, declaring that she was not one of the creatures the shaman was describing. She was the rightful mistress of the holy mountain. The woman laughed again, this time with even sharper mockery. Since the Snow Road deer was already dead, she said, all she needed to do now was kill Sori, and once that happened, the girl, the mountain, and everything connected to it would all perish together. Sori understood that no matter how badly her body screamed in pain, she had to endure it. She had to stay standing and stop anyone else from dying because of her weakness. In that desperate moment, a memory from her distant childhood rose up in her mind. She remembered her father taking her outside and showing her the sacred place that she would one day be responsible for protecting. He had told her that a day would eventually come when she could truly stand as its guardian. That moment, he said, would arrive when she finally discovered her own true name. Her father had not explained every detail to her back then. Instead, he had only promised her gently that when her time finally came, she would understand everything on her own. And now, with the spell pressing heavily down on her, Sori suddenly remembered the final words left behind by the fallen Snow Road deer. The Snow Road deer had begged her never to forget who she truly was. Sori was not a helpless child, and she was not a monster either. She was the noble keeper of the mountain, born as the daughter of a noble Sansin. She was the true mistress of the holy mountain, the one destined to inherit the will of the Snow Road deer and carry that sacred responsibility forward. And the true name that belonged to her was Iron Wind. At that very same time, the wounds covering Han Sihi's body had already begun closing little by little. Torn flesh started to mend, strength returned to his limbs, and life surged back through his battered body once again. The captain stared in disbelief, unable to accept the sight unfolding in front of him. To him, there was no mistaking what he was witnessing. This boy was using the forbidden power of evil spirits. But Han Sihi corrected him with calm certainty, as if the truth should have been obvious from the start. The being standing before them was the strongest of all Sansin. The commander took a careful step back, his confidence finally shaken. If Han Sihi truly was a spirit, then simply killing him was no longer an option. They had to capture him, no matter what it took. Without wasting another breath, he barked an order to his hunters, commanding them to rush Han Sihi all at once and bring him down together. But Han Sihi, now wrapped in the Black Tiger's power, had already gone far beyond the reach of those pitiful men. Their numbers meant nothing before the overwhelming force gathering around him. With effortless swings, he tore through their bodies and cut them apart. Every place his attacks landed erupted violently, each strike bursting through the air with the force of a massive explosion. After sweeping aside the pawns around him, Han Sihi spoke in a voice that was chillingly calm. Across the entire world, there was only one true hunter of Sansin, and that hunter was him. Then he seized the man by the head as though he were grabbing something weightless. With a casual motion, he flung him aside like a toy he had already grown tired of playing with. The captain, however, was not seriously hurt by the impact. Even so, cold fear began settling over him as he stared at the monster before him, desperately trying to understand what Han Sihi truly was. Han Sihi seemed almost surprised that the man still failed to recognize him, even after witnessing the shape of his true power with his own eyes. Then again, perhaps that ignorance was not so strange. A mere mortal like this captain had never been worthy of knowing his real name in the first place. So Han Sihi decided there was no longer any need to explain himself. He would simply crush this insignificant man without mercy and end him once and for all. Even Han Sihi himself was shaken by the overwhelming energy now wrapping around his body. This sensation was completely new to him, unlike anything he had ever felt before. Sori was undergoing that same kind of transformation. When the shaman first grabbed her, she had dismissed the girl as nothing more than an unclean creature, something that could not even compare to an ordinary lower-ranked spirit. But now, for reasons the shaman could not understand, her instincts screamed a very different warning. Standing before Sori, she felt as though she was facing a Sansin so powerful that she might not be able to withstand her at all. Perhaps this was exactly why the lady had summoned the shaman before the mission ever began and warned her with such unusual seriousness. An uneasy feeling had been clawing at the woman's heart, so before allowing her to leave, she made sure the shaman stopped, listened carefully, and remembered the words that might decide whether she survived. The eldest already understood that this shaman's witchcraft had risen to a level equal to her own, and perhaps had even surpassed it. And if that was truly the case, then even someone as powerful as the shaman could still be overwhelmed by Sori. In this land, without a patron standing over them, there were only 3 spirits said to be impossible to defeat. 2 were already dead, and no one even knew if the final one still existed. But no hunt ever went perfectly according to plan. Unexpected changes could appear in an instant, warping the situation into something no one had predicted. So even with all their preparation, it would not be wrong to say they still knew almost nothing about the Sansin living in this region. That was why the mistress had left her with one final order. If the situation went wrong, the shaman was not supposed to cling to pride, anger, or stubbornness. She was to abandon the mission immediately, turn back without hesitation, and return home alive. Only now did the sorceress truly understand the meaning behind that warning. No matter what it took, she had to escape from this place and report everything she had seen. If she could gather all the shamans, and especially bring the mistress herself, then there might still be a way to win. So she moved without wasting even a single breath. With desperate speed, she flung out the last of her amulets, calling forth a chain of spirits under her command and layering their power around her body like one final shield. The first talisman raised a barrier so firm that not even a raging elephant could smash through it. The second carried enough power to cut down 3 bears. The third could push back even ferocious tigers. The fourth would burn 2 bulls completely to ash. And the fifth strengthened every charm surrounding it, making all of them more dangerous at the same time. Then her hands snapped forward again, casting out another pair of amulets as she commanded them to ignite. The charms burst into flame, summoning the scorching fire of the heavenly chain as it spread fiercely before her. With all those attacks unleashed at once, she tried to crush the young Sansin standing in front of her before the girl could close the distance. The treacherous shaman was waiting for the exact moment when the girl lost her way in the chaos, swallowed up by the growing pillar of flame. If that opening appeared, she would run at once. And if fortune favored her even slightly, she might leave Sori badly wounded before making her escape. But Sori did not flinch. That hellish fire no longer frightened her in the slightest. Instead, she rushed straight into the roaring flames, her eyes locked on the shaman as she charged directly toward her. In the blink of an eye, every amulet guarding the witch's body was ripped apart. The very charms that should have protected her were torn to shreds before they could save her. Then the child struck with her sharp claws, and in one brutal instant, the woman's head was taken clean from her body. Only after the battlefield fell silent did Sori finally begin to calm down. Tears streamed from her eyes as she apologized to her dead mother, sobbing because her true strength had only appeared after it was already far too late. At that moment, Han Sihi stepped carefully toward the girl. As he watched her trembling there in the snow, he understood that Sori had finally discovered her real name. Inside him, the black tiger rejoiced with savage delight. All that waiting had not been meaningless after all. At last, prey had fallen into their hands, prey powerful enough to stand against almost any enemy. So the black tiger urged Han Sihi to stop hesitating. The time for patience was over. It told him to attack the girl now and begin the hunt he had been longing for all this time. Nearly 3 years had passed since the black tiger's power first fused with the training sword Han Sihi had received from Blue Waters. During those 3 long years, Han Sihi had hunted many Sansin. But even after all those battles, none of those victories were truly worth boasting about. Most of the spirits he had taken were small creatures, things like foxes or martens, and even those were not especially easy to find. Their power was far too weak to restore the black tiger's true strength. What he truly needed was an opponent with exceptional power, or a precious pearl so valuable that absorbing it would be the same as devouring the strongest dragon Sansin. And now, standing right in front of him, prey had finally appeared whose life force surpassed even that of a dragon. Even after absorbing that pearl, the Black Tiger's energy had still not been enough to completely heal Han Sihi's wounded body. Because of that, Han Sihi could not help but doubt whether his battered body, in its current state, could truly suppress a power equal to a dragon's strength. At that moment, the Black Tiger reminded him of the promise he had made. Han Sihi had said he would wait until the girl gained her true name. And now, that moment had finally arrived. If he could absorb such enormous power, then he would gain enough strength to resist their enemies 2 times over, perhaps even 3 times more than before. The predatory spirit pressed into him harder, driving the question deep into his mind. Why had Han Sihi taken up the cursed sword of the Black Tiger on that fateful day in the first place? As those words echoed through him, Sori began moving toward him. Han Sihi knew he could not simply remain standing there forever. One way or another, he had to give an answer. The child dropped down onto all fours and darted forward, closing the distance between them with frightening speed. But in that exact instant, an image rose from the depths of Han Sihi's memories, the figure of a cat, along with the words she had once spoken to him. She had told him that, according to her predictions, a child named Han Sihi would not commit evil merely for his own personal gain. To find the answers he had been searching for, Han Sihi had spilled blood and lied to himself again and again, forcing himself to believe there had never been another path. Then he remembered Sori, crying while clinging tightly to him. He had wanted to gently pat her head and comfort her, but instead, he had forced himself to push the child away. Now, there was no way to take any of it back. Sori was already rushing straight toward him at full speed. The opponent before him was a lightning-fast Sansin, the kind of being that would not allow even a single heartbeat of hesitation. And yet, Han Sihi felt an almost impossible calm settle over him. He waited for the girl's attack, as if the moment she reached him, everything would finally come to its end. But instead of tearing into him, Sori threw herself against his body and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Through her tears, she told him that her mother had died protecting her, and that her father was already dead too. Now, there was no one left beside her. In that moment, she felt completely alone in the entire world. She did not know what she was supposed to do anymore. She had no idea where to go, what choice was right, or how she was supposed to keep living from this point on. Inside Han Sihi's head, the Black Tiger immediately hissed that this was the perfect chance. While she was clinging to him so defenselessly, he could cut her into pieces. But Han Sihi knew with absolute clarity that doing such a thing would be wrong. No matter how loudly the Black Tiger urged him on, he could not bring himself to kill her. The Black Tiger seethed with fury at what it saw as pointless weakness. To the beast, it seemed Han Sihi had finally forgotten the very reason he had picked up that sword. But Han Sihi understood something different. There had to be other paths forward. After all, Sori was not the only Sansin left in the world. The predator burned with rage. They had spent 3 whole years searching for prey like this, and it would not even be an exaggeration to say they had been waiting for this girl the entire time. The Black Tiger had no intention of accepting yet another delay. It refused to even consider the idea of waiting longer for another opportunity like this. It ordered Han Sihi not to surrender to useless emotions. He had already absorbed so many Sansin. So how could he stop now simply because this one happened to look like a child? But at that moment, Han Sihi noticed something immediately. The Black Tiger's power was beginning to shift, taking on the form of a human silhouette. The spirit threw Han Sihi's own words back at him. He had once sworn to take revenge, even if he had to drain every Sansin in the world down to the bone. But that vow had been a lie. It seemed he had already forgotten the smell of human blood and the sight of people dying right before his eyes. Those words struck deep, and Han Sihi was dragged completely back into his memories. Back then, on scorched earth blackened by destruction, he had stood over the lifeless bodies of his comrades, staring down at them in silent horror. Right at that moment, the girl came rushing toward him with everything she had, her voice breaking as she shouted for Han Sihi to run. She begged him not to stay trapped in a place so cursed, so hopeless, and so completely swallowed by despair. Han Sihi didn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. He charged toward her at full speed, arm reaching out desperately, as if one more step would be enough to pull her back to safety. But before their hands could touch, a deafening explosion burst between them, ripping through the space like the world itself had been torn open. When Han Sihi finally managed to force his eyes open and look through the chaos around him, his chest tightened with horror. The girl had already been struck down, her life taken amid the terrifying sight of massive dragons flooding across the earth like a living catastrophe. Then the Black Tiger's voice sank into him, cold and sharp, pressing against his mind like the edge of a blade. It reminded Han Sihi that this was his final chance, and if he refused to cross fully to its side now, that dark power would be lost to him forever. And without that power, he would be thrown back into the same miserable days he hated most. Those days when he was weak, helpless, and so powerless that even the memory of them made something twist in his stomach with disgust. After those words echoed through his heart, the young man stood above the fallen girl in silence. Slowly, he lifted his blade over her head, his face unreadable, his hand terrifyingly calm, as though his decision had already been made. In the next instant, a heavy blow rang out, sharp, brutal, and final. Soon after, the vision of the little girl began to warp and crumble, her entire world twisting apart, as if some unseen force were crushing it from every direction. Tears suddenly spilled from the child's eyes as she stared up at him, completely lost and unable to understand what had just happened. She couldn't grasp why Han Sihi, of all people, had chosen to hurt her so cruelly. Her strength gave way, and she sank down onto her knees, trembling in fear as sobs shook her small body. Through her tears, she apologized again and again, wondering if she had somehow done something wrong without even realizing it. But Han Sihi only looked down at her with eyes that had gone cold and distant. Then, in a quiet voice weighed down with pain more than anger, he apologized for everything that had happened. The world then slipped away from that moment and rolled back several years into the past, returning to a frozen mountain slope where a small boy stood completely alone beneath the biting winter air. His mentor was startled to discover the young disciple standing there so early. The old man looked at the boy with open confusion, unable to understand what could have driven him to climb to such a place before dawn had even fully broken. The child answered with complete honesty, saying he didn't want to miss even a single moment of the sacred event. After all, the legendary ascension of the dragon was about to begin, and he wanted to witness it from the very start. Hearing that sincere reply, the mentor's expression softened into a quiet, knowing smile. He found himself wondering what sort of will the heavens must have held to send him such an extraordinary child. In the old sage's eyes, someone blessed with talent that rare could have walked many grand paths. He might have become a powerful statesman, a savior who protected his nation, or even a trusted figure standing close beside the king himself. And yet, the boy had chosen the path of a shaman. What drew his heart was not authority, rank, or worldly power, but the silent beauty of nature and the hidden mysteries moving through the heavens. Even his master, who had spent 40 long years in solitude, could not fully understand that part of him. Then, as the boy looked out across the lake's smooth, mirror-like surface, he finally saw the sacred ascension begin. The first signs rippled over the water gently, almost like the lake itself had taken the first breath of a miracle. A violent storm soon began to swirl around the lake, as though the whole of nature had risen to celebrate the wonder about to unfold. And before long, deep within the churning waters, the majestic form of a dragon appeared. At long last, the boy was seeing it with his own eyes. This was the ascension he had dreamed of, waited for, and carried in his heart for so long. Beside him, his mentor spoke in a voice filled with reverence, explaining that the water snake had finally obtained the precious pearl of power. With that pearl in its possession, it had become a true dragon. From that day onward, it would never again return to the earth, but would soar into the heavens and look down upon everything below from the endless sky. Then the sage glanced at the boy's face and paused. Only then did he realize that silent tears were already streaming down the child's cheeks. The young shaman was completely overwhelmed by what he was witnessing. The sight of the dragon rising before him was so breathtaking, so beautiful, that emotion simply poured out of him before he could hold it back. His mentor was genuinely surprised to see such raw emotion from his student. The boy had always been gentle, peaceful, and almost too soft-hearted, and that quiet nature had long been one of the things that worried the old man. But just then, the boy's gaze shifted. Across the sacred scene, he spotted a black tiger moving carefully toward the lake, its presence cutting through the miracle like a shadow. In the very next moment, the predatory spirit forced its way into the sacred ascension without the slightest hesitation. It lunged forward and drove its deadly fangs straight into the dragon's neck. The master's face drained of color as horror spread across his features. He quickly explained to the stunned boy that the greedy villain before them was the black tiger, and that it intended to devour the dragon. He warned the boy that they had to leave immediately. If they remained there any longer, they would be pulled into the same deadly disaster unfolding before their eyes. But the boy did not move an inch. Rage burned across his small face as he fixed his eyes directly on the predator, refusing to turn away, refusing to run from the terrible scene in front of him. Then, with helpless fury gripping his chest, he watched the magnificent dragon lose its strength under the black tiger's attack. Crushed and wounded, it began to fall from the sky like a bird whose wings had been broken. Even the master could barely believe what was happening. The black tiger was truly overpowering the dragon, turning a battle that should never have ended this way into an impossible defeat. At that moment, the young disciple suddenly broke away and started down the mountain slope. His small body moved quickly toward the place where the defeated dragon had fallen. Before long, he reached the clearing below, only to stop before a horrifying sight. The ground was soaked in the scarlet blood of the celestial creature, staining the earth beneath his feet with the weight of the tragedy. His master hurried after him, shocked by the boy's reckless behavior. He couldn't understand what had happened to the child's usual obedience, because this time, the boy had completely ignored his warning. Then, right there in the middle of that blood-drenched clearing, the same black tiger appeared before them. The beast looked almost as if it were grinning as its gaze locked onto the boy. It seemed to be daring him to move, daring him to challenge the terrifying power standing right in front of him. But after a brief moment, the predator seemed to lose interest completely. It turned away without a hint of concern and slowly vanished into the thick darkness of the forest. Only after it disappeared did the fear finally crash down on the boy all at once. His legs gave out, and he collapsed straight into the mud, where the dirt beneath him was mixed with the dragon's blood. The young shaman stared down at his own trembling hands, his breath shaken and uneven. He could not accept the truth that he had stood right there and done absolutely nothing. The black tiger had mercilessly ruined the dragon's ascension, destroying the sacred moment the boy had waited for throughout his entire short life. The killer had been right there before him, close enough for him to see clearly, close enough for his hatred to burn. And yet, even at that distance, the boy had been powerless to stop it. Even so, deep inside his heart, the young shaman held tightly to one belief. Someday, he and the black tiger would meet again, and when that day finally came, he would make the beast pay for its blasphemy. Years passed after that unforgettable day, and the small boy who had once trembled in the mud eventually grew into a young man. Now, standing beside another shaman at the entrance of a temple, he prepared himself to continue the sacred work that had brought them to that place. Bottle calmly explained to the monk that if the murderer really was an evil spirit, then they needed to find solid proof. Only with that evidence could they clear the temple's name and remove the blame hanging over it. But the monk's fear was fixed on something even more immediate. If the authorities kept refusing to step inside the temple, then more innocent people might die before anyone finally decided to act. The master gently told him not to worry. Then, with a calmer expression, he added that the monk did not need to address him with such deep respect. After saying that, he stepped into the temple. Yet inwardly, he couldn't help feeling less like a proper sacred worker and more like some suspicious fraud wandering in to chase easy money and gullible girls. Fortunately, the monk didn't catch what he muttered under his breath. Thanks to that, the young man was able to walk inside without creating any awkward trouble at the entrance. But the instant he crossed the threshold, his expression changed completely. It was as if the air inside the temple struck him all at once, forcing him to feel something heavy the moment he stepped in. The moment Bottle stepped inside the temple, the first thing that hit him was the rotten, stomach-turning smell of decay. It was so thick it seemed to stick inside his throat, and when his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw blood splattered wildly across the walls and smeared over the floor in every direction. Then his gaze dropped to the monk's body, and the sight told him more than words ever could. The corpse had fallen at a terrible angle, the limbs twisted unnaturally, and the marks left behind made one fact painfully obvious. Whatever had done this was not an ordinary evil spirit. Bottle had come in expecting to face a wicked presence, already steadying himself like a shaman prepared for an exorcism. His tools were in hand, his mind was calm, and he was ready to drive something out. But the atmosphere inside the temple instantly told him this situation was different. This was not some stray, evil spirit lurking quietly in the corners of the temple. The traces carved into the scene, the weight hanging in the air, and the way the killing had been carried out all pointed to something far more dangerous, a real Sansin. The spirit seemed genuinely taken aback by Bottle's reaction. Even after the shaman had clearly understood what sort of being stood before him, he had not backed away, had not turned to flee, and that alone appeared to surprise the creature. Bottle calmly lowered his body in a respectful bow, keeping his composure even in front of such a dangerous presence. He introduced himself properly as Shaman Bottle, then asked why a spirit like him had descended all the way to this forgotten place just to feed on a sinful human. But the monster did not give him a straight answer. Instead, it remained disturbingly calm, letting the silence stretch for a moment before asking whether the shaman had ever heard of a Sansin known as the Black Tiger. The instant that name entered the air, Bottle's whole stance changed. An amulet was already ready in one hand. His blade was prepared in the other, and it was obvious from his sharp gaze that the Black Tiger was a name he had been chasing for a very long time. Bottle locked his eyes on the Sansin without looking away and demanded that he talk. He ordered the spirit to tell him everything he knew about that legendary being, every rumor, every clue, and every last detail he was hiding. The spirit answered with nothing but a mocking laugh, his expression dripping with contempt. To him, Bottle was only a tiny, ordinary human standing in the path of something far beyond him, and all he could do was silently accept the death coming for him. But Bottle did not flinch, and he certainly did not wait to be attacked. With one swift motion, he flicked the enchanted amulet through the air, sending the talisman cutting straight toward the spirit. The Sansin brushed it off immediately, completely convinced that a flimsy little scrap of paper could never wound a being like him. Blinded by that arrogance, he rushed forward, eager to close the distance and tear into the shaman's flesh. But the moment the monster stepped into range and brought himself close enough, Bottle made his move. With perfect timing, he triggered the talisman exactly when the Sansin had no room left to escape. In an instant, the spell snapped into place around the Sansin like unseen chains. Invisible restraints wrapped tightly around his body, and a wave of unbearable pain surged through the spirit, forcing his confidence to shatter. Bottle then told him that he would offer help, but only if the Sansin explained everything honestly. He wanted to know why the spirit had come down to this place, why he had murdered innocent people, and what had pushed him into such brutal bloodshed. And there was one more thing Bottle could not ignore. The spirit clearly knew something about the Black Tiger. So Bottle promised that if the Sansin spoke without hiding a single detail, he would release the spell holding him in place. At last, the Sansin began to talk. He explained that the Black Tiger had been moving through the mountains, hunting down other spirits and devouring them wherever he managed to find them. Because of that terror, many spirits had been driven out of the mountains and forced down into human territory just to search for food. With nowhere safe left to go, the Sansin swore that if Bottle let him leave, he would never come back to this place again. And just as Bottle had promised, he released the talisman's power. The spell that had been clamped around the Sansin scattered and loosened, finally freeing the spirit from its painful restraints. The Sansin turned away as if the matter were settled, seemingly ready to honor his word and leave the shaman behind without causing any more trouble. But in the very next moment, Bottle struck him directly in the neck, making it clear he had never truly been able to let him go. The spirit was already a predator, and even worse, he had tasted human flesh. Since they were still standing inside a holy temple, Bottle chose to offer a prayer for the Sansin afterward. With solemn respect, he hoped that even this fallen spirit might be reborn into paradise. Once the task was finished, Bottle returned home as though nothing especially unusual had happened. But beneath that calm expression, he carried the heavy weight of everything he had just learned. Of course, he could not simply ignore the alarming truth that Sansin were now descending into human lands. Before the situation spread any further and grew completely uncontrollable, he knew he had to find the Black Tiger as quickly as possible. 10 years earlier, after Bottle and his teacher had witnessed the terrible battle between the Black Tiger and the dragon, his teacher had suddenly fallen gravely ill. After his teacher eventually passed away, Bottle began following the Black Tiger's trail. From that point on, he chased the shadow of the beast that had haunted him ever since he was a child. For many long years, the traces of the Black Tiger eventually faded and disappeared. But when rumors later reached Bottle that the beast had returned, he took up the pursuit again, and along that path, two strange facts began to surface. The first clue was found on the bodies of the Sansin killed by the Black Tiger. Strangely, they did not carry bite marks from fangs. Instead, their wounds had been made by a sword, and after death, each spirit had reverted back to its original form. The second clue was even more troubling. Bottle discovered signs that a Sansin had been dragged away by force, and from the tracks left behind, the scene looked very much like an abduction. In his mind, both incidents had to be connected to the Black Tiger somehow. Most likely, a large group of humans had kidnapped a Sansin, which meant the one carrying and using the sword might actually be the true Black Tiger. Because of that possibility, Bottle began observing the behavior of spirits with even sharper attention than before. Around that time, an old uncle appeared and brought him a story about a Sansin discovered in the mountains. According to the man, a wealthy local figure had taken the child into the village, and that single choice became the starting point of every disaster that followed. The old man did not try to dress up the truth either. That wealthy man had long been known for his filthy conduct, his shameless behavior, and the ugly desires he carried openly enough for others to know about. And perhaps the fact that the child had been raised in the mountains only stirred that twisted appetite even further. Bit by bit, it seemed to make the rich man's intentions toward her grow even darker. But who could have expected that the girl was actually a Sansin? When the rich man and his entire family tried to kill her, everything turned against them instead, and she ended up taking revenge on them with her own hands. Naturally, Bottle wanted to know what happened after that. Had the shamans truly captured the spirit once the incident ended? Normally, a shaman would deal with such a matter right there on the spot, so there should have been no need to imprison her or carry her somewhere else. But the uncle did not seem to know much beyond the rumors he had heard. All he could do was insist firmly that the girl had been killed. Even then, Bottle could tell that something in the uncle's story did not quite fit. There was clearly a missing piece somewhere, but information was still information, so he paid the man for what he had brought. The two of them agreed to meet again next time in a city the old man planned to visit. His nephew lived there as well, and that nephew had apparently also asked him to collect information about evil spirits. Bottle was obviously interested in meeting that nephew in person, hoping the man might know more. But the uncle refused the request and only warned Bottle to be careful, making sure no one discovered that he had gotten involved in such a dangerous matter. Bottle already understood very well what kind of danger could come from digging deeper into this case. The more he followed the clues, the clearer it became that the threat around him was only growing. After that, he continued tracing the Black Tiger's path step by step. But the decisive clue he had been searching for did not appear where he expected. It came from the most unexpected place. Conchar told him that the warrior dressed in black truly was the Black Tiger. And not only that, a girl with terrifying power had been traveling beside him, someone so strong that even experienced fighters could feel fear in her presence. Then Conchar tried to help by drawing a rough portrait, sketching out what the two of them looked like as best as he could. The drawing itself was so unclear that Bottle knew it would hardly help him identify either person on sight. But even that messy sketch confirmed one important truth. The trail of the Sanson girl and the trail of the Black Tiger were connected. So Bottle decided on his next destination without hesitation. He would head for the village hidden inside the bamboo grove, the very place where that girl had supposedly been captured. But just as he continued along his way, a Sanson suddenly appeared and blocked the road directly in front of him. It was a girl who had taken the form of a bird, and she greeted Bottle with an easy, friendly familiarity. Bottle responded in the same comfortable way, showing that this was clearly not their first meeting. Of course, Bottle could not help feeling embarrassed by the situation. If Lady Okachi was going to take a human form, then she really needed to remember basic human decency. But since ordinary people usually could not see her anyway, she kept forgetting that she was walking around completely naked. With nothing more than a casual snap of her fingers, Lady Okachi calmly dressed herself in proper human clothing. She treated the whole thing as if it were a tiny inconvenience, not something worth being embarrassed about at all. Then Bottle told her what had just happened. Because of the Black Tiger, he had been forced to kill a Sanson that had come down into the human world searching for food after fear drove it out of the mountains. But the very second Okachi heard the name Black Tiger, her reaction changed completely. Her body froze in place, every movement stopping at once, as if that single name had turned the air around her cold and heavy. Even with that uneasy reaction, Bottle knew his judgment had not been mistaken. This was no longer something they could brush aside or treat like a distant rumor, and the truth had to be confirmed with their own eyes. Once Bottle was certain that his next step was the right one, he didn't waste another moment standing around. He immediately set off, rushing straight toward the bamboo grove where the next clue was waiting. Around that same time, deeper in the forest, a young Sanson was wandering along without a care. He happily gathered mushrooms one by one, humming a light little song to himself as though the woods were perfectly peaceful. But the young spirit had no idea that danger was already close. Somewhere nearby, hidden from sight, the Black Tiger was silently watching him, waiting patiently for the perfect opening to strike. The moment the Sanson relaxed his guard, Han Sihi moved. Like a hunter closing in on prey, he launched forward with sharp focus, aiming his attack before the little spirit could even understand what was happening. But just before the finishing blow could land, Han Sihi suddenly saw Sori's small face overlapping with the victim in front of him. His hand stopped at the final possible moment, and instead of killing the young spirit, he let him go, allowing him to escape alive. Right after that, the vision left Han Sihi unsteady and shaken. His head spun from the illusion, and he was forced to abandon the hunt before he could take even one more step forward. Watching Han Sihi fall into such a miserable state, the Black Tiger spoke with cold contempt. He questioned whether Han Sihi's desire for revenge was truly as strong as he claimed it was. Then the Black Tiger pushed even deeper, telling him to remember the past from 10 years ago. He reminded Han Sihi of the time when he had been nothing but a foolish, helpless child who could do nothing. Those words struck Han Sihi's rage like a spark to dry grass. He completely lost control and began lashing out at everything around him like a wild beast driven insane, until his furious scream tore through the forest so violently that even the trees seemed to tremble. Not far from that place, somewhere else in the mountains, another presence was already moving through the wilderness. A fox Sanson had chosen to refresh herself in a clear mountain stream, letting the cold water flow over her graceful body and wash away the dust from her long journey. But in the middle of that quiet moment, an old acquaintance suddenly found her there. Coiled around an ancient tree, a snake looked down at her with curious eyes. She asked why the fox had not gone to the sacred Mount Banwan, and why she was wasting time here, lingering in this remote wilderness as though she were simply amusing herself. The fox replied without losing her calm, saying she was not playing around at all. According to her, some worthless human had attacked first, so she had only stayed behind long enough to teach him a painful lesson for his arrogance. But the snake soon slipped into a human form and corrected her in a reproachful tone. She reminded the fox that she had been hunting that man from the very beginning, not merely defending herself after being attacked. That accusation seemed to offend the fox, even if only slightly. From her point of view, she had simply been bathing in peace, and the man was the one who ruined that moment by making the first move against her. The snake warned her that behaving so recklessly could bring serious trouble down on their overlord. She made it clear that she personally did not care much if her friend died, but she had no intention of being dragged into the abyss along with her. The fox only answered with a mocking smile, telling the snake not to flash those poisonous fangs so carelessly in front of her. After all, if she happened to get angry and accidentally killed someone in a fit of rage, no one could predict how badly things might end. After that little exchange, the predator returned to where her victim lay. Judging from the look in her eyes, she seemed almost disappointed that she had ended his life so quickly. Still, the man was already dead, and there was no point wasting what remained. With her sharp, clawed hands, the fox reached into his body to take his fresh liver and savor it like a prized delicacy. In truth, the lady was rather irritated by the work she had been given. She wondered why they kept assigning her such dull tasks, because hunting Sanson did not excite her nearly as much as hunting humans, which felt far more entertaining. But no matter how bored she was, an order was still an order. The fox promised she would capture the spirit on Mount Bonwan herself, then warned her sister not to even think about interfering in her personal affairs. With that matter settled, the two of them parted ways without any further argument. Each calmly went off in her own direction to carry out the task she had been given. Around that same time, Han Si sat beside a crackling bonfire, resting in the faint glow of the flames. But instead of finding peace there, he bitterly realized that once again, he had failed to kill. No matter where he turned his eyes, Sori's gentle little face kept appearing in his mind. The image clung to him like a curse, sinking its weight deeper and deeper into his soul. Han Si sat there tormenting himself in silence, replaying everything over and over. He tried to pinpoint the exact moment when he had made the fatal mistake that had led him to this miserable place. Maybe the mistake had begun when he first climbed that sacred mountain. Or maybe everything had gone wrong because he had met the girl in the first place. Or perhaps, from the very first moment he laid eyes on Sori, he should have cut her down before she ever had the chance to receive her true name. As though someone had heard those dark thoughts eating away at him, a mocking voice suddenly cut through the quiet and called him a fool. Han Si looked around in surprise, and only then did he realize that a stranger had been sitting beside him the entire time. The man had been so quiet that Han Si had not even noticed when he appeared. The wanderer casually warmed his cup over the fire, letting the heat rise into it before turning toward Han Si. With the relaxed friendliness of someone simply sharing a campfire, he calmly offered him a drink. Han Si accepted the drink, and in that moment, he realized something bitter. He could not bring himself to kill this spirit either, because if he tried, that same confusion would rise up inside him all over again. So instead of reaching for his blade or forcing another pointless fight, Han Si let the moment pass. He decided he might as well get drunk from the hands of this mysterious creature sitting beside the fire. After some time had passed, the stranger finally spoke again. He asked why Han Si looked so deeply tormented, as if restless thoughts had been gnawing at him for far longer than just tonight. And the question did not sound like empty curiosity. His voice carried a strange calm patience, the kind of tone someone might use when they were willing to listen like an old friend beside him in the dark. But Han Si snapped back sharply, telling the spirit not to get too arrogant. They had only shared a drink, nothing more than that, and he coldly ordered the man to leave at once. Instead of obeying, the wanderer remained where he was and suddenly made an unexpected suggestion. He proposed that the two of them test each other's strength in a friendly duel. Han Si answered with icy indifference, saying that if the man wanted to fight so badly, he should go down to the village and find some lame drunkard to entertain himself with instead. At that moment, the wanderer calmly tossed an ordinary stick toward Han Si. Then, with the same relaxed attitude, he picked up a similar wooden weapon for himself. The stranger explained that as long as a swordsman was still alive and breathing, 9 out of 10 of his troubles were hidden somewhere in his blade. And because of that, he wanted to help Han Si face the problem directly. Han Si immediately tried to reject the idea, insisting that his problem had nothing to do with his sword at all. But when he thought back to his recent failures, his certainty began to waver. The more he remembered each moment when his hand had stopped, the more he wondered if this mysterious warrior might not be completely wrong. Still, Han Si could not understand why the stranger had handed him something as ridiculous as a stick. In his hands, it felt far too light, too flimsy, and too unserious to be used in any proper duel. The man calmly explained that he had once killed someone using nothing more than an ordinary wooden sword. That was exactly why he had chosen this kind of weapon for their exchange. Han Si shifted the stick in his hand and adjusted his grip. Out of habit, he held it the exact same way he would normally hold his steel blade. For some reason, that posture caught the strange warrior's attention. He watched Han Sihe's stance with quiet interest, as though something about the way he held the weapon felt unusual. Han Sihe's irritation began to rise. To him, this arrogant man seemed to be mocking him by handing him a stick and pretending it could be treated like a real sword, when Han Sihe was used to battles where sharp steel decided who lived and who died. Only then did the wanderer realize he had misunderstood Han Sihe. At first glance, he had assumed the man before him was an exceptional swordsman. The stranger apologized for the inconvenience he had caused, and although he admitted that he usually did not take back words once he had spoken them, he stated plainly that a duel with Han Sihe would probably be rather boring. Han Sihe then snapped at the insolent wanderer, ordering him to turn back and look him straight in the eyes instead of walking away. But Suribi had already seen through him, and he understood that with Han Sihe's spirit in its current broken state, there was no possible way for him to win. Those words struck Han Sihe's pride like a blade. Rage surged through his chest all at once, and without thinking, he threw himself at the departing spirit in a violent rush, charging forward as if anger alone could close the gap between them. But Suribi stopped him in a single breath. With shocking ease, he intercepted Han Sihe's attack, slipped the weapon clean out of his hands, and before Han Sihe could even react, the sharp tip was already resting against his throat. In that instant, the difference between them became brutally clear. Han Sihe had been defeated so quickly, so completely, that the duel barely even felt like a fight. It was humiliation laid bare. Only after making that point impossible to ignore did Suribi finally lower the blade. Then, as calmly as if nothing had happened, he returned the weapon to Han Sihe's hands. After that, the wanderer finally gave his name and introduced himself as Suribi. Han Sihe answered with his own name in return, but the moment the formalities were over, he asked Suribi to fight him again, and Suribi seemed pleased to see that the young man was finally treating the duel with real intent. Before long, Han Sihe raised the wooden stick into a proper stance, his posture tightening as he pointed the tip forward. Even though it was only wood, he held it as though its end carried the edge of a real blade. He gave the makeshift weapon a single swing, feeling out its balance and testing the weight in his hand. Quietly, he thought that if he was fated to die by a wooden sword, then perhaps dying in a foreign land was simply the fate waiting for him. Han Sihe could no longer remember how to handle a wooden blade the way he once might have. Strangely, even his familiar steel sword had started to feel foreign in his grip, as if somewhere along the way, he had completely lost his sense of direction. Suribi watched Han Sihe prepare with calm, measuring eyes. From the young man's stance, his breathing, and the way he settled into position, Suribi could tell that this was everything Han Sihe had to offer. The more Han Sihe studied the man standing across from him, the more stunned he became. Suribi was holding nothing but a wooden sword, and yet the pressure coming from it felt heavier and sharper than any steel blade. At last, Han Sihe let out a slow breath and tightened his grip around the stick. Once his stance was steady, he looked towards Suribi and invited him to make the first move. In the next instant, the quiet around them shattered. A fierce duel erupted between the two warriors, and their wooden weapons slammed together with such destructive force that there was nothing harmless about the sound. But during one exchange, Suribi's overwhelming strength broke straight through Han Sihe's defense. The impact crashed past his guard, and the stick was knocked clean out of his hands. Even then, Han Sihe did not retreat. He forced himself back in and closed the distance once more, all while silently recognizing the monstrous power hidden inside this mysterious opponent. Suribi then spoke with irritating calm, pointing out that he had already knocked Han Sihe's weapon away twice. That casual comment only made Han Sihe's anger burn hotter. In the middle of a fight this intense, Suribi still had enough composure to keep score, as if the whole thing were no more than a training lesson. Han Sihe rushed in again, bringing the wooden sword down from above, while also trying to strike from the side with his palm. He aimed to overwhelm Suribi with both attacks at once, but Suribi saw through the movement easily. Before Han Sihe's combination could fully connect, he intercepted him with perfect control and shut the attack down. Even that failed exchange was not enough to make Han Sihe step back. If anything, he pushed forward with even greater fury, refusing to let the rhythm of the duel slip out of his hands. As Suribi watched him attack again and again, his judgment of Han Sihe began to shift. Beneath all that anger and confusion, this young man truly did possess real skill. Han Sihe, meanwhile, was equally shaken by what he was facing. He could not help wondering what kind of spirit Suribi could possibly be, to move, read, and fight with such impossible ease. Suribi deflected every strike as if none of them troubled him at all. Han Sihe aimed his blows across every part of his opponent's body, but each impact felt like it was crashing against a massive boulder that would not move. Then the experienced warrior noticed the hollow emptiness gaping deep inside Han Sihe's soul. At that very moment, the wooden stick in Han Sihe's hands shattered apart, exploding into countless tiny splinters. The shock of that moment pulled Han Sihe backward, dragging his mind into memories of what had happened on that sacred mountain. Back then, after he had come to free the Lady of the Snow Deer and broken the shackles that bound her, Han Sihi had carried the Sansin's body away in his arms. He apologized to the mountain's guardian lady for arriving too late, his voice heavy with regret. Then he made the decision to personally accompany her through her final end. Together, they reached the highest point of the mountains, a quiet and open place where vivid green grass stretched beneath the wide sky. Han Sihi laid her gently down on the soft earth, careful with her body even though she had already passed. As he looked at her in silence, he realized just how long he had been wandering, searching for some answer he still could not reach. But now, the form standing before the snow deer represented the final choice she had made for herself. Han Sihi understood that the guardian would most likely be disappointed in him. Even knowing that, even feeling the weight of that disappointment, he still could not bring himself to choose any other path. Looking up toward the majestic mountain rising before him, Han Sihi quietly made a promise. Sooner or later, he would return to this place again. Before long, Han Sihi finally came back to his senses, pulled out of that strange, dreamlike memory. For a brief moment, even his encounter with Suribi felt unreal, as if it might have been nothing more than a vision. But then his eyes landed on the bottle nearby, and on the broken wooden sword scattered around him. Those small details brought reality back into focus. He remembered Suribi's words about the emptiness inside his soul. He also remembered how that instant of confusion had given Suribi the opening to break his weapon and even strike him on the forehead. Han Sihi rose to his feet, picked up his steel sword, and placed his travel hat back on his head. Strangely, despite everything that had just happened, his heart felt calmer than it had in a long time. He could not even remember how many years had passed since someone had last beaten him down with nothing more than an ordinary piece of wood. But he had already wasted too much time lingering there. With urgent matters still waiting for him ahead, Han Sihi knew he had no choice but to hurry. Around that same time, Bottle and Ulkachi arrived at another place and discovered the fresh grave of Lady Snow Kozel. They had no way of knowing who had buried her there, but neither of them chose to disturb it. Digging up the grave would have been a terrible insult to the former mistress of the sacred mountain. Then Bottle caught a sharp scent lingering in the air, unmistakable and metallic, the smell of iron mixed with blood. From that alone, it seemed highly likely that humans, rather than Sansin, had been the ones who killed the mountain's mistress. Ulkachi then recalled the disturbing rumors that had been spreading recently. According to what she had heard, the shaman community had been actively capturing Sansin from the surrounding areas. Bottle found that difficult to accept at first. He did not want to believe that his own kind would go so far, but the more he listened, the harder those rumors became to deny. At last, anger flared inside Bottle toward his fellow shamans, who had dared to lay their hands on beings so noble and respected. Slowly, he began to believe that shamans may have been responsible for what had happened to the Lady of the Snow Deer. Even so, deep inside, Bottle still wanted to cling to another possibility. Part of him continued to hope that the Black Tiger was the true one behind her death. Although Bottle insisted that humans had carried out the murder, he was also certain of one thing. The killer had been imitating the Black Tiger's methods. After piecing together everything he had learned, Bottle reached a grim conclusion. The shaman community was after living Sansin, while the Black Tiger used a sword to cut them down. So if Lady Snow Kozel had been killed, and the scent of steel still lingered near her grave, then it was possible that the same villain imitating the Black Tiger had been responsible. And since that predatory spirit seemed to hunt by following famous mountain peaks, Bottle and Ulkachi had no choice but to search those places as well. Among the nearest peaks in the region, Mount Manhwa and Mijian stood out as the obvious places to investigate. But reaching them would mean descending a long way down first, followed by an even longer journey ahead. What surprised Bottle and Ulkachi even more was that the mountain had not withered into silence. Even though its guardian was already gone, the land itself still seemed to breathe, with life continuing to flow through the sacred slopes. That fact alone was enough to leave them astonished. It showed, more clearly than any words could, just how immense the deceased keeper's power must have been while she still stood watch over this mountain. At that moment, Ulkachi shifted back into her true bird form, spreading her wings as she chose to fly toward Mount Mijian. Bottle, meanwhile, would continue the search from the ground, heading on foot toward the closer peak of Mount Banwan. Around that same time, Han Sihi had already reached a village built at the foot of Mount Mijian, where the mountain paths began to rise behind the houses. There, he gathered everything he needed for the journey ahead, buying supplies from the local trader and handing over 12 silver coins as payment. Before Han Sihi could leave, the kind old merchant gave him one more useful piece of advice. The healing herbs he was looking for might be found at another shop, one run by someone called Madame Sori. According to the merchant, this woman lived alone like a hermit, and that detail immediately caught Han Sihi's attention. In a wild mountain region like this, he needed to know exactly how he was supposed to find such a person. The merchant explained that Han Si-hee should follow the path toward the foot of the mountain. Once night fell, Sori would light a signal fire, guiding travelers through the darkness so they would not lose their way. But just as Han Si-hee was about to head toward the mountain path, a sharp cry from a woman suddenly rang out nearby, cutting through the quiet of the village. A group of armed men had pretended to brush against a girl with a sword by accident, but their real intention was plain to see. They were shamelessly trying to peek beneath her skirt while acting as though it was nothing. The poor girl clearly had no idea how to deal with those arrogant thugs. They had only recently returned to these peaceful lands, and already, their presence was enough to make the villagers shrink back in fear again. Then the men swaggered over to the old trader as if the entire village belonged to them. With smug voices, they announced that they had come to collect the payment owed for the past month. The old man immediately handed over 20 copper coins with obedient, nervous hands. He even asked them to count the money carefully, as though afraid that any small mistake might anger them. Just by looking at them, it was obvious these men were not proper government soldiers. They looked much more like common robbers hiding behind a borrowed sense of authority. And since those shameless men had just taken the very money Han Si-hee had paid the old man for his goods, Han Si-hee couldn't help feeling as if he himself had been robbed as well. At that moment, one of the bandits finally noticed Han Si-hee and realized he had never seen this traveler before. He ordered him to come closer, claiming that anyone who bought goods in their village had to pay a special tax for purchasing on their territory. Han Si-hee was honestly grateful that these arrogant fools had chosen to bother him first. By stepping in front of him on their own, they had given him the perfect excuse to deal with the gang that had been frightening ordinary people. But before Han Si-hee could even make his move, one of the bandits was suddenly blasted backward by a powerful strike from someone else. The girl who had struck him looked deeply disappointed, almost disgusted, that such scum would dare harass innocent villagers. She warned them that today, they were going to pay dearly for their shameless behavior. The robbers immediately erupted in outrage, shouting that some reckless fool had dared to attack them without even knowing who they were or what kind of power they held in this area. But the brave girl did not hesitate for even a second. She instantly beat down the large man who had dared to open his filthy mouth against her. She knew exactly what kind of people they were. In her eyes, they were nothing but parasites, bleeding an honest village dry one coin at a time. The gang leader then looked at her more closely and recognized her as the rebellious girl who had refused to pay tribute for 6 whole months. With a vicious glare, he promised that today she would pay everything she owed, right down to the last coin, with interest. But the fearless girl threw the warning right back at him. She declared that they were the ones who would return every bit of money they had stolen from the locals with their own shameless hands. Enraged by her defiance, the leader rushed forward, fully intending to cut off that insolent girl's long hair and teach her a lesson she would never forget. But in that very instant, the bandit's expression changed. Something felt wrong. The familiar weight of his blade was no longer in his hands. Somehow, his weapon had ended up in Han Si-hee's grasp instead. And now Han Si-hee was holding the blade steady, its sharp point pressed directly toward the robber's throat. Han Si-hee's voice turned cold as he demanded that those bastards return every coin they had stolen from honest people that day. The leader only laughed in contempt, assuming this traveling stranger had no idea who their older brother was or what kind of connections protected them throughout these lands. Han Si-hee simply pushed the blade closer to the man's throat, his eyes hard and unmoving. In a low, dangerous voice, he warned him not to make him repeat himself. If Han Si-hee told them to give the money back, then they were going to give it back. He had no patience left for excuses, threats, or any more empty objections. The leader was so shaken by the icy determination in Han Si-hee's eyes that his arrogance collapsed at once. He threw down the bag of money and fled in shame, with the rest of his accomplices scrambling after him. The girl's expression brightened immediately, and she praised Han Si-hee for handling those crooks so cleanly. Then, with a lively smile, she introduced herself properly. Her name was Sori. The old trader then explained the situation to her, saying that this young traveler had come looking for rare stream grass and dried ginseng. That was why he had been planning to send Han Si-hee straight to her for those valuable medicines. As it turned out, Sori really did have dried ginseng of the finest quality. She did not have any stream grass in stock at the moment, but she promised to search for it and tell Han Si-hee later that evening, or by dawn the next morning at the latest. After that, Sori pointed toward a winding path that climbed up Mount Mijian. If Han Si-hee followed the slope for about half an hour, she explained, he would eventually see a straw roof, and that would be her modest home. Then Sori handed Han Si-hee the money pouch filled with the coins the bandits had thrown down before running away. Since she was going to search for the herbs specifically for him, Sori asked Han Si-hee to take that money and distribute it among the villagers who had suffered because of those thugs. If Han Si-hee carried out that good deed properly, Sori said it would count as his payment for the herbs she would later provide. Looking at this determined girl, Han Sihi had the strong feeling that he had just been dragged into serious trouble. Still, he could not refuse her request, because without that healing grass, something terrible might happen to his companion. That night, just as they had agreed, Han Sihi began climbing the mountain path towards Sori's home. The slopes were steep, rough, and difficult to climb, and Han Sihi found it almost unbelievable that Sori lived alone in such an inconvenient place. Then again, the girl herself had already proven she was far from ordinary. Then, when Han Sihi spotted a clear mountain stream shining in the darkness, he decided to climb down for a moment and drink from the cool water to ease his thirst. But as he approached the stream, he noticed a graceful woman standing there by the water. She seemed genuinely surprised that so many guests had come to them in a single day. Even so, she greeted Han Sihi warmly, as though she were welcoming him into a place that belonged to her. Han Sihi answered calmly, telling her that he was not her guest. He made it clear that he was only passing through on his own business. The woman looked visibly surprised by that response. In her eyes, anyone who stepped into this place was already considered a dear guest, whether they admitted it or not. Then she began moving gracefully around Han Sihi, circling him with curious eyes. Her gaze lingered on his face as she openly admired his noble features. She told him that his eyes were beautiful, and that a great, mysterious power seemed to be sleeping deep within them. With her interest growing stronger, she asked where such an incredible power had come from. But before she could drift any closer, Han Sihi drew his sword with firm resolve. The blade flashed between them, keeping the strange woman at a safe distance. The fox lady's eyes opened wide, her surprise showing plainly across her face. She truly had not expected that, in this world, there would still be a man capable of standing right before her, meeting her gaze directly, and remaining completely untouched by the charm she used to bewitch others. But Han Sihi did not waver at all. He simply stared back at her with a cold, piercing calm, his eyes making it perfectly clear that a cunning fox like Manhwa would never be able to wrap him around her finger. Then, without even a moment of hesitation, he spoke her name aloud. At first, Manhwa naturally believed he recognized her because her reputation was already known throughout the area. In her mind, it was only normal for someone to know the name of a woman as notorious and dangerous as she was. But in that same instant, as a dark, ominous power began curling and flickering around Han Sihi's body, Manhwa finally realized the truth. The rumors about the black tiger hunting Sansan were not just exaggerated stories whispered out of fear. As that realization settled over her, Manhwa admitted that they were also spirits who hunted other spirits. They lived under the same savage law, devouring the power of others in order to keep themselves alive. Even so, that was never a truth Manhwa had planned to confess so openly. It was the kind of secret she had meant to hide deep behind her sweet smile and playful expression for as long as possible. Han Sihi paid no attention to her excuses. Instead, his eyes shifted toward the scattered heap of human bones lying nearby, and the moment he saw those remains, he understood exactly whose hands had left them there. Manhwa simply softened her features, putting on an innocent, almost pitiful face. She claimed she had only acted because her hunger had become too much to endure, and with that helpless expression, she begged her master to let her live. But Han Sihi had no intention of showing mercy to a Sansan that fed on defenseless humans. Even worse, as death stood right in front of her, he could not find even the smallest trace of remorse in her eyes for all the lives she had taken. That was the moment Manhwa's innocent act finally fell away. Her sharp claws slid out into view, and with a strange, curious smile spreading across her lips, she asked what kind of liver the legendary black tiger had tasted before. In the very next instant, the two predators crashed into each other, and a vicious battle erupted between them, fierce enough that there was no longer any room for mercy or hesitation. Han Sihi pushed forward relentlessly, refusing to give Manhwa even a single breath of space. Yet the more violently he attacked, the brighter her laughter became, as if this deadly struggle was nothing more than a thrilling game to her. But just as Han Sihi lifted his blade and prepared to bring her life to an end, the image of little Sori suddenly flashed through his mind once again, cutting into his focus at the worst possible moment. That tiny pause almost cost him everything. In that brief opening, the sly fox nearly seized the chance to tear his head clean from his shoulders before he could react. Even Manhwa could not stop herself from laughing when she saw that hesitation in him. With a mocking chuckle, she looked at the man before her, as if the so-called Black Tiger's uncertainty was the funniest thing she had seen. Black Tiger. With her claws slicing sharply through the air, Manhwa carved several deep, bloody wounds across Han Sihi's body. Only after seeing the damage clearly did she step back, her expression filled with obvious disappointment. To Manhwa, it was almost impossible to accept that the Black Tiger could be this weak. He looked conflicted, unstable, and far too unwilling to finish the fight he himself had started. She had expected that defeating him would force her to burn through every bit of strength she had absorbed from the humans she devoured. But now, looking at him, it seemed all that concern had been completely unnecessary. Han Sihe's expression grew darker as her mocking words reached him. Anger sharpened his gaze, and he warned the arrogant fox not to overestimate herself just because she had managed to wound him. Manhwa rushed at him again, this time with even greater fury behind her movements. And in that instant, it seemed she understood the truth from her own point of view. If anyone here had overestimated themselves, it was the Black Tiger. Han Sihe forced himself to calm his breathing, pulling his scattered concentration back together piece by piece. His eyes fixed once more on the deadly enemy standing directly in front of him. But before he could completely regain his rhythm, Manhwa slipped into his guard with frightening speed and rewarded him with several painful slashes across his chest and face. Then, in the next moment, Han Sihe's eyes changed completely. His blade struck with deadly precision, cutting deeply into Manhwa, and he immediately followed up with another attack meant to end her life for good. But just as that finishing blow was about to come down, a massive python suddenly lunged into the fight and sank its poisonous fangs deep into Han Sihe's shoulder. After biting him, the enormous snake shifted into a human form right before his eyes. And at that moment, Han Sihe realized that he had seen this figure somewhere before. The snake reached a hand toward his injured companion and scolded her in a cold, practical voice. Once an enemy was caught, he said, she should kill him immediately instead of playing with him and allowing herself to be reduced to such a miserable state. But Manhwa lifted her pride even while wounded and refused the reptile's help. She had no desire to accept his pity, no matter how badly the fight had turned against her. In Manhwa's eyes, Han Sihe had gone far beyond what she could forgive. She wanted to tear open that arrogant man's stomach, chew through his insides herself, and only then would the burning rage inside her finally settle down. However, before either of them could make another move, Han Sihe released a roar so thunderous that the Black Tiger's power within him surged outward, tearing through everything around him in a violent wave. Even the snake froze in shock at the force of it. A monstrous existence like this was still walking freely across the earth, and that realization alone was enough to shake him. He had never imagined that the legendary Black Tiger, a being spoken of with such fear, would appear before them in the form of nothing more than a young swordsman. For Han Sihe, the disbelief was just as strong. He could hardly believe he had crossed paths with the two of them in such a bleak, forgotten place, far from where he ever expected to encounter them. But then the world in front of Han Sihe began to sway. The shapes around him blurred at the edges, and his vision slowly slipped out of focus as if the entire forest were melting away. Only then did he understand what was happening to him. The poison from the snake's bite had already started spreading through his body from the wound in his shoulder. He had never imagined that he would be poisoned in the same cruel way his late teacher had been on that fatal day, forced to feel that same deadly threat creeping through his veins. That left him with only one choice. Before the venom completely took over his body and stole his ability to move, he had to destroy both enemies while he still had the strength. At that moment, the snake suggested that they retreat. But Manhwa refused to leave, still burning with the urge to tear open that daring puppy and devour his liver with her own mouth. The reptile told her calmly that there was no need to rush. In another hour or two, the poison would stop Han Sihe's heart, and once that happened, they could rip out his heart or liver without him being able to resist at all. Of course, Manhwa hated the idea of pulling back. To her, simply waiting for the poison to do all the work would make the entire hunt unbearably dull. Still, under her companion's steady gaze, Manhwa finally forced down her anger. For the time being, she agreed to withdraw, even though every part of her clearly wanted to keep fighting. Once the two enemies disappeared into the distance, Han Sihe came to a grim realization. Even the power of the Black Tiger was not helping his body recover from the poison spreading inside him. Most likely, those two predators had only retreated because they knew there was no reason to risk more injuries. All they had to do was wait until the venom finished eating through him. Then, through the darkness of the forest, Han Sihe noticed a faint, flickering fire glowing between the trees, a small light trembling in the distance like a signal. He remembered what the old woman had told him. It was better to climb the mountain in the evening, because Sori would light signal fires for travelers so they would not lose their way after dark. Han Sihe understood immediately. If Sori was there, she might have an antidote. And even if the snake's poison could not be fully drawn out, some kind of first aid would still be better than collapsing and dying on the mountain path. So while there was still strength left in his legs, Han Sihe made his decision. No matter how badly the poison burned through him, he had to reach Sori. But the farther he ran, the more his body began to betray him. Even on level ground, his steps grew unsteady, and his consciousness started slipping away from him piece by piece. Even so, he had nearly made it. Far ahead, through his dimming and unfocused vision, Han Sihe could still see the final lantern burning in the distance. But at the same time, He could feel the presence of his enemies nearby. They were waiting patiently in the darkness, letting the poison drag him closer and closer to death. At that moment, Manhwa sensed that the stubborn puppy had finally stopped moving. With the venom now reaching its strongest point, the two predators decided that the time had come to finish him off. Manhwa burst into a pleased, almost musical laugh, her eyes shining with vicious excitement. In her mind, she was already picturing the moment she would slice open the legendary black tiger for herself and finally see what kind of liver such a feared creature was hiding inside. But right at that desperate moment, Han Si-hee's poison body finally reached its limit. The strength drained from him in a sudden rush, his legs gave out beneath him, and he crashed heavily onto the cold ground. Just then, the herbalist who had been following the trail with the help of her faithful foxes finally arrived. There, on the ground, she found Han Si-hee collapsed and barely holding on to consciousness. When Han Si-hee opened his eyes again, the first thing he noticed was that his wounds had already been cleaned with care and wrapped properly. His battered, exhausted body was no longer on the mountain path, but resting in a warm and comfortable bed. Bright sunlight was the first thing to greet his waking eyes, pouring gently into the room. Then, from somewhere beyond the walls, a woman's soft voice drifted in, carrying a calm, melodic song through the morning air. When he turned his head, Han Si-hee saw the herbalist outside, quietly hanging freshly washed linen to dry. Around her feet, her foxes darted back and forth, tumbling and playing with the carefree energy of little children. Sori was clearly startled when she realized Han Si-hee had regained consciousness so quickly. Even so, she hurried over without wasting time and began telling him what had happened before he could even form the question himself. She explained that the foxes had made a terrible fuss the night before, refusing to calm down no matter what she did. When she finally stepped outside to check on them, they guided her straight to the place where Han Si-hee had fallen. Of course, Han Si-hee immediately understood that he could not afford to remain there for long. No matter how wounded or exhausted he was, he still had a path to follow, and he needed to continue moving on his own. But just as the thought of leaving began forming in his mind, Sori returned with breakfast. She placed a beautifully fried chicken in front of her unexpected guest, its crisp surface looking far too inviting to ignore. In a gentle, almost coaxing voice, Sori asked Han Si-hee to eat at least a little before setting out again. Her tone made it sound less like an order and more like a warm request from someone who had already saved him once. The moment Han Si-hee tasted the simple-looking meal, he was genuinely caught off guard. The flavor was unbelievably rich and fragrant, far beyond anything he had expected from an ordinary breakfast dish. As it turned out, Sori had used 34 different kinds of rare medicinal plants to create that extraordinary taste. It was so refined that even a meal served at a king's table would have struggled to compare. Sori herself seemed embarrassed by how much effort she had poured into cooking for a traveler she barely knew. Flustered by her own actions, she muttered under her breath that she must have completely lost her mind. Then she pointed toward Han Si-hee's wounded shoulder and explained that treating that injury had not been simple either. The medicine needed for it was extremely expensive, the kind of healing remedy one did not use lightly. When Han Si-hee heard that, his expression turned a little awkward. After a short pause, he quietly asked how much he owed her for going so far out of her way to save his life. Naturally, Sori looked taken aback when he tried to turn having his life saved into a matter of payment. After all, he had already behaved far too stiffly and formally the last time they met as well. Han Si-hee awkwardly explained that he simply did not know any other proper way to repay such kindness. Money was the first thing that came to mind, but if Sori had some task she wanted done instead, she only had to say it. That was when Sori's eyes curved into a sly little smile. Looking him over with playful confidence, she suggested that Han Si-hee could repay her kindness using that strong body of his. Before long, Han Si-hee found himself sitting up on the roof, working with straw ropes in his hands. He tied and reinforced them carefully, strengthening the structure so it would hold more firmly and last longer. From below, Sori looked up at him with open admiration in her eyes. She seemed truly grateful to have someone helping her with such heavy, difficult work around the house. She was genuinely happy that Mr. Warrior had shown up and lent his strength to her household chores. But while Han Si-hee's face stayed calm, he already understood one important thing. Being inside this house did not mean he was truly safe. If he stayed there too long, the snake and Manhwa would eventually follow his trail and find him. And once that happened, Sori would be pulled into the danger right along with him. So after Han Si-hee climbed down from the roof, he made his decision clear. In a calm voice, he told Sori that he could not remain there any longer and had to leave. Sori immediately tried to stop him. His wounds would need at least 2 full weeks before they properly closed and his strength returned, and the herbalist even suspected that the noble warrior was only trying to escape her cozy home to avoid finishing the rest of the chores. With irritation showing plainly on her face, she sharply reminded her unfortunate guest that he had not yet worked off the cost of the expensive medicine that had saved his life. Han Si quickly assured her that he would gladly do anything for such a generous mistress. The problem was not the work itself. He simply had a journey he truly needed to continue. But once Sori realized this mysterious man was in a hurry, she only seemed more pleased. After all, if he wanted to leave as soon as possible, then surely he would complete any task she gave him just as quickly. With that thought settled, the determined Sori wasted no time. She grabbed the bewildered Han Si and dragged him straight into her medicinal storage room. The clever herbalist already knew that Han Si had knowledge of medicinal plants, so she asked him to help sort the precious herbs by type, pointing out that with both of them working together, they could finish far faster than either one could alone. With no graceful way to refuse in such an awkward and delicate situation, Han Si accepted the task. Quietly, he sat down and began helping her sort through the herbs. As Sori watched him clean and separate the medicinal plants, genuine surprise appeared on her face. His hands moved quickly and accurately, with such steady precision that she guessed the young man must be an exceptionally skilled swordsman. But Han Si calmly answered the modest mistress without boasting at all. He told her that, in truth, he had spent far more of his life working in the fields than swinging a sword. After they finally finished sorting everything, the next job was to fold the cloths into tight, careful bundles. Each wrap had to protect the valuable herbs properly, so their healing properties would not fade. While they were working in that quiet rhythm, Sori suddenly spoke up and asked the noble hero to stop addressing her in such an overly formal way. She told him she would much rather be treated like an ordinary girl. She did not want him speaking to her as if she were some distant noble lady or elegant young mistress. Han Si, however, was not comfortable calling a girl he barely knew so casually by name. So despite her request, he continued to address her politely as mistress. Sori stared at him with sincere amazement, as if she had just discovered something impossible. This mysterious hero was somehow far too serious and far too boring at the same time, and when she realized she was not the only one thinking it, she could not help bursting into laughter. Seeing Sori laugh so openly at him, Han Si wondered if she was simply mocking his manners to his face. But in Sori's own strange and playful way, she had actually meant it as a compliment. Even so, Han Si could not stop himself from thinking that this was not exactly the usual way someone praised a man. Being called boring and laughed at hardly sounded like a compliment to him. But Sori simply could not hold herself back. To her, Han Si's stiff, overly proper attitude was so unexpectedly cute and endearing that teasing him became almost impossible to resist. And so, the two of them continued working quietly side by side. Time slipped away little by little until late evening arrived, and the hospitable girl finally stood up to prepare the meal. Naturally, Han Si tried to stop her from troubling herself any further. But after spending the entire day working, he realized how hungry he truly was, and decided that once he had eaten, he would leave immediately. Before long, Sori returned with food that looked and smelled almost impossible to resist. Then, in front of her embarrassed guest, she turned slightly to show off the elegant outfit she had changed into. Of course, Han Si understood exactly what she was waiting for. So with a sincere smile, he gave Sori the compliment she clearly wanted to hear. Satisfied by his answer, Sori proudly explained that she had bought the lovely outfit only recently. Then, with a mischievous gleam in her eyes, she added that if Han Si had failed to praise it, he would not have received a proper dinner. After that, she invited Han Si to sit down and eat with her. The room settled into a warm, cozy atmosphere, allowing him to enjoy the meal in peace for a little while. Later, after the pleasant dinner had come to an end, Han Si hesitated for a short moment. Then, gathering himself, he finally dared to ask the delicate question that had been weighing on his mind. He wanted to know whether the wise herbalist knew anything about the dangerous Sansin living on this ancient mountain. At the same time, he could not stop wondering why such a young girl was living so deep in the wild mountains, with only foxes keeping her company. As it turned out, Sori's reason was surprisingly simple. There had already been an empty house standing there, so she decided to use it, and before long, she had grown used to the fluffy foxes around her, just as the foxes had grown used to her. Naturally, Han Si could not stop himself from wondering about Sori. A woman living completely alone in the middle of this thick, secluded forest was already strange enough, and sharp-eyed Sori seemed to read his thoughts almost immediately, as if she knew he was wondering whether she might be something like the legendary nine-tailed fox from old tales. Sori explained it without looking especially bothered. Many people from the nearby villages had apparently suspected the exact same thing before, but she had never gone out of her way to deny it. After all, she never hurt anyone, and that odd reputation conveniently kept nosy strangers away from her home. Besides, the kind old grandpa Tridal even called her Goddess Fox with genuine fondness. Han Si only let out a quiet laugh at that. With a faint smile, he told her that unless she showed him her grand and magnificent tail first, He could not exactly believe she was a real goddess fox. Sori's eyes widened at once, her face filling with honest disbelief. From her point of view, this shameless scoundrel of a hero had just asked her, with a completely straight face, to turn around and show him her backside. Han Si-hee immediately froze, panic flashing across his face as his cheeks turned red. He hurriedly tried to explain himself, insisting that he absolutely had not meant anything beneath the tail in that kind of improper way. But while the air between them was still painfully awkward, Sori's observant eyes drifted to the distinct scar on Han Si-hee's refined face. The mark looked old, deep, and hard to overlook, so the curious herbalist asked when he had gotten such a noticeable wound. Han Si-hee answered awkwardly, saying that a furious tiger had scratched him a long time ago, as though that explanation should be enough to end the subject. But the scar looked much more like the trace of a claw than some ordinary injury, and Sori's steady gaze made it clear she was not easily fooled. In the end, Han Si-hee had no choice but to admit that he had his own reasons for keeping certain things hidden from outsiders. That answer only deepened Sori's suspicions. The wise mistress became even more certain that the man sitting in front of her was not just some ordinary traveler who had stumbled into the mountains by chance. After that, Sori fell quiet. She simply looked at Han Si-hee in silence, her thoughtful gaze lingering on his face as if she were trying to see past the calm expression he kept on the surface. What caught her attention most was the strange brightness in his eyes, as though moonlight itself had been gathered and woven into them. They looked clear and pure at first glance, yet somehow they seemed capable of shining into the darkest corners of a person's soul, revealing even the sadness he tried so hard to bury. With her sharp intuition, Sori could sense the confusion hidden beneath Han Si-hee's composed face. Behind that steady expression, there was painful conflict, heavy suffering, and a mess of emotions so complicated that he could not seem to give them a voice. Inside him, it was as if countless opposing feelings were clashing all at once. The turmoil was too deep, too tangled, and too layered to be described with one simple word. Because of that, Sori found herself becoming even more curious about him. She wondered what kind of harsh life this young warrior must have endured to carry such a lonely, wounded look in his eyes. Although the wise herbalist did not know the true cause of Han Si-hee's inner pain, she still spoke to him gently. She told him not to try carrying everything by himself, because sometimes, even the strongest person needed to put down their burdens for a moment before walking another thorn-covered road. Those soft words clearly reached Han Si-hee. His expression shifted with quiet emotion, and he lowered his head in gratitude, thanking the kind girl for easing his wounded heart with such gentle wisdom. But even after receiving that comfort, Han Si-hee remained calm and firm. He told Sori that, no matter what, he still had to continue down the dangerous path waiting ahead of him. Naturally, Sori looked hurt the moment she heard that answer. For a brief second, she seemed to wonder if Han Si-hee disliked staying with her so much that he could not wait to leave. But the truth was the complete opposite. Han Si-hee sincerely saw Sori as a kind, warm-hearted, and truly wonderful girl, someone whose gentleness had left a real impression on him. When Sori heard those warm words, a clear, melodic laugh escaped her lips. Then she asked Han Si-hee to gather the bedding that was hanging outside, promising that once he did, she would give him the medicinal herbs she had mentioned before. Still, Sori did not forget to add a playful warning. With a teasing edge in her voice, she made it clear that he would absolutely have to pay her well for those valuable herbs. So outside, as Han Si-hee carefully removed the fragrant bedding from the ropes, he began silently calculating how much gold he ought to offer for everything Sori had done. After all, even his purse had its limits, and her help was clearly not something cheap. But then another thought quietly crossed his mind. If he remained in Sori's debt, maybe that debt could become the perfect reason to come back to this place again someday. At that exact moment, while Han Si-hee was still pulling the linen down from the line, a vicious snake suddenly shot toward him from the side. Its poisonous fangs flashed as it aimed straight for his neck. Unfortunately, Han Si-hee's sword was nowhere close to his hand. With no weapon ready to strike back, he instantly turned and rushed toward the house, trying to reach cover before the attack could land. But before he could make it inside, his path was cut off. The furious fox sprang at him with terrifying speed, her sharp fangs driving directly toward his throat. Manhwa hissed with clear irritation, her annoyance written all over her face. The sharp scent left by the other foxes had thrown her senses into confusion, forcing her to search the entire area for the black tiger far longer than she had wanted. Then Manhwa noticed how little Han Si-hee was resisting her. Seeing his weak movements, she quickly understood the reason. The poison still lingering in his body had not faded completely and was continuing to dull his strength. But for Manhwa, fighting an opponent in such a helpless state was boring and deeply unsatisfying. With contempt in her eyes, she tossed Han Si-hee aside and ordered her snake sister to handle the miserable human herself. The snake did not let the chance slip away. In an instant, She wrapped herself around Han Sihe's body, her steel-like coils tightening around him as she began crushing him with merciless force. Han Sihe could feel his ribs creaking dangerously beneath that inhuman pressure, and as his body strained in pain, the snake seemed to enjoy every painful sound that escaped from her trapped prey. But right at that critical moment, Sori heard the desperate screams from outside and rushed out of the house. The instant she saw what was happening, she froze in horror at the nightmare unfolding before her eyes. Manhwa slipped closer to Sori with a mocking smile curling across her lips. She warned the girl to sit quietly and behave, unless she wanted a few ugly scars carved into that pretty face of hers. With great effort, Han Sihe forced his gaze toward Manhwa despite the snake crushing him. Through the pain, he pleaded with her not to touch the innocent woman, telling her that these creatures had come for him, and that Sori had nothing to do with their hunt. The surprised Sansan stared at him in disbelief, her expression twisting as if she could not understand the words she had just heard from him. To Manhwa, it looked as though Han Sihe had already fallen for this beautiful girl. In her eyes, he was even willing to throw away his own life for the sake of an ordinary human woman. Then the sly predator realized something else. This red-haired girl was the famous healer who supposedly knew exactly where the Sansan on this mountain could be found. So Manhwa invited Sori to speak up and tell them everything without hiding a single detail. Han Sihe desperately tried to protect the helpless herbalist, but the snake only tightened around his throat even more. Cruelly, she reminded him that even if she killed Han Sihe, his painful death would not be the end of anything. At that painful sight, Sori lowered her head sadly. She watched Han Sihe suffer, his body trapped inside the snake's coils and slowly being crushed before her eyes. Then Sori spoke in a calm voice, explaining that the Sansan on this ancient mountain were so foolish they could not even remember where their own homes were while they were still alive. Even back then, they had been unable to find their way back. Manhwa clearly did not understand the strange meaning behind Sori's words, and she roughly demanded an explanation. So Sori clarified it for the stupid fox with patient coldness. Every Sansan on this mountain had already been dead for a very long time. Then Sori turned her gaze firmly toward the snake. With quiet authority in her voice, she demanded that the innocent man be released immediately. At those words, Manhwa's anger finally exploded. In that instant, she decided that no matter what it took, she would kill this impudent girl who dared to speak to them that way. Only then did the cautious snake sense it. This fragile-looking woman was not ordinary at all. There was something deeply unusual and dangerously powerful about her. But by the time the snake realized that truth, it was already too late. In the next instant, the enraged Sori struck toward Manhwa's arm with monstrous force. The blow tore into her so violently that dark blood sprayed out in every direction. Because by then, Sori had finally understood the truth. Manhwa was the evil spirit that had been luring innocent men away from the village for so long and devouring them without mercy. Only at that moment did the terrified fox finally realize who was standing before her. This modest-looking woman was one of them, a powerful Sansan. But the arrogant nine-tailed fox felt disgusted by even being compared to her. How dare this miserable little thing imagine that she could stand on the same level as Manhwa? After that, cold-eyed Sori shifted her gaze toward the frightened snake and ordered her to release Han Sihe immediately. Otherwise, the snake was welcome to keep hugging him if she wished, but while she did, Sori would rip open her belly and drag out every last piece of her insides. That threat struck the snake straight to the core. In the very next moment, fear took over, and she hurriedly threw Han Sihe away from her coils. The wounded snake wasted no time trying to escape. Dragging her battered body across the ground in panic, she crawled away with desperate urgency, as if staying near Sori for even one more heartbeat might be enough to cost her life. But the coldness in Sori's eyes made the truth painfully obvious. She was not watching the snake flee because she planned to spare her. She had no intention of letting that creature leave this place alive. At that exact moment, however, Manhwa, the furious Sansan fox, hurled herself back into the fight. After being looked down on so completely, her pride would not allow her to simply stand aside and watch. Manhwa knew very well that feeding on ordinary humans would never grant her any truly impressive strength. But if she could rip out and devour the liver of a genuine nine-tailed fox, then her power would rise to a completely different level. Of course, Sori saw through that greedy thought almost instantly. In her eyes, this arrogant little fox was far too full of herself if she truly believed those claws could ever tear open Sori's stomach. That calm, dismissive attitude only poured more fuel onto Manhwa's fury. She could not bear being underestimated so openly, especially by someone standing right in front of her, as if she were no threat at all. Spreading her lethal claws wide, Manhwa launched herself forward in a vicious rush. Her target was Sori's beautiful face, and the way she moved made it clear she meant to shred it apart without mercy. But Sori responded with a single effortless motion. In less than a blink, she tore Manhwa's head clean away from her body, then released a displeased sigh. as if the entire fight had been nothing more than an irritating inconvenience. All this trouble, all this blood, all this destruction, it had all been caused by creatures Sori considered absolutely pathetic. She had spent so much effort keeping her small, cozy home neat and perfect. And now, because of these fools, she would have to clean the mess, repair the damage, and put everything back in order all over again. In the tense silence that followed, Han Sihi had already reached for his sharp sword. He held it ready in his hand, his gaze dangerous and fixed on Sori with unmistakable hostility. Only now did Han Sihi finally grasp the truth. The woman standing before him was not the sweet, harmless Sori he had foolishly allowed himself to imagine. She was the legendary nine-tailed fox herself. Sori calmly explained that she had never really lied about who she was. She had always given people her real name honestly, but for some reason, humans kept shortening it, changing it, and calling her by different versions anyway. But Han Sihi had no patience left for her calm explanations. Anger tightened his voice, and with his sword still raised, he ordered the treacherous girl to shut her mouth. At that moment, Sori could clearly feel the power rising from him. It was unmistakable. The force of the legendary Black Tiger was stirring inside Han Sihi. Sori was not exactly shocked by that discovery. She had already suspected that Han Sihi was connected to the Black Tiger somehow, but she had not realized that the ancient spirit was dwelling inside such a kind, painfully naive young man. With rage burning through every word, Han Sihi solemnly swore that he would kill this insidious fox. For every evil deed she had committed, he would make her pay with her life. But Sori only laughed at him with effortless mockery. Did he really believe an ordinary sword could kill her? Then, with a strangely affectionate cruelty, she reminded him of the warm, peaceful time they had just shared inside her home. After that, the mysterious girl calmly returned to her true, human appearance. And the moment she did, the dark energy gathered around Han Sihi's blade faded away as if it had never been there. By revealing herself that way and dropping the threat between them, Sori made one thing clear. She did not intend to harm Han Sihi. Even so, Han Sihi's decision had already been made. He was leaving immediately, and he would not spend even one more night beneath her roof. He could not understand how Sori could so casually offer him a bed in her home after revealing that she was a dangerous fox tied to the deaths of innocent people. Sori answered with calm honesty. If she had truly wanted to eat Han Sihi, she would have done it on the very first night. Besides, in her entire life, she had never once tasted human flesh. But Han Sihi was already moving to leave in a hurry. There was something important he needed to confirm for himself, something he had to see with his own eyes. Without waiting another moment, he rushed out of the house and disappeared into the deep darkness of the night. Sori watched the direction Han Sihi had run, and with her sharp instincts, she quickly guessed his destination. He was going to hunt down the remaining Sansin on the mountain, so she decided to follow after him and help with the dangerous task. Soon, the determined Han Sihi reached the very summit of the ancient mountain. There, an enormous stone bird stood frozen in place, towering over the peak like an eternal statue. Sori explained that the bird had remained in that same state for 200 or 300 years. Because of that, the mountain had been left without a proper guardian for an incredibly long time. Han Sihi had once heard strange rumors claiming that the powerful owner of the mountain had risen from the dead. But now, seeing the truth with his own eyes, he understood those stories had been nothing more than empty gossip and wild speculation. Technically, Han Sihi could still absorb the soul of the mountain's old master. But a soul that ancient would be completely tasteless and useless to him, offering nothing worth taking. Once Han Sihi's heart finally settled, he turned towards Sori and asked why she had stubbornly followed him all the way up the mountain. As it turned out, the practical girl had gathered the belongings he had left scattered behind. She brought along the backpack he always carried, and even packed several valuable medicines, just in case he needed them. But instead of thanking her, Han Sihi became angry. Did Sori really think he was so soft and naive that he would not dare cut her down? Or did she believe he lacked both the resolve and the strength to do it? Sori looked genuinely disappointed by his harsh, icy tone. After all, she had gone out of her way to collect and bring back all of his belongings, only to be met with suspicion and anger. Han Sihi grabbed the bundle from her and immediately ran off again into the night. As he moved, the mysterious prediction from the wise cat echoed painfully through his mind. According to that prediction, Han Sihi was supposed to find all the answers on this ancient mountain. But he doubted those fated answers were meant to come from some cunning nine-tailed fox. Sori simply watched him leave. In her eyes, both the black tiger and the innocent human body he had taken over were pitiful in their own ways, helplessly tangled in circumstances they could not fully control. She could not imagine what Han Sihi expected to accomplish all by himself. So, with generous determination, Sori decided that she would help him whether he wanted her help or not. Sori turned toward her fluffy foxes and asked them for wise advice, as if they might provide some brilliant answer. But the little creatures only stared back at her, clearly failing to understand the complicated things she was saying. Still, Sori happily interpreted their silence as full support for her noble plan. With that settled in her mind, the determined girl immediately set off after Han Sihi on his dangerous path. Meanwhile, the snake who had managed to escape finally struggled her way into the forbidden part of the dense forest. After everything that had happened, she could barely keep herself moving. As the exhausted reptile dragged herself through the sharp, thorn-covered spikes, her body slowly began shifting back into human form. With her heavy wounds, even the transformation itself looked painfully difficult. But just then, a massive tiger with burning eyes suddenly rose up before her. Its enormous body towered over the wounded snake, pressing down on her with a violent, suffocating presence. Terrified, the girl immediately addressed the formidable master with trembling respect. In a panic, she introduced herself, hoping that her fear and obedience might earn even a little mercy. But the angry tiger only growled in displeasure. His voice carried a dangerous warning as he reminded her that he had strictly ordered her never to travel along that dangerous road. The snake quickly tried to defend herself, explaining that the matter had been far too urgent to ignore. She had not come there by choice. The situation had forced her to take that risk. Then, still shaking, the frightened snake delivered the shocking news. The legendary black tiger had returned from nothingness. She explained that she had encountered a student from the sword school of Blue Waters, and that young warrior seemed to possess the true power of the black tiger. On that point, she was absolutely certain. On top of that, the mysterious warrior had crossed paths with a powerful nine-tailed fox named Sori from Mount Mexicoist. The snake and Manhwa had been unable to stand against the two of them, so they were forced to abandon the pursuit and flee. But the wise tiger did not need every small detail spelled out for him. He understood the most important point immediately. The black tiger and an insidious fox were now moving at the same time, making them dangerously formidable enemies. The frightened snake could only give one helpless answer. Han Sihi and Sori had only crossed paths recently, so no matter how hard she thought about it, she had no way of knowing where the two of them would choose to go next. The formidable master admitted that unease had been weighing on him ever since he first saw the dark signs hinting at the black tiger's return. Still, there was one advantage in their favor. Since that ancient spirit had taken the form of an ordinary human, tracking him down would be much easier than chasing a formless legend. But there was another matter the powerful tiger cared about even more. His voice grew heavier as he asked what had happened to the legendary pearl in the dragon's mouth, because if the black tiger started hunting for that priceless treasure, then bringing him down would become far more troublesome. And now, with a powerful nine-tailed fox stepping into the situation as well, their enemies had become even more dangerous than before. Against an alliance that frightening, the strength they currently possessed would not be enough to guarantee victory. So the harsh master gave the snake a direct order. She was to take two of the strongest Sansin with her as reinforcements. But if the situation began turning truly disastrous, she had to retreat immediately and return to report everything to him. After issuing that command, the powerful tiger lifted his head. Then, with overwhelming authority, he released a thunderous growl that seemed to shake the forest itself, calling someone to his side. In that instant, a violent tornado began to whirl around them. The air twisted and roared with terrifying force, and within the spinning storm, a majestic silhouette slowly began to take shape. The ancient dragon needed a new command now, one that would allow him to stand properly against the terrifying threat of the nine-tailed fox. After all, the pearl was not the only road leading to greater power. If they could not rely on that treasure alone, then they would simply have to find another way to make themselves even stronger. Around that same time, Han Sihi's uncle sat trapped in painful captivity inside a damp, freezing room. The place was so gloomy and cold that he had completely lost track of how much time had passed since he had been brutally thrown inside. The exhausted man had no idea what his merciless jailers planned to do with him. That uncertainty made the silence around him feel even heavier, pressing down on him like another form of torture. His thoughts kept circling back to the secret letter meant for his nephew. Had something gone wrong with it? Had someone seen him receive it from the mysterious intermediary and decided he was suspicious? The captive did not even know what had been written inside that dangerous letter. For all he knew, someone had only suspected him of being involved in something and captured him without ever confirming the truth. But no matter how he turned it over in his mind, none of it made much sense. Maybe they had mistaken him for a suspicious merchant, a hidden spy, or someone secretly exchanging messages with outsiders. The exhausted man's head spun as he tried to piece together the situation, but every guess only led to more confusion. More than anything, he wanted to understand why he had been seized and beaten so cruelly in the first place. He had originally planned to meet Han Sihi on Thursday, and after that, meet Bottle's nephew on Friday. But with truly miserable luck, unknown men had grabbed him on Wednesday, before either meeting could ever happen. At that tense moment, the heavy door to the cell began to open. Its slow creak scraped through the freezing room like a warning, making the captive's body stiffen before he even saw who was entering. The prisoner already knew what usually happened whenever they came for him. Before any questions, before any explanations, they would beat him mercilessly with heavy sticks. So before he could even look properly, fear took hold of him, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Even then, he could sense 3 ominous figures stepping into the cell. When he finally gathered the courage to open his eyes, he realized he had never seen these people before. A sharp, expensive perfume clung to them, a strange scent in that filthy room, and a clear sign that they were no ordinary jailers. The strangers ordered him in a commanding tone to state who he was. Trembling badly and stumbling over his words, the prisoner gave them his real name. Then he tried to crawl toward them on his knees, desperate enough to beg. All he wanted was for someone, anyone, to finally tell him the real reason he had been locked away in this place. But the leader offered him no explanation at all. Instead, the man looked down at the miserable prisoner and coldly ordered him to shut his mouth. First, the captive had to answer every question honestly. If he tried to waste their time with nonsense or lies, then they would meet again in 5 days. The old man's warning only became more terrifying from there. In 5 days, the prisoner might no longer be physically able to answer anything, because the old man would return with skilled doctors prepared to cut his tongue out completely. And those same cruel doctors, he added, were very eager to learn what a living man truly looked like beneath his skin and deep inside his belly. Then, right in the middle of that nightmare, the ruthless man raised a letter into view. The instant the prisoner saw it, he recognized it. After reading just the first few lines, the shocked warrior understood what it was. This was his secret order, the very letter that had been addressed to Han Si. The old man's eyes hardened as he stared at the captive. In a sharp voice, he demanded a detailed explanation for why the name Yang Juan had appeared inside such a mysterious letter. As far as the unfortunate man knew, Yang Juan was someone standing at the very top of power, a figure infamous for cruelty, gambling, and countless crimes. His organization was said to be larger than any royal army, and even the government quietly allowed his unimaginable wealth to keep growing. The terrified prisoner immediately began swearing that he truly knew nothing about the contents of the letter. It had been sealed tightly, and without permission, he had never had the right to open it. The disappointed old man turned as if he were already done with him. From the look of it, he had decided this stubborn prisoner must truly want to meet the executioners again 5 days later. But the prisoner begged the cruel jailers to believe him. He had only been entrusted with delivering the letter, and in a situation this deadly, he had absolutely no reason to lie. The cold-blooded old man seemed to think the prisoner still did not understand the seriousness of his situation. So he revealed a wooden box, and inside it were 50 severed human hands. Those bloodied hands had belonged to the poor soul who had brought the letter to him. That unfortunate man had also sworn he knew nothing, even while his hands were slowly cut apart piece by piece. But in the end, that man truly had known nothing at all. So now, the ruthless executioner wanted to discover whether this new captive was also genuinely ignorant of what the letter meant. The prisoner, however, really was hearing about the letter's contents for the first time. No matter how desperately he searched his memory, he could not understand what these cruel people wanted from him. Elsewhere, around that same time, Han Si was carefully moving through a lively town. The streets were packed with noise, people, shops, and constant motion, a sharp contrast to the quiet danger of the mountains. His uncle had told him they would meet at the famous house of the good aunt, and Han Si wanted to find out what the wise man had discovered during their time apart. Beside him, the curious Sori kept circling around, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the beautiful city buildings. The structures rose high and impressive around them, while merchants nearby displayed all kinds of gorgeous and unusual goods. Then Sori suddenly grew embarrassed by her own reaction. She realized she must look exactly like someone who had just wandered out of the deep wilderness, staring in wonder at every little thing in the city. Watching her innocent fascination, Han Si could not help feeling a flicker of regret. Bringing Sori with him into a civilized city might have been a mistake after all. Not long before this, Han Si had remembered the arrogant bandits from the looted village. Knowing that they would keep robbing innocent people if nobody stopped them, he had decided to put an end to their crimes for good. Following their trail, he eventually reached a stone house that served as the bandits' hidden base, tucked away like a den for rotten men. Of course, Han Si could have burned that cursed place down in the dead of night, or challenged the robbers directly in an honest fight. But before making his move, he chose to observe these vile men carefully and learn their habits. However, by the time Han Si arrived near the house, cautious Sori was already there waiting for him. She had known he would eventually come after them, though in her eyes, he was a little late in carrying out his righteous revenge. Alarm shot through Han Si at once. He rushed into the house immediately, already guessing that the mysterious girl might have done something inside before he arrived. When he stepped through the entrance, he found every man inside beaten down and sprawled across the floor. The bandits dragged themselves around helplessly, looking less like dangerous robbers and more like miserable worms. Sori only smiled with deep satisfaction and explained that she had already taken care of all of them. As for their arrogant leader, she added that he would spend the rest of his life urinating blood. After that, Sori cheerfully offered to accompany Han Sihi on his dangerous journey. The way she said it made wiping out an entire bandit hideout sound like nothing more than a casual errand she had finished along the way. Still shaken by everything that had just happened, the bewildered man eventually gave a slow nod of agreement. Even though confusion was written all over his face, he still managed to offer a genuine word of thanks to the powerful companion who had decided to travel at his side. And honestly, his reaction made perfect sense. If a strange, extraordinary young woman suddenly announced that she would be joining your journey, anyone in his position would naturally wonder what she was really after. But for Han Sihi, there was only so much room for suspicion. Whatever hidden reason Sori might have had, he could not ignore the fact that keeping a dangerous Sanson close during uncertain times might prove useful sooner or later. Even so, Han Sihi's eyes sharpened as he gave Sori one firm warning. No matter what happened, that sly girl was absolutely forbidden from showing her supernatural power in front of ordinary people. And if she dared to reveal herself in public, he made it clear that he would draw his sword and cut her down on the spot. But Sori did not seem intimidated at all. Instead of flinching from his threat, she laughed lightly, as if he had said something amusing, then cheerfully promised that she would follow right behind him like the most obedient companion in the world. Only after that did the curious girl angle her head to the side, her expression bright and innocent, and finally asked the most basic question of all: where were they actually going first? And with that, the two of them set off together along roads neither of them knew well. Han Sihi, meanwhile, kept pretending with stubborn determination that he had absolutely nothing to do with the eccentric Sori trailing after him, all while continuing his search for the mysterious house of the good aunt. Before long, Han Sihi began to notice something strange. The people passing through the street were no longer looking at him, but past him, their eyes wide with surprise as their gazes fixed on something directly behind his back. When he finally turned around to see what had caught everyone's attention, he found Sori standing calmly in the middle of the busy street, openly grooming herself as if the crowd around her did not exist at all. To Sori, there was nothing strange about this behavior. In her mind, this was simply what humans did, and if she wanted to pass as a proper, civilized young lady, then naturally she had to tidy herself up just like one. Han Sihi, mortified by the public spectacle, hurried over and tried to explain that respectable people did not groom themselves so openly in the middle of the street. But Sori merely blinked at him in confusion and argued back, saying she had seen elegant city ladies behave that way before, so of course she had only been trying to imitate them. After that, the carefree girl turned her attention to Han Sihi himself. In her eyes, if he truly wanted to avoid drawing attention from the locals, then his own appearance needed a little polishing as well. So without hesitation, she reached toward him and gently swept the hair away from his face, carefully clearing the loose strands that had been hanging over his eyes and hiding his features. Before this, whenever Sori looked at his noble face, an odd sadness had always seemed to settle over her chest. But now, as his eyes came into view, she realized that the real problem had been those messy strands of hair covering his expression and making his face feel strangely different. In the end, Han Sihi gave in and reluctantly agreed to keep the cleaner hairstyle. However, his agreement came with one strict condition. Sori was not allowed to keep reaching for him, touching him, or taking liberties with him whenever she felt like it. Once that matter was settled, he turned away again with firm, decisive steps and continued moving forward, still focused on finding the mysterious house of the good aunt. At that same moment, the sharp-eyed old man finally came to a conclusion. The man kneeling before him most likely had no idea what was actually written inside the letter. But even after realizing that, the old man's expression remained cold and merciless. Without the slightest hesitation, he ordered his men to cut off one of the prisoner's fingers as a warning. As the executioners began closing in, the desperate man panicked and quickly raised his voice. He admitted that he truly did not know what the cursed letter said, but he did know exactly who the message was supposed to be delivered to. Then, afraid to waste even a second, he hurriedly told them everything he knew. He had been instructed to deliver the message on Thursday, and the meeting with that person had already been arranged ahead of time. According to him, the recipient was supposed to appear at exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, and the agreed meeting place was the house of the good aunt in the center of the city. The old man's interest was immediately caught by those words. Deciding the prisoner's information might be worth keeping alive for, he ordered rice and wine to be brought over and told the man to eat well while praying that he managed to reach that important meeting on time. After that, the ruthless jailers pressed him for the full name of the mysterious recipient. Hoping that cooperation might buy him a little mercy, the frightened man quickly gave them the name Han Sihi. Meanwhile, Sori was moving from one shop to another as if she had no worries in the world, happily picking out cosmetics, ornaments, and jewelry like every sparkling item in the market already belonged to her. Han Sihi, of course, was stunned by how carelessly she kept spending. She selected one expensive item after another, and in a wealthy city like this, the prices were far beyond anything they would have encountered in a quiet village. But then the painful truth became clear all at once. That reckless girl did not actually have a single coin of her own to pay for any of it. And that was the exact moment Han Sihi, suddenly filled with alarm, realized that his own wallet had disappeared without leaving even the faintest trace behind. Furious, Han Sihi immediately seized the thief by the collar and yanked her close, his voice dropping into a low, dangerous tone as he demanded to know what she thought she was doing. The commotion drew attention almost instantly. Several well-dressed local men stepped forward, clearly preparing to defend the young lady from what looked like rough treatment. But Sori only gave them an awkward smile and explained that her dear husband was simply a little nervous and quick-tempered by nature. The men could only stare with gloomy disbelief. In silence, they seemed to wonder why beautiful girls always ended up falling for unstable villains who grabbed them by the collar in the middle of a public street. As the atmosphere grew more uncomfortable with every passing second, Han Sihi decided there was no point avoiding the question any longer. He looked straight at Sori and asked why she had chosen to come along on this journey in the first place. Sori answered without the slightest hesitation, as calmly as if the reason were obvious. A woman followed a man for one simple reason, because she sincerely liked him. Those bold words clearly did not please Han Sihi. His expression tightened at once, and his hand instinctively shifted toward the hilt of his blade, making the warning in his silence impossible to miss. Sori looked faintly disappointed by the way he reacted. After all, from her point of view, he was the one who had allowed her to accompany him in the first place. But Han Sihi coldly reminded her of the condition he had set from the very beginning. If she ever broke their agreement, then sooner or later, he would cut her down. Sori calmly pointed out the reality of their situation. If she refused to use her supernatural power, then Black Tiger would not manifest either, and without that kind of force at his side, Han Sihi would never be able to seriously injure her. Even so, the proud warrior did not back down. He was prepared to face her, even if it meant dying beneath her claws, as long as no innocent person was dragged into the danger. Hearing that, Sori's anger finally broke through. Offended by his arrogance and his complete lack of gratitude, she turned away and left him behind. Han Sihi simply lowered his blade and watched the nine-tailed fox walk off, his gaze dark and heavy, because he knew better than anyone that she was a terrifying opponent he could not hope to defeat on his own. In the end, Han Sihi chose a different path and continued forward alone, hoping that the next time he searched, he might finally find the mysterious house of the good ant without Sori causing trouble beside him. That evening, Bottle also arrived at the same destination. He found himself standing in front of a luxurious three-story building, and from the very first glance, he could tell that this was no ordinary place. Everything about it looked expensive, polished, and highly respected. The interior was even more dazzling than the outside. Bright lights shimmered across polished surfaces, refined music floated gently through the room, and elegantly dressed guests filled the space with the unmistakable air of wealth and status. A graceful-looking menu was soon placed in front of him. Bottle immediately lowered his gaze and studied it with intense concentration, desperately hoping he would not give himself away as someone who had come from the countryside. But just then, the polite waiter informed him that every table was required to order at least 2 liang worth of food. Bottle's face stiffened the moment he heard that. He looked back down at the menu with growing dread, suddenly afraid of what kind of prices might be waiting on the page. For a place called the House of the Good Ant, the prices were not kind in the slightest. Bottle immediately began regretting that he had not accepted the extra money when it had been offered to him earlier. In the end, he had no choice but to order the cheapest vegetable soup listed on the menu, spending exactly 1 liang just to get something on the table. He also asked whether he could stay there for the night, but the instant he heard that the price started at 6 liang, whatever hope he had left disappeared completely. There was simply no way he could afford something like that. After all, he only had 5 liang remaining, and that was supposed to be enough for him to survive on. So after saying goodbye to the waiter, Bottle walked away in frustration, grumbling under his breath about why his uncle had chosen such an expensive place for the meeting. It was not as though his uncle would be the one paying for any of it. On top of that, Bottle wanted to reunite with Olkachi as soon as he possibly could. He still needed to meet the old man as well. After all, there was always a chance that the old man was carrying an important order from his uncle. For now, Bottle decided the best thing he could do was remain in this place and wait until tomorrow, exactly as they had agreed from the beginning. Until that time came, he had no choice but to sit there quietly, swallow down his impatience, and slowly sort through everything in his head, one thought after another. On the road toward the city, Bottle had passed through another village and happened to hear a strange bit of news. The locals were saying that some warrior had taken care of the bandits troubling the area, but no one seemed completely sure whether that mysterious fighter had truly been the legendary Black Tiger or not. He had also picked up rumors about a woman who lived somewhere high in the mountains. According to the villagers, the unknown warrior had gone up there to meet her, supposedly while searching for rare medicinal herbs. But later, when the villagers finally went to check her home, what they discovered was troubling. The place carried clear traces of a Sansan attack, yet aside from those violent marks, there was nothing strange or definite enough to explain what had truly happened there. Because of that, Bottle still could not reach a firm conclusion. He had no way of knowing whether the whole incident really had been caused by Black Tiger, or whether some other dangerous force had been acting quietly in the background. After gathering those rumors, Bottle met with the wise Alkachi, who had been keeping watch over another mountain in that same region. Even then, they still found no clear information about the hunter who was targeting the Sansan. Instead of the answers they wanted, another piece of news came to light, and this one carried an even more disturbing weight. Not long before, red lightning had come crashing down over a Takabi village, throwing the entire settlement into terror and chaos. People were also whispering that the terrible fire had not been some random disaster or accident. According to the rumors, it had been a deliberate attack carried out by a powerful group. Bottle could not stop himself from suspecting Black Tiger's involvement. After all, there were only a handful of beings capable of causing destruction on that scale. And yet, the more he thought about it, the more something felt off, because Black Tiger was not known for needless cruelty, and he had never been the type to devour Takabi. Even so, anger continued to burn inside Bottle's chest. If the situation kept moving in this direction, every northern Sansan might end up being wiped out by Black Tiger's hand, which meant they had to get ahead of him and figure out where that predator would strike next. That was when Alkachi fell into deep thought, carefully weighing the clues as he tried to predict what the hunter's next target might be. In the end, the most reasonable answer was also the simplest one. If the hunter was still moving through the area, then the next place they needed to watch was the nearest mountain. However, before going there to investigate, Bottle still chose to meet the old man as originally planned. That was the reason he had returned to the noisy city, though deep down, frustration was already building inside him. Time was running short, and reaching that mountain for more urgent business mattered far more than sitting around here. Lost in those heavy worries, Bottle did not even notice what his hands had been doing. Before he realized it, every bit of food in front of him was gone, and even the expensive alcohol had been completely drained. Just then, the courteous waiter returned to his table with practiced politeness, setting a fresh menu in front of him. In a calm voice, he reminded Bottle that if he wanted to continue sitting there, he would need to order at least one more liang's worth of food or drink. Bottle froze on the spot, unsure how he was supposed to handle such an awkward problem. For a brief moment, he even wondered if he should look for some dirty work nearby and earn a little extra money, just so he could keep his seat. But at that very moment, another guest stepped into the luxurious establishment. Bottle's puzzled gaze immediately shifted toward the unfamiliar young man, and although he did not know his name right away, something about that face felt strangely close, almost as if it belonged to someone from long ago. Then, as Bottle looked more carefully at those refined, noble features, recognition suddenly brightened his expression. The elegant young master standing before him was none other than his old friend, Han Sihi. Still, Han Sihi's face was not exactly the same as Bottle remembered. Over the years, his expression had hardened into something stern and guarded, carrying a gloomy weight that seemed far too heavy for someone still so young. At that same moment, the respected young master was already being served a fragrant bottle of Bosun wine, a costly and elegant drink known as one of the finest grades of alcohol. Everything about the scene made one fact impossible to miss. Han Sihi had become truly wealthy. The moment Bottle realized that, delight rushed across his face, and he immediately sprang up from his seat, deciding there was absolutely no reason not to join his old friend's refined meal. Bottle was genuinely surprised that Han Sihi recognized him so quickly and without hesitation, especially after so many long years had passed since the two of them had last seen each other. To Bottle, it almost felt as if 1,000 years had slipped away since those old days. So he happily settled down beside his dear friend, ready to open his heart and talk honestly over a cup of expensive wine. The quick-thinking Bottle then turned toward the waiter with visible relief and explained that he and Han Sihi would now be sharing the same table. With that, he clearly hoped he would no longer be forced to order 2 liang's worth of food all by himself. Han Sihi, meanwhile, quietly counted the years in his mind. It had been exactly 3 years since the last time he and Bottle had seen one another. For Bottle, those 3 years were more than enough reason to sit down properly, speak at length, and pull the memories of the old days back into the light. Before long, Han Sihi observed with sharp eyes that Bottle had become almost like a completely different person. He seemed looser now, more absent-minded and careless than before, while Bottle himself could hardly believe that he had ever been a serious person in the first place. But Han Si described the old Bottle with surprising clarity, saying that he had once lived as if the edge of a sword were always aimed directly at him. Compared to that tense and watchful version of himself, Bottle had changed a great deal, and in Han Si's eyes, many of those changes seemed to be for the better. Curious in return, Bottle asked what Han Si had been doing all this time. From his tired face and hardened presence alone, it was obvious that life had worn him down, but it also looked as if he had kept studying the difficult art of the sword and grown much stronger and more experienced along the way. Then Bottle asked more carefully about Han Si's master, the person who had once taught him those mysterious arts of shamanism and martial skill. Han Si's reply was short, restrained, and almost too calm. His mentor had died a long time ago. Even after that heavy answer, the two old friends continued talking in a strangely relaxed mood, letting the conversation flow naturally until Bottle finally emptied the entire bottle of fragrant alcohol. Bottle looked honestly startled as he stared down at the impressive bottle, almost as if the elegant thing had deceived him. For something so large and expensive-looking, it had held much less wine than he had expected. Seeing Bottle's disappointed expression, Han Si could only release an embarrassed sigh, as if he did not quite know how to respond. Bottle suddenly burst into bright, cheerful laughter. Han Si might have claimed that Bottle was the one who had changed, but in Bottle's eyes, Han Si himself was still as modest and shy as he had always been. Han Si calmly reminded him that Bottle had just admitted he recognized him somehow, even though it had not been because of his appearance or his manners. What had truly stayed the same was Han Si's familiar awkwardness, the kind of quiet, uncomfortable softness that still showed through no matter what he had suffered during those difficult 3 years. Bottle told his friend not to act like some cold and untouchable strongman. From the very beginning, Han Si had always been vulnerable in both body and soul, and even now, that part of him had not disappeared. For some reason, though, he kept trying to fool everyone around him into believing otherwise. Even though Han Si had clearly become far more skilled with a sword, Bottle felt relieved to see that, deep down, the same kind-hearted person was still there, soft in a way he tried very hard to hide. But those words only irritated Han Si. His fingers tightened around the handle of his blade, and with a dangerous look in his eyes, he suggested that they step outside immediately and find out which one of them was truly weak and helpless. Bottle answered in a calm voice that he had no interest in fighting anyone without a proper reason. More than that, he could not understand why his friend had suddenly become so angry, since all he had meant was that Han Si's heart was still kind and easily moved. Hoping to smooth over the tension before it grew worse, the peace-loving Bottle decided to order another bottle of that luxurious Bosun wine. But at that critical moment, suspicious figures dressed in bright red robes suddenly moved in from every direction, closing around their table before either of the two friends could fully relax. One of the robed men stepped forward with calm confidence and addressed Han Si by his full name. Han Si, however, kept his expression cold and composed, replying that they had obviously mistaken him for someone else. But denying it would not be that simple. Han Si looked exactly like the wanted man they were after, and on top of that, he carried a sword. The stranger even claimed he would bet that the blade itself had the same distinctive black color they were looking for. That particular detail immediately sharpened Han Si's attention. If these mysterious people already knew that much about his unusual blade, then they clearly were not just ordinary troublemakers picking a fight. In the middle of that tense standoff, one of the men gave a commanding order, telling Han Si to draw his sword and show it to them. Han Si reacted like a flash of lightning, his hand snapping toward his sword in an instant. At the very same time, his sharp-witted friend grabbed the heavy dishes beneath the alcohol and hurled them forward with perfect timing. That sudden counterattack caught the closest enemies off guard, throwing the two men nearest them off balance and leaving them unable to move properly. Then Han Si stepped in without hesitation, using the flat side of his blade to shove back the men surrounding their table with decisive force. With the first wave of attackers already dealt with, Bottle quickly read the room and suggested that their pleasant little reunion chat should probably end there for the moment. Han Si had no objection at all. Judging from his cold expression, he had even less interest in exchanging useless words with these irritating men. A heartbeat later, Han Si moved again with sharp, controlled speed. Before the bulky men could properly react, he struck through their formation and sent 3 more of them crashing away from him, as if all that size and muscle meant absolutely nothing. Bottle could not hide the surprise spreading across his face. He had never imagined Han Si would learn how to fight people with such practiced, decisive skill, especially when the Han Si he remembered had once been afraid of conflict and avoided direct clashes whenever possible. But then Bottle noticed that one enemy was still standing. His eyes narrowed with calm focus, and in that clever, almost casual tone of his, He suggested they finish this noble little job properly and make sure no loose ends were left behind. After all, men as stubborn as these could not simply be allowed to walk away. If they escaped now, they would almost certainly return with more allies, more weapons, and far more trouble than before. The last remaining man was trembling so badly that even the blade in his hand shook in the air. Still, he forced himself to point it at the two of them and warned that if they dared to touch him, neither of them would ever leave the city alive. Bottle did not look frightened in the slightest. If anything, his curiosity only grew stronger, and he leaned into the moment by asking who had sent such persistent men to hunt down Han Sihi in the first place. But when the strange name Yang Juan came up, neither Han Sihi nor Bottle showed even the slightest sign of recognition. It was clear that both of them were hearing that name for the very first time. The terrified man stared at them as though they had just said something impossible. To him, their ignorance was absurd, because in a city this large, even the stray dogs in the alleyways seemed to know the name of that powerful figure. Even so, the man himself did not know the reason behind it. He had no idea why someone as influential as Yang Juan would have any business with Han Sihi. Unfortunately, that was the limit of what these men could offer. They were nothing more than ordinary underlings, men who had simply followed their master's frightening orders without being trusted with anything truly valuable. So Han Sihi immediately turned his gaze toward Bottle, clearly hoping that his clever old friend might have some method for pulling more useful information out of the man. Bottle responded without missing a beat. He slipped one hand into his pocket and, with a smooth and practiced motion, pulled out two mysterious amulets. The blue amulet, according to Bottle, could mercilessly drag hidden memories straight out of a person's mind. The only problem was its deeply unpleasant side effect. Whoever experienced it would suffer fatal diarrhea. The red amulet, on the other hand, carried a different kind of horror. Whenever someone lied, it would burn them with hellish fire, making it brutally effective for interrogation, though almost no one survived after enduring it. Han Sihi was understandably stunned by those options. Neither one sounded remotely humane. One was revolting beyond belief, while the other was so cruel it could only be called outright torture. Even so, the two of them were kind enough, in their own terrifying way, to offer the trembling man a choice. He could decide for himself which talisman he preferred to experience with his own body. Driven nearly mad by fear, the man immediately blurted out the name of the person who had reported that Han Sihi would appear in this place. The instant Bottle heard it, anger flashed through him, and he demanded to know where his uncle was. That was how they finally uncovered the truth. Bottle's uncle had been taken away and was being held in the dark prison of that almighty master. Yang Juan was the one behind everything, and the captured underling had only acted under his orders without knowing anything further. Han Sihi still could not understand why Yang Juan would be so hostile toward him, and the frightened man truly seemed ignorant of his master's real motives. Han Sihi suggested using one of the amulets on the captive anyway, preferably the red one, so they would not have to deal with the disgusting aftermath of the other option while the man screamed and died in agony. Without any hesitation, Bottle stepped closer and placed the amulets directly on top of the man's head. But the man immediately lost consciousness, and the result became obvious soon enough. He really did not know anything else, and everything he had already said had been the truth. Han Sihi naturally began to look at the amulets with suspicion, wondering if they might have been nothing more than well-made fakes dressed up to look impressive. Bottle quickly corrected that idea, making it clear that fake versions of such amulets simply did not exist. Every one of them was genuine. The only thing that changed was the strength and nature of their power, depending on the color. And just like that, after causing a full-blown uproar inside the expensive establishment, the two old friends quietly slipped away before anyone else could stop them. But Bottle did not turn back or wander off on his own. Stubbornly, he continued following Han Sihi, heading with him straight toward Yang Juan's den. Han Sihi, of course, made it clear that Bottle had no obligation to help him. As far as he was concerned, this matter belonged to him alone. But Bottle had his own reason for going. He also needed to find that mysterious uncle, and that gave him every reason to stay involved. That was when both of them unexpectedly realized the same thing. The captive man at the center of this trouble was somehow connected to each of them as an uncle. For some reason, that realization seemed to settle something inside Han Sihi. Without wasting another word, he turned with firm resolve and continued down the wide street. He did not know exactly where a powerful villain like Yang Juan would live, but ordinary logic was enough to guide him. Men like that always chose the largest, richest, and most luxurious mansions in the city. Bottle, unable to hold back his impatience any longer, suddenly dashed ahead. They needed to hurry now, because every passing moment could make a difference. And so, the two of them broke into a race through the streets, aiming for the wealthiest mansion they could find. For a moment, as they ran side by side, it almost looked like they had returned to the reckless days of their childhood. At the same time, Sori sat counting the few miserable coins left in her hand, and her mood sank lower with every number. It was nowhere near enough to rent a decent room for 2 people, and she bitterly regretted not bringing along a couple of valuable healing plants she could have sold. Still, Sori tried not to let despair swallow her. Even without enough money, she told herself that she would somehow manage to survive, as long as she avoided depending on anything unnecessary. But then, without the slightest warning, the last pitiful coins in her hand were snatched away. A thief grabbed them and immediately bolted into the street. Sori understood perfectly well what that kind of shameless theft deserved. For such an arrogant act, a thief could be cut down right there on the spot. So she sprang forward instantly, her body accelerating with fierce speed as she shouted after the brazen villain and chased him through the street. The thief, meanwhile, was laughing to himself in smug delight. In his mind, he had found a hopelessly naive fool, the kind of person stupid enough to walk through dark evening streets with money openly displayed in her hand. He imagined that Sori was probably already sitting on the cold ground somewhere behind him, crying bitterly over the coins he had just stolen. So when the thief glanced back and saw the furious girl right behind him, closing the distance at terrifying speed, he nearly froze from shock. In the very next moment, Sori struck him hard enough to knock him off his feet, sending him crashing down onto the ground. Then she stood over him and demanded that he return her hard-earned money immediately. But instead of surrendering, the thief only became angrier. He whipped out a sharp dagger and waved it at her threateningly, warning that if she did not back off, he would carve a few ugly scars into that pretty face of hers. Before he could carry out that threat, Sori moved with effortless precision. In one clean motion, she knocked the dagger straight out of his hand and sent the weapon flying away. Then she pried her stolen money back from his grasp and told him that from this moment onward, he would answer her questions honestly. If he did that much, then maybe, just maybe, she would be generous enough to forgive him. Of course, the foolish thief still tried to act tough. In his own arrogant way, he insisted that a girl like her could not possibly do anything truly serious to him. But one single slap from Sori was enough to knock him completely unconscious, and he did not wake up again until several hours had already passed. When he finally came back to his senses, Sori calmly explained the situation to him. It would be much better for him not to argue with her, and even better if he stopped trying to act clever in front of her ever again. Sori also decided that a pitiful little thief like him needed a new name to match his new position. From that moment forward, she would call him Bad, and in exchange, he was permitted to address her with proper respect as his older sister. Naturally, the young thief tried desperately to protest, insisting that he already had a perfectly good name of his own. But Sori only fixed him with a cold, unmoved stare and reminded him that talking back to her was a very poor choice if he wanted to avoid even more pain. Then Sori explained her problem to Bad as calmly, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. She had only 4 liang left in her possession, and somehow, before the day ended, she wanted to turn that tiny amount into enough money to feed 100 people. Unfortunately, if Bad had known a quick and honest way to earn money, he obviously would not have been snatching coins from people in the street. Still, after thinking it over, he did know one interesting game that might give her a chance. The instant Bad mentioned it, Sori remembered an important detail. This village was well known for gambling, and irritation flickered across her face as she realized she should have thought of that possibility much sooner. Bad explained that the dog races were entertaining, and people certainly enjoyed gathering around them. But they were not the kind of game where someone could quickly turn a small amount of money into a huge fortune. So if Sori wanted a real chance to make serious profit that very same day, there was a better option: Hashin. It was a dangerous game, no doubt, but for someone bold enough to risk everything, the reward could be enormous. Sori's eyes sharpened with interest the moment she heard that. Without wasting any more time, she ordered Bad to take her to that game immediately. Bad tried to argue, clearly wanting to explain the risks a little more, but Sori grabbed him by the collar before he could finish. Then she dragged him straight toward the biggest and loudest gambling house in the entire town. Before long, the two of them stepped into a wild gambling hall filled with noise from every direction. Men and women shouted, cursed, slammed their hands on tables, and looked ready to fight whenever someone lost more money than they could bear. In the middle of all that heat, shouting, and restless movement, Sori calmly took a seat. Her posture stayed relaxed, her face remained composed, and she carried herself with the confidence of someone who had already decided she would win. Even Bad was caught off guard by how calm she looked. For a woman who had entered the city with only 4 miserable liang to her name, Sori sat there as if victory had been waiting for her from the very beginning. Still, Bad decided that since he had been forced into the role of guide, he might as well do it properly. So he leaned in and carefully began explaining the basic rules of the gambling game to his new older sister. The game was played with wooden cards known as pay, and each one carried the image of one of 12 animals arranged in pairs. A rat counted as 1 point, and from there, the values climbed step by step until reaching the 12th animal. Once 3 pairs of those cards were placed in front of the players, each person could choose whichever pair they trusted most and place as much money as they wanted on it. After everyone had made their bets, the cards were turned over for all to see. Whoever had placed money on the strongest pair would double their wager, while every other player lost every coin they had put down. But the real twist of Hashin began when the same animal appeared twice. If an identical pair was revealed, 24 extra points were added automatically, and the animal values were then counted in reverse order. For example, if the revealed pair happened to be 2 pigs, those cards would not be treated normally. With the bonus added, that pair would be worth a total of 26 points. There was one rule that mattered even more than all the others. It was called the double tiger. No matter how the points worked, a pair of tigers always won, even though a pair of rats could technically reach the highest total under the reversed scoring rule. And if a player somehow managed to beat the tigers, their bet would not simply be doubled. It would be multiplied 5 times over. Everyone knew that kind of result was almost impossible, but that impossible dream was exactly why gamblers kept throwing their money down. Once Sori had finally understood the strange twists, hidden traps, and tempting rewards of the game, she decided it was time to stop watching from the side and join in herself. At that moment, another round was already in progress, and the pair in the middle claimed victory with the elegant image of a roe deer. The gambling hall erupted all at once. Some men cried out in despair as their money vanished, while the lucky winners shouted with joy and celebrated their sudden gains. Bad, however, could not understand why Sori had still not placed a single bet. 5 whole rounds had already gone by, and she had done nothing except sit quietly and watch every movement around the table. To be fair, Bad did not think caution was a bad thing in a gambling house. But the mood around them was starting to turn uncomfortable, and if they kept standing there without playing, the staff would soon throw them out as useless spectators. Just then, a massive thug reached over and grabbed Bad by the head, clearly deciding it was time to have a serious word with him. From the look of it, the man was ready to drive both of them out for doing absolutely nothing. But right at that tense moment, just before the situation could get worse, Sori finally made her very first bet. Bad was stunned when he saw what she had done. Sori had placed every single coin she owned on the cow, and to him, that looked unbelievably reckless, because one wrong choice would wipe out all of her money in an instant. But against every expectation, that exact pair turned out to be the winner. When the cards were revealed, the table saw 2 identical cows staring back at them. Bad stared in complete shock, hardly able to process what had just happened. His new older sister had somehow won on her very first try with luck so absurd it almost did not feel real. Trying to be useful, Bad quickly advised her to split her next wager. That way, she would not be risking everything she had on a single card all over again. Sori paid no attention to that advice whatsoever. Without hesitation, she pushed the entire amount forward again, this time placing everything on a pair of rabbits. Bad was so horrified by her recklessness that he nearly fainted right there beside the gambling table. But Sori only told him not to worry so much. After all, the person sitting in front of him was not some ordinary woman, but a truly magnificent one with abilities far beyond normal people. Before much longer, Sori won again. This time, the pile of money in front of her grew even larger, spreading across the table like proof that her confidence had not been empty at all. Bad could not help narrowing his eyes in suspicion. At this point, he began to wonder whether Sori was secretly cheating in some incredibly clever way that no one else had noticed. Sori answered him calmly, as if there were nothing strange about it. Every game had a hidden pattern, and all she had done was understand that pattern and unravel it for herself. By human standards, what Sori was doing might have looked like trickery or deception. But in truth, she was simply reading the shape and grain of each wooden card, catching tiny differences in the texture that ordinary human eyes would never be able to notice. At last, the organizers finished preparing the next round. With practiced smiles, they invited Sori to place her bet on whichever card she wanted. This time, Sori pushed all of her money forward once again, placing the entire growing pile onto the card marked with the image of a rat. The other players reacted immediately. Seeing where Sori had chosen, they all rushed to follow her lead, and within moments, every bet at the table had gathered around that single card. Bad quietly understood what was happening. These people had already realized that Sori was strange, and more importantly, that her luck seemed almost impossibly strong. Then, with great ceremony, the card was finally turned over. The truth appeared in front of everyone at once. Once again, it was a pair of identical cards. The hall exploded with excitement as the players began demanding the winnings they were owed. The organizers, still wearing calm expressions, explained that they would bring them money from the warehouse, where the larger sums were stored. Bad looked at Sori with open admiration shining across his face. His older sister was far too impressive, and he now acted as though he had understood from the very beginning that she was no ordinary person. Sori, however, reminded him not to get too excited. Once they earned enough coins, They could simply leave this place quietly without causing any more unnecessary trouble. But before that peaceful exit could happen, two imposing thugs stepped up behind Sori and, with suspicious politeness, asked her to come with them. Sori seemed to grasp the situation almost immediately. These men had no real intention of handing over her winnings right there at the table. The thugs, however, kept their courteous smiles in place as they explained that her payout would be handled somewhere more suitable. After all, they claimed, the amount she had won was far too large for an ordinary table payment. Still sensing no truly serious danger from them, the trusting Sori followed the polite thugs away from the noisy gambling floor. However, when the loyal Bad tried to follow after her, he was immediately stopped at the entrance and forbidden from taking even one step farther. That instantly stirred Sori's sense of justice, because in her eyes, this shabby little thief was now her newly appointed younger brother in spirit. The stern men blocking the way made their attitude perfectly clear. This prestigious gambling house was meant for wealthy players and important guests, and there was absolutely no chance they would allow a miserable street thief like Bad to walk inside. With no better option available, the compassionate Sori reached straight toward the gambling table without hesitation. She scooped up a generous handful of coins and placed the entire amount into the embarrassed boy's hands. Then, in a patient and almost sisterly tone, Sori told Bad that the money was his rightful payment for guiding her properly and doing his job well. Sori had already understood why the men refused to let him enter. Bad was known as a thief, and that reputation was following him everywhere. So from the bottom of her heart, she hoped that starting now, he would live honestly and never again steal from innocent people. But her kindness came with a very sharp warning. If Sori ever discovered that Bad had returned to his old wicked habits, she would personally twist his spine with her own hands. After giving him that final warning, Sori said goodbye with a surprising warmth in her voice and walked away. As she left, she hoped that the next time they crossed paths, Bad would already be living as an honest person. Soon after, the imposing guards escorted Sori out of the noisy gambling hall and guided her toward another nearby building, where bright festive lights glowed warmly against the darkness of the night. The moment Sori arrived, the courteous manager of the luxurious house stepped forward to greet her, wearing a polished smile that looked far too practiced to be completely sincere. Sori calmly reminded him of the situation. Aside from the coins she had generously handed over to Bad, the establishment still owed her 200 precious coins from the winnings she had fairly earned. The manager answered with smooth politeness, explaining that according to their strict rules, every 100 coins should normally be paid out in gold. Unfortunately, he claimed, their gold had just run out, which left them deeply ashamed and embarrassed. Then he offered her another possibility with that same courteous smile. If Sori could raise her winnings to 500 coins, they would be able to pay her properly in gold toads instead. Of course, the trick behind his words was painfully obvious. These people had no intention of letting Sori walk away until she lost everything she had won, and the sharp-eyed fox understood these disgusting crooks perfectly. But men like this had no chance of fooling a powerful nine-tailed fox so easily. With a calm confidence that never wavered, Sori agreed to test her luck one more time. The manager kindly informed her that she could continue playing the same thrilling game as before. This time, however, the rules would be stricter, and Sori would have to bet at least 10 coins in every round. Before accepting anything else, Sori first asked them to bring out all the money she had already won honestly in the previous rounds. The respectful manager then led her farther inside, into an elite gambling house where the city's biggest players gathered. There, he asked her to wait patiently while they prepared the large sum that she was owed. The atmosphere in this prestigious gambling house was nothing like the chaotic hall outside. Everything felt heavier, quieter, and far more serious, because the people here were not tossing around loose change, they were risking real fortunes. After a short wait, the manager brought Sori a set of colored betting tokens. White represented 10 coins, red was worth 50, and black carried the value of a full 100. To begin with, Sori chose to remain cautious. Rather than rushing in blindly, she decided to observe the first 3 games carefully before risking such large amounts of money. In truth, though, her thoughts were already drifting elsewhere. She was picturing Han Sihe's reaction in her mind, imagining how pleased and surprised he would be when he saw how much money she had earned for their journey together. Meanwhile, Han Sihe and Bottle finally reached the wealthy mansion they had been searching for inside the city. After waiting for the careless guards to pass by, the clever Bottle made the first move. With a nimble leap, he climbed over the high fence and slipped onto the estate grounds. Han Sihe quickly scanned the area around them, making sure there was no immediate danger, then climbed after him with decisive speed and entered the estate without hesitation. Together, they raced across the vast grounds like seasoned spies moving through enemy territory. Han Sihe was desperate to save his uncle, and since they had no time to waste, they needed to find him quickly somewhere inside that maze of buildings. Practical as always, Bottle understood the problem right away. Since they knew almost nothing about the layout of this mysterious estate, their best option was to catch a servant and force directions out of them. But something about the estate immediately made Bottle uneasy. For such a huge property belonging to such an influential man, there were strangely few guards visible anywhere. Then, at that alarming moment, torches suddenly flared to life all around them, one after another. The sudden burst of light revealed the truth at once. These people had known intruders were coming and had prepared a trap ahead of time. In an instant, armed spearmen poured in from every direction and closed the circle around Han Si-hee and Bottle, surrounding them so tightly that there was almost nowhere left to move. Bottle had no idea what anyone was supposed to do in a situation this dangerous. Han Si-hee, however, knew the usual answer perfectly well. Most people would surrender without resistance and desperately beg for mercy. When the huge thug standing among the armed warriors heard that, he threw his head back and burst into loud, contemptuous laughter. To him, the two intruders were nothing more than reckless fools. Since they had dared to climb into this place, they should be ready to leave behind at least one hand or one leg before they got out. Bottle quickly realized there was no easy escape from this trap. If they wanted any chance of surviving, he would have to use his precious combat amulets. He asked Han Si-hee to cover him for a while, explaining that he needed time to concentrate and properly read the complicated spell. Han Si-hee immediately asked how long he was expected to hold out against such a large number of enemies. But by the time Han Si-hee looked again, the cunning Bottle had already used that brief distraction to quietly hide behind a stone wall, clearly hoping his friend would clear a path for their escape instead. At once, some of the experienced fighters rushed after the fleeing Bottle, while the rest charged directly toward Han Si-hee, trying to capture him alive. But Han Si-hee moved with incredible agility. He used one soldier's head like a stepping stone, launched himself upward, and vaulted over the fence with acrobatic ease. The commander roared furiously at his sluggish men, ordering them to catch the insolent fugitives at once. This time, he had to admit that the intruders were unusually nimble and dangerous. Even so, the commander remained confident. No matter how quick Han Si-hee and Bottle were, he believed there was no way they would fully escape the pursuit. At that same moment, Sori was celebrating another large victory, winning a major bet with a powerful pair among the revealed cards. With a pleased expression, she calmly pulled all the chips toward herself and accepted the growing winnings without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, Sori had already earned more than enough. Now she could return in high spirits, and by then, Han Si-hee was probably waiting for her with anxious impatience. But before leaving, she still had to choose a new bet for the final game. Her gaze drifted across the cards and settled on the tiger card lying directly in front of her. The instant Sori focused on that card, everyone nearby stiffened, and the air around the table suddenly grew tense. The puzzled girl had no idea what she had done that was supposed to be so special. An experienced man hurriedly explained the meaning behind her choice. Betting that way meant Sori was declaring that the deck would reveal the rarest possible combination, a pair of tigers. The manager then explained the stakes in detail. If the cards really turned out to be a pair of tigers, her winnings would be multiplied tenfold. But if her prediction was wrong, she would lose 1/3 of everything she had earned so far. The man assumed this inexperienced girl did not fully understand the finer rules of the game, so he generously offered to cancel the dangerous bet for her. If she chose to continue, however, she would still have a chance to win 5 times more. Sori did not hesitate for even a second. With firm resolve, she placed everything on the mighty tiger, knowing that if she won, she would walk away with 5 legendary gold toads. Then the first card was turned over with solemn care, and everyone watched the result appear. But instead of the tiger she had chosen, it was nothing more than an ordinary pair of cows. On the second toss, the tiles clattered across the table and came to rest in an odd little combination. Almost like a pig and a dog had appeared there together, silently staring back at everyone from the gambling board. Then, at last, the final wager arrived. The entire room seemed to hold its breath for this one moment, and right there in front of them, clear as day, the double tiger showed itself, bold enough that no one could mistake what they were seeing. In an instant, Sori's expression burst with excitement, her whole face brightening as the results sank in. Despite every doubtful stare and every expectation stacked against her, she had somehow managed to seize a massive victory. Overflowing with joy, the girl spun toward the manager she affectionately called Uncle, her eyes shining as she eagerly asked him to bring out the gold toads he had promised her, and to do it right away. But the courteous manager did not immediately place the prize in her hands. Instead, he gently invited Sori to come with him, explaining that anyone fortunate enough to win with a double tiger received a special honorary reception. Inside this gambling house, she was no longer just another guest. She had already become something like a living legend. Sori, however, was not the kind of girl who would be easily dazzled by fancy treatment and grand words. With a small but careful smile, she politely turned him down, because in her mind, The gold toads alone were already more than enough reward. The manager continued trying to win her over, choosing his words with extra care as he warned that she would surely regret walking away now. According to him, this was an unforgettable honor, the kind of rare experience that ordinary visitors could not even imagine being offered. And for a curious girl like Sori, those words were dangerously tempting. After all, foxes were creatures who simply could not ignore a mystery once it had been placed right in front of their eyes. At the same time, Sori could not help thinking of Han Sihi, who was probably waiting for her somewhere outside. With no money for entertainment, he was likely wandering through the city with nothing in particular to do. Even so, in the end, curiosity got the better of her. She wanted to see exactly what kind of special treatment this gambling house prepared for its winners, so she agreed to follow the polite manager, stepping after him with bright, expectant eyes. The manager guided her farther into the building, leading Sori away from the noise of the gambling floor and toward the owner of this prosperous, glittering establishment. As they made their way inside, the manager seemed genuinely taken aback that a well-spoken young girl like Sori had never once heard of such an important man. He explained that this man was considered the greatest and most influential figure in the entire settlement. Hearing that only sharpened Sori's curiosity, making her wonder what kind of mysterious person could hold that much power, and how he had managed to gain it. Before long, Sori found herself seated near a lavish table decorated with glittering jewels. The servants quietly stepped away one by one, leaving her alone in the elegant room to wait for the master of the house to appear. While she waited, Sori cheerfully sampled every refined drink that had been set out on the table, emptying them with an impressive appetite. So when the famous owner of the gambling house finally entered, he was visibly and pleasantly surprised to discover that his young guest could handle such expensive alcohol so well. The man welcomed his unusual visitor with a warm, polished manner, carrying himself with the ease of someone used to formal greetings. Then, with practiced courtesy, he introduced himself as Yang Juan. Sori carefully examined the bottle in her hand, tilting it slightly as if checking every last corner, only to confirm that not a single drop was left. Then she grumbled that he had made people sit around waiting for him for so long that even the wine had already run dry. Almost immediately, a surprise question came back to her. Had she truly finished all of that wine on her own? Standing in front of her, Yang Juan lowered his gaze toward the empty bottles scattered before her and remarked that this girl clearly knew how to drink. Sori studied him with a confused, searching look, silently wondering what exactly was going on with this man. His face looked terribly pale, almost sickly, and before she could fully hold it back, a puzzled little "who" slipped from her mouth. The man answered without losing his composure, calmly saying that it was a pleasure to meet her. Then he introduced himself once more, clearly giving his name as Yang Juan. Sori smiled brightly as she looked him over with open curiosity. So this was the owner of the gambling house. He was completely different from whatever image she had built up in her head. Still, she greeted him cheerfully and introduced herself by name in return. Yang Juan glanced toward the empty bottle and said it was unfortunate that the wine had already been finished. Without hesitating, he immediately ordered more bottles to be brought in. Once Yang Juan settled into his seat at the table, he spoke in an easy, relaxed tone, mentioning that he had heard she had won 2,000 liang. Sori flicked her braid over her shoulder with a playful little flourish and admitted that it was true. Luck had been on her side today. Then, with a curious glance, she asked whether she had caused the gambling house a serious loss, and if that was the real reason he had called her there. Yang Juan asked how that could possibly be the case. To him, a mere couple thousand liang was hardly anything worth fretting over. What had truly interested him was the person who had managed to draw a pair of tigers. Leaning against the table with her head propped lazily in one hand, Sori reminded him not to forget her frogs, because she needed that money. Yang Juan assured her that the frogs would be given to her exactly as promised, and that anything beyond that could simply be accepted as a gift. Just then, a servant entered with a tray carefully balanced in his hands, 3 fresh bottles arranged neatly on top. Addressing Yang Juan, he announced that the wine had arrived. Yang Juan gestured toward the table and told him to set it down, while Sori quietly noticed that the man was already speaking to her in a more casual tone than before. With a gentle smile, Yang Juan picked up one of the bottles and held it lightly in his hand, offering to pour a glass for his guest himself. Sori held out her cup and watched as the wine flowed into it, the rich fragrance rising almost immediately. She commented that it smelled wonderful, then added that it seemed terribly expensive, asking if it was really all right for her to drink so much of it at once. Yang Juan gave a proud, effortless smirk and told her the bottle was worth around 1,000 liang. If she was able to drink it, then she was welcome to enjoy as much as she liked. Sori's eyes widened in admiration, especially once she realized just how large the bottle actually was. Passing the bottle over to her, Yang Juan said he was not trying to brag, but he had more than enough money. She did not need to restrain herself, because a little wine was nowhere near enough to ruin him. Sori took the bottle from his hands and let out an impressed sound, unable to hide her reaction. In her eyes, he was actually pretty remarkable, because anyone wealthy enough to speak so casually about that much money deserved at least a little respect. Then Sori poured the wine into Yang Juan's cup, leaving him momentarily caught off guard by her blunt compliment. He looked at her more closely and asked if she truly meant that, saying it was the first time anyone had ever spoken that way to him. After setting the bottle down on the table, Sori answered that people who accomplished more than others were like warriors who had finally found peace after surviving all their battles. Still not hurrying to take a drink, Sori rested her cheek against her palm and gazed at him with sincere curiosity. She wondered aloud how he had managed to earn such an enormous fortune in the first place. A faint blush slowly began to color Yang Juan's otherwise pale cheeks. He lowered his eyes, gave a small cough as if trying to gather himself, and told her that she had a surprisingly fine way with words. Then he offered to tell her the story of his life, with all its rises and falls, so long as she wished to hear it. A sword whirled through the air, spinning sharply before it plunged down into the ground, burying itself between the fallen bodies of the warriors scattered across the street. The man with a fresh scar slashed across his face screamed in terror, his voice breaking as fear completely overtook him. Han Sihi stood frozen in place, his sword still raised in front of him. All around him lay the bodies of the warriors who, only moments earlier, had greeted him with open hostility. As Han Sihi drew in his breath after the clash, the sound of laughter drifted toward him from somewhere nearby. The squad commander, a bald and powerfully built man, watched him with obvious amusement and said that Han Sihi clearly knew his way around a sword. Seeing Han Sihi standing still in the narrow street, the commander added that even in such cramped quarters, an entire gang of robbers would struggle to bring him down. Then the man tightened his grip around his spear and shifted into a ready fighting stance. He ordered everyone else to clear out of the way, declaring that he would personally stand as Han Sihi's opponent. With confidence ringing in his voice, the squad commander announced his name, saying that he was Kim Thaman. Han Sihi's expression hardly moved at all. His face stayed calm and unreadable, with only the faintest downward pull at the corners of his lips. Kim Thaman clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and said this would not do. Calling Han Sihi's silence hollow and empty, he insisted that true warriors were supposed to introduce themselves before crossing blades. Han Sihi merely let out a tired sigh, already finding the entire exchange exhausting. Raising his sword, Han Sihi pointed its edge straight toward his opponent and told Kim Thaman that if he hoped to withstand his attacks, he had better start praying to his ancestors. Kim Thaman answered with clear disapproval, saying that Han Sihi had no sense of warrior honor whatsoever. Kim Thaman roared that if Han Sihi had no intention of showing proper respect between warriors, then he could just die right there in the street. With that furious shout still tearing from his throat, he launched himself straight toward Han Sihi. In the very next heartbeat, both Kim Thaman and Han Sihi burst forward at the same time, closing the narrow gap between them with their weapons raised, while the tight street seemed to fill with raw killing intent. Kim Thaman sprang high into the air, twisting his body above Han Sihi as he lifted his spear with one hand. From the way he raised it overhead, it was clear he meant to bring it crashing down with all his strength. Han Sihi moved without hesitation, reacting the moment the attack began to fall. His sword swept upward and across his body, cutting into the path of the strike as he tried to stop it before it could reach him. Seeing Han Sihi's response, Kim Thaman shouted that his movement was clumsy, his voice ringing with arrogant confidence, as though the outcome had already been decided in his favor. Kim Thaman was just about to drive his raised arm downward and deliver what he believed would be the finishing blow. But right at that exact instant, something halted him completely, his eyes snapping wide as shock flashed across his face. The spearhead scraped harshly against the wall beside them, caught by the cramped width of the street. And while the weapon was trapped, Han Sihi's sword slammed flat against Kim Thaman's forehead with a sharp, punishing impact. Blood burst from the wound across Kim Thaman's forehead, and the force instantly knocked the balance out of his body. His strength gave way all at once, sending him toppling backward toward the ground. Han Sihi remained exactly where he stood after the strike, his posture steady and his sword lowered just slightly, while Kim Thaman collapsed heavily at his feet. The warriors who had been watching from around the street went completely still, their eyes wide and their mouths hanging open as they stared at the fallen commander in total disbelief. Han Sihi glanced toward the spear still wedged awkwardly against the wall and pointed out, almost dryly, that Kim Thaman himself had been the one to mention how narrow the street was, yet he had still chosen to swing his spear around in it. Then Han Sihi lifted his sword back in front of him, the blade catching the tension in the air as his gaze turned cold. He looked toward the remaining men and asked who wanted to step forward next. But after a brief pause, Han Sihi looked around with a faint trace of surprise. The street, which had been crowded with enemies moments earlier, had suddenly fallen silent, because everyone had vanished. He stood there for a moment, genuinely puzzled by the empty surroundings, wondering if they had all fled simply because their leader had been defeated so quickly. Lowering his gaze to Kim Thaman lying on the ground, Han Si muttered that this fool had apparently only been capable of that much after all. Since the fight was already finished, Han Si calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. If that was all there was to it, then fine. There was no reason for him to remain there any longer, so he turned away from the scene. Han Si then moved swiftly through the narrow passage between the walls, his footsteps carrying him away from the aftermath of the fight, without wasting another moment. Back at the table, Yang Juin threw his head back and laughed loudly as he continued his story, saying that was exactly why that bastard had tried to deceive him. But Yang Juin had caught him in the act, cut off his hand, and now asked Sori if that was not absolutely hilarious. Sori squeezed out a tiny giggle and agreed that yes, it was hilarious. But deep inside, she was practically withering from boredom, thinking that Yang Juin had no sense of order whatsoever and was only rambling on while praising himself. While Yang Juin remained seated at the table, still lost in his own dramatic retelling, a cautious voice sounded from outside the room, asking if a report could be delivered. Yang Juin's expression soured the moment he heard the interruption. He snapped at the servant, calling him an idiot, and demanded to know whether he had not clearly forbidden anyone from disturbing him while he was entertaining a guest. Meanwhile, Sori quietly turned her face away, released a small breath of relief, and silently thanked the gods, because she had truly been afraid that boredom might drive her insane. The servant hurriedly apologized, then explained that he had no choice because there was an emergency to report. Intruders had broken into the gambling house. Yang Juin's brows tightened at once, and he repeated the word in confusion, clearly caught off guard by the news. Sori's attention snapped toward the door immediately, her eyes brightening with sudden interest. Whatever was happening outside, she thought, had to be far more exciting than sitting there through another endless story. Yang Juin brushed the matter aside almost lazily, saying they should simply let Kim Thaman take care of it himself. From beyond the room, the servant answered at once, accepting the order without question. Turning his attention back to Sori, Yang Juin complained that ragamuffins were always causing trouble. In the end, he said, every little problem still had to be handled by him, because without his help, those people would never even see the light of day. A proud smirk crept back across Yang Juin's face as he said they would understand that soon enough. Then he tried to remember where he had stopped, wondering aloud if it had been the part where he cut off the hand of the merchant who tried to cheat him. At that, the smile slowly faded from Sori's face as she realized he might actually be planning to continue. A nervous sweat began to form on Sori's face as she thought that if she had to listen to that story even one more time, she really might lose her mind. Her thoughts immediately started racing, searching for some way to escape this room. Then a possible plan popped into Sori's head. She could flip her cup upside down, pretend the wine had finally made her drunk, and use that as a convenient excuse to slip away. Meanwhile, Yang Juin kept rambling, saying that after that incident, things suddenly started getting better and better, until Sori abruptly cut him off before he could continue, telling him to wait. Yang Juin said that he had taken a bead that once belonged to a dragon. The instant Sori heard that, her mind sharpened, and she wondered how he knew about Aichu, the miraculous pearl from a dragon's mouth, said to bring wealth and good fortune. Yang Juin smiled broadly, almost as if the answer should have been obvious from the beginning, and declared that of course this was the very reason he had become so wealthy. On the outside, Sori kept a sweet smile on her face, but inside, her thoughts turned sharp and wary. This bastard had Aichu. The timing was strange, and the coincidence felt almost too convenient. Keeping her expression bright, innocent, and harmless, Sori asked if she might be allowed to see it just once, as though it were nothing more than simple curiosity. The smile vanished from Yang Juin's face immediately. He set his cup down against the table with a sharp motion and refused outright. Aichu, he explained, had been broken into 2 pieces, and somehow the Dokibi had discovered it and stolen it away. Sori lightly covered her mouth with one hand and said it was such a pity. If the bead still existed, she added, she would have been happy to see it with her own eyes, even just one time. But in her mind, Sori suspected that Yang Juin had most likely stolen it from someone first. And if a Dokibi had taken it afterward, then could it have been Elder Handuka? After all, he was still alive. Sori fell deeper into thought, quietly weighing what she had just heard. She herself was not especially drawn to Aichu, but Han Si would definitely care about it far more than a few tens of thousands of Niang. That much was obvious. Meanwhile, Yang Juin was still talking, now saying that he would explain how he came to live in Dokkan. But before he could settle into yet another long-winded tale, Sori suddenly rose from her seat. Yang Juin looked up at her with concern and asked what was wrong, wondering why she had stood so abruptly. But Sori had already started moving straight toward the door, answering simply that they were going home. Yang Juin quickly reached out and caught her by the hand, insisting that the most interesting part of his story was only just beginning. He asked where she thought she was going, reminding her that she was leaving behind so much wine, and that the golden toads would soon be brought in. He tried to persuade her to stay for just a little longer, his words coming quickly, but before he could finish, Sori pulled her hand free from his grip with firm, decisive force. Sori looked at him with a stern, unamused expression and said plainly that his stories were boring. Then, without softening the blow, she added that she did not need his toads anymore. Yang Juin glared at the back of her head and asked if she was truly going to abandon the golden toads. As Sori opened the door, she answered casually over her shoulder that he could go ahead and use them himself. A low, furious growl rumbled up from Yang Juin's throat. His ears began to grow larger, his teeth clenched hard together, and rage twisted across his face as he realized she had pushed him into telling his story only to walk away from him. He snarled that he had not even told her everything he wanted to say. Then, unable to hold back his anger any longer, he lunged straight towards Sori from behind. The nails on Yang Juin's hands stretched out into sharp claws as he reached for her. But before he could actually touch her, a powerful blow struck him head-on and sent him flying backward. Sori stayed frozen in the doorway with one leg still raised from the kick, calmly watching as Yang Juin crashed down onto the floor in front of her. Sori said that Yang Juin had slipped something strange into the wine and had clearly been plotting something filthy from the start. And now, as if that was not enough, he had even gone so far as to attack her. Outside the room, a guard stood stationed by the door, positioned near the large tripod lamps that burned steadily on either side of the entrance. The guard looked completely bored with his post, his attention drifting away from the room as he opened his mouth wide and let out a loud, careless yawn. The guard folded his arms across his chest and grumbled with obvious frustration, his whole posture drooping with envy. Everyone else had rushed off to deal with the intruders, while he alone was stuck guarding this door, even though he clearly wanted to run over there too. He gave his sword a small, irritated swing, complaining that of all days, he just had to be stuck on duty today. Even his blade seemed bored enough to cry from the dullness, and he never noticed that someone nearby had already begun watching him. A frustrated mutter slipped out of the guard's mouth as he said he was about to lose his mind. But before he could finish complaining, the sharp edge of a palm struck the back of his head, cutting him off in an instant. Bottle stood still for a brief moment, watching calmly as the guard's body pitched forward and collapsed face first onto the ground. A faint smile tugged at the corner of the shaman's mouth, and Bottle quietly murmured, well, as if this strange little discovery had just made things much more interesting. Bottle shifted his attention toward the door in front of him and studied it with narrowed eyes, saying that this place looked far too suspicious for him to simply walk past. The shaman pushed the door open and slipped inside, stepping into a long, shadowy corridor where the darkness stretched deep ahead of him. Bottle reached for the metal ring on another door and tried to pull it open, but the moment he tugged, he realized it was locked tight, refusing to move even a little. Bottle wondered what in the world could be hidden behind such a sealed door. Lowering himself carefully onto one knee, he leaned closer and decided to look through the narrow gap between the bottom of the door and the floor. Through that thin slit of space, Bottle saw a man lying on the floor with his back turned toward him, unmoving, while rats crawled around the body in the darkness. The sight caught Bottle off guard for a second, and the young shaman's eyes widened slightly as surprise flickered across his face. Was that really a person in there? Bottle hesitated, then called out uncertainly, "Uncle." The moment his voice reached the room, the rats turned their cautious little eyes toward him. All at once, the rodents scattered in fear, rushing away from the human body as if they had just been caught doing something they absolutely should not have been doing. Cold sweat began to gather on Bottle's face, and he could not stop himself from muttering under his breath that those rats were terrifyingly huge. As the rats fled in a frantic wave, their scurrying movement disturbed the body on the floor, causing it to twitch faintly. Then the body rolled over onto its back, turning the prisoner's face toward Bottle. And what Bottle saw next made his stomach drop. A half-chewed rat skull lay near the man's face. Bottle was so shaken by the horrifying sight that, for a moment, his body went completely still and he could not move at all. Then, in the next instant, Bottle shot upright and cursed sharply, his calm composure finally cracking under the shock. From behind the neighboring door, a voice suddenly called out through the darkness, asking who was there. Bottle immediately turned toward the sound and asked carefully, "Uncle? If that's really you in there, then say your name." A hand slowly slid out from beneath the door, reaching through the narrow gap at the bottom, and the voice from inside answered with the name Moon Sanshek. Bottle leaned down toward the gap and quickly told the man that it was him, Bottle. From behind the door, the man sounded genuinely stunned as he repeated Bottle's name in disbelief. Moon Sanshek lay flat against the floor and peered through the tiny opening between the door and the ground, asking in disbelief whether it was really him. Bottle answered that yes, it was truly him, then immediately promised that he would get Moon Sanshek out of there. He asked if Moon Sanshek had a key, because the door in front of him was extremely thick. The shaman frowned in confusion, trying to make sense of the situation, and asked where the keys could be if Moon Sanshek did not have them. From inside the cell, Moon Sanshek replied that the keys were probably held by the one running this place, Kim Thaman. Bottle immediately said he understood, then added that Kim Thaman would be arriving soon. Bottle turned and broke into a swift sprint down the corridor, while Moon Sanshek's urgent shout chased after him from behind, telling him to wait. Peering through the narrow gap beneath the door, Moon Sanshek warned him that Kim Thaman controlled everything in this place. Even the authorities feared him, and he was a warrior strong enough to fight dozens of men all by himself. Bottle glanced back over his shoulder as he listened, then asked whether Kim Thaman was some kind of sword master. From behind the locked door, Moon Sanshek answered that sword skill alone could never explain that kind of strength. Kim Thaman was said to be almost immortal, even when enemies surrounded him from every side. As Moon Sanshek imagined Kim Thaman like some dreadful monster, he added that even if opponents encircled him and slashed at him with their blades, Kim Thaman would still refuse to die. Bottle's expression sharpened at those words, and he asked whether Kim Thaman possessed some kind of demon power. From inside the cell, Moon Sanshek did not answer clearly. Instead, his voice carried only urgent concern as he told Bottle to be careful. Bottle turned back toward the exit and thanked Moon Sanshek, promising that from this point on, he would be extremely careful. When he stopped in front of the closed door at the end of the corridor, Bottle wondered to himself whether there were truly people in this world capable of using demon power. Then Bottle pulled the door wide open, and a crooked smile spread across his face as the thought crossed his mind that this situation was starting to get interesting. Outside, the servants froze in place, completely stunned by the scene unfolding in front of them. Sori stood in the doorway with both hands planted firmly on her hips, staring straight at them as she asked what they were looking at. Did they think she was going to come out crying? She was leaving, so they could go ahead and tell everyone. Then, from somewhere behind Sori, another voice suddenly rang out. It began with a sharp, furious insult thrown directly at her back. The instant Sori heard the insult, she snapped her head around. Behind her, a low growl rumbled through the doorway, and the man's hand gripping the door trembled violently with rage. Yang Juin's face twisted into a mask of fury as he swore he would tear Sori apart, hang her in his room, and eat her piece by piece. Sori only stared at him in confusion and asked what he was even talking about. Instead of wasting time making threats, she said, he should simply tell her where the exit was. Yang Juin's body began to change before her eyes, his frame bending in an unnatural way as he declared that he was the Golden Dragon. No one had ever insulted him like this before, he said, and once again he promised that he would definitely eat Sori. Yang Juin let out a deep, violent growl, while Sori stared at him in startled bewilderment. A confused what slipped from her lips before she could stop it. With his mouth stretched wide open, the monstrous figure lunged straight toward Sori. Sori froze right where she stood, caught completely off guard as she watched the transformed creature rush directly at her. The servants saw an enormous rat standing upright on its hind legs in the doorway, and panic exploded among them instantly as they screamed and scattered in every direction. The transformed Yang Juin curled his mouth into a sly, crooked grin and complained about how noisy they were, saying people always reacted that way whenever they saw beings like him. Sori stared at the massive rodent in complete disbelief, her eyes locked onto its twisted form. Then, with pure confusion in her voice, a single word slipped from her mouth: heat. Sori stared as the enormous rodent took a heavy step toward her, scraps of torn clothing still clinging to its swollen, distorted body. Her face tightened with disbelief, and she asked if Yang Juin had seriously been a rat all along. Yang Juin opened his mouth wide, exposing two huge front teeth that jutted out in a threatening, ugly way. He answered that yes, this was his true form, then warned her that she clearly had no idea just how dangerous he really was. Sori instinctively leaned away from him, her body recoiling before she could even think. Her expression twisted with disgust as she muttered that, in the end, he was nothing but a filthy gutter rat. Her brows pulled together even more tightly, and with open revulsion written all over her face, she added that just looking at him was absolutely disgusting. Yang Juin's red eyes fixed on her like sharp needles. Her words had clearly struck somewhere painful, and anger began to twist deeper through his monstrous face. His body trembled with fury as he demanded to know how Sori dared call his body filthy. His voice shook with rage, as though that insult had wounded his pride more deeply than any weapon ever could. Sori shuddered from head to toe, horrified by the realization, and said she had actually been sitting there drinking with a dirty rat from the gutter. After this, she added, she would have to wash herself for 3 entire days. Sori cried out again in disgust, calling the whole situation a nightmare. Yang Juan could barely keep his rage from boiling over, hissing that she had some nerve while throwing another insult right back at her. At last, Yang Juan's restraint snapped completely. He opened his mouth wide and roared that he was going to tear Sori apart. Elsewhere, a group of rats skittering along the edge of a fence suddenly stopped in place, their tiny bodies freezing as they stared in surprise at the young man, carefully peeking over from behind it. Han Si-hee turned his head toward the left, and the instant his gaze shifted in their direction, the rodents scattered in fear, fleeing as if they had sensed something dangerous. Once Han Si-hee realized there was no one nearby, he vaulted over the fence in one smooth motion and dropped quietly into the yard below. He lifted his eyes toward the rats watching him from above, wondering why there were no people around anywhere, even though the entire place seemed to be crawling with rodents. But when Han Si-hee lowered his gaze, he noticed one rat sitting right at his feet, so close that it was almost uncomfortable. A faint look of surprise and confusion crossed Han Si-hee's face as he stared down at the creature by his shoes. Then he began to notice more of them. One by one, rats crept toward him from every direction, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light in the dim yard. Han Si-hee recoiled in disgust, his body pulling back instinctively as the filthy swarm continued to close in around him. Before long, the rats had flooded the entire yard. They kept advancing without the slightest hesitation, pressing toward Han Si-hee like a living tide of fur, teeth, and glowing eyes. Han Si-hee grimaced as he looked over the writhing mass surrounding him, and a confused question slipped from his lips as he asked what this was supposed to be. Forced back against the wall with rats surrounding him on every side, Han Si-hee kept his eyes locked on the figure standing behind the swarm. A massive, muscular humanoid creature approached with a spear clutched firmly in its hands. Its eyes burned with the same red light as the rats, and the rodents parted before it, clearing a path as if welcoming their master. The monster let out a strange giggle, its oversized front teeth jutting grotesquely from its face, while a hazy red energy shimmered from its eyes. The scar-faced man pointed straight at Han Si-hee and said that if Han Si-hee had simply surrendered earlier, they would have cut off only his hand and ended the matter there. Kim Thaemin's voice carried a mocking certainty, as if Han Si-hee had already lost. Han Si-hee frowned as he studied him closely, realizing that Kim Thaemin's wounds had not slowed him down at all. He wondered what exactly this man had done to his own body. Kim Thaemin lowered into a fighting stance and narrowed his eyes with anger, asking if Han Si-hee was surprised. He claimed he had fought countless warriors in this state, so many that he had lost track, and even fighters more talented than Han Si-hee had still died by his hands. A confident smile spread across Kim Thaemin's face as he spun the spear above his head, letting the weapon whirl through the air with heavy, dangerous force. Then Kim Thaemin brought the spear down sharply, driving the strike toward the ground with crushing power. The moment the spear struck, a massive crack split open from the point of impact and tore across the ground, racing forward until it reached Han Si-hee's feet. Han Si-hee looked down with puzzled eyes at the earth that had split apart right beneath him, the sudden crack opening almost directly under his stance. Red sparks blazed in Kim Thaemin's eyes as he declared that this strength had been granted to him by Yang Juan. Among ordinary humans, he said, there was no one who could compare to such power. Han Si-hee gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it from the sheath, and answered in a faintly disdainful tone that this did not feel like the power of a Sansin. It seemed more like a fragment of a rat spirit. Then he asked if Yang Juan was the same kind of creature. Kim Thaemin swung his spear with fierce determination and demanded to know whether Han Si-hee understood something about it. But in the next breath, he said it did not matter anyway, because Master Juan was 10 times stronger than he was. Holding his sword out before him and settling fully into readiness, Han Si-hee replied that this only made capturing Kim Thaemin even more worthwhile. Then he questioned whether that bastard Yang Juan was truly the one behind everything. Kim Thaemin threw the spear over his shoulder and raised one hand in front of him, asking what it mattered even if Han Si-hee had figured it out. Around Han Si-hee, the rats were already climbing over one another, piling up their bodies until the swarm rose nearly to the height of a man. Kim Thaemin bared his teeth in an eager, predatory grin and shouted that no matter what Han Si-hee understood, he was still going to die by his hands. With a sharp thrust of his hand, Kim Thaemin sent the countless rats surging forward, and the entire horde rushed at Han Si-hee all at once. Han Si-hee planted his feet and stood his ground, both hands tightening around his sword as the swarm came crashing toward him. With one powerful swing, Han Si-hee carved through the mass of rat bodies rushing at him, slicing open a path through the filthy wave. Han Si-hee fought desperately against the endless horde, striking again and again as he forced them back, but the rodents kept pouring in without pause. A thought flashed through Han Si-hee's mind that there were far too many of them to even count. At that same moment, one of the rats sprang toward him from behind. Han Si-hee looked up in horror as a huge wave of rat bodies rose over him, swelling like a living wall on the verge of crashing down and swallowing him whole. Above the surging swarm, Kim Thaman leapt into the air, raising his spear high over his head as he prepared to bring down another brutal strike. Ignoring the rodents already piling onto his body, Han Si-hee lifted his sword and braced himself, ready to deflect Kim Thaman's incoming blow. All the while, the rats continued attacking Han Si-hee from every side, their bodies climbing higher and higher until they nearly buried him beneath their weight. Han Si-hee used every bit of strength he had to fend them off, but their numbers only kept growing. Soon, the writhing gray mass had swallowed almost all of him, leaving only his head visible above the swarm. Kim Thaman kept brandishing his spear, but where Han Si-hee had been standing, there was now only a hollow in the endless flow of rat bodies. The rodents rushed eagerly to fill the gap, and a triumphant cry burst from Kim Thaman's chest. Kim Thaman aimed the tip of his spear directly at the depression where Han Si-hee had disappeared beneath the swarm. The rats quickly filled that hollow with their bodies, turning it into a mound. But a moment later, the mound itself began to split and crack from within. Kim Thaman watched as a burst of black energy erupted outward, violently scattering rat bodies in every direction. A startled expression spread across Kim Thaman's face as he stared at the sudden explosion of dark power tearing through the swarm. The black energy exploded outward in a violent wave, sweeping the rats away from Han Si-hee in every direction. In the cleared space that remained, Kim Thaman was left standing alone before him, suddenly exposed with no swarm to hide behind. Then dark streams came crashing down from above, striking Kim Thaman's body with brutal force. The impact knocked him off balance, drove the strength out of his stance, and slammed him hard into the ground. Han Si-hee turned his back on the fallen man as if the battle had already been settled. Without wasting another glance, he said that now he could finally go catch Yang Juan. From the edge of a nearby roof, a man looked down at the scene below and asked in disbelief whether that person was really Han Si-hee. Han Si-hee slowly lifted his eyes toward the figure above him, and his gaze carried a cold, bluish glow, sharp enough to make the air feel heavier. Bottle stared down at Han Si-hee from the rooftop and quietly murmured his name. Then, with suspicion deepening in his voice, he wondered whether Han Si-hee was truly connected to the Black Tiger. Clutching yellow amulets tightly in both hands, Bottle pointed straight down at Han Si-hee and exclaimed that there was no doubt now. It was definitely him. Bottle's eyes followed the cold glow in Han Si-hee's stare and the black streams of energy coiling around his body. The more he looked, the more he questioned whether Han Si-hee really had some connection to the Black Tiger. Old memories suddenly flashed through Bottle's mind, reminding him that Han Si-hee had been called a genius ever since they were children. Back in those days, even when Han Si-hee held nothing more than a young bamboo trunk, he could still beat older companions who came at him with wooden swords. Bottle looked at the sword now resting in Han Si-hee's hands and wondered just how much stronger he had become since then. A part of him wanted to cross blades with Han Si-hee without the Black Tiger's power involved, but he still could not understand why the two of them had ended up clashing like this. Meanwhile, Han Si-hee kept his glowing eyes fixed on Bottle, watching him with the focus of a predator waiting for the perfect opening. Bottle jumped down from the roof and landed on the ground below, facing Han Si-hee directly. He said that Han Si-hee's sword was wrapped in the power of a Sansin, then asked whether that power came from the Black Tiger itself, or if it only happened to resemble it. Han Si-hee answered in a cold, dismissive voice, asking why Bottle cared about that at all. As far as he was concerned, it made no difference, and Bottle could believe whatever he wanted. Bottle let out a small sigh, then raised the hand holding the amulets. A faint smile slid across his lips, as though he had just confirmed something for himself. In the next moment, Bottle flung the amulets forward and declared that his guess had been right after all. Han Si-hee locked his gaze on Bottle as the shaman made his move. The instant he saw the amulets flying toward him, a thought cut through his mind. If he let this trick go unchecked, it would become extremely troublesome. Han Si-hee swung his sword toward the incoming amulets, deciding that he needed to cut down this strange technique before it could fully take effect. Bottle adjusted the fingerless glove on his hand with a crooked smile, casually saying that Han Si-hee's skills had definitely improved. Han Si-hee's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the gloves, wondering when Bottle had managed to put them on without him noticing. Raising his sword high above his head, Han Si-hee made his decision. He could not afford to give Bottle even the smallest chance to breathe or prepare another move. Black streams poured from Han Si-hee's weapon as he moved to strike, but then his body suddenly slowed. A heavy pressure settled over him, making every limb feel weighed down. Bottle held up the amulet, so Han Si-hee could see it clearly, and explained that this was a technique designed to paralyze the limbs. Anyone who touched that amulet would freeze in place. Bottle sharply spread his gloved hands apart, releasing the amulet into the air between them. Then, before the amulet could fall, Bottle quickly brought his hands together again, controlling its movement with precise timing. A fiery aura burst out from the amulet and wrapped around Han Sihi's entire body, binding him in its burning pressure. With a sinister smile, Bottle told him that it was going to hurt. But if Han Sihi stopped struggling and stayed still, he said, it would hurt a little less. Han Sihi's body trembled under the pressure, and dark shadows gathered beneath his eyes. In that moment, he realized he had been wrong to treat Bottle like an ordinary person. Clenching his teeth, Han Sihi forced himself to stay focused and told himself that losing here was not an option. The black streams flowing from Han Sihi's sword began to swell even stronger, thickening around the blade with a dangerous, pulsing force. Elsewhere, Sori rubbed both hands over her forearms and shuddered in pure disgust, complaining that she had unknowingly shared drinks with a filthy rat from the gutter. She declared that after this, she would have to wash herself for 3 whole days. With a small, miserable whine, Sori cried out that the whole thing was horrifying. Yang Juan narrowed his eyes, barely managing to contain his rage, and snapped insults back at her while demanding how she dared speak to him that way. Yang Juan opened his jaws wide and roared that he would tear Sori into pieces. The massive rat lunged forward with a growl, charging straight towards Sori as she stood just beyond the threshold. But in a movement almost too quick to follow, she sprang upward and slipped away from his attack. Yang Juan stopped at the doorway and whipped his head around in confusion, his eyes darting as he searched for where Sori had vanished. Sori was already seated on a huge boulder in the middle of the yard. She called out to draw his attention, then even gave him a friendly little wave as if the situation were nothing serious. A faint purple haze clouded Yang Juan's eyes as he laughed in delight, saying that Sori had actually managed to dodge his attack despite being nothing more than a simple woman. He stepped out of the room, keeping his gaze fixed tightly on her. Yang Juan asked whether Sori was after Aichu as well. He realized that must have been the reason she decided to leave the very moment she learned he no longer possessed it. Sori rose to her feet and answered that she had not planned on that at first, but things had simply turned out this way. In short, there was nothing left for her to do here, so she suggested that Lord Rat say goodbye right where they were. Pushing off the stone with both feet, Sori soared upward and told him to keep deceiving gamblers for another 1,000 years, as long as he did not make himself sick doing it. With effortless grace, Sori landed lightly on top of the high fence. She looked down from above, her expression showing a mix of surprise and mild confusion. But almost immediately, Sori had to move again as the enormous rat's body came charging after her with frightening speed. Yang Juan shouted that there was absolutely no way he would let her leave this place alive. Sori warned him that she was giving him one final chance. Once her tail came out, she said, it would already be too late, so he had better listen while she was still being kind. Yang Juan landed beside her on the railing, his monstrous red eyes glowing with murderous energy as he closed in. Throwing both arms upward, Yang Juan tore free from the last scraps of clothing still clinging to him, revealing his huge muscular body as he shouted that those words were the ones he should be saying. Foxtail slipped out from beneath Sori's skirt. She raised one index finger, a red spark flashing above it, and calmly called him a fool. Sori thrust her hand forward, red aura radiating around her as she sliced cleanly through the air and added that Yang Juan did not understand a single thing. A line of red energy swept across the enormous rat's neck at the very moment Yang Juan raised his clawed paw to strike. Yang Juan froze in place as the red streak of energy passed over his body, cutting through the moment before he could complete his attack. A confused, panicked cry tears out of the rat's mouth, sharp and startled, but by the time the sound escapes, it is already far too late. His head has been sliced clean away from his body, and for one unsettling second, it almost looks like it is still resting in place before it slowly slips down from his shoulder. Sori remains rooted where she stands, completely frozen, her raised hand still hanging in the air as the red power around her fingers begins to dim and disappear. Right in front of her, the enemy's lifeless body finally gives way, dropping heavily to the ground at her feet. The girl lowers her gaze to the fallen rat, her small face wearing an icy, almost unimpressed expression. In a cold little voice, she says that he really should have listened properly when she told him to stop. But then Sori's eyes drift down toward her skirt, and the instant she spots those bright red drops of blood scattered across the fabric, her whole expression collapses. A horrified scream bursts out of her as the reality of the stain hits her. Tears gather in her eyes almost immediately. She grabs the soft tip of one of her tails and starts rubbing at the stain in a frantic panic, whining miserably because her brand new skirt has been splattered with rat blood. No, absolutely not this. Still teary and furious, Sori shoots a glare at the rat's corpse, complaining that a stain like this is never going to come out. And the worst part is, now that he is already dead, she cannot even yell at him properly for ruining it. How completely ridiculous. Then, for just a moment, Sori abruptly falls silent. One hand tightens around the fluffy end of her tail, clutching it close as if some strange feeling has suddenly pulled her attention away. A second later, she whips her head around with a sharp, startled motion. Her eyes shift toward the space behind her, and a surprised question slips out as she senses something unusual nearby. Beyond the fence, streams of black energy rise into the night, twisting and curling upward like dark smoke against the sky. Sori stares at them closely, and the sensation feels familiar right away, making her wonder if that presence could be the aura of the black tiger. Her face brightens almost instantly. A small, hopeful smile begins to form as she looks in that direction and asks herself whether it could really be Hansi. Sori moves through the night with light, effortless jumps, leaping from one rooftop to the next as she follows the trail of dark energy. While she keeps her eyes fixed ahead, she wonders if Hansi has truly come all the way to this place. The thought alone makes a joyful smile spread across her face. Her mood lifts as she wonders, with a flutter of excitement, whether he came here because he wanted to rescue her. But as the black streams of energy grow stronger, rougher, and more violent in the distance, Sori's smile softens into something affectionate. Watching that wild power surge, she murmurs warmly that he really is such a cutie. Surrounded by a blazing aura, Bottle wears a crooked, almost teasing smile as he admits that it hurts. But then he tells Hansi that if he would just stop struggling and stay still, the pain should become a little easier to endure. A strained groan forces its way out of Hansi's mouth, as even the smallest movement sends unbearable pain tearing through his body. Only now does he understand just how badly he underestimated Bottle, because this man is clearly anything but ordinary. Hansi grits his teeth even harder, forcing his body to remain standing despite the pain trying to crush him down. One fierce thought burns through his mind. He absolutely cannot afford to lose in this place. The black current swirling around Hansi's body begins to thicken, surging with more force than before. It wraps around him in violent waves, growing wilder and heavier like a storm gathering around his entire body. Bottle's smile fades from his face. His expression sharpens into something much more serious as he locks his gaze on Hansi, realizing that the boy's energy has risen yet again. Another sound breaks out from deep in Hansi's chest, rough and painful, caught somewhere between a choked sob and a low, agonized groan. Bottle quickly pieces together what Hansi is attempting. He is using the chain spell itself to force his body through the pain, pushing back against the amulets that are binding and restricting his movements. Even though Hansi is no longer moving as smoothly or as quickly as before, he still drives himself forward. His steps may be slower, but the speed behind his advance remains frightening. Bottle watches Hansi continue closing the distance and clicks his tongue in open irritation. The fact that Hansi can still move at all clearly annoys him. Behind Hansi, an enormous tiger's head starts to form, shaped from swirling currents of blue and black energy. At the same time, Hansi brings his sword down, preparing to strike directly at Bottle. Bottle goes still for a moment, his body frozen as his eyes remain fixed on the terrifying shape taking form in front of him. There is no room for doubt. That monstrous presence is the black tiger. The huge tiger head looms over Bottle, its jaws spreading wide as though it is ready to swallow him whole in one bite. Hansi thrusts forward at the same time, his hand wrapped in fierce, burning energy. Bottle lifts both hands in front of him, palms facing Hansi head-on. Flames coil and gather around his arms, hovering there like living fire, waiting for the moment he commands them to move. His palm, covered in raging flames, slams straight into the black tiger's nose. The impact stops the massive energy beast just before its open jaws can close in and devour him. With one hand, Bottle seizes the upper jaw, while his other hand braces hard against the lower jaw. He holds himself between them, desperately forcing that enormous mouth to stay open before it can snap shut around him. Bottle pours everything he has into holding back the energy beast, but the pressure is almost overwhelming. Even while resisting with all his strength, his feet scrape across the ground as he is slowly pushed backward. Despite the strain weighing down on him, a triumphant smile spreads across Bottle's face. He says he cannot even remember how long he has been waiting for this exact day to finally arrive. Bottle forces even more fiery energy through both of his hands, flames blazing hotter as he shouts with excitement. Today, with his own power, he will finally capture the black tiger. A roaring wave of blazing energy crashes downward toward Hansi, but he does not back away or even flinch. He keeps both hands on his sword as black streams continue pouring from the blade. Then, all at once, Hansi becomes still. His gaze lifts upward, drawn toward the air above him, where a faint bluish glow begins flickering into view. Even with Bottle's flames closing around him from every side, Hansi cannot tear his attention away from that pale blue light. His eyes remain fixed on it, as if something about it has completely captured him. But in the next instant, a brilliant burst of fire flashes right in front of him. The flame is so sharp and bright that it forcibly drags Han Sihee's focus away from the blue glow. From where she watches, Sori sees the flame sword rising dangerously high. Her eyes narrow as she takes in the situation, and she mutters that things are starting to look dangerous. Balanced neatly on top of the fence, Sori stands with both hands planted on her hips. She tilts her head to the side, watching the chaos below, and asks what exactly is going on here. As the battle continues in front of her, Sori's voice carries a faint note of disappointment. She says Han Sihee clearly did not come here to save her after all, because whenever there is a fight, he always rushes toward that first. She lowers herself into a crouch on the fence, settling in with casual curiosity as she keeps watching. Since the fight already looks entertaining, she decides she might as well stay there and observe for a little while. With one powerful sweep of his sword, Han Sihee slices through the wall of fire pushing toward him. The flames split apart and die out before they can fully surround or swallow him. Bottle readies another amulet, his eyes narrowing as he studies Han Sihee with growing excitement. He says this technique is strong enough to burn even ghosts, yet Han Sihee simply reflected it, proving that the boy has gained truly tremendous power. Han Sihee launches himself straight toward Bottle, closing the distance without hesitation. As he rushes in, he snaps that Bottle talks far too much. A red chain of energy erupts from the flashing amulet in Bottle's hand. With one sharp motion, he sends the glowing end of it flying directly toward Han Sihee. Bottle throws his head back and laughs loudly, answering that he simply cannot help himself. After all, he is having far too much fun right now. The sharp tip of the glowing energy chain lashes through the air like a living weapon. It races straight toward Han Sihee, cutting across the space between them as he continues charging forward. Han Sihee swings his sword in response, trying to intercept the attack before the chain can reach his body or catch him off guard. A fiery spiral twists around the black streams of energy pouring from Han Sihee's blade. It coils tighter and tighter, wrapping itself around that force as if trying to bind it in place. Han Sihee grips the sword with both hands, struggling to keep it steady as the pressure tugs hard against him. Feeling the strange force pulling at his weapon, he wonders if this is another one of Bottle's bizarre techniques. At the same time, Bottle yanks the chain with one hand, pulling it back with a sudden, powerful motion. He is clearly trying to tear the weapon straight out of Han Sihee's hands. The red current of energy winds even more tightly around Han Sihee's sword, binding the blade layer by layer. Bottle keeps pulling with force, continuing his attempt to wrench the weapon away from Han Sihee's grip. Han Sihee understands the danger almost immediately, and the weight of it sinks in hard. The Black Tiger's power surrounding him is starting to lose its force, growing thinner by the second, while Bottle still has not revealed the full extent of what that chain technique can really do. Bottle catches that change just as quickly. The crushing pressure that had been pouring out from the Black Tiger begins to fade, and even that tiny weakening is enough for his sharp eyes to notice. With the chain clenched tight in his grasp, Bottle pulls with even more force. As the situation shifts in front of him, he realizes this sudden turn is actually starting to work in his favor. Then Bottle throws himself forward without warning, his body slicing sharply through the space between them. As he closes in, he shouts at Han Sihee to give up and surrender. Han Sihee plants himself firmly and pours every ounce of strength he has into his grip. No matter how violently the chain tugs at the blade, he refuses to let the sword be torn from his hands. A rough, hoarse groan scrapes its way out of Han Sihee's throat, carrying all the pain his body is enduring. But even through that agony, his eyes stay fixed on Bottle, glaring with a stubborn, unbroken will. While still dragging the chain with one hand, Bottle lifts another amulet in the other and demands an answer. Why did Han Sihee kill the Sansin? The Han Sihee he remembers was kind, honest, and upright, someone who never should have been capable of doing something like that. With a bleeding scratch marked across his cheek, Han Sihee keeps both hands locked tightly around his sword. His voice comes out cold as he says Bottle talks too much, then asks whether he really needs Bottle's permission just to kill Sansin. Bottle's gaze drops for a moment, and he looks as though he is fighting to keep his emotions from spilling over. In a low, trembling voice, he repeats the word back to him in disbelief. Permission? Permission? Then Bottle thrusts the hand holding the amulet up in front of him, his anger finally breaking through the restraint in his voice. He shouts that anyone who kills another person has to answer for it, and killing a Sansin is no exception. Bottle presses him harder, demanding to know if Han Sihee truly never understood the meaning of what he did. Killing a Sansin is the same as killing the mountains and the earth themselves, and anyone who commits that kind of act must pay the price. Han Sihee's eyes blaze with fierce determination, anger and resolve sharpening his stare. Without even a flicker of hesitation, he answers that he will not stop. Bottle senses the next attack just before Han Sihee can fully move in. To keep him from closing the distance, he reacts instantly and throws himself backward out of range. Han Si leans forward with the sword still tangled in the energy chain, his grip refusing to loosen. Through clenched teeth, he snarls that if Bottle really wants to stop him, then Bottle will have to kill him. Bottle responds at once, sending several amulets flying through the air toward Han Si. Their surfaces flash brightly as they spin forward, cutting across the space between them. The amulets rush straight at Han Si, closing in while he is still wrestling against the chain's grip. Even then, he keeps struggling to pull his sword free. A fiery whirlwind suddenly explodes right into Han Si's face. Flames swallow his vision in an instant, and the burning impact forces a painful choke from his throat. Inside that rush of heat and smoke, Han Si barely manages to force one eye open. Through the flames whipping around him, he tries desperately to see anything in front of him. Bottle does not let that brief opening slip away. In one swift motion, he closes the remaining distance between them, moving in before Han Si can recover. As Bottle draws closer, a wild and uncontrollable rage flares in Han Si's eyes. His stare burns with fury, as if his entire body is being driven by that anger alone. Han Si's sword cuts dangerously close to Bottle's head, the blade flashing past with terrifying speed. Bottle only barely twists his body away in time, escaping before the strike can connect. Even after that narrow miss, Han Si's sword does not stop moving. His furious gaze stays locked on Bottle, cutting into him with the same sharp pressure as the blade itself. The tip of the sword shoots straight toward Bottle's neck, forcing him to dodge again with almost no space left to spare. One wrong movement, and the blade would have found him. Han Si's blade then drops lower, skimming so close that it catches the edge of Bottle's caftan. The fabric is lightly sliced as the sword passes by. Bottle steps back to the side, clearly shaken by how close the attack came. He glances down at the damaged fabric in disbelief, but then tightens his resolve and decides that he is not going to give up here. Han Si raises his sword again, lifting the blade with both hands as his body prepares for another strike. Even exhausted, he is already getting ready to attack once more. Bottle barely slips out of the way in time, but the sword's tip still catches his caftan again. Another mark is sliced into the garment, proving just how narrow his escape was. A flash of horror crosses Bottle's face as he watches the sword's path sweep far too close to his hand. The danger is so near that he cannot ignore it for even a second. Han Si points the sword toward Bottle with trembling hands, still fighting to keep the weapon under control. But before he can drive forward again, two amulets slam hard into his stomach, and his lips part in shock as the blow knocks the breath out of him. It is as if all the strength suddenly drains out of Han Si's body at once. He staggers, his balance breaking, before sinking down heavily onto one knee. Bottle stands above the trembling Han Si and looks down at him in confusion. He cannot understand why Han Si's sword seems even sharper now, when he is not relying on the Black Tiger's power. Bottle hears the words clearly in the moment, as though the fight has finally reached its conclusion. It is all over. With the amulet gripped tightly in his hand, Bottle's face brightens into a smile. He declares that the time has finally come for repayment. Bottle recalls just how narrowly he managed to land those amulets on Han Si. Everything had gone according to his plan, thankfully, but if even one step had gone wrong, the outcome could have turned into disaster. As Bottle slips one hand into his pocket, an uneasy thought passes through his mind. What would have happened if things had taken a different turn? Below him, Han Si trembles as he hears Bottle's voice from above. The words come down firm and final, telling him that it is all over now. Bottle tightens his fingers around the amulet, smiling down at Han Si with grim certainty. Then he announces that the moment of reckoning has finally arrived. With a sharp sweep of Bottle's hand, the amulet flares into a fiery glow. Its energy twists and condenses, forming the shape of a short chain in the air. That energy chain suddenly shoots outward, stretching longer in a single instant. It races straight toward Han Si before he can escape. The chain coils around Han Si's body, wrapping tightly over his arms and around his neck. In moments, it binds him completely, locking him down so he cannot move freely. Han Si loses his balance and pitches forward, crashing face first toward the ground. At the very last moment, he manages to lift his head just enough to avoid smashing his face directly into the floor. Bottle holds the other end of the chain in his hand and looks down at the opponent he has finally restrained. The corners of his mouth lower with a sorrowful expression as he prepares to bring out the next amulet. As Bottle stares at Han Si lying restrained before him, doubt flickers quietly through his thoughts. Could this really be the Black Tiger? Somehow, he had expected this moment to feel more fortunate than it does. Bottle then says there is only one thing he wants to ask him. In a serious voice, he asks whether Han Si was the one who killed Ninori. At the sound of that name, a quiet image rises in Han Si's memory, the dead lady's snow rose, appearing before his mind like a silent reminder. Han Si closes his eyes, his expression heavy and still. In a low voice, he answers that yes, it can be considered something he did. The amulet in Bottle's hand suddenly flares with heat, glowing as his disbelief spills into his voice. He mutters that Han Si-hee really has gone completely mad. Bottle raises the flame-covered amulet, preparing to hurl it down at Han Si-hee. With anger burning through his words, he declares that Han Si-hee should die. Bottle is just about to throw the amulet when a sharp shout cuts through the air. The voice orders him to stop before he can bring the attack down. Bottle turns his head and looks back toward the source of the voice. There, standing above him on the fence, is Sori, and from her perch she firmly declares that Han Si-hee must not be killed. Bottle lifts his gaze toward the girl perched above him on the fence, his eyes narrowing with immediate caution. Keeping himself guarded, he studies her silhouette for a moment before asking who she is. The girl stays perfectly relaxed on top of the fence, crouching there as if the heavy tension in the courtyard has nothing to do with her. With her chin propped in both hands, she answers casually that her name is Sori. Bottle looks her over more carefully, his expression sharpening as he asks whether she is the nine-tailed fox. Sori blinks, clearly surprised that he figured it out so quickly, and she asks how he knew who she was. Bottle places one palm against his chest in a respectful gesture and lowers his head in a formal bow. He explains that the old man with the white face told him about her, then properly introduces himself and says it is a pleasure to meet her. Sori seems pleased by the way he handles himself, her expression softening at his polite manners. She says that since Bottle clearly knows how to behave with respect, she can simply ask him instead of forcing him, and with that same calm smile, she tells him to let Han Si-hee go. Bottle asks whether Sori truly understands what Han Si-hee is carrying inside him, making it clear that he means the black tiger. Sori answers right away, without the slightest hesitation, that she already knows. Bottle is visibly shaken by that answer. He cannot make sense of how Sori could know the truth about Han Si-hee and still choose not to stop him, and after a moment, he firmly says that he cannot stand aside the way she does. Sori speaks with steady confidence and swears on her own name. From this point on, she promises that Han Si-hee will no longer kill Sansin without reason. Bottle looks at her with clear doubt in his eyes, asking if she really thinks she can keep Han Si-hee under control. His reply is blunt and unwavering. He does not believe she is capable of doing it. Sori slowly straightens from her crouched position on the fence, and the mood around her begins to shift. Her expression changes as she quietly says that if Bottle feels that way, then there is only one way left to settle this. With a light, effortless motion, Sori leaps down from the top of the fence. She lands smoothly in the courtyard in front of Bottle, placing herself directly in his path. Red flames flare to life inside Sori's eyes as she faces Bottle head-on. Without backing down even a step, she challenges him directly and tells him to fight her. A massive pressure begins to pour out from Sori's small body, swelling through the courtyard like an invisible wave. The overwhelming force wraps around her figure and fills the entire space around them. Bottle cannot help but feel impressed as he takes in the power radiating from her. Even though Sori is still in her human form, the energy spilling from her is enormous. Exactly the kind of force he would expect from a nine-tailed fox. With a faint smile resting on her lips, Sori reminds him that she already gave him a warning once. If her tails actually appear, then by that point, it will already be far too late for him. Bottle falls silent for a moment, saying nothing as he watches her carefully. His eyes follow the powerful streams of energy flowing out from Sori's body, measuring the danger in front of him. Sori's eyes begin to change, their color sharpening into a bright, piercing yellow. Her pupils narrow into thin slits, giving her stare a far more dangerous, inhuman edge. Then Sori notices the amulet still burning with power in Bottle's hand. A hint of surprise crosses her face as she realizes that even after feeling her strength, he is still prepared to fight. A curious smile slips across Sori's face as she watches him stand his ground. With a touch of amusement in her voice, she says Bottle is turning out to be rather interesting. Sori wonders aloud whether she will have to kill Bottle just to make him understand her point. But since he has been so polite and well-mannered, she admits that she does not really want to go that far. Bottle keeps his eyes fixed on Sori, trying to read even the smallest sign of what she might do next. But the pressure is getting to him, and a single bead of sweat slides down his cheek despite his efforts to stay composed. Nearby, Han Si-hee remains quiet and still, saying nothing as he listens to the exchange between them unfold. At last, Bottle releases Han Si-hee from the chain. He warns him that the amulet's power will continue working for another quarter of a day, so it would be wiser for Han Si-hee to lie still and avoid forcing his body to move. Still weak, Han Si-hee pushes himself up slightly onto his elbows and looks toward Bottle in confusion. In a strained voice, he asks if Bottle is supposed to be some kind of uncle to him. Bottle answers that he had been searching for Han Si-hee and ended up saving him. So for now, Han Si-hee should just rest. What Bottle needs to do next is find someone named Kim Thaman. Han Si-hee tells him that Kim Thaman is among the corpses of the rats. Bottle turns his eyes toward the pile of dead rats nearby and, after a brief sound of surprise, says that if that is the case, then that is good. Even though his entire body is trembling, Han Si-hee refuses to stay down. He forces himself to push up from the ground, moving through the weakness with sheer will. The moment his hand reaches the sword lying beside him, his fingers clamp tightly around the hilt. Even in that battered state, he refuses to let go of his weapon. Bottle watches Han Si-hee's hunched back as he struggles to walk away and asks where he thinks he is going in that condition. He tells him to rest, insisting that Han Si-hee is not going to die from this. Bottle lets out a weary sigh and calls Han Si-hee stubborn. Then he turns his attention towards Sori and says Han Si-hee is drifting through life, just like Bottle himself, with nothing solid or steady to lean on. Bottle asks if Sori can really see that after meeting Han Si-hee for the very first time. After a short pause, he admits the truth himself. Yes, Han Si-hee really has lived without support. Sori says Han Si-hee has no firm faith holding him in place, nothing strong enough to anchor him. Then she asks whether there is anyone left in the world who would actually want to fight her, and Bottle laughs while waving his hand, saying there is no way he could fight a fox like her. With a gentle smile, Sori says that Bottle may be strong, but Han Si-hee is weak. And because Han Si-hee is weak, that is exactly why she has to remain by his side. Bottle is startled by her answer and quickly reminds Sori what they are really talking about. This is the Black Tiger, and if Han Si-hee continues devouring Sansin, Sori will eventually regret choosing to protect him. Sori answers him with a bright, cheerful smile, as if the concern does not frighten her at all. She says that ever since Han Si-hee met her, he has not eaten even a single Sansin, then asks whether that is enough for Bottle. Turning away from Bottle, Sori lifts one hand and gives him a light wave over her shoulder. She suggests that the next time they meet, they should try not to stand on opposite sides as enemies. With one clean, effortless jump, Sori clears the tall fence as though it is barely an obstacle. In an instant, she is already moving beyond it. Bottle exhales deeply, and the relief finally becomes visible on his face. He mutters to himself that fighting a nine-tailed fox would have been complete madness, then wonders what he had even been thinking. He looks down at his own palm and notices that it is slick with sweat. Staring at it in disbelief, he exclaims that his entire body had been sweating from the tension. Bottle raises his face toward the night sky and speaks, as if addressing his master. He asks whether this man was sent to show him just how much he still lacks. High above, the moon hangs in the dark sky like a bright, perfect disk. Its pale light spills over the mountain peaks below, outlining the ridges as they rise into the night. Elsewhere, a man strikes a drum against his palm, setting a lively beat that carries through the air. Around him, people laugh, move, and enjoy themselves in the rhythm of the gathering. Around the blazing fire, humanoid creatures dance through the open space. Some of them look almost exactly like ordinary humans, while others only carry the faintest traces of a human shape. Olkachi calls out Handuka's name again and again, her voice rising above the noise and energy of the gathering as she searches for him. She walks across the glade while continuing to shout for Handuka. Then, from behind her, a voice finally answers, saying that Handuka is right here. An old man dressed in a white robe appears, stroking his full gray beard with one hand. Looking toward her with mild curiosity, he asks who is looking for him. Olkachi waves toward him once she spots him and calls out in recognition. She says it has been a long time since they last saw each other. The old man answers with a teasing remark, asking if she spent one night with him and has been unable to forget him ever since. Olkachi clenches her fist in immediate outrage and jumps toward him, shouting that nothing like that ever happened. She angrily declares that she is the Sansin from Olsen, Olkachi. Handuka scratches the back of his head, looking a little unsure, and apologizes by saying he must have mistaken her for someone else. Olkachi fumes with anger, wondering what kind of nonsense this senile old man is talking about. Olkachi forced herself to calm down and steady her posture, pushing aside her irritation as she faced him properly. Then she said she had traveled all this way because there was something extremely important she needed to discuss with him. The old man blinked at her, clearly caught off guard by the weight in her voice. His brows lifted slightly, and he repeated her words back in surprise, as if he had not expected the conversation to become so serious. Olkachi answered him immediately, without softening the warning at all. Yes, she said, because depending on what happened next, the entire fate of the village could be decided by what she was about to tell them. Olkachi kept her eyes fixed straight on the old man, making it clear that this was not something she could casually mention in passing. She wanted to speak with him properly, face to face, about a matter that absolutely could not be ignored. Handuka stared back at her with a stunned look, as though he had not imagined Olkachi would come directly to him, carrying such a heavy and urgent conversation. Lady Olkachi did not back down. She stood firm and insisted that this was not some minor problem, because the lives and futures of many people could be affected by what she had come to say. The old man slowly ran his hand through his beard, taking a moment to think over her warning. The fate of the village, he repeated inwardly. And if the matter was truly that serious, then there was only one proper thing to do. Everyone needed to hear it. Then, without warning, the old man's face suddenly lit up. His eyes brightened with energy, and he cried out as if this was actually wonderful news. Olkachi froze where she stood, staring at him with wide confusion. His sudden excitement had completely thrown her off, and she clearly had no idea why his mood had flipped so quickly. Handuka flung both arms wide and shouted for everyone nearby to gather around, loudly announcing that a Sansin from Olsen had arrived with news. Almost instantly, every head in the area turned toward them, and among that strange crowd, one figure with an unusually long blue neck stood out more sharply than the rest. One of the Sansin immediately cried out, asking if there was really news to hear. Right beside them, a Cyclops Sansin reacted with the same startled confusion, blurting out a loud question of his own. The whole crowd surged toward them almost at the same time, curiosity spreading like fire through the gathering. Everyone rushed closer, eager to hear what message the Sansin from Olsen had brought with her. Before long, the space around the old man and Olkachi was packed full. The crowd formed a lively circle around them, pressing in with every pair of eyes fixed directly on the two at the center. Their unusual faces shone with bright, joyful anticipation, as if they were waiting for a fun performance or an entertaining tale rather than preparing to hear a serious warning. Lady Olkachi stiffened, baffled by how quickly the atmosphere had turned so strange and excited. Meanwhile, the old man pointed toward her and announced to everyone that now they would all listen to what Olkachi had to say. Olkachi looked visibly embarrassed beneath all those eager, expectant stares. With the entire crowd watching her every move, she began speaking a little awkwardly, telling them that trouble was drawing close to the village. The Cyclops Sansin frowned at once, unimpressed, and asked what kind of opening that was supposed to be. From beside him, his neighbor grumbled back that if he had such a problem with it, then he should just tell the story himself. The Cyclops crossed his arms tightly, puffing himself up as he snapped that he did not want to tell it, and Olkachi should handle it herself. His neighbor immediately fired back that if the Cyclops told the story, it would be boring anyway, and another voice quickly agreed, saying his endless chatter only made everyone gloomy. Across from them, the plump Sansin bristled at the insult and demanded to know if he was trying to get punched in the eye. In just a few seconds, the two of them were already shoving at each other with their hands, their argument turning physical right in the middle of the crowd. Around them, the onlookers perked up with sudden delight, happily calling out that a fight was starting. Handuka's voice suddenly boomed over the growing chaos, loud enough to cut through every shout and shove. He thundered for all of them to be quiet. The crowd froze almost instantly, the commotion dying down as if a switch had been flipped. Once silence settled over them, the old man spoke in a calmer tone, saying they would first listen to what Olkachi had come to tell them. The Cyclops glanced nervously toward the old man, his body stiff with fear. He remained frozen in place, one hand still awkwardly pressed against his neighbor's cheek from the scuffle. Olkachi cleared her throat, gathering herself after the interruption before continuing. She told them there was something they all needed to know, then asked whether everyone there was familiar with the Scarlet Storm in Climac. Hands shot up all throughout the crowd as the Sansin loudly shouted that of course they knew it. Someone yelled that they had even seen it before. One proudly bragged that he had gone there 3 times, another claimed 30 visits, and a smaller neighbor immediately topped them all by shouting that he had been there 300 times. Olkachi then told them that some time ago, the Scarlet Storm in Climac had been destroyed by someone. Her voice grew heavier as she added that every single Takabi there had perished. Then she delivered the part that made the atmosphere turn even darker. Their next target, she warned, was none other than this very village. From somewhere within the crowd, a hand rose into the air. A voice called out clearly, saying there was a question. The boy kept his hand raised as he spoke, his face full of confusion. He asked how the Dokibi could possibly be killed when everyone knew they were supposed to be immortal. Olkachi lifted one finger in a firm, lecturing gesture, taking on the tone of someone explaining something important. She said that for beings like them, death meant losing the ability to sing, dance, and fight. The boy's eyes began to shimmer with tears, and his nose ran as the terrible image sank in. In a trembling voice, he asked if that meant being trapped in broad daylight, turned into straw shoes, unable to move at all. Lady Olkachi answered with full confidence that yes, it was like that. Then she made it even worse by explaining that they would still be unable to move even after night finally came. The Sansin around them immediately began sobbing in distress, the mood turning emotional all at once. The boy cried out miserably that he did not want something like that to happen. Olkachi raised her hand again, trying to bring everyone's attention back to the danger. She told them that unknown enemies were now aiming for them, and because of that, today's feast had to end. Handuka looked directly at her, his expression turning more serious. He said he had a question of his own. Who exactly was trying to kill them? Lady Okachi answered that she could not say anything for certain yet. However, there was a strong possibility that the one behind everything was the Black Tiger. The old man's eyes widened at once, disbelief spreading across his face. In a low, stunned voice, he echoed the name back, Black Tiger. Fear rippled through the gathered Sansin like a sudden chill. All around the crowd, voices rose in alarm, repeating the dreaded name again and again, Black Tiger. Just then, another voice called out to Okachi from among the gathered people. It greeted her politely and said that it was a pleasure to meet her. A girl stepped closer to the group, drawing attention as she came forward. With a calm introduction, she said that her name was Hanagoma. Before saying anything more, Hanagoma asked for forgiveness for speaking up. Then she explained that, as far as she knew, the Black Tiger was already dead. Okachi replied that those rumors could not be trusted so easily. Besides, she added, the fact remained that many Sansin had already died. Hanagoma insisted that the Black Tiger had not seemed interested in killing Dokibi. She explained that she had met him herself, and he had only looked at her with a cold, stone-like gaze before simply passing by. Okachi answered that she understood what Hanagoma was trying to say, but that did not erase the danger in front of them. The next ones being targeted were the mountain dwellers, and she begged them not to ignore her warning. For several quiet moments, both the old man and Hanagoma looked at Okachi without saying a word. Then Handuka, his long gray beard trailing all the way down to the ground, spread his arms wide and asked Okachi to look around her. Pointing toward the crowd gathered before them, the old man said that they, the mountain dwellers, live for one thing above all else, feasts. If they stopped holding feasts, he said, then their lives would lose their meaning. He continued, explaining that they had lived this way for hundreds of years. They would not abandon their feasts simply because danger had appeared nearby, because they were not like other Sansin. Okachi replied that she understood what he meant, but there were Dokibi here who enjoyed fighting. Because of that, she asked how she was supposed to trust that they would simply stay away from danger. Handuka answered that they did not love battle for the sake of battle itself. According to him, they only fought when they had to drive back an attack. At that moment, Okachi's magpie wings spread out from her back, and she lifted herself into the air above the crowd. As she rose, she said she would stay nearby, because her friend would arrive either today or by dawn tomorrow, and that friend would be able to help them. The old man tilted his head up to look at her as she hovered above them. He asked whether this friend of hers was human, then immediately followed with the question that mattered most. What was his name? Already far above the gathering, Okachi's magpie-like silhouette drifted higher into the night as she answered while flying away. The friend's name was Bottle, she called back, and Handuka watched her disappear into the distance, saying he would remember that name. Okachi flew over the thick forest canopy, her wings carrying her smoothly above the treetops. As she moved through the air, her body gradually lost more and more of its human shape until she had nearly transformed completely into a bird. She continued gliding across the forest, cutting through the wind with steady, practiced wing beats. Then, as she passed over the trees, something down below suddenly caught her sharp eye and pulled her attention away. From high above, Okachi spotted a small group of people gathered in a tiny clearing tucked away between the trees. The sight stood out strangely against the hidden forest floor. Curiosity drew her closer, and Okachi quietly dipped downward through the branches. She moved carefully and settled on a nearby tree, choosing a spot where she could watch the group more clearly without being noticed. As Okachi observed the squad of warriors below, a thought immediately crossed her mind. This was Dokibi territory, and under normal circumstances, humans had no reason to be wandering around in a place like this. Her gaze shifted toward a man sitting on top of a boulder, looking almost as if he were dozing off. At first glance, he seemed human enough, but Okachi could sense something foul, impure, and unnatural hidden deep inside him. Okachi shifted her small body on the branch and settled in more comfortably, her suspicion growing as she watched them. These were clearly not ordinary warriors, so she decided she needed to learn more and listened closely to whatever they were saying. Then, without any warning at all, Okachi let out a sharp, startled cry. Her small magpie body dropped swiftly from the branch, falling away just as danger struck. A hand shot out toward the exact branch where the bird had been perched only a heartbeat earlier. Its fingers closed around the spot she had just escaped from. Okachi instantly changed back into her human form, startled by how close that had been. With shock still on her face, she wondered what in the world had just attacked her. On the branch opposite her, a human figure had appeared, as if from nowhere. The girl stared straight at Okachi and questioned her directly, asking why she was so interested in what humans were doing. The young shaman narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp enough to show she already knew far more than she should. Then she addressed Okachi by name, calling her Lady Okachi. Okachi's wings spread wide behind her back as surprise flashed across her face. This girl looked almost like a child, and yet she knew exactly who Olkachi was. In that instant, Olkachi understood that these people were just as dangerous as she had suspected. Without wasting another second, Olkachi launched herself upward into the sky. She decided she could always return later to investigate this place more carefully. For now, Olkachi knew the only thing that mattered was getting away. Below her, the shaman simply tracked her movement with her eyes, watching as Olkachi fled into the air. A sinister smile spread across the shaman's face as she looked up at Olkachi. In a chilling voice, she said Olkachi had probably assumed this was still their land, but today, that assumption was wrong. Shock swept across Lady Olkachi's face, freezing her for a split second in midair. Before she could stop herself, a single stunned question slipped from her lips. Why? Inside a massive open maw, flames churned and flickered violently, packed together as if they were barely being held back. At any moment, that fire looked ready to burst loose. Olkachi beat her wings desperately and looked up at the dragon soaring above her. Stunned by the sight, she asked why a Sansin like this was even here. The dragon opened its enormous mouth wider, and from deep within it, a dazzling blast of radiance erupted outward in a blinding surge. Bright sunlight spread over the village resting at the foot of the mountains. The rooftops, streets, and quiet paths were all bathed in a clear afternoon glow. Seated at a table, Han Sihi stared forward in disbelief, his expression stiff with shock. Then he blurted out the name Aichu before he could stop himself. A maiden immediately raised a finger to his lips, moving quickly to hush him. Without saying a word, she warned Han Sihi to lower his voice. Sori told Han Sihi that he could not say Aichu so loudly, because someone nearby might overhear them. She tried to tell him to call it a bead instead, but her mouth was so full of food that the words came out muffled and hard to understand. In the tavern courtyard, Han Sihi lifted a bowl to his mouth and told Sori to finish eating before trying to talk. Then, looking tired and irritated, he asked what she was even doing right now. Han Sihi grumbled quietly to himself, wondering why Sori always chose to bring up important matters while stuffing her face. Someone had stolen his money, and because of that, his mood was already terrible. Sori copied his motion by raising her own cup to her lips, then gave a light apology, as if it were not a big deal. She added that she had earned several thousand yang in tokens while playing. Han Sihi flatly told Sori to just admit the truth, that she had spent all her money gambling. The girl immediately flared up at the accusation, insisting that she was telling him the truth. Han Sihi started to say something sharp about her, but then caught himself and stopped halfway through the sentence. Changing direction, he told Sori to forget that for now and explain the bead instead. Sori explained that a rat named Yang Juin had been in possession of several of those beads. However, the Dokibi had taken them away from him. Then Sori corrected herself almost immediately, saying no, that was not quite right. Yang Juin had obediently returned the beads to their original owners. Han Sihi looked at Sori with obvious suspicion and repeated the word returned, clearly not fully believing that version of events. Sori simply shrugged and asked what a rat could possibly do against them anyway. With a cheerful smile, Sori lifted her index finger as though she were giving him a simple lesson. She explained that the mountain Dokibi had merely taken the beads back for themselves. Han Sihi frowned, still not satisfied with the explanation. He pointed out that those beads should belong to the dragon, so he could not understand why the Dokibi had them in the first place. As Sori reached toward the food tray, she answered that she did not know the reason either. All she knew was that somewhere out there, a dragon was wandering around without his bead. Han Sihi watched as Sori lifted a small pie toward her mouth, still focused on the problem in front of them. Then he said they needed to take the Aichu from the Dokibi. Still chewing, Sori let out a weary sigh and called Han Sihi a fool. She asked whether he was seriously thinking about starting a war with the mountain Dokibi. Han Sihi answered without backing down that if it became necessary, then yes, he would do it. Sori only waved her hand casually, brushing the idea aside as complete nonsense. Han Sihi's face darkened at her reaction, and he leaned slightly towards Sori with a threatening frown. In a low, challenging tone, he asked if she really thought he was incapable of doing it. Sori lifted the tray with the 2 remaining pies still sitting on it and remarked that Han Sihi was being awfully sensitive. Then she pointed out that even the Black Tiger had never dared to cross the Dokibi before, and in the very same casual breath, she asked for another plate. Han Sihi paused when he heard that, his expression shifting into surprise. Then he asked if the Dokibi were truly so powerful that even the Black Tiger could not stand against them. Sori answered that Han Sihi simply had no idea how frightening the Dokibi could be. Then she raised her voice toward the staff and ordered another plate of injialmi, rice sweets, and sojanghwa, making sure to add that they should not hold back on the nuts. The woman apologized politely as she approached them and explained that the tavern was already closing. Still, she added, if they wanted, she could pack some food for them to take along. Sori looked genuinely surprised, pointing out that the sun had not even gone down yet, and they were already closing for the day. The woman explained that today was Barimnal, the middle day of the month. Sori smiled as if that answer alone did not explain very much. Tilting the question back toward the woman, she asked whether Barimnal was supposed to be some kind of bad omen. The woman answered that Barimnal was not a bad omen at all. On that day, she explained, the Dokibi held their festival. She continued by explaining that this was exactly why everyone in the village made sure to go home early on Barimnal. No one wanted to linger outside longer than necessary. Hansihi asked if people really closed up early just because of the Dokibi. The woman replied that the 29th day was left open for humans, so the 15th belonged to them, and anyone wandering around on a day like this could easily find themselves in trouble. Sori lifted her index finger toward the sky, as if suddenly remembering something she had heard before. She said that she had been told the same thing once. The girl starts to explain the old tale to them, saying that according to the story, a group of men once got caught in a furious fight that lasted the entire night. Their shouting and struggling went on without pause, echoing through the darkness until the long night finally began to loosen its grip. Then she moves into the stranger part of the story, lowering the mood as she adds that by the time morning arrived, one of those men was not a man anymore. Somehow, when the darkness lifted, he had been transformed into a tree. Hearing that makes Sori think back to another folktale she once heard. In her memory, there was an old man with a huge lump bulging from his neck, and yet, despite that odd and unsettling swelling, his singing voice was unbelievably beautiful. She goes on remembering the story, explaining that the Dokibi became completely captivated by the old man's song. They gathered around him to listen, and by the end of it all, the lump on his neck was gone, and as if that were not enough, he was rewarded with a great heap of gold. The woman then tells them that at her own home, Dokibi appear every Barimnal, almost as if their visits are an unavoidable part of the day itself. Sori's eyes immediately grow wide, and she leans in with disbelief, asking if that can really be true. The woman explains that whenever they come, they always arrive with 5 children in tow, and once they show up at her place, the only thing they ask for is to buy one single plate of rice cakes. They always pay her with 1 liang, placing it in her hand like proper money. But the moment they leave, that payment changes form, losing all value until it becomes nothing but an ordinary leaf. Sori listens with sympathy and quietly says that the whole thing sounds pitiful. But the woman quickly brushes that pity aside, warning that when it comes to koshery, there is no space for feeling sorry. If the custom is not done correctly, misfortune could be invited in. As Sori hears this, she realizes the woman is talking about the practice of setting aside part of the food during a mountain meal or shamanic rite, then throwing it out first as an offering to the spirits. All at once, the woman glances around and lets out a startled cry. Only then does she notice that while they were absorbed in the conversation, the sky above them has grown much darker than before. She quickly turns to leave, saying she should wrap up some rice cakes for them before the hour gets any later. But just as she is about to hurry away, a voice they were not expecting suddenly reaches them. A small boy is standing there, trembling from head to toe. One little hand is stretched out in front of him, a coin resting in his open palm, and with a shaky voice, he asks if he can have rice cakes. The woman freezes the instant she sees him. Fear spreads across her face, and she steps back in alarm before crying out that he has come. Sori, on the other hand, looks at the trembling boy and melts almost immediately. Her expression brightens with instant affection as she gushes over how adorable he is, then gently calls to him and tells him to come closer to her. The boy lingers where he is for a brief moment, his tiny body still shaking with uncertainty. Then, after hesitating, he finally takes one small and careful step towards Sori. Sori makes her voice even softer, trying not to frighten him any more than he already is. She tells him there is no need to be scared, reassuring him that she is not going to eat him. Hansi calmly holds out a board with the last 2 rice cakes still sitting on it, and asks the boy if he wants to eat them. The moment Sori sees what he is offering, she cries out in panic, realizing those were supposed to be her rice cakes. The boy nods so fast it looks almost desperate. His gaze locks onto the rice cakes, and as he stares at the food, a little bead of drool gathers at the corner of his mouth. Hansi invites the boy to sit with them at the low table placed on the wooden platform in the yard. Then he turns toward the woman and asks her to bring another plate of rice cakes, and although she still looks uneasy, she answers that she will. Before long, the boy is sitting there with both cheeks packed full, eating the rice cakes with astonishing speed. He devours them as if he has gone hungry for far too long and cannot slow himself down. Soon enough, the plate on the table has been wiped completely clean. Hansi watches the boy closely, then asks if he came down from the mountains before asking for his name. The boy replies that he is Kajanibi, a name that means broken mouth. Sori reaches out without much hesitation and pulls at the corners of his mouth with her fingers, asking if the name means torn mouth. Kajanibi immediately flares up, snapping back with a shout that it means broken. Hansi then looks at him with quiet interest and asks whether there is going to be a festival tonight. Kajanibi turns his head toward Han Sihi, blinking in confusion as a puzzled little sound slips out of him. Han Sihi says it must be true, since they were invited there in the first place. Right as he says this, the woman returns and approaches them again, carrying a bowl filled with more rice cakes. She places a board loaded with tiny rice cakes in front of the boy and tells him to take it. Kajanibi stares down at the dish with pure, unfiltered delight, his eyes shining brightly while drool spills from his open mouth. Kajanibi can barely restrain himself. He leans forward over the plate, his little hands trembling with anticipation as he reaches toward the tempting pile of rice cakes. But right before his hands can land on the food, Han Sihi suddenly pulls the plate away. His movement is quick and sharp, stopping Kajanibi before he can grab even a single piece. Han Sihi tells Kajanibi that he should guide them instead. After all, he points out, not just anyone can reach that place, can they? Kajanibi answers plainly and honestly that no, it is not a place just anyone is allowed to go. Han Sihi says that if the Takabi are able to come to people during festivals, then people should be able to visit them as well. With a faint, knowing smile, he tells Kajanibi to show them where the Takabi festival is being held, and only then does he return the plate and tell him he may eat. Later, beneath a moon bright enough to paint the mountain peaks in silver, Han Sihi and Sori follow Kajanibi through the forest. When Han Sihi stops in front of a tree where a strange figure is perched on one of the branches, Sori looks around and asks how much farther they still have to go. In that instant, a blue creature drops down sharply from the branches, hanging right in front of Han Sihi's face as it shouts, "Boo!" Han Sihi simply stares at the creature in silence, showing no reaction at all. The Takabi opens his mouth as wide as possible and sticks his tongue out dramatically, putting even more effort into making himself look terrifying. Han Sihi just walks past him without the slightest change in expression and says it seems they have arrived. The one-eyed creature is left dangling there, completely stunned by how thoroughly he has been ignored. Still hanging upside down from the branch, the Takabi mutters to himself in disappointment. He cannot understand why this human is so unbelievably dull and unresponsive. Then Sori sneaks up behind him and suddenly shouts right next to his ear. The poor Takabi is startled so badly that his enormous single eye stretches even wider in shock. The surprise makes him lose his grip entirely. He drops straight down from the branch and crashes awkwardly onto the ground, landing in such a clumsy way that he nearly twists his neck. He pushes himself up with his small hands, still dazed from the fall, and looks around while asking who she is. The only answer that comes back to him is a contemptuous little insult, calling him a weakling. When he lifts his head, he sees Sori standing over him with bright, blazing eyes. Looking down at him, she asks if that pathetic attempt was supposed to be his idea of scaring someone. With a dazzling smile spreading across her face, Sori declares that she will show him what real pranks are supposed to look like. She tells the young Takabi to watch carefully and remember everything she is about to teach him. The blue-skinned Takabi glances at her nervously, clearly unsure how to respond to this strange human girl. In silence, he wonders what on earth she is even talking about. Sori goes even further, saying that if he cannot pull off a proper prank, then he is a complete failure. Han Sihi looks back over his shoulder and warns her not to start teaching him strange things. Just then, a scream cuts through the air, followed by the quick patter of small footsteps. Several children come rushing into view, and one of them angrily demands to know who these people think they are, trying to teach a Takabi how to prank. The boy snaps that they deserve to be scolded for saying something that insulting. The girl standing beside him immediately agrees, backing him up without hesitation. Sori presses both hands to her cheeks, completely delighted by the sight of the little group. She gushes over how cute they are, while Han Sihi quietly reminds her that the woman said 5 little ones come every full moon. The pointed-eared boy turns his anger toward Kajanibi and demands to know whether he has bought the rice cakes yet, calling him toothless. The girl repeats the same question right after him, while 2 more Takabi children stand behind them, watching everything closely. Kajanibi shrinks slightly under all their stares. In a small, pressured voice, he admits that he has not bought them yet, but quickly insists that he is going to do it soon. The boy immediately yells at him, demanding to know why he still has not bought the rice cakes. The girl adds another sharp jab right after that, calling Kajanibi a coward. The other children quickly join in, repeating the insult after her and chanting it at Kajanibi over and over. Flustered and clearly upset, Kajanibi shouts back that it is not true. Kajanibi cries out again, insisting that he is not a coward at all. Then, from behind his back, rice cakes suddenly come into view, laid neatly on a piece of white cloth. Han Sihi holds the food out toward the children and asks if they want rice cakes too. Then he makes the condition clear. If they guide him and Sori to the mountain pass, he will give the rice cakes to them. The children fall completely still, their eyes locked on the rice cakes as though the food has placed them under a spell. Thin strings of drool begin to slip from their open mouths. Han Sihi lowers his hand onto the head of the panting Kajanibi and says that Bazabik would buy the same kind. Then he promises that if they show him and Sori the way to the mountain pass, he will hand over all of the rice cakes. The sharp-eared boy hurriedly wipes the drool from his mouth with both fists, trying his hardest to look stubborn and in control as he snaps, "No." But even while refusing, he stretches his other hand across to cover the girl's mouth, as if silently pleading with her not to accept the offer. Somewhere behind the group, a small, low groan slips out. Han Si-hee keeps his attention fixed on the children, his voice remaining calm and even. He says he heard humans are also allowed to enter this festival, then asks them if that is not the way it is supposed to work. The boy jabs a finger straight toward Han Si-hee, pointing at him as if he has committed some unforgivable offense. He declares that if someone as boring as him shows up, the entire atmosphere of the festival will be ruined. Beside him, the girl's eyes well up with tears, and she repeats in a trembling voice that it really will be ruined. Han Si-hee's face slowly grows darker, and the word catches in his throat like he can barely process the insult. "Boring," he repeats, stunned. Meanwhile, Sori completely loses her composure and bursts into laughter, saying she feels like she might explode from trying to hold it back. Just then, a wrapped bundle of rice cakes suddenly drops near the startled boy's feet. It hits the ground right in front of him, instantly pulling everyone's eyes down toward it. The children jump backward in fright at once as a black sword appears in front of them. In a single instant, the playful mood is sliced apart by the sharp, threatening presence of the blade. Han Si-hee holds the sword out before him, dark streams of energy curling and leaking from the blade like smoke. In a cold voice, he says that if they refuse to cooperate, then he will have no choice but to use force on these little ones. The children freeze where they stand, their small bodies trembling as the black sword remains pointed toward them. Around the blade, the dark aura twists and coils, making the threat feel even heavier in the air. Han Si-hee orders them to show the way, telling them to do it quickly. But before that fear can fully settle over the children, a burst of loud laughter suddenly rings out nearby. Sori throws her head back and laughs openly, then exclaims that she cannot believe people like them are the ones trying to lecture anyone about what counts as fun. She explains that a true prank is not just about scaring someone. It should make a person feel fear in that exact moment, but afterward, it should bring joy to the dokibi and to everyone who hears the story. The children, their faces still damp with tears, stare at her closely and listen without looking away. Then Sori lifts her voice with confidence and declares that this is what a real Takabi prank is supposed to be. She points straight at the children and asks them if they understand what she is saying. The children watch Sori nervously as she begins to move away. They look caught between fear and curiosity, unsure whether they should run from her or follow after her. Sori curls one finger and beckons them closer, saying she will personally show them the basics. The sharp-eared boy stares at her with a confused expression, clearly torn between suspicion and the urge to know more. Han Si-hee, now embarrassed enough to have put his sword away, stands off to the side in silence. He watches as the children abandon their fear of him and hurry over to Sori instead. For little Takabi children sit down in the grass directly in front of Sori, their eyes locked on her face as if waiting for a serious lesson. Sori gives a satisfied nod and says that now, they can begin. Sori bends toward the ground and picks up a small stone, choosing it as her very first example. She raises the little pebble in her hand so all the children can clearly see what she is talking about. But the instant she lifts it up, the round little stone suddenly cries out, "Ouch!" Sori freezes in surprise, staring at it, and only then does she notice that the pebble has eyes, a mouth, and even tiny eyebrows on its face. As Sori looks more closely at the strange little stone, she realizes it is actually a Takabi too. She quickly apologizes, then awkwardly asks for its name, and the round stone answers that it is called Toldal. Sori accepts the answer and turns the tiny Takabi toward the children like a teaching prop. She explains that if an ordinary person suddenly kicks a pebble like this, it is small and light enough to go flying quite a distance, right? She lifts one hand to stop the boy from edging too close, then continues her explanation. If someone fails to notice this pebble and steps on it badly, she says, even a man 8 feet tall could lose his balance and come crashing down. Han Si-hee watches Sori from a little distance away, his expression uncertain. Under his breath, he mutters to himself, wondering what exactly she has started talking about this time. Then, to his surprise, Han Si-hee realizes that a crowd of Takabi has begun gathering around him. One calls out, asking if something interesting is happening over there, while another suggests they should go over and see for themselves. Before long, even more Takabi settle down in the grass beside the children, forming an eager little audience as Sori continues speaking with bright, excited energy. Han Si-hee stands quietly nearby, watching this strange lesson unfold. But then, the feeling in the air changes. Han Si-hee's expression sharpens at once, his senses catching something that makes him quietly shift onto guard. He draws his sword and glances back over his shoulder. Far off through the dark forest, Hansihi can see small lights glowing faintly between the trees. In the clearing ahead, a man strikes a drum with the palm of his hand, sending a deep, heavy beat through the night, while the Takabi around him laugh and celebrate. They dance joyfully around the fire blazing at the center of the clearing, their little bodies circling through the warm glow as sparks drift upward into the darkness. Near the large jars set beneath the trees, several men sit together with bowls in their hands, drinking and chatting in a cheerful mood as the festival carries on around them. Among the figures seated there in the crowd is Handuka. The old man has a cup in one hand and a bottle in the other. From the looseness in his posture and the warm, hazy look about him, it is obvious he has already had more than a little to drink. When Handuka finally raises his eyes, he finds Hansihi standing right in front of him. Hansihi has his sword gripped in his hand, and black streams of energy are flowing from the blade. Handuka looks up at him and asks what the Black Tiger has come searching for at a Takabi festival. The Takabi sitting nearby react immediately, glancing around in fear as those words sink in. In startled whispers, they repeat the name, Black Tiger? Hansihi answers without any hesitation or attempt to soften his tone. He says he came for Aichu. Handuka tells him that if Aichu is the reason he came, then he should turn around and leave. There is no Aichu here, the old man says plainly. Hansihi's eyes narrow at that answer, his gaze sharpening. He asks where it is, then, if it is not here. The old man meets his stare without wavering and answers with a question of his own. Does Hansihi truly believe he would tell the Black Tiger where she is? Hansihi clenches his teeth, anger flashing through him, and swings his sword. A rush of black energy tears forward from the blade with violent force. Several huge Takabi immediately rush toward Handuka, throwing themselves into position in front of the old man to shield him. Handuka himself, however, remains completely composed and does not appear shaken at all. Handuka warns Hansihi not to act so recklessly. Even with the power of the Black Tiger in his hands, he says, facing all of them at once will not be an easy thing. Hansihi glares at him with fierce intensity and says he has no intention of starting a pointless fight. What he wants is simple. Handuka only needs to tell him where Ju is. Handuka holds Hansihi's gaze with the same steady resolve, not backing down in the slightest. He asks what Hansihi plans to do if he refuses to say anything. Hansihi's reply comes in a low, hard voice. If Handuka refuses to answer, then there will be a battle. At that moment, Hanagoma steps toward them and clicks her tongue in disapproval, calling Hansihi an insolent one. She points directly at Hansihi and says she will teach him manners herself. Then she offers to show him the true power of the Black Tiger. Hansihi answers coldly that the Black Tiger does not simply display its power for others to see. Standing there as black energy swirls and streams around him, Hansihi says darkly that its power only devours everything in its path, leaving nothing behind. Hanagoma crosses her arms tightly in front of her chest and snaps that he is taking things too far. As she speaks, copies of her begin separating from her body one after another, peeling away like living reflections. She finishes by saying that he is far too confident in himself. Then Hanagoma spreads both arms wide, and her many copies shift into position around Hansihi, surrounding him from every direction. Hansihi does not take his eyes off Hanagoma for even a second. His stare stays sharp and cautious, following every slight movement of her body, as if one careless blink could leave him open. Hansihi plants himself firmly with his sword raised in front of him, the blade glowing with a blue aura while black streams of energy coil and twist outward. Around him, Hanagoma's spear-like dance keeps circling faster and faster, tightening the pressure from every direction. A fierce, determined gleam flashes through Hansihi's eyes. He lifts his sword high above his head, gathering himself as if he is about to tear straight through the ring surrounding him. The figures dancing around him accelerate even more, their bodies blurring together as the rhythm of their circling attack grows sharper, faster, and harder to follow. Anger begins to harden across Hansihi's face. His expression twists into a fierce grimace, and it is clear that his patience is finally starting to crack. With a powerful swing, Hansihi cuts his sword in a wide arc through the air, trying to slice through the women's circling formation and stop their dizzying movement all at once. But for one split second, Hansihi goes still. In that brief opening, he fails to notice that Hanagoma has already slipped behind him. Hanagoma's hand crashes into Hansihi with frightening force. The impact explodes outward, and the black energy around him bursts apart, scattering wildly into the air. A huge pit is left carved into the ground where Hansihi had been standing only a moment earlier. But he has already thrown himself backward just in time, and Hanagoma stares in surprise when she realizes he managed to dodge the blow. Hanagoma's body flattens and bends like a thin, two-dimensional sheet, slipping back toward the towering Dokibi standing guard near the old man. As she retreats, she admits that Hansihi truly is the Black Tiger. But Hanagoma quickly adds that from this point on, Han Si-hee will have to dodge every single attack they send at him. Behind him, the hostile mountain people start closing in, and she warns him that if he wants to survive, he should surrender now. Suddenly, a tiger-shaped shadow formed from black energy lunges straight toward Hanagoma. Its dark body tears through the space between them with violent speed. Han Si-hee coldly says that he should be the one giving warnings here. Then, without softening his tone, he demands once again to know where Aichu is. Hanagoma's brow pulls into a deep frown, and her expression turns severe. She says it is obvious now that this conversation is not going anywhere. Hanagoma shifts as though she is about to move toward Han Si-hee herself. At the same time, the Takabi behind her tense up, ready to back her up the moment she makes her move. The Takabi begin pressing in from all sides, surrounding Han Si-hee more tightly. Around his body, blue-black energy coils and surges, growing heavier as the confrontation closes in. Han Si-hee raises his sword overhead with firm resolve. The black streams of energy around him swell even stronger, whipping through the air more violently than before. Just as Han Si-hee is ready to bring the blade crashing down on the enemies around him, a familiar voice suddenly rings out from behind, cheerfully announcing that Handuka is here. The tall Takabi protecting the old man turn around in surprise. There, they see Sori, a small and delicate figure barely reaching half their height, boldly ordering them to move aside and let her pass. Sori walks forward without the slightest hesitation and looks at Han Si-hee. Then she asks why it seems like a fight breaks out everywhere he goes. After that, Sori cups one hand around her mouth and calls loudly for Handuka. She asks where he is and tells him to come out already. Hanagoma points sharply at Sori and demands to know who this girl thinks she is, acting so boldly in front of Lord Handuka. Sori lets out a small surprised sound and studies Hanagoma with interest. Her gaze follows the way Hanagoma's flat, two-dimensional body flickers in the air before she asks why Hanagoma is staring at her like that. Then Sori looks at Hanagoma with clear admiration and asks if she is the final work of the artist Choi Sun-chan, the portrait of the girl he painted before taking his own life. Sori then adds that if Choi Sun-chan could see Hanagoma acting like this now, he would probably be disappointed. Hanagoma's face immediately darkens as she glares back at her. Their tense exchange is cut off when Handuka finally approaches. The old man lets out a lively exclamation, wondering aloud who has come all the way here to visit them. Handuka hurries closer and asks how Lady Sori ended up in a place like this. Sori greets him casually in return, saying it has been a long time since they last met. Sori points behind her, where Han Si-hee is standing frozen, and tells Handuka that Han Si-hee did not come here to fight. She makes it clear that a battle is not the reason they came. Handuka immediately objects, reminding her that Han Si-hee is none other than the Black Tiger himself, the very one known for devouring Sansen. Sori tells Handuka there is no need to worry, because she is standing beside Han Si-hee now. Then she adds that they do not need any trouble over Aichu, so Handuka should simply hand it over to them. The old man answers that they no longer have Aichu. Sori blinks in surprise at that, and asks whether they did not take it after all. Handuka lets out an awkward laugh and scratches the back of his head. He admits that they already made a deal with some humans and handed Aichu over. Sori instantly grows anxious and asks if he exchanged it for something worthless. Handuka gives her an uneasy look, then shrugs carelessly and asks if that was not allowed. Sori rushes straight toward Handuka and grabs him by the shoulder. Furious, she yells that he is a scoundrel and demands to know how he could do something so reckless. Handuka chuckles and tells her it was only a joke, asking if she really believed he would do something like that. He laughs even harder, saying he cannot believe Lady Sori actually fell for it. Sori's expression immediately darkens. She asks if he is mocking her now, then calls him a foolish outcast from Dokibi society. Handuka laughs with his nearly toothless mouth wide open and asks whether the person who gets tricked is not the real fool. Then he reminds Lady Sori that she should know this is the most basic rule of pranks. Sori clenches one hand into a tight fist and thrusts it toward the old man, shouting in pure fury that she is going to kill him. Sori grabs Handuka by the beard, but even while smiling through the pain, Handuka finally tells her the truth. He reveals that he exchanged Aichu for the Emperor's sword. Sori freezes on the spot, still gripping Handuka's beard in her hand. Her eyes widen as she stares at him in complete disbelief. Handuka explains that long ago, when Donghe was still an empire and had not yet split into two parts, there was a sword that only the Emperor could wield. According to legend, the spirit of a woman who loved the Emperor and was killed came to possess that very blade. Sori finally releases Handuka's beard and admits that if that is the case, then the trade was fair. Still, she cannot help asking why the Dokibi would need such an old object in the first place. Handuka explains that even among the Dokibi, there are some who wish to own a fine blade. Since they had no real use for Aichu, and a valuable item appeared as an exchange, they accepted the deal. Sori says they did well, but she immediately follows up by asking who took Aichu. Handuka answers that it was a high-ranking official named Cho Gabon. The moment Han Sihi hears the name Cho Gabon, he cannot hide his surprise. Sori turns her head toward Han Sihi right away and asks if he knows that man. Han Sihi answers that if this Cho Gabon is the same person he is thinking of, then the man holds even greater power than the king. Han Sihi slides his sword back into its sheath and walks over towards Sori. Sori says that if Cho Gabon is that well known, then finding him should not be difficult, and adds that they should leave now while the Dokibi continue enjoying their festival. Before they can go, Handuka says there is something he still needs to tell her. His tone turns serious as he warns them to be careful, and Sori looks back at him in surprise, asking why. Handuka explains that when the deal was made, he did not realize the man already had the other half of Aichu in his possession. Sori is visibly shaken by his words and asks again if Cho Gabon really has both pieces of Aichu. Handuka confirms it, saying that Cho Gabon is not an ordinary person at all. All of a sudden, Han Sihi breaks into a loud laugh, the sound slicing right through the heavy tension in the clearing. Sori immediately turns her head toward him, her eyes widening as she stares at him in obvious confusion, unable to understand why he would laugh now. Handuka narrows his eyes at Han Sihi, his expression sharpening with suspicion. Then he asks what the Black Tiger could possibly find so amusing in a situation like this. A crooked smile tugs at the corner of Han Sihi's mouth as he answers, as if everything has suddenly turned in his favor. He asks, almost mockingly, whether this is not going perfectly well for him. Han Sihi explains that this actually makes the matter simpler. If Cho Gabon already has both pieces, then he will not have to waste more time searching for the second half later. With that settled in his mind, Han Sihi turns away from the gathering, clearly ready to leave the festival clearing without delay. Sori watches him start off, still wearing a slightly puzzled expression as she tries to follow the logic behind his reaction. Handuka watches Han Sihi go and remarks that the man looks completely swallowed up by greed. Sori glances after Han Sihi as well, and with a faint little smile, she agrees with Handuka's judgment. Sori begins to follow after Han Sihi, but then she suddenly comes to a stop, as if an important thought has just returned to her. Turning back toward Handuka, she tells him that difficult times have come for the Takabi too, so he should stay careful as well. After leaving that warning behind, Sori hurries after Han Sihi and calls out for him to wait for her. Behind them, Handuka and Hanagoma remain where they are, silent and still, watching as Sori vanishes into the trees. Handuka wonders aloud why Sori would give them a warning like that, questioning whether something truly serious might be on the way. Hanagoma answers that dawn is already close, so she does not believe anything will happen today. Handuka lets out a thoughtful hum, considering her words. Then he agrees, saying that on a night like this, it really does not seem likely that anything dangerous will happen. High above the forest, a huge full moon hangs in the open space between the crowns of the trees. Beneath that pale light, a voice drifts through the night with regret, saying it is a shame he does not have a broom with him. Saribi stands alone on the forest path, his figure quiet under the moonlight. His head is tilted upward, and his eyes remain fixed on the glowing moon spread across the night sky. He says the celebration must be reaching its peak by now. If he does not hurry, he knows he will end up arriving far too late. Saribi lowers his gaze from the moon and looks down at the wooden sword in his hands. He studies it carefully, as if the simple weapon carries old memories that still refuse to fade. Raising the wooden sword above his head, the Dokibi says that ever since that time, he has faced countless battles. But even after all of them, not a single opponent has ever surpassed the person who once fought while holding this very sword. As Saribi continues walking along the path, he tells himself that once the celebration comes to an end, he must begin searching for that person without delay. At the edge of a cliff, Sori stands looking down toward the quiet village below, while Han Sihi sits behind her near the campfire. She says that because tonight is a full moon, not even one house in the village has a light burning. Sori turns away from the view and looks back at Han Sihi, asking if he wants to sleep. She points out that he is usually much more active at night, then wonders aloud what could have changed. Han Sihi tosses another piece of firewood into the flames, making the fire crackle brighter for a moment. His eyes stay on Sori as he quietly watches her, giving no immediate answer. Sori walks a little closer and asks if they should head down to the village tomorrow to search for a horse. After all, from the looks of things, their journey still seems like it will stretch a long way ahead. When Han Sihi still remains silent, Sori simply drops herself down beside him with a casual little plop, settling on the ground as if she has decided to wait him out. She looks at him with a questioning gaze, clearly expecting some kind of response. But Han Sihi only sits there quietly, his attention fixed on the campfire flickering in front of them. After a short pause, Sori asks if he is doing all of this for revenge. That single question makes surprise flicker across Han Sihi's face, breaking his still expression for just a moment. Han Sihi turns his eyes toward her at last, and asks what she means by that. Sori gives him a faint smile and says there is something she has wanted to ask him for a long time. She wants to know why he hunts Sanson for the same reason the black tiger does. Han Si-hee asks whether she is saying she knows why the black tiger hunts Sanson. Sori answers that she does not know everything, but she does have a few guesses. Sori starts to explain herself, but the moment she begins with because, her words catch in her throat. Instead of finishing the thought, she hesitates and falls quiet. The smile slowly disappears from Sori's face. Looking slightly embarrassed, she fiddles with the cuff of her blouse and quietly admits that she once met the black tiger herself. Han Si-hee looks at Sori in surprise, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected confession she has just made. Sori bares her shoulder and shows him the crimson scars marked across her skin. Deep red stripes cross over one another there, forming a rough, painful-looking cross. Han Si-hee stares at the wound, his attention drawn to the scar immediately. Then he asks if she actually fought against the black tiger. As Sori buttons her blouse back up, she answers that the black tiger was never truly her equal in strength. Even so, there was one time when he chose to attack her, and their battle dragged on for nearly 2 days. Sori lifts her head and gazes dreamily up at the night sky, saying she almost died back then, and that the wound on her shoulder came from that fight. She adds that at the time, the black tiger seemed to have Aichu with him. Hearing that, Han Si-hee shifts closer with sudden interest and asks when it happened. Sori turns her head toward him and says it was probably about 5 or 6 years ago, then corrects herself and says it might have been 10. She admits she cannot remember exactly, because once someone has lived as long as she has, dates start becoming difficult to keep straight. Han Si-hee looks away with an indifferent expression and tells her to forget it. Resting her head against one hand, Sori studies Han Si-hee with open curiosity. Then she asks how he knows the black tiger, and why he is carrying the black tiger's power inside him. Han Si-hee gives her no answer. His gaze simply returns to the flames, and the shifting firelight flickers across his face in silence. Sori raises one finger as another thought comes to mind. She says that when she was treating him after he had been poisoned, he kept mumbling the words Blue Waters, and then she asks if that is not the name of a fencing academy. Sori asks if Han Si-hee came from Blue Waters, but immediately points out that it is supposed to be an academy for Sanson guards. At that, Han Si-hee lowers his head, and the corners of his mouth sink slightly. Sori notices the subtle change in his expression right away. Her face grows more concerned as she watches him, realizing she may have touched something painful. Covering her mouth with her palm, Sori realizes that her guess must be right and wonders how such a thing could even be possible. A graduate of Blue Waters, someone trained to protect Sanson, has somehow become a hunter of them. As she speaks, Han Si-hee's hand quietly moves toward a hidden pocket. Without looking directly at her, Han Si-hee pulls out rice cakes wrapped carefully in a white cloth. He offers them to Sori and simply tells her to eat. Sori springs to her feet at once. With almost reflexive speed, she snatches the food from Han Si-hee's hands as if her body moved before her thoughts could catch up. As Sori happily eats the treat, satisfaction spreads warmly across her face. While chewing, she asks why he suddenly decided to give her these rice cakes. Han Si-hee sets the bundle on his lap and answers plainly that he has already figured out she stops talking whenever she eats them. Because of that, he keeps them saved just in case he needs them. Still chewing, Sori casts Han Si-hee a sideways glance and thinks to herself that this puppy has somehow learned her habits far too well. She wonders if that is even normal, then decides she should stay cautious around him. Meanwhile, Han Si-hee unfolds the cloth, spreads it out on the ground, and settles in for the night. He pulls a blanket over himself and places his sword beside him, while Sori remains near the fire, quietly watching every movement he makes. As she chews on the rice cake, Sori continues staring thoughtfully at Han Si-hee lying there. In the glow of the campfire, she studies his resting figure without saying a word. After Sori finishes eating and licks her fingers clean, she lies down beside Han Si-hee. Then she presses her forehead against his back and rests one hand gently on him. Bothered by the sudden closeness, Han Si-hee asks without turning around what she is doing. Sori answers with a question of her own, asking if maybe they should talk. Han Si-hee replies in a dry, controlled voice that if Sori moves away from him first, then they can talk. Sori refuses immediately, making it clear she has no intention of moving away. She says that if she stays lying against him like this, the words she wants to say will come out much more clearly. Han Si-hee remains facing the other direction and asks, with clear confusion in his voice, what she is even talking about. Sori tells him that even though she cannot stare directly into Han Si-hee's soul, there is one thing she can understand very clearly right now. He is pushing himself too hard, trying to force his own heart and body into doing something that should be impossible for him. The campfire continues to burn softly in the darkness, its quiet flames flickering between them and casting warm light over the night. In that stillness, Sori keeps speaking, saying that Bottle once told her something similar, that Han Si-hee was not always this way, and that now, He is desperately trying to become a person he was never meant to be. Sori's voice grows softer as she asks if something terrible happened to him not too long ago. The question comes gently, but there is a heaviness behind it, as if she can already feel the answer hidden inside his silence. For a long stretch of time, Han Si-hee does not answer her at all. He simply stares out into the darkness ahead, as though the night itself has swallowed whatever words he might have said. Finally, Han Si-hee speaks, saying that maybe the terrible thing was meeting Sori in the first place. But Sori rejects that right away, firmly telling him that no, that is not it. Han Si-hee asks why she is so sure it happened before that. His voice is low and guarded, as if he is trying to keep the conversation at a distance while still waiting for her answer. Sori tells him she can see it written all over him. The guilt, the fear, and the way those feelings keep piercing through his heart again and again. That is what worries her. She says she does not know exactly what Han Si-hee intends to do, but he does not have to carry everything with such crushing weight. And if he loses himself while chasing that goal, then in the end, he will not accomplish anything at all. Han Si-hee tightens his hand around the handle of his sword, his grip hardening as his patience thins. He asks if she is finished, then tells Sori to get away from him, warning her in a cold voice that if she keeps this up, he will kill her. Peeking out from behind Han Si-hee's back, Sori lifts a hand to cover her smile. Then she teases him, asking if he really did not enjoy lying there like that even a little. Han Si-hee grits his teeth even harder, his jaw tightening with irritation. His whole expression looks tense enough that he might let out a growl at any moment. Sori springs lightly into the air, just as Han Si-hee's sword sweeps beneath her feet. The blade cuts through the exact space where she had been only a heartbeat earlier. She lands on the opposite side of the campfire and immediately snaps at him in outrage. Sori points out that he really did try to hit her, and that the edge of the blade almost touched her. Han Si-hee drops down onto one knee, one hand held behind his back, while he continues gripping his sword. He answers that if Sori is going to use the power of a Sansen, then he will respond with the power of the Black Tiger. Sori sticks out her tongue and pulls down the lower lid of her left eye with one finger, mocking him openly. With a cheeky expression, she tells him he let his guard down. Then Sori's expression shifts into something more thoughtful. Her gaze drifts towards something far off in the distance, and a quiet little chuckle slips out of her. Sori leaps up into the trees with effortless grace, moving from one branch to the next as if the forest is carrying her. She climbs higher and higher before finally settling on a thick limb, folding her hands behind her head like she has found the perfect resting place. From her perch above, Sori says this spot is not bad either, especially with such a clear view of the stars. Then she tilts her face toward the sky and exclaims at how beautiful it looks from up there. Below her, Han Si-hee settles back onto his blanket near the fire. Sori's voice drifts down from the tree as she excitedly says she can even see the Takabi fires burning far away in the distance. Han Si-hee drops himself angrily onto his travel bed and turns onto his side. His irritation is obvious as he tries to shut everything out and force the night to become quiet. But even after lying down, Han Si-hee keeps his eyes open. No matter how hard he tries to sleep, his mind refuses to settle. The memory of Sori lying close behind him slips back into his thoughts, especially the feeling of her hand resting against his thigh. Han Si-hee shakes his head sharply, trying to throw those unnecessary thoughts out before they can take root and linger any longer. He rolls onto his back and silently questions what he is doing. Then he reminds himself that he must not waver, because he has already chosen to cast away his human emotions. Suddenly, Han Si-hee turns onto his side and drives his fist hard into the ground. In silence, he curses himself for being so weak. His mind returns to his battle with Bottle, and he remembers that even then, he had been weak. Even though Bottle had the natural abilities of a shaman, Han Si-hee knows that even Bottle would lose against the Black Tiger. Staring fiercely into the darkness, Han Si-hee reaches one firm conclusion. He needs more Sansen power, and no matter what it takes, he has to find Aichu. As Han Si-hee keeps his eyes fixed on the night, he notices the distant glow of the Takabi lights shining faintly beyond the trees. Elsewhere, the squad commander Lady Elkachi had earlier seen dozing on a stone gives an order to the warriors standing behind him. Around the man's head is a band marked with a blue stone, making him stand out in the darkness. The commander adds that once the signal appears, they will begin the invasion without delay. Meanwhile, back at the festival grounds, the Takabi continue enjoying themselves around the dying campfire, completely unaware that danger is already closing in around them. The sharp-eared boy waves his hands dramatically as he tells his version of the story. He claims the Black Tiger was so shocked by Bazabek's prank that he handed over rice cakes, and that after one more trick, the Black Tiger even fainted. He speaks to the Takabi seated in a semicircle before him, all of them listening closely to his wildly exaggerated tale. The boy adds that Bazabek then dragged the unconscious Black Tiger into the forest. Kajanibi puffs himself up in frustration, flailing his hands as he shouts that none of that is true. Kajanibi insists again that the story is false. He explains that he only showed the way because Hansihi gave him rice cakes, and nothing more dramatic than that happened. Behind Kajanibi, Handuka appears and gently places his palm on the boy's head. The old man asks if it is also true that Kajanibi once played such a terrifying prank on the nine-tailed fox that she became frightened and ran all the way to the distant mountains. Kajanibi looks up at Handuka with tears gathering in his eyes. Clenching both fists, he cries out that it is not true and asks why even Handuka would believe such a ridiculous story. Handuka strokes Kajanibi's head gently, trying to calm the upset child down. He says he understands, and since it is already late, Kajanibi should go to sleep now. Kajanibi's face brightens almost instantly at those words. He answers obediently that he will, his mood lifting as quickly as it had fallen. Then Kajanibi suddenly points off to the side and asks Handuka what that thing over there is. Handuka turns his head in the direction the boy is pointing and asks what Kajanibi is talking about. High above them in the night sky, 3 signal fires burn bright and clear, blazing like ominous warning marks against the darkness. The Takabi all look upward in confusion, unsure what those lights are supposed to mean. Someone even blurts out that they look beautiful. In Handuka's mind, the warnings from Okachi and Sori flash back all at once. A dreadful realization hits him, and he wonders if this is exactly what they were trying to warn him about. Handuka shouts for everyone to run immediately, his voice tearing across the festival clearing with urgent force. The lights in the sky suddenly flare with blinding intensity, flooding everything below in a harsh red-yellow glow. The terrified Takabi freeze where they stand. Their small bodies lock in place, fear stealing their ability to move. Then an unknown force crashes down over them, pressing them hard against the ground. The Takabi groan as they collapse and sprawl helplessly across the grass. Explosions erupt throughout the clearing one after another, sending thick clouds of smoke and dust surging outward until the festival grounds are swallowed in chaos. When the smoke slowly begins to clear, the cheerful festival has been reduced to scattered wreckage. Broken dishes, thrown utensils, and a fallen umbrella lie across the ground like the remains of a celebration violently cut short. Standing near Handuka, Hanagoma looks around and asks what this is supposed to be. Handuka answers grimly that he believes it is exactly what the Sansen warned them about. Kajanibi presses himself tightly against Handuka's side, trembling all over. In a small, frightened voice, he admits that he is very scared. The old man's gaze snapped sharply to one side, his aged, wrinkled face drawing tight the moment he felt something moving nearby. His expression turned grave, and in a low voice heavy with warning, he muttered, "They're here." Out beyond them in the open clearing, the squad's warriors had already gathered into formation. Each one stood with weapons at the ready, shoulders tense and bodies coiled, silently waiting for the command that would send them into battle. The sergeant wasted no time at all. With the situation already set before him, he immediately gave the order, commanding every warrior under his control to fan out and move into their assigned positions. Standing there with both arms folded tightly across his chest, he spoke in a cold and perfectly controlled voice, making it clear that every single one of them was to move exactly as the order had been given. Kajanibi shrank behind the old man's long beard, grabbing at the dangling strands as if they were the only thing keeping him safe. He peeked out with frightened eyes and nervously asked why that man did not look completely human, yet did not seem like a ghost either. Handuka's expression grew darker as he stared ahead, then admitted that even he could not make sense of what was standing before them. A man's fingers wrapped firmly around the hilt of his sword. Then, with a slow and deliberate pull, the blade slid free from its sheath, releasing a smooth metallic scrape into the tense air. He lifted the sword and fixed its sharp tip straight toward the old man, leaving no room for misunderstanding. His voice dropped into something cold and threatening as he demanded, "Where is Aichu?" Before anyone could answer, Hanagoma suddenly burst up from behind him. Her eyes were wide with fury, and she shouted at the top of her voice, "Ah, that scoundrel!" Hanagoma threw herself straight at the commander, attacking with every bit of force she could summon in that instant. But he shifted away from her strike with such effortless ease that it almost felt mocking, and for a brief moment, confusion flickered across her face as if she could not believe he had avoided her so casually. The boy stood rooted to the spot, frozen by fear and already on the edge of tears. Around him, ripped scraps of fabric drifted through the air, fluttering down like the torn remains of something that had been violently shredded apart. Tears gathered in Kajanibi's eyes and spilled over as panic took hold of him completely. His voice cracked with fear and desperation as he cried out, "Sister!" The commander turned back as though nothing had interrupted him at all. Without the slightest shift in expression, he once again raised his blade and aimed the sword's tip directly at the old man. His tone stayed calm, almost disturbingly casual, as if the threat meant nothing to him. Then he asked, with a cruel steadiness in his voice, Well, do you understand now that I am not joking? Handuka's thick eyebrows pulled downward as he studied the space around them with a grim, calculating stare. His face hardened in shock as he realized what was happening. This is displacement magic, he said, stunned by the sheer scale of it. And he is using it across such a wide area. The sergeant responded in an icy voice, warning him that the spell could be changed into something destructive at any moment. If Handuka wanted to prevent that from happening, then he needed to hand over Aichu without delay. The old man forced himself to stay steady and chose his words carefully. He said that if he told the man everything he wanted to know, then the man had to promise that he would let all of them leave safely. The man stared back at him with a dark gaze that gave away nothing. For a moment, he remained silent, then finally answered in a short, cold voice. He promised. Handuka revealed that Aichu was currently in the hands of a man named Chogabon, but the elder's face stayed hard and suspicious, and he replied that he had no intention of accepting lies as an answer. The old man reminded him in a firm voice that Dokibi were unable to lie. Then, holding him to the promise he had just made, he demanded that the man release his people. The man slowly lifted one hand into the air, the motion calm and deliberate. His answer sounded almost like agreement at last as he said, "Very well." But the very next instant, that raised hand tightened into a fist. With that single brutal gesture, his answer twisted into a merciless command for his warriors: destroy the mountain people. A heavy boot slammed down onto a plate lying on the ground. The heel crushed it with a sharp, vicious crack, the sound cutting through the air like the start of the slaughter. The warriors raised their blades high above their heads, all at once, and surged forward. Without even a moment of hesitation, they charged in to carry out the order they had been given. With the squad leader's sword still aimed directly at him, the old man stared in disbelief, unable to accept what he was seeing. His voice rose as he demanded, "What are you doing?" Handuka shouted at him in outrage, his voice shaking not from fear, but from sheer disbelief. "Didn't you give your promise?" The man answered with a calm, so terrifying it barely sounded human. As if breaking his word meant absolutely nothing, he simply said that he had lied. The old man's anger finally erupted. His voice rang out as he shouted at the man, asking whether he had no fear at all of the God of heaven and earth. A faint smile crept across the man's lips, but his eyes remained cold, empty, and lifeless. He replied that if such a God truly existed, then that God would become excellent prey for him. Handuka spread both arms wide, his entire body trembling with emotion as he glared at the man standing before him. Then, in a voice filled with certainty, he told him that he was already a dead man. The old man lifted both hands high toward the sky, his posture turning desperate and commanding at the same time. His voice rang out with all the strength he had left as he shouted, "Wake up!" With a sharp clap, he brought his palms together in front of his chest. Then he pushed out a forceful breath, releasing a sudden cry from deep within him. Huh! In that instant, the old man's long hair burst outward around him, rising and spreading as though an invisible wind had caught every strand. Nearby, Kajanibi stared at the strange sight, fear plain across his face. The long gray strands floated in the air around them, no longer hanging naturally. Their ends began to curl into tight loops, moving as if the hair itself had awakened and taken on a life of its own. Kajanibi looked down at his own palms in stunned disbelief. A sudden realization hit him all at once. His body had become impossibly light, as though the weight had been lifted from him completely. Handuka urgently ordered the boy to run, his voice firm but filled with pressure. He told Kajanibi to find the nine-tailed fox and beg her to come help them. Kajanibi sprang upward immediately, forcing himself to move despite the fear gripping his heart. He answered that he understood, and no matter what happened, he would bring her back. As tiny lights began to ignite at the ends of his floating hair strands, the old man watched them with a heavy heart. In a quiet, sorrowful murmur, he said that everyone was supposed to survive. Then, to his shock, a cold voice came from behind him, telling him to worry about himself first. The man was already there, red light burning in his eyes as his blade came swinging down. The sword struck Handuka hard, and a pained breath slipped from the old man's lips. His strength buckled beneath the blow, and he collapsed down onto his knees. He twisted his head back, his eyes wide and filled with disbelief as he tried to understand what had just happened. With what little voice he could manage, he asked, "How?" The cold-eyed man offered him no explanation at all. Beneath that merciless stare, the old man's remaining strength finally drained away, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Kajanibi transformed into a bluish flame and shot away through the air, crying out in bitterness as he struggled to understand how everything could have gone so wrong. But before he could escape, he suddenly froze midair as a powerful gust tore past him. His eyes widened in pure terror when he lifted his gaze. Looming above him was a dragon, its enormous presence filling the space overhead. A dazzling radiance began gathering inside the dragon's jaws, shining so fiercely that it seemed to swallow the darkness around it. In a terrible voice, the dragon said it had been foolish to think anyone could escape. Golden light blazed in the dragon's eyes as it glared down at Kajanibi from above. Then it added, with absolute certainty, that no one escaped from Nur el-Mir. Elsewhere, Sori and Han Sihi had taken shelter from the rain beneath the massive roots of a giant tree. They huddled close under the twisted wood while rain poured down all around them. Sori slowly blinked herself awake and remarked that she had slept surprisingly well. Then she looked out at the curtain of falling rain with confusion on her face, wondering why it had started raining so suddenly. Han Sihi studied her closely and asked if she was all right. Soaked through and trembling from the chill, Sori wrapped her arms around her shoulders and answered that she was only a little cold. But Han Sihi's expression stayed serious, his gaze still fixed on her with concern. He told her quietly that the cold was not what he had meant. When Han Sihi drew his sword, Sori looked at him in startled confusion, her eyes widening. In that moment, she realized he was not reacting to the rain or the chill at all. Without turning his eyes fully towards Sori, Han Sihi quietly reached for his kaftan and slipped it off his shoulders. His face remained stiff and unreadable, while the rain kept falling steadily around them. He extended the kaftan towards Sori, offering it to her in silence. But even as his arm stretched out, Han Sihi looked almost caught off guard by what he was doing, as if this small act of consideration had surprised even him. Sori looked up at him with curious, teasing eyes and asked why he was suddenly acting so caring. Han Sihi kept holding the kaftan out, but carefully turned his face away as he answered that, right now, he was only thinking about himself. A sly little smile crept across Sori's lips as she raised her fingertips lightly toward her mouth. She said she understood now. He wanted her to cover herself, but honestly, she had assumed he would not care at all even if she took everything off. Han Sihi stubbornly pushed the kaftan toward her once more, telling her to just put it on already. Sori casually replied, okay, but neither of them realized that a small figure was approaching through the wet grass, hidden behind the gray curtain of rain. All at once, Sori went completely still. Her eyes narrowed as she stared into the rain, trying to make out what was moving through the blurry downpour, and Han Sihi stopped as well, silently following the direction of her gaze. Through the rain, Kajanibi came stumbling toward them, his small body barely holding itself upright. Sori stared in surprise as recognition hit her, and she murmured, "That kid?" But before Kajanibi could make it all the way to them, the last of his strength suddenly gave out. His body crumpled forward, collapsing onto the soaked ground beneath the pouring rain. Sori reacted instantly, rushing toward him through the muddy rainwater. Her feet splashed across the ground as she cried out in alarm, "Kid!" She dropped down beside him without hesitation and reached a hand toward his trembling body. Her voice filled with worry as she asked if he was okay, and what in the world had happened to him. Kajanibi shook violently, his small body racked with sobs so heavy that he could barely push himself up from the ground. Through his broken crying, he said everyone was dead, the master, the little sister, all of them. Han Sihi stepped closer, his expression hardening the moment he heard those words. Looking down at Kajanibi with a dark, focused stare, he asked in a low voice, "Who did this?" Kajanibi struggled to force the answer out between ragged breaths and sobs. He said it was the man with the sword, and that the shaman had flown up into the air. Han Sihi knelt beside him and carefully lifted Kajanibi into his arms, supporting the boy's weakened body. In a calmer but urgent voice, he told him not to push himself to keep talking, and said they first needed to get out of the rain and find somewhere safe to take shelter. Rainwater streamed down Kajanibi's cheeks, mixing with the tears that would not stop falling. In a tiny, shattered voice, he said he had only just learned how to misbehave. Then Kajanibi quietly said that he could do it too. And in the very next instant, his body disappeared from Han Sihi's hands, leaving only broken pieces of dishware behind where the boy had just been. Han Sihi stared down at his now empty palm, confusion flashing across his face. Rain continued to strike his open hand, but Kajanibi was no longer there. That was when Han Sihi noticed something strange rising from his sword. Dark blue-black streams of energy curled upward from the blade, twisting into the damp air like smoke in the rain. At Sori's side, her hand slowly tightened into a fist. Her voice cut through the sound of the rainfall as she told Han Sihi that she did not know who that enemy was, but one thing was certain, he was a scoundrel. A red glow began to burn in Sori's eyes, and her expression sharpened into something dangerous. She said it was unbelievably easy to turn a nine-tailed fox into one single thing. Then she launched herself off the ground with fierce speed, finishing her sentence while already in the air. With a blazing glare, she declared that one thing was an enemy. Han Sihi watched as Sori vanished from his sight at terrifying speed. In her place, only a red streak of energy remained, slicing through the falling rain like a trail of fury. After Sori disappeared into the storm, Han Sihi slowly lowered his gaze. His attention returned to the palm of his own hand. There, resting in the center of his hand, was a tiny shard. It sat cold and wet against his skin as the endless rain continued to fall over it. Han Sihi's fingers curled around the shard, closing over it with silent determination. His hand tightened into a firm fist, as if that small piece had become a promise. Around him, the dark streams of power suddenly surged higher and stronger. The energy rose as though it had responded to the resolve burning inside him. Blue light flared sharply in Han Sihi's eyes. A powerful blue aura, streaked with black, wrapped around his entire body, lashing and twisting through the rain around him. Then Han Sihi burst forward from where he stood. Without wasting even a single moment, he charged after Sori. With huge, powerful leaps, Han Sihi tore through the forest. He followed the red trail of energy left behind by the nine-tailed fox, racing deeper through the rain-soaked trees. Soribi stood alone beneath the pouring rain, his face dark and his eyes stern. Water streamed down around him, soaking everything as he remained fixed in place. Inside his mind, a memory surfaced. The Dokibi had greeted him warmly after such a long time, and a sharp-eared boy had jumped with pure joy while calling out, "Brother Soribi!" Soribi's gaze dropped toward the ground. There, beneath the relentless rain, shattered dishes and a broken broom lay abandoned, scattered like traces of a life suddenly torn apart. Another memory flashed through him, a tall, one-eyed Dokibi gripping a wooden sword and asking Soribi to teach him how to fight. Someone had questioned why he needed something like that, but Soribi's awareness returned to the present, where his eyes landed on a broken bottle and torn pieces of clothing soaked by the rain. In that lingering memory, Handuka laughed and said the boy had become much better at pulling pranks. Hanagoma, cheerful as ever, suggested that they should compete later. Soribi stood without moving, his wooden sword clenched tightly in his hand. The rain poured over him without pause, but he paid no attention to it at all. A confused whisper slipped from Soribi's lips as he stared into the rain ahead of him. Who was that? Something far off in the distance caught Soribi's eye. Reacting at once, he turned his head quickly toward the movement. His expression grew darker, more cautious, as he peered into the rain-soaked darkness beyond the trees. His fingers tightened around the hilt of the wooden sword. Soribi took one slow step forward, moving carefully. His focus stayed locked on whatever had just shifted somewhere beyond the trees. The rain continued hammering down around him, loud and relentless, but Soribi no longer seemed to feel it. All of his attention was fixed ahead. Suddenly, something shot past one of the trees at incredible speed. A trail of blue-black energy sliced through the curtain of rain in its wake. Soribi broke into a run, trying to follow it with his eyes. But the storm blurred everything in front of him, making the world beyond the rain difficult to read. Then, without warning, Soribi came to a sudden stop. His entire body went still. Han Sihi landed directly in front of him, surrounded by that fierce blue-black energy. Soribi stared at him closely, then asked if he was the one from that time. Surprise crossed Soribi's face, and Han Sihi's name slipped from his lips. But almost immediately, something else drew his attention, and the Dokibi's gaze turned wary. Soribi asked Han Sihi what he was holding. Han Sihi kept one hand clenched tightly into a fist, while his other hand remained wrapped around the scabbard of his sword. Slowly, Han Sihi opened his fingers. In the center of his palm, the small shard was revealed. Raindrops slid down Han Sihi's face as he stood there in silence before Soribi. He said nothing, letting the shard speak for itself. The moment Soribi saw it, his face darkened. A faint, mist-like energy began to rise from his body, and in a low, shaken voice, he murmured, "That child." Blue light filled Soribi's eyes as he stared down at the shard. His voice sharpened with painful recognition as he asked if it belonged to Toothless. Han Sihi's fingers tightened around the shard until his fist closed hard over it. In a low, heavy voice, he answered, "Correct," while dark streams of energy writhed around his body, twisting through the rain like living shadows. Soribi's face stiffened, the softness draining from his expression as he fixed his stare on Han Sihi. His voice turned sharp and guarded as he asked whether Han Sihi was the one who had slaughtered all the Dokibi. A faint, smoky haze drifted from Han Sihi's eyes as he lowered his gaze. He looked gloomily at the fist clenched around the shard, as though the small broken piece in his hand carried a weight far heavier than it should. Then Han Sihi slowly lifted his eyes back toward Soribi. His expression stayed cold and distant as he answered, "So what? I could have done that to anyone." The Takabi's eyes sharpened in disbelief, his stare hardening as if he could not accept what he had just heard. He demanded to know what Han Sihi meant by that, pressing him to stop hiding behind vague words and say the truth clearly. Han Sihi did not soften his tone in the slightest. He answered that it meant exactly what he had said. If there had been any gain in doing it, he would have swallowed that kid and Handuka as well. At Soribi's side, the sheath of a real sword hung ready, yet his hands were still wrapped around the wooden blade. He gripped it so tightly that the tension showed in his fingers, his anger pressing down through the weapon. With almost no effort at all, Suribi snapped the wooden weapon clean in half. The crack rang out beneath the rain as the broken pieces split apart under the force of his fury. Suribi threw the shattered fragments down onto the rain-soaked ground. His voice came out low and final as he said he had given Han Sihi a chance to explain himself, but that chance was now gone. Suribi's hand moved to the sword at his side, and with a sharp metallic sound, he drew the real blade from its sheath. Facing Han Sihi directly, he ordered him to draw his own sword. Suribi held the sword out in front of him, the blade catching the cold rain as his stance settled. His voice grew heavy with resolve as he declared that this time, he would fight with a real weapon. Suribi and Han Sihi stood locked in place beneath the downpour, facing each other without a word. The rain filled the silence between them, but the air itself seemed to grow sharper with every passing second. The Takabi completed the motion of drawing his sword, bringing the weapon fully into his hand. Then, with his focus still fixed on Han Sihi, he commanded him once more to do the same. His gaze never wavered, not even for a moment. In a steady, unshaken voice, he repeated that this time, he would face Han Sihi with a real sword. Han Sihi drew his own sword from its scabbard, the blade sliding free as he asked what Suribi meant by that. Across from him, the Takabi raised his weapon and began settling into motion. Han Sihi looked at Suribi and asked whether he had a teacher. Suribi answered immediately, his voice flat and unadorned, saying that he had no teacher. But then a darker, more distant look entered Suribi's eyes. After a moment, he added that there had once been someone he had wanted to call by that name. Suribi's thoughts drifted back to the time when he had only just become a Takabi. In that memory, he transformed right there on the training ground, still new to what he had become. Standing before him back, then was a gray-haired old man, calm and silent. The man held a sword in his hand, his presence quiet but impossible for Suribi to ignore. That old man's name was Shin Minji, and to him, Suribi had not been a person or even a proper student. He had been nothing more than a broomstick. Even when Shin Minji saw Suribi transform into a Takabi, the old man showed no shock at all. He did not flinch, did not question it, and simply continued what he had already been doing as though nothing unusual had happened. As Suribi remembered the old man's movements, he recalled how light they had been, almost as if Shin Minji was floating just above the ground. To Suribi, it had looked less like swordplay and more like a dance. Every movement had been so graceful and beautiful that Suribi could only stand there in silence. He was left speechless, watching Shin Minji move as if the world had narrowed down to that single flowing blade. Day after day, Suribi continued to watch him, and at some point, without even fully realizing it, he began trying to make his own body copy those same movements. The old man would simply sit nearby, resting his head against one hand. He watched Suribi practice in silence, never offering praise, correction, or even a single word. That strange routine went on for quite some time. Suribi trained with stubborn focus, repeating the movements again and again, while Shin Minji remained off to the side, silently observing him. Then, after countless long nights spent practicing, Suribi finally reached the point where he could repeat the old man's dance for himself. Suribi said that on that day, he followed every step, every turn, and every final motion exactly the way Shin Minji had done it. Nothing was left out, and nothing was out of place. His face lit up with joy and pride, bright with the feeling that he had finally accomplished something. Eager for the old man to see it, Suribi turned toward him. Shin Minji was sitting on the porch, hunched forward with his head hanging gloomily against his chest. Just like always, his sword rested nearby at his side. Then, without any warning at all, the old man's body began to sway. A moment later, he tilted to the side and started falling. Suribi froze where he stood, shock spreading through his eyes. He could only watch for that first terrible instant as the man he had followed for so long collapsed toward the ground. Then Suribi snapped out of it and rushed toward Shin Minji. Desperate to reach him in time, he hurried forward to help the old man up. After laying the old man down in a more comfortable position, Suribi stared at him in confusion. He could not understand what had taken Shin Minji's life so suddenly and quietly. Shin Minji simply lay there, completely still, with a faint smile left frozen on his face. Suribi stayed beside him through the entire night, unable to tear his eyes away. The old man was dead. Suribi still remembered the hostile eyes of the people who filled the room afterward, each of them looking at him as though he had no right to be there. In that painful moment, Suribi understood it with perfect clarity. A Takabi had no place in the world of humans. Suribi said that when he had nowhere else left to go, this place had accepted him. In his memory, cheerful Takabi opened their arms to him and welcomed him in without hesitation. His hands began to tremble as emotion pushed its way through his control. Broken words slipped from his lips as he struggled to hold himself together, asking how anyone could do this to a place like this. Suribi forced his emotions back down, pulling himself under control again. Then, With regret weighing on his voice, he said he should have used a real sword during their previous battle. Han Sihi held his sword in front of him while black streams of energy poured from the blade and drifted into the ring. He said that if Suribi was a disciple of Shin Minji, then he must know the most ancient Donghe fencing style. Taking his own fighting stance, Han Sihi met Suribi's regret with cold confidence. He told him that he would give him the chance to stop regretting it. Suribi shot forward in an instant, launching himself straight through the rain toward Han Sihi. His movement was sudden and fierce, cutting through the downpour without hesitation. Han Sihi swung his sword in response, and a wave of black energy ripped through the space before him. It tore forward like a deadly slash carved from pure darkness. The Takabi was shaken by the overwhelming force of that attack. At the last possible moment, he twisted his body away, barely avoiding the strike by the narrowest margin. Suribi immediately understood how terrifying Han Sihi's energy truly was. With only his old sword in hand, defeating him head-on would be impossible. Han Sihi swung again, forcing Suribi to pull back another step through the ring. As he retreated, a thought flashed through Suribi's mind. Han Sihi's attacks were brutally simple. With his eyes flashing fiercely, Han Sihi drove himself forward once more. His body surged into motion as he rushed in for another attack. His sword cut through the rain again, sending danger straight toward Suribi. With no other choice, Suribi fell back once more to escape the blow. But then the Takabi noticed something that made his eyes narrow in sudden surprise. The Black Tiger's energy surrounding Han Sihi was starting to fade. Suribi made his choice in that very moment. He kicked off the ground in a sharp, sudden leap, closing the gap between them just as Han Sihi's sword cut through the empty air beneath his body. While still suspended in midair, Suribi raised his sword high over his head. His body tightened as he gathered all his strength, preparing to drive the blade straight down onto Han Sihi. Suribi brought the sword crashing downward, and for a split second, he froze at the end of the strike. But Han Sihi reacted quickly enough, swinging his own sword while throwing himself aside before the attack could fully connect. Suribi turned back toward Han Sihi, and Han Sihi glanced over his shoulder to meet his stare. The Takabi said he still did not understand what that strange power was, but judging from what he could see now, it looked as though it had already run out. As Suribi recalled the sadness that had passed through Han Sihi's eyes when Kajanibi's death was brought up, the truth became clear to him. Han Sihi was not the one who had done it. What Suribi still could not understand was why Han Sihi was choosing to act this way. Suribi quickly decided what needed to happen first. Before anything else, he had to knock Han Sihi's weapon from his hand and stop him from swinging that sword any longer. Then Suribi's gaze dropped, and only then did he notice the fresh wound slashed across his side. The pain hit him late, catching up to his body only after the movement had already passed. Han Sihi raised his sword again without giving him a chance to recover. His body surged forward as he charged straight at Suribi, driving into another attack with full force. Suribi slipped away from the strike once more, narrowly dodging out of its path. But Han Sihi refused to slow down, immediately pressing forward and continuing the assault. This time, Suribi did not simply evade. He met Han Sihi's sword head-on, catching the incoming blow against his own blade with a hard, ringing clash of steel. Suribi managed to force his opponent back for a brief moment, creating the smallest opening. But Han Sihi kept attacking again and again, refusing to give him even a single breath of space. Han Sihi's sword whistled dangerously past Suribi's throat, missing by only a hair as Suribi barely jumped back in time. The Takabi could not help wondering if this was truly the same man he had fought before, because now every attack felt faster, cleaner, and far more precise. But Suribi had no time to stay with that thought. Han Sihi's blade came rushing at him again, forcing him to shut out everything else and focus completely on defending himself. Their swords slammed together again and again, each collision ringing through the damp forest. The sound of clashing blades cut through the rain-soaked air as the tension between them kept building. Then, in the middle of one violent exchange, one of the blades suddenly snapped. A broken shard flew free, spinning upward through the air. Before the shard could drop back down, a young woman's hand shot out and caught it with clean, careful precision, stopping the broken piece in mid-flight. Sori stood there with clear displeasure written across her face, holding the shard between her fingers. She looked at the two of them and asked what was going on now, and whether they were seriously fighting each other again. Han Sihi lowered his head slightly, falling into a brief silence. And in that quiet pause, the realization finally settled over him. Ever since he had obtained the Black Tiger's power, Han Sihi had not truly been fighting with swordsmanship at all. He had only been depending on that overwhelming power to carry him through. Han Sihi glanced towards Suribi, and the truth became unmistakable to him. Meanwhile, the Takabi still held the broken shard of the sword out in front of him. Without saying another word, Han Sihi made his decision. He brought his weapon down and firmly slid the sword back into its sheath. Then, In front of the visibly surprised Suribi, Han Sihi lowered his head with quiet respect, offering him a silent bow. A moment later, Suribi followed his lead. He bowed his own head in return, matching Han Sihi's solemn respect with the same seriousness. Sori tossed the broken blade shard aside, still looking between the two of them with confusion and annoyance. She asked what exactly they thought they were doing. Suribi's expression shifted with surprise as he looked at her more carefully. He asked if she was Lady Sori, then wondered aloud how she had managed to come all the way here. Sori walked over to Han Sihi and placed a hand on his shoulder. She explained that before Bazabik died, he had told her what had happened at the mountain pass, and because of that, she had already been on her way back there. Sori told them not to fight, making it clear that Han Sihi had nothing to do with what had happened. Suribi answered that he already knew that, because he had realized the truth during their fight. Sori stared at him in disbelief and asked why they were fighting if he already knew Han Sihi was innocent. Bowing deeply, the Takabi began to explain himself, but then his face turned red with embarrassment and frustration as he asked the elder to forgive him. Sori immediately snapped back at him, shouting that he had better not call her an elder because it made her sound old. Suribi hesitated, caught off guard, and asked what he should call her instead. Sori lifted her chin with complete confidence and gave him her answer. She ordered him to call her sister. Suribi bowed once more and properly apologized to Sister Sori. Now satisfied and a little calmer, Sori waved the matter off and told him it was fine. Then Sori turned around and ordered both of them to follow her. She said she had managed to discover something important. She glanced back at Han Sihi, noticing that he still had not moved. With impatience in her voice, she asked why he was just standing there and reminded him that she had already told them to follow her. Han Sihi remained silent, his attention fixed downward. His gaze rested on a small shard lying on the wet ground beneath the rain as it began to fade. Slowly, Han Sihi bent down toward the soaked earth. He reached out and picked up the small shard from the ground. He closed his fingers around it once again, gripping the tiny piece tightly in his fist as though he could not bring himself to let it go. Sori called out to him impatiently from ahead, urging him to hurry up and asking why he was moving so slowly. At last, the three of them stopped in front of a huge puddle, and Sori said this was the place. The rain had finally come to an end, leaving the forest wrapped in the dim blue light before dawn. Standing between Suribi and Han Sihi, Sori pointed out the traces of magic still lingering in the area. She said that if they looked carefully, they could tell this had been done by a person. As Sori examined the thin film of water spread over the ground and the scattered shards around it, she said the remaining magic felt the same as what had been left on the mountain ridge. To cast magic on a scale like this, at least 10 people would have been needed. Han Sihi said it had been a warlord. When Sori looked at him with a questioning expression, he added that the person who used this magic was a shaman from Dangkan. Sori said that Dangkan was a fairly well-known squad in Dongyi, but then her brow furrowed as she wondered why they would have done something like this. Han Sihi answered that he did not know the exact reason, but if he had to make a guess, their targets may have been Aichu and Handuka. Suribi stiffened in surprise, the name striking him hard. In disbelief, he repeated it aloud. Aichu. The Takabi explained that Elder Handuka had exchanged Aichu for the imperial sword he had long wanted to possess. Then regret weighed down his voice as Suribi added that Handuka should never have done such a thing. Sori asked if he was talking about the sword that had just broken. Looking uncertain, she wondered aloud whether that was supposed to be the famous blade. Suribi answered that it was not. He explained that he did not carry that sword with him, because he had not yet met an opponent worthy enough to draw it against. Suribi's hand tightened into a fist as anger and grief pressed through his voice. He said that if all of this had happened because of that sword, then he wanted to destroy it right now. Sori's expression softened with sadness as she listened to him. Quietly, she told him that the sword itself was not the one to blame for any of this. Sori lowered her gaze to the thin film of water spread across the ground. With a soft sigh, she said that if only it had remained here. Sori watched with surprise in her eyes as Han Sihi quietly bent toward the damp ground. Without saying a word, he reached down and picked up a stone from the wet earth. Her expression softened with concern as she kept her gaze on him. In a low, gentle voice, Sori asked, "What are you doing?" That was when Sori noticed what Han Sihi had already gathered nearby. There was a small pile made of broken wooden sticks, torn scraps of cloth, and other ruined remains left behind in the aftermath. Han Sihi lowered his eyes to his own palm, and the weight in his expression grew heavier. A quiet sadness settled over his face as he stared down at what he was holding. Resting in the center of his hand was a tiny shard. It was the only piece left behind of Kajanibi, small enough to fit in his palm, yet heavy with everything it meant. Without a word, Han Sihi gently tossed the shard into the little pile he had made. The tiny piece landed among the gathered remains, joining the broken traces of those who were gone. Some time later, Han Sihi knelt beside a fresh mound of earth, the grave newly made before him. Suribi and Sori stood nearby with their heads lowered, both of them mourning in silence. When Han Sihi finally rose from the ground, the Takabi turned his eyes toward him. In a subdued voice, Saribi asked where they were planning to go next. Han Sihi answered plainly, his voice steady despite the heaviness around them. They were going to Cho Gabon and Dichin. When Saribi heard that Aichu was now in Cho Gabon's hands, his fist clenched tightly again. Holding back the anger in his voice, he asked Han Sihi and Sori to take him with them, saying he wanted to avenge the Takabi. Sori tilted her head slightly, looking at him as if the question itself confused her. She asked why he was even asking for permission. If he wanted to come along, could he not simply follow them? Saribi mumbled awkwardly, struggling to explain what he meant. Behind him, the sky began to glow with the soft pink of approaching dawn, and he admitted that moving around by himself was difficult for him. Just then, sunlight broke through the clouds. The instant those first rays of sunlight touched the earth, Saribi vanished from sight. In his place, a broom dropped to the ground where he had just been standing. Sori burst into laughter at the sight and picked up the broom with amused affection. Calling him adorable, she decided right then that they would take him along after all. She looked over at Han Sihi, who was frowning at her, and asked whether he had any objection. Han Sihi answered without much emotion that Saribi could do whatever he wanted. Then Han Sihi turned his face away from Sori, his tone growing colder. He added that even if Saribi came with them, he still would not get the chance to take revenge. Sori blinked at that, mildly surprised by his response. Then she said that, for once, it seemed their thoughts actually matched. She turned her head back toward the fresh mound of earth. For a few lingering moments, Sori said nothing, simply standing there in silence before the grave. When she finally spoke, sadness weighed softly in her voice. Sori said that another bond between humans and nature had been broken, then quietly asked for forgiveness. A small foot stepped lightly onto a tree branch, dressed in a white stocking and a pink platform shoe. The movement was delicate, almost weightless against the wood. The young shaman Lady Elkachi had met the day before stood balanced on the branch. Raising one hand to shade her eyes, she peered far into the distance. Beyond the spread of trees, the gates of a city came into view. Around it, the stone fence stood firm, marking the edge of the place ahead. The girl called down to the squad commander below, telling him they had arrived at Dichin. From beneath the branch, his brief voice answered back, asking if that was so. He glanced over his shoulder at the warriors marching behind him. Then he lifted his clenched fist and told them that they were already very close. His brow tightened as his voice grew more serious. He reminded them that their opponent was Cho Gabon, and that their objective was to seize Aichu. The squad commander warned his warriors not to think of the one holding Aichu as an ordinary person. They had to prepare themselves to fight as though they were facing a Sansen. He told them not to value their own lives during this mission. Then, with his command pressing down on them, he demanded to know whether they understood. The warriors answered all at once, their voices joining into one firm response. Yes, Sergeant. At Dichin, a sign hung above the gate, marking the place from outside. From within the compound, the muffled thuds of training swords rang out as wooden blades struck against each other. At the edge of the training ground, two men stood watching. Their attention stayed on the fighters as the trainees exchanged blow after blow. One of the men observed the practice with approval and remarked that Taehyun's skills had improved a great deal. Just then, a girl came running toward him at full speed. Even from a distance, she was already calling out loudly, "Sergeant Kong Jinho." Kong Jinho turned his head toward the sound and said, "Hanky." The girl stopped in front of him and quickly reported that a high-ranking official had arrived. Kong Jinho pressed a hand against his head and let out a weary sigh. If an official had come, then it was probably Cho Gabon, which meant the man must want something from him again. He told the girl to welcome the official warmly and prepare a table with snacks and alcohol. She immediately straightened and answered, "Yes, Sergeant." As the girl hurried away, Kong Jinho turned to the man standing beside him. Calling him Sunguk, he said that today's training would be Sunguk's responsibility while he went to meet the official. Sunguk frowned at once, his displeasure showing clearly. He asked what that perverted old man could possibly want this time. Kong Jinho watched the girl run off, then answered that he did not know. Still, he promised that he would come back soon, and Sunguk replied from behind him that it was all right. Before going to meet the visitor, Kong Jinho put on a black kaftan. He adjusted himself, preparing to face whoever had come. For a brief moment, his eyes shifted toward the cracked sign standing in the middle of the area. His gaze lingered there before he moved on. Leaving the stone-fenced training ground behind him, Kong Jinho walked across the yard. Step by step, he headed toward the place where the guest was waiting. But the moment Kong Jinho saw who was there, surprise flashed across his face. The person waiting for him was not who he had expected. The figure stood with a cone-shaped hat pulled low over the forehead. The brim hid the face so well that it was difficult to see who, or what, was underneath. From the wide sleeves of the gray cloak, something emerged that was clearly not a human hand. A black, clawed limb showed itself from beneath the fabric. The creature had short legs and a square-shaped torso, most of it concealed beneath the cloak. It stood there quietly, waiting for the sergeant to approach. From under the shadow of the hat, a reptilian head looked up at him, with small blue eyes and a single black lock of hair. The creature greeted Kang Jinho and said it had been a long time since they last met. Kang Jinho recognized him and called him Baru. Looking him over, he asked why Baru had become a guard. Baru answered in his strange, simple manner, as if the explanation were perfectly natural. He said he had merely wanted to take a walk. Kang Jinho thought to himself that Baru still spoke oddly, exactly the way he always had. Out loud, he said he was surprised, because he had believed Baru disliked sunlight. Baru answered abruptly, placing strange emphasis on each word as he said he was simply shy. Kang Jinho looked at him with confusion and asked what he was shy about. Baru raised one long, clawed finger as if the answer were the most obvious thing in the world, then gave Kang Jinho a strangely plain explanation. It was because of the sky. Kang Jinho's face immediately tightened, one eye narrowing with clear suspicion as his gaze fixed on that dark, monstrous limb hovering in front of him. Baru only tilted his head to the side, still looking as though he could not make sense of the situation at all. From his point of view, Kang Jinho's doubtful expression was completely baffling, so he asked him outright what that look on his face was supposed to mean. Then Kang Jinho's eyes shifted downward, moving from Baru to the entrance of the room. That was when he noticed something placed right at the threshold, a pair of blue shoes sitting there, and beside them, a small pair of sandals. The instant those shoes entered his sight, Kang Jinho's expression warped with disgust and suspicion. A single name surfaced in his mind, cold and unpleasant, as if the answer had already been waiting there. Cho Gabon. Could that man really be inside? His doubt hardened into anger, sharpening the look in his eyes and pulling every line of his face taut. There was no denying it now. Cho Gabon had to be in there, and Kang Jinho surged forward without wasting even a second. But before he could make it very far, a heavy black palm came down on his shoulder from behind, stopping him firmly in place before he could reach the door. Baru warned him in a low, steady tone that this was not the moment to rush in recklessly. Cho Gabon had already given them an order to wait, and as far as Baru was concerned, that order still had to be obeyed. Kang Jinho had no intention of listening. With a sharp, deliberate movement, he pushed the clawed hand off his shoulder, rejecting Baru's warning without even turning back. Then, without saying another word, he moved straight toward the closed door. His steps were fast, tense, and filled with the kind of urgency he could no longer hold back. He grabbed both door panels and flung them open at the same time. But the moment he crossed into the doorway and saw what was inside, his entire body froze as if something had struck him still. The man inside turned his head toward Kang Jinho, his brows immediately pulling into a frown. "What is this, Sergeant Kang?" he asked, his tone making it sound as though Kang Jinho was the absurd one for bursting through the doors like that. He was not yet an old man, but he had already settled into the heavy, unmistakable presence of middle age. Looking at Kang Jinho with open disapproval, he questioned why he would behave in such a reckless and unreasonable manner. At that same moment, Kang Jinho's gaze caught something on the floor. A white stocking lay there, along with a dress that had been tossed carelessly aside. Slowly, Kang Jinho raised his eyes, and the full scene came into view. Cho Gabon was holding the hand of a naked girl who was desperately trying to hide her body beneath a sheet, the very same girl who had come running to Kang Jinho earlier. Cho Gabon's shirt hung open, half undone, and instead of a proper bed, the two of them were sitting on a blanket spread across the floor. Cho Gabon looked back at him and asked why Sergeant Kang had suddenly gone quiet. With tears still streaming down her face, the girl barely managed to force out a trembling whisper, "Sergeant." But before she could say anything more, the man exploded at her, shouting, "Henhe," and immediately throwing harsh insults in her direction. He seized the girl by the hand and loomed over her, his anger bearing down on her like a threat. Then he demanded to know whether she was trying to disgrace their reputation by acting this way, asking if she had truly meant to seduce an official with such behavior. With no gentleness at all, he shoved the girl toward the exit and barked at her to get out. Then he warned her that this was not over, and that he would punish her properly later. Cho Gabon watched the whole thing with clear displeasure written across his face. In a reproachful tone, he asked Kang Jinho just what he thought he was doing. Without trying to argue or explain himself, Kang Jinho immediately dropped down onto his knees in front of Cho Gabon and lowered his head deeply. Remaining in that humbled posture, he asked Cho Gabon to forgive them. Then, with his head still bowed, he promised that nothing like this would ever happen again. The official began to speak, calling Kang Jinho by name as if he were about to continue scolding him. But before the sentence could fully leave his mouth, he suddenly stopped himself. Kang Jinho slowly lifted his eyes toward him. His stare was guarded and cold, silently pressing Cho Gabon to continue whatever he had been about to say. For a few quiet moments, Cho Gabon simply looked down at him. Then he said that if Kang Jinho planned to handle the matter properly, that would be enough. Hearing that, the sergeant bowed his head once more and thanked him. Behind Kang Jinho, Baru's huge figure rose into the doorway, his body filling the entrance like a solid wall of shadow. The guard called out to the sergeant, and Kang Jinho's attention snapped back immediately. Baru lifted one clawed limb where Kang Jinho could see it and warned him in no uncertain terms. The next time something like this happened, he would not be nearly so lenient. Cho Gabon cut him off with a quick wave of his hand. Enough, he said, making it clear that he had no interest in letting the two of them turn this room into a place for confrontation. Baru finally turned away from the doorway and stepped back, muttering that if Cho Gabon said so, then he would let the matter go for the time being. Once Baru had withdrawn, Cho Gabon turned his attention back toward Kang Jinho. His tone shifted as he said there was one thing he wanted to tell him. Kang Jinho answered quietly, telling him to speak. Cho Gabon said that his own position had definitely become much more secure, and that Kang Jinho was the reason for it. He added that he had always felt grateful to him, though recently, the sergeant had seemed strangely distant. Kang Jinho lowered himself in apology and explained that he had only been focused on carrying out his duties. He said he had not realized that his behavior might have come across as distant. As Cho Gabon straightened out his clothing, he said he understood. Of course he understood. To him, it seemed that Kang Jinho was simply uncomfortable and was only trying to do his work as properly as possible. Then Cho Gabon told him that he needed to come urgently tonight. Kang Jinho's eyes sharpened at once, just slightly, and he asked if this matter had anything to do with Sobak. Cho Gabon laughed when he heard that question. Then he admitted that he did love Sobak, but asked whether Kang Jinho truly believed he would summon him for that reason alone. He went on, saying Sobak was certainly not like other women. But the moment he started talking about her taking off her clothes, a flush spread across his cheeks. Kang Jinho immediately cut him off and suggested they not continue that topic any further. Instead of letting the conversation drift in that direction, Kang Jinho asked him directly what he had actually wanted to discuss. Cho Gabon's expression grew serious. He explained that people would be arriving from Dankon, apparently on the day of the Weaver's celebration. He added that Kang Jinho would probably recognize the person involved, since the man was already quite well known. Then Cho Gabon gave him the name, Sergeant Ohensok. The instant Kang Jinho heard it, the image of that squad commander flashed through his mind, along with the blue stone shining on his armband. Cho Gabon stroked his beard while watching Kang Jinho's reaction closely. Judging from the look on his face, he said, this Sergeant Ohensok must have built quite a reputation for himself. Kang Jinho remembered hearing that Ohensok had become the head of the Royal Military Battalion. Then he looked back at Cho Gabon and asked whether he wanted him to serve as the man's guard. Cho Gabon answered that Kang Jinho had understood correctly. Among the people he could truly trust, Kang Jinho was the only one available, especially since Baru almost never showed himself outside. Kang Jinho's voice turned cold as he answered him. The people of Fenman, he said, were not Cho Gabon's private bodyguards to use however he pleased. Cho Gabon only laughed and waved the concern aside, telling him not to worry so much. If that was the problem, then there was no issue at all, because he had already received permission from the higher-ups. After those words reached him, Kang Jinho's expression darkened, the weight of what Cho Gabon had said settling heavily across his face. Then Cho Gabon added one more request. He told Kang Jinho to inform Sobak that he would be waiting for her tonight. He said he had already mentioned it once, but surely it would be better if Kang Jinho delivered the message himself. Kang Jinho's brows drew tightly together. Even if he refused, he already knew Cho Gabon would find a way to force the matter through. The man was, in every sense, truly disgusting. As Cho Gabon placed his hat back on his head, Kang Jinho answered that he understood. He said he would personally tell Sobak to visit the official that night. Cho Gabon responded with an easy, satisfied, thank you. Cho Gabon stood up and began heading toward the exit, but he stopped beside Kang Jinho, who was still kneeling. Resting one hand on the sergeant's shoulder, the official told him he would leave everything in his hands. After stepping out of the house, Cho Gabon called out for Baru. In a casual tone, he told his guard that it was time for them to leave. The official walked away with his guard at his side. From the threshold, Kang Jinho remained where he was, silently watching their backs as the two of them disappeared from the house. Now left alone, Kang Jinho stood in the heavy silence and thought about the impossible position he had been pushed into. Behind Kang Jinho, back inside the room, the girl was still on the floor, unable to move from where she had collapsed. She clutched the sheet tightly around her body, her small shoulders shaking over and over as bitter sobs spilled out of her. Kang Jinho did not turn around to look at her. With his back still facing the room, he quietly asked how her mother's legs had been lately. The girl, still curled into the corner with the sheet wrapped around her, slowly raised her tear-stained face in confusion and asked what he meant. Kang Jinho answered in the same subdued tone, saying he had heard that her mother's knees had been giving her pain. Kong Jinho remained where he was, never once turning his body toward her, his eyes fixed ahead as though he were staring at something far beyond the room. Then he told her that next week would become extremely busy, so she should go visit her mother before then. He added that he would inform the others on her behalf. Tears continued to roll down the girl's cheeks as she struggled to respond. Through broken sobs, she tried to explain herself, stammering that it was not like that she had never meant for any of this to happen. But Kong Jinho had already begun to step away. As he left, he told her to take her time, put her clothes back on, and leave only when she felt calm enough. He would make sure everyone knew not to enter the room. As Kong Jinho crossed the yard, his face remained hard, but his thoughts were burning with hatred for Cho Gabon. Somewhere deep inside, he swore that one day, no matter what it took, he would make that man pay for this. Later, Kong Jinho stood at the gates of the enormous mansion, positioned among the warriors who had been assigned to accompany him. The grand entrance loomed around them, heavy with tension as they waited. A soft, delicate chime suddenly rang out nearby. The sound came from a tiny bell attached to a bracelet around a woman's ankle, just above the pink shoes stepping lightly toward the gate. Kong Jinho had been standing with his arms folded across his chest, calm and unmoving. But the moment that gentle ringing reached his ears, his senses sharpened, and his attention immediately snapped toward the sound. As the woman came closer, she smiled and greeted him, saying that this must be Sergeant Kong himself. With each graceful step, the long hems of her outfit fluttered open, revealing her slender legs and the black stockings beneath in a way that drew every eye. The red-haired woman wore her hair in an elaborate style, decorated with long, ornate hairpins that caught the light as she moved. With a smooth, familiar air, she added that it had been quite a long time. The warriors standing beside Kong Jinho could not help themselves. Their eyes lingered openly on the courtesan, curiosity and surprise written all over their faces. Kong Jinho, however, behaved as though she had not impressed him in the slightest. Then Kong Jinho sent one sharp glance over his shoulder. That single look was enough. The warriors immediately tore their eyes away from her and forced their expressions into stiff, blank masks. Kong Jinho stated that they would search her first before allowing her through. At his command, one of the women in his squad stepped forward at once and approached the courtesan. The squad member reached out with careful, professional hands. Before beginning, she politely apologized, then started checking the courtesan's belongings and clothing. A moment later, surprise flashed across the squad member's face. She turned toward Kong Jinho and raised one of the long hairpins she had found, its pointed tip gleaming sharply enough to look like a concealed weapon. Kong Jinho immediately ordered the courtesan to take the hairpins out of her hair. His voice was firm as he told her plainly that he could not let her pass while carrying objects like those. Sobok frowned, clearly displeased, and replied that everything she was wearing had been personally given to her by the official. Then she complained that someone obviously disliked her, which was why she had been kept from seeing him for so long, and she demanded that Kong Jinho let her through. Kong Jinho did not soften his stance. In a stern voice, he answered that even so, he still could not permit her to enter like that. Sobok refused to yield even an inch. She answered back just as firmly, saying she could not accept that decision either. Kong Jinho's temper flared, and he snapped at her, demanding to know how she dared speak to him that way. But before the argument could escalate any further, a hand came to rest on his shoulder, and a calm voice told him that was enough, Sergeant Kong. Cho Gabon stepped forward with a smile spreading across his face, opening both arms wide as he called Sobok toward him. Kong Jinho looked at him in disbelief, anger and confusion mixing together in his expression. A bead of sweat slid down the side of Kong Jinho's cheek as he stood there, stunned by what he was seeing. Cho Gabon had personally come all the way out to the gate, something he had never done even for royal inspectors, whom he usually received while sitting comfortably in his own place. Sobok immediately rushed into Cho Gabon's open arms, pressing herself against him as she told him how terribly she had missed him. Cho Gabon embraced her in return and answered warmly that he had missed her too. With one arm wrapped around Sobok's waist, Cho Gabon began guiding her away, urging her to come along quickly. Kong Jinho stayed behind at the gate, watching in silence as the two of them left together. Kong Jinho wondered to himself whether Sobok had truly managed to draw Cho Gabon in that deeply. But if she really had him wrapped around her finger, then one question still bothered him. Why had she never once asked him for money? In the end, Kong Jinho's thoughts returned to the same conclusion he had reached before. Sobok was not an ordinary shaman, not by any measure, and she was clearly moving with some purpose of her own. Just then, one of the warriors approached Kong Jinho and gave his report. The guest from Dangkon, he said, had arrived. Kong Jinho turned his gaze toward the warrior who had spoken. After a brief pause, he gave a short reply, saying he understood. Kong Jinho clasped hands with the squad commander in greeting. The man introduced himself as Oh Hensok from Dangkon, then said that it had been a long time since the two of them last met. Kong Jinho answered formally, introducing himself as Sergeant Kong Jinho of Finman. Then he added that he was honestly surprised Oh Hyun-sok still remembered him after all this time. Oh Hyun-sok replied that he remembered him clearly. Back then, he said, he had felt disappointed in himself because his own swordsmanship had been so clumsy. The word clumsy caught Kong Jinho off guard. Even though he had still been young at the time, that defeat had shaken him and left him discouraged for quite a while. Inwardly, he wondered whether Oh Hyun-sok had chosen those words on purpose, just to mock him. As Kong Jinho carefully studied the guest standing in front of him, he felt that something about the man was strangely out of place. Oh Hyun-sok, however, simply responded by saying Kong Jinho was giving him too much credit. Kong Jinho continued assessing him in silence. Oh Hyun-sok appeared cold, calm, and impossible to read, and that very composure made Kong Jinho feel even more certain that something deeper was hidden beneath the surface. For several quiet moments, neither man spoke. They simply looked at each other, their gazes measuring and testing, as though both were trying to see what the other was concealing. Then Kong Jinho softened his tone and said he had merely been caught off guard by meeting someone so famous. He gestured for the guests to enter, explaining that food and alcohol had already been prepared for them inside. Evening slowly deepened into night, and over the dark surface of the pond, a small arched bridge stretched toward a brightly lit pavilion standing in the middle of the water. Inside that pavilion, Oh Hyun-sok and Kong Jinho sat on the floor opposite one another, separated by a large table covered with prepared dishes. The guest remained seated with his arms folded across his chest and his eyes closed, silent and perfectly still, as if he had no intention of speaking first. From across the table, Kong Jinho watched him carefully. Oh Hyun-sok had not said a single word since sitting down and had remained in that exact same posture the entire time. The more Kong Jinho observed him, the more his suspicion grew. He could not help wondering what kind of business had truly brought Oh Hyun-sok all the way here. Then Cho Gabon finally entered the room, breaking the silence with a welcoming voice. He greeted them warmly and said he had been delayed a little. Both men rose from their seats as Cho Gabon came in, and Oh Hyun-sok offered the official a proper greeting. Cho Gabon looked him over and remarked that this must be the man they had all been waiting for. After settling himself at the table, Cho Gabon apologized for keeping them waiting so long. Then he turned to Oh Hyun-sok and asked what reason had brought him here on the very day of the Weaver's celebration. Oh Hyun-sok answered calmly that the timing had only been a coincidence. He had not made the trip with any intention of arriving on that specific day. Cho Gabon gave him a sidelong glance, his expression sharpening with curiosity. If that was true, he asked, then what exactly had brought him here? Oh Hyun-sok remained standing as he gave his answer. In a steady voice, he said that a certain rumor had reached his ears. Then, without softening the accusation, Oh Hyun-sok said he had heard that Cho Gabon was preparing a conspiracy. Cho Gabon's face stiffened the moment those words reached him. Across the table, his eyes settled on Oh Hyun-sok, and his brows slowly pulled together, showing a displeasure he no longer bothered to hide. Kong Jinho was shaken just as badly. The accusation struck the room with enough force that his eyes widened, and for a brief moment, all he could do was stare at Oh Hyun-sok as if he could not believe what he had just heard. Oh Hyun-sok, however, remained perfectly calm. In an even voice, he asked whether the sword that had once belonged to Emperor Donghe, along with the Aichu, was now in Cho Gabon's hands. At that question, Cho Gabon's expression changed. The corner of his mouth slowly curled upward, forming a crooked smile that was difficult to read. Still seated at the table with a bowl resting in his hands, Cho Gabon suddenly let out a loud burst of laughter. He laughed as though the very idea Oh Hyun-sok had raised was too absurd to take seriously. Lifting the bowl toward his lips, Cho Gabon repeated the phrase, "the Emperor's sword," with clear amusement in his voice. He said that after studying paintings and reading through old records about it, he had once made something similar purely out of curiosity. But since it was nothing more than a fake, he had simply handed it off as a gift to someone he knew. Then Cho Gabon added that he was truly tired of hearing rumors claiming the Jew was with him. He looked directly at Oh Hyun-sok and asked whether he genuinely believed that such a thing even existed. Oh Hyun-sok answered without any change in his tone. He said he had only come because he wanted to confirm the truth with his own ears. Cho Gabon's eyes grew cold and unfriendly. He said Oh Hyun-sok had asked the question as if he were holding a blade right against Cho Gabon's throat, then demanded to know what purpose he was truly hiding. Oh Hyun-sok smiled faintly and replied that once he became the head of Dangkon, he would no longer have time to come around for casual visits. According to him, this trip was simply a matter of courtesy before that happened. Cho Gabon took a slow sip from his drink and remarked that Oh Hyun-sok certainly had plenty of excuses ready. Then, with dry politeness, he thanked him and asked why he would spend such precious time traveling all this way for something so trivial. Oh Hyun-sok then answered that there was another reason. Cho Gabon looked at him more closely, his interest sharpening as he asked what that other reason was supposed to be. With that same faint smile still on his face, Oh-Hyun-sok said that Dangkon intended to establish another branch residence in Dahan. Kang Jinho's expression shifted immediately. Surprise cut through his guarded face, and his attention locked fully onto Oh-Hyun-sok. Cho Gabon replied that Finman already had a residence in Dahan. If Oh-Hyun-sok intended to set up a residence of his own there as well, then the person he needed to discuss it with was Sergeant Kang. Oh-Hyun-sok answered in a flat, unbothered voice that there was no need for such a discussion. Then he lowered himself into a deep bow and said that he and Cho Gabon would be meeting again very soon. Kang Jinho immediately rose to his feet and told him to wait. His voice grew sharp as he demanded to know what all of this meant, and how Oh-Hyun-sok intended to open a Dangkon branch in this place. Oh-Hyun-sok did not offer a clear answer. He only said that if they were patient, they would understand everything soon enough. After saying that, Oh-Hyun-sok turned away and walked out. Kang Jinho wasted no time and hurried after him. From behind, Kang Jinho called out to Oh-Hyun-sok, his voice firm as he ordered him to stop. The tension on Kang Jinho's face had grown impossible to miss. His eyes were troubled, and the unease pressing down on him showed clearly in his expression. Halfway across the bridge, Oh-Hyun-sok finally came to a stop. Beyond the bridge, on the far shore, the warriors from his own squad were already waiting for him in silence. Oh-Hyun-sok's eyes suddenly hardened. His gaze turned sharp, angry, and alert all at once, as though he had sensed something that demanded his full attention. Kang Jinho noticed the change in him and wondered what Oh-Hyun-sok was staring at so intensely beyond the bridge. One of the nearby warriors also caught the shift in Oh-Hyun-sok's mood. He looked toward him and asked Sergeant Oh-Hyun-sok what was wrong. Oh-Hyun-sok allowed the tension to fade from his face and stepped down from the bridge as if nothing had happened. He answered that it was nothing, and then he left together with his men. Cho Gabon came up beside Kang Jinho and commented that their guest had absolutely no manners, asking whether Kang Jinho did not think so as well. Then he offered Sergeant Kang a drink and added that he would have Sobok called over to join them. Kang Jinho bowed politely to the official and refused. He said he was not suited for drinking or entertaining himself with women, and that he would rather leave Cho Gabon to enjoy the evening as he pleased. Cho Gabon simply told him to do whatever he wanted. Kang Jinho turned and headed back toward the bridge. Behind him, Cho Gabon raised his voice and ordered someone to go call Sobok. As Kang Jinho walked away, his thoughts remained locked on Oh-Hyun-sok. Was that man trying to provoke Finman on purpose? If that truly was his goal, then Kang Jinho felt he clearly did not understand people very well. Two warriors from Kang Jinho's squad appeared behind him in response to his call. Kang Jinho ordered them to keep a close watch on the people from Dangkon and find out exactly what they were planning. Somewhere else, two torches burned brightly in an open clearing, throwing light across the darkness. A voice observed that the fence was high and sturdy, and that the houses inside were arranged in such a confusing way that the entire place looked like a labyrinth. Oh-Hyun-sok stood with his arms folded across his chest as he spoke to the warrior in front of him. He said that launching an attack would not be simple, especially since the houses appeared to be built from material that would be difficult to set on fire. A young shamaness approached him and asked whether some kind of spell had been cast over the place. Oh-Hyun-sok replied that he did not know exactly what had been done there, but whatever it was, an ordinary shaman would not be able to handle it. Then another voice cut into the conversation, saying plainly that this was not the power of a human being. Manhwa explained that even her poison could not seep into those houses at all. To her, that made it obvious. The place was being protected by a sansen. Oh-Hyun-sok gave a low, thoughtful hum and wondered aloud if that presence might have been what he had sensed earlier in the pond. The shamaness turned her gaze toward him and asked what had been there. Oh-Hyun-sok said it had been beneath the water, so he had not been able to make it out clearly. The girl replied that whatever he had seen, it seemed to still be weighing on his mind. Oh-Hyun-sok denied that, and said the thing troubling him most this time was not what had been in the pond. It was Kang Jinho. The shamaness laughed at that, asking whether his rival, out of all things in the world, could really be just a human. Oh-Hyun-sok answered that he had always said there was nothing more frightening than people. The shamaness suddenly stopped laughing. Her expression quieted as she turned her attention toward the faint sounds moving somewhere in the forest. She said it seemed several rats had followed them. Oh-Hyun-sok answered calmly that Kang Jinho must have sent them. One of the warriors immediately tightened his grip around his sword and said he would take care of the followers himself. But before the warrior could move, a sharp cry rang out, ordering him to stop. Everyone looked up at once toward the man standing high on the branch of a tall tree. Dressed in a vivid blue outfit with a matching blue kaftan draped around him, the teenage boy declared from above that he would handle the matter personally. The shamaness laughed and teased him, asking if Lord Nur-el-Mir was truly going to take care of such a tiny matter himself. Then she wondered aloud whether eating a few humans would even be enough to satisfy his hunger. Nur-el-Mir leapt down from the tree with ease and answered that it definitely would not be enough. Even so, he added, he was still hungry. He went on to say that even if they were only humans, he still needed to eat them. The shamaness immediately cried out for him to stop, asking whether he had completely forgotten the reason they had come here in the first place. Nur Elmir scratched the back of his head, suddenly looking confused, and asked, "Wait, what?" The shamaness stared at him in disbelief and asked whether Manhwa had not told him anything. Nur Elmir suddenly let out a small exclamation, as though the reminder had only just clicked in his head. But even after remembering, he stubbornly lifted his chin and insisted that it did not matter. He was still going to eat them anyway. The young shamaness quickly stepped in, her face tightening with worry as she reminded him that the nine-tailed fox would definitely come to this place. If Nur Elmir was not the one to face her when that happened, then no one else could possibly handle her. So until that moment came, he absolutely could not reveal himself. Nur Elmir immediately broke into a nervous sweat, his confidence slipping for just a second. He turned his face away, trying to sound careless and unimpressed as he muttered that the fox was not anything special anyway. The young shamaness gently reached out and took Nur Elmir's hand, then looked straight into his eyes with a soft, reassuring expression. She agreed with him in a soothing voice, saying of course the fox was nothing at all, and that she believed completely in Lord Nur Elmir. Nur Elmir's pride instantly came roaring back. He puffed out his chest and declared that of course she should believe in him, because he was Nur Elmir. Whether it was the fox or even the black tiger, he said he would devour every last one of them. The young shamaness grabbed both of Nur Elmir's hands with both of hers, and the two of them began bouncing together in childish excitement. With bright enthusiasm, she praised Lord Nur Elmir, cheerfully calling him the very best. Manhwa and Ohensok stood there watching the two of them celebrate so suddenly. Both of them looked faintly puzzled, as if the mood had shifted far too quickly into something strangely childish. As Manhwa continued watching them, a thought crossed her mind. These two were monsters powerful enough to split Donghe in two, and yet here they were, acting with the innocent excitement of children. One of the warriors turned toward Ohensok and asked what they should do about the people who had followed them. Ohensok answered without concern, telling him calmly that they should just let the pursuers go. Ohensok went on to explain that, either way, hiding their movements in this place from Finman's eyes would be difficult. So instead of concealing their plans, they would let Finman see exactly what they were doing and allow everyone there to grow anxious on their own. The warrior gave a respectful answer, saying he understood and addressing Ohensok as elder. Then Ohensok called Manhwa by name, and she immediately responded with a composed, obedient yes. Ohensok said he had heard there was someone using the power of the black tiger. He then ordered Manhwa to tell him everything she knew about that person, without leaving anything important out. Manhwa lowered her head at once, accepting the command without hesitation. In a respectful voice, she answered that she understood, Sergeant. As the young man's image formed clearly in her memory, Manhwa began by saying his name. The person she was talking about was Han Sihi. She continued by explaining that Han Sihi was a warrior who came from the Blue Waters. Manhwa then added that the sword Han Sihi carried was not ordinary. Inside that blade, she said, rested the energy of the black tiger. As she spoke, Manhwa remembered the fear that had swept through the Sans in the moment they felt the effect of Han Sihi's black energy. In that memory, a woman held a child tightly against her chest, crying as she looked toward him in terror. Han Sihi's eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, the strange energy shining from deep within his gaze, as if something unnatural had awakened inside him. Just as Han Sihi's sword was driving toward the woman, Sori suddenly appeared in front of him. Manhwa added that even now, she still did not know what connection existed between Han Sihi and Sori. The young shamaness looked confused when she heard that detail. Manhwa continued, adding that Han Sihi had not been alone either. A nine-tailed fox had also been with him. A little earlier that same night, inside a small hut hidden in the forest, Sori had been sleeping deeply right on the floor. She was sprawled out without a care, both arms spread wide as if the hard ground were the most comfortable bed in the world. Still caught in her dream, Sori rolled onto her side and mumbled happily, "Yum, yum," sounding as though she were enjoying some delicious meal in her sleep. Then, while still half asleep, her hand came down on something lying beside her. Feeling the strange touch beneath her palm, Sori slowly cracked her eyes open. The sight instantly jolted her awake. Her hand was resting on the bloodied head of a dog. A frightened hiccup burst from Sori before she could stop it. In the very next instant, she sprang to her feet, shaken wide awake by what she had touched. When Sori found herself outside the hut, she stared around in disbelief. Bloody dog bodies were scattered across the ground, and she could only ask, stunned and horrified, what all of this was supposed to be. Then, from somewhere nearby, Sori heard the quiet sound of someone crying. Her head turned toward the faint sobs, her attention drawn immediately to the source. Han Sihi's voice came from that direction as he quietly asked what had happened after that. A woman sat hunched on top of a boulder, holding a child close against her chest as though afraid to let go. Through her tears, she answered that she had been thrown out of her home while she was still pregnant. She went on, her voice trembling with pain, saying none of it had been her fault. She should never have been blamed for the disgrace they claimed she had brought upon them. Standing in front of her, Han Si-hee answered quietly that what she said was true. Meanwhile, Sori hid near the corner of the hut, peeking out carefully as she watched the scene unfold. From where she was hiding, Sori listened as the woman told Han Si-hee that after being driven away, she had given birth to her child and hidden herself in that abandoned house. Sori stared at them in surprise, still trying to understand what she was seeing. Han Si-hee was standing out here in the middle of the night, calmly speaking with a woman she had never seen before. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she continued her story. She explained that unknown men had come to this place and released vicious dogs on her and her child. Han Si-hee listened, and then said it seemed they had chosen to use dogs so that no clear evidence would be left behind. The woman kept the sleeping infant pressed tightly to her chest as she spoke. Even if those people had treated her with such cruelty, she said she still could not understand why this tiny child had to be killed as well. Her voice shook under the weight of her grief as she said it was unfair. It was painfully, unbearably unfair. Han Si-hee slowly drew his sword from its sheath. He answered that it would be difficult, but then told her, in a quiet and steady voice, that she would not have to suffer anymore. Dark energy began to pour from the unsheathed blade, streaming outward in heavy black waves that curled and spread through the air. The woman still held the child close to her chest as she looked up at Han Si-hee. Tears continued spilling from her eyes, falling uncontrollably down her face. Then Han Si-hee brought the sword down. Sori moved too late, unable to reach him in time to stop the strike from falling. Sori froze in place, her mouth slightly open as fear locked every part of her body. She could only stand there, unable to do anything. Within the swirling streams of black energy, the woman's face became visible. Instead of fear or pain, she wore a gentle smile as she thanked Han Si-hee. Han Si-hee lowered his head and closed his eyes, silently receiving her gratitude without saying anything in return. After sliding the sword back into its sheath, Han Si-hee stood before Sori. Leaning one hand against the wall, Sori said she finally understood. This was the reason he had suggested they spend the night here. Then, with a faintly surprised tone, she added that he was more caring than she had expected. But before the moment could settle, confusion crossed Sori's face. The hand she had placed against the wall suddenly sank into it, and her balance slipped out from under her. Sori screamed as the wall gave way beneath her weight. Broken pieces collapsed around her, sending her tumbling down with the crumbling debris. Lying amid the ruins, Sori winced from the impact and lifted a hand to her head, rubbing the sore spot as pain spread through her. Han Si-hee stood in front of her and calmly waved one hand through the air, brushing aside the dust rising from the collapsed wall. Sori looked up at him with clear irritation on her face and complained that he seemed so worried about ghosts, yet somehow did not seem worried about her at all. Han Si-hee answered in a flat, emotionless voice that he had not done any of it out of kindness. To him, it was simply something that needed to be absorbed, so he had absorbed it, nothing more than that. Sori pushed herself back up from the rubble and began brushing the dirt from her skirt, clearly refusing to accept his explanation. She told him that was not true at all, because he had obviously listened to what that soul wanted to say. If he had not cared, Han Si-hee would have just absorbed her from the start without going through all that trouble. Han Si-hee sharply turned his face away from Sori, almost as if he were trying to hide whatever reaction had crossed his expression. For just an instant, a flicker of surprise showed in Han Si-hee's eyes. Before he could say anything, Sori stepped up behind him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and rested her forehead against his back. Han Si-hee's body immediately stiffened as he asked what she thought she was doing. Still holding on to him from behind, Sori softly told him that he was actually a very generous person. That soul had wanted more than anything for someone to hear the injustice she had suffered, and in the end, Han Si-hee had been the only one willing to stop and listen to her. Han Si-hee denied it at once, insisting that he had not acted that way because he understood the woman's feelings or sympathized with her pain. Sori lifted her forehead from his back, then suddenly asked in a curious tone why he was not pushing her away like he usually would. Han Si-hee glanced back over his shoulder at her and answered dryly that she seemed to enjoy it whenever he did push her away. The moment he said that, Sori sprang away from him as if she had been burned. She complained that when he talked like that, it made her want to put as much distance between them as possible. Then Sori's eyes shifted toward the animal bodies scattered across the ground nearby. Her expression turned uneasy, and she asked in a lower voice who had done something like this. Han Si-hee explained that stray dogs had attacked them, and Suribi had taken care of the situation. Sori remarked that Suribi was normally so sweet and adorable, but once a fight actually started, he became completely merciless. Then she looked around and asked where that adorable Suribi had gone. Han Si-hee's face visibly hardened the moment Sori described Suribi as adorable. After a short pause, he answered that Saribi had suddenly disappeared somewhere. Sori immediately asked where Saribi had gone, but Hansihi replied that he did not know. Then he pointed out, with a hint of bluntness, that Saribi was supposed to be her friend. Sori paused and thought it over, trying to imagine the situation from Saribi's point of view. Then she said they needed to consider what a dokibi would likely do in a moment like this. If Saribi had left them so abruptly, Sori guessed there was a real chance he had gone off on his own to take revenge. Hansihi's expression sharpened the instant he heard that. He asked whether Saribi could really be planning to go fight Dankon all by himself. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, Saribi was already racing through the forest. As he flew between the trees, moving swiftly through the darkness, regret tugged at him for leaving without Hansihi and Sori. But Saribi quickly hardened his resolve and pushed that hesitation aside. He told himself that this matter belonged to the dokibi alone, and because of that, he had to settle it with his own hands. Through the darkness ahead, a city enclosed by a stone wall gradually came into view, its shape rising beyond the forest. Wrapped in a bluish haze of energy that carried him rapidly between the trees, Saribi stared toward the place ahead and wondered if that city could be Dichin. Suddenly, surprise flashed through the dokibi's eyes as he noticed something strange in the distance. Saribi landed lightly on a tree branch and crouched there, peering carefully into the shadowed forest ahead. He murmured in surprise, wondering if those figures out there were people. From what he could make out in the dark, there were not just a few of them, there were quite a lot. A sudden possibility struck him, and Saribi's eyes widened as the realization slipped from his mouth. Could it really be what he thought it was? Saribi kicked off from the branch and burst forward, repeating the question in disbelief. He shot toward his target so quickly that his body seemed to blur into a streak of blue energy. But just as Saribi rushed beneath another branch, someone suddenly dropped down from above, cutting into his path without warning. A foot slammed violently into the back of Saribi's head. The impact knocked the dokibi off course, sending him crashing hard down to the ground. Nur el-Mir landed lightly beside the fallen Saribi, standing over him as if he had simply descended from the darkness without the slightest effort. From the ground, Saribi twisted his head back and glared up at Nur el-Mir, demanding to know who he was. Nur el-Mir answered with a strange simplicity, as if that explained everything. He said he was hungry. With one hand resting against his hip, the serpent-like boy added that if he was hungry enough, he would even eat a dokibi. Still down on the ground, Saribi stared at the opponent who had just attacked him, trying to understand what kind of creature he was facing. He asked again, unable to make sense of him. But Nur el-Mir did not bother giving any clearer explanation. He only repeated the same answer as before, saying it was because he was hungry. Then, without the slightest hesitation, Nur el-Mir repeated that if that was what it took, he would even eat a dokibi. Saribi looked at the boy standing in front of him, unable to hide his disbelief. He wondered whether this little kid could truly be capable of doing something that monstrous. In the next instant, Nur el-Mir sprang upward, clearly aiming to bring another crushing kick down onto the dokibi still lying on the ground. Saribi reacted immediately. He launched himself away from the spot, escaping just before the attack could come down on him. Nur el-Mir's foot smashed into the exact place where Saribi had been lying only a heartbeat earlier, striking the ground with terrifying force. Saribi could not hide his shock as he saw the sheer power packed into that single blow. Nur el-Mir froze in the position where he had landed, and beneath his foot, the ground had caved into a deep hollow, with cracks spreading outward from the impact. Saribi dropped low on all fours, his instincts screaming at him. He realized immediately that this opponent was seriously dangerous, and if he wanted to survive this fight, he was going to need a sword. Before Saribi could move as he pleased, armed warriors appeared behind him, each one carrying a sword and closing off his escape. Saribi rose to his feet, and in that same moment, the warriors tightened their formation, surrounding him from every side. Behind the ring of warriors, Ohensok stepped into view. The moment he saw Saribi, surprise crossed his face, and he wondered aloud if there were still dokibi left alive. Saribi glanced back toward Ohensok, and from that single reaction, he immediately understood that this man knew about the dokibi. Sergeant Ohensok then gave him an order, telling Saribi to turn around and face him properly. Nur el-Mir clenched both fists and shouted at the warriors not to kill Saribi. If Saribi died, he complained, then Nur el-Mir would not be able to eat him. Saribi stood at the center of the encirclement, trapped on all sides as the warriors pointed their blades directly toward him. Keeping his eyes on the armed men around him, Saribi asked if they were people from Dankon. One of the warriors answered not with words, but with action. He rushed straight toward Saribi, raising his sword high over his head as he prepared to strike. Saribi sinks down into a battle-ready stance, keeping his body low, steady, and perfectly balanced. Then, before the warrior in front of him can even prepare a defense, he bursts forward and drives a sharp hand strike straight into the man's body. The very moment the warrior crumples from the blow, his sword slips loose from his fingers and starts to fall. But before the blade can even touch the ground, the dokibi calmly reaches out and snatches the fallen weapon cleanly from the air. Almost right away, two more warriors rush in from directly ahead, their faces tense and their hands locked tightly around their swords. With their blades raised high, they charge straight at Suribi without hesitation. Suribi moves with a strange, almost weightless elegance, slipping between the two attackers as if he is dancing through the chaos of the battlefield. And as his body glides past them, his blade flashes out, carving fresh wounds across both of their bodies. Ohensok's face darkens, his expression growing heavy as he watches the exchange unfold. The injured warriors stumble backward, clutching at their bleeding wounds, and then stare at Suribi in stunned disbelief, unable to accept what just happened. Blood begins to drip slowly from the dokibi's sword, each drop sliding down the edge before falling to the ground. Suribi makes it painfully clear that he did not miss by accident. He had held back deliberately and chosen not to kill them. Suribi then tells them that until they finally give him the answer he is demanding, he will keep cutting them down little by little. He will make them suffer enough to understand his threat, but he will not let them die so easily. He warns them coldly that if they do not want to be carved apart where they stand, piece by piece, then they had better open their mouths. All he wants to know is whether they are people from Dankon. But the warriors do not answer him. They remain silent, glaring at the dokibi with grim, shadowed faces, their anger twisting together with the fear they are trying so hard to hide. Sergeant Ohensok quickly orders everyone to spread out at once. His fingers tighten around the hilt of his sword as he keeps his eyes fixed on Suribi, wondering aloud whether this dokibi actually knows the art of fencing, because his movements make it obvious that he is no ordinary enemy. Ohensok lifts his sword high above his head, the raised blade cutting through the tense air between them. Standing firm before Suribi, he openly challenges the dokibi to face him directly. Suribi turns his eyes toward Ohensok, studying the confidence in his stance and the authority in the way he carries himself. Then he asks if this man is the leader of the group. The dokibi shifts his footing and settles back into a proper fighting stance. If he can defeat Ohensok, Suribi says, then he should finally be able to force out the answer he has been waiting for. Without wasting even another breath, Suribi swings his stolen sword and launches himself forward. In a sudden burst of speed, he closes the distance between them and drives straight toward his opponent. Sergeant Ohensok steps in to meet him head-on, calm and controlled despite the speed of Suribi's attack. One strike after another, he parries each blow as though he can clearly read the path of every movement. Their swords flash so fast that the eye can barely follow them. The two figures blur together in the clearing, steel slicing through the air again and again as the sound of clashing blades fills the battlefield. As the two continue exchanging blows, Sergeant Ohensok studies Suribi's form with sharp interest. While blocking him, he asks where Suribi learned to fight like that, pointing out that not a single one of his movements is wasted. Suribi does not answer him. Instead, he raises his sword high over his head and brings it down with force again and again, but Ohensok keeps blocking every strike, never breaking his rhythm for even a moment. Ohensok calmly calls the technique impressive, his voice carrying an almost admiring edge. He even admits that this is the kind of skill he once wanted to teach to his own students. Suribi swings again with even greater force, anger tightening through his body. He snaps at Ohensok to shut his mouth, refusing to let the sergeant's steady tone or calm observations shake his focus. A flicker of surprise passes through the dokibi's eyes, while the man in front of him sharpens his gaze with absolute resolve. In the very next instant, the sergeant's sword cuts diagonally across Suribi's body, slicing cleanly from his shoulder toward his waist. Suribi freezes for a heartbeat, staring in disbelief as if his mind cannot fully catch up to what just happened. But the wound is not as fatal as it should have been. Instead of a deep, killing slash, only a long bleeding scratch stretches across his body. For a short, tense moment, the two of them remain facing each other in silence. Ohensok narrows his eyes at Suribi, then asks whether he managed to shift away at the very last second. Ohensok points the tip of his sword straight at the dokibi, his posture steady and his voice sharper than before. He admits that Suribi is stronger than he first assumed, and that the fight is starting to become far more interesting. Sweat runs down Suribi's face as the pressure in front of him becomes impossible to ignore. Gripping himself against the weight of Ohensok's presence, he finally understands that this man is unbelievably strong. Then the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly cuts through the clearing. A moment later, an irritated shout rings out, complaining about how annoying all of them are. Nur Elmir comes charging straight toward the warriors blocking his way, his voice booming as he roars for them to move. The warriors immediately scatter aside in panic, clearing a path before he crashes into them. Still rushing forward with fierce momentum, Nur Elmir shouts that he will handle the dokibi himself. His speed does not slow for even a second as he barrels toward the fight. He charges up from behind Saribi, closing in fast while the Dokibi's attention is still on the battlefield ahead. But before the attack can connect, Saribi senses the danger coming at his back. With the sword still clenched tightly in his hand, the Dokibi whips around in a sharp, sudden motion. He turns just in time to face the attack rushing at him from behind. Nur el-Mir's fist crashes into the sword Saribi raises to block the blow. The impact is so overwhelming that the blade cannot withstand it, shattering apart into fragments under the sheer force of the strike. But the dragon's fist does not stop there. It keeps driving forward as though the sword had never existed, tearing through the broken weapon and rushing straight toward the stunned Takabi. The blow lands with brutal force, smashing into Saribi and sending his body flying backward across the clearing. The impact throws him away as if he had no weight at all. Nur el-Mir keeps his fist extended in front of him, looking almost pleased by the result. With a delighted edge in his voice, he declares that Saribi could not even endure a single hit from him. The Takabi ends up slammed back against a tree, sitting at the base with his body pressed hard against the trunk. Still shaken from the impact, he struggles to steady himself and regain control. Then a blue haze of energy begins to gather around Saribi's body. It shimmers over him like a strange protective mist, wrapping him in an eerie glow as he remains against the tree. Nur el-Mir's smile slowly disappears. His amber eyes, marked by sharp vertical pupils, widen with surprise as he stares closely at the Takabi and watches the strange energy surrounding him. Wrapped in that glowing blue haze, Saribi suddenly shoots upward with incredible speed. Before anyone can stop him, his body lifts into the air and launches away from the ground. The blue energy streaks across the clearing like a flash and disappears beyond the tops of the trees. Nur el-Mir follows the trail with his eyes, visibly confused, and blurts out in disbelief, wondering what that was supposed to be. As Saribi flees through the air, he thinks to himself that retreating is his only option for now. If he wants to fight them properly, he first needs to get his hands on a good sword. But then confusion flickers across his face. In the next instant, that confusion turns into complete disbelief, as if something impossible has suddenly happened to his own body. Stunned, what slips from the Takabi's lips as sharp, double-edged spikes suddenly jut out from his body. Their tips appear transparent, making the sudden piercing attack look even more strange and unnatural. Even with pain tearing through him, Saribi forces himself to keep moving. The spikes remain driven through him, but he refuses to stop and pushes onward despite the injury. The cluster of blue energy begins dropping rapidly from the sky. It descends fast, falling somewhere deep into the mountains below. Nur el-Mir points after the falling light with his finger, keeping his attention locked on the place where it vanished. He says that it fell, watching the spot with clear focus. A young shamanist walks up to him and calmly says that of course it fell, because magic like that is impossible to withstand. Nur el-Mir turns toward her and asks if she was the one who did it, then praises her, saying she did a good job. Meanwhile, the cluster of blue energy lands on a mountain peak. But instead of stopping there, it immediately rushes onward again, disappearing somewhere beyond the ridge. Nur el-Mir cries out anxiously that it is running away again. The young shamanist looks genuinely surprised as she watches it go, admitting that if Saribi can still move after taking an attack like that, then he is truly remarkable. Nur el-Mir clenches his fists in frustration, unable to accept what he just witnessed. He asks what kind of Dokibi Saribi even is, still shocked that the man remains standing after taking his strike. The girl smiles and lightly spreads her arms to either side, answering that she does not know either. All she can say is that Saribi is clearly no ordinary being, and she tells Nur el-Mir not to be too upset, though he immediately snaps back in anger, still furious over that Dokibi. Ohensok turns his attention toward the young shamaness and calls her by name, Sammy, his voice growing tense and uneasy. He asks whether there is any chance her magic could have failed, because if Saribi manages to escape after everything that just happened, the situation will become troublesome very quickly. Sammy lifts one index finger as a small, confident smile spreads across her face. She calmly answers that Saribi is not some shaman powerful enough to challenge her spell, and there is absolutely no way he can remove those thorns on his own. The poison will continue crawling through his body, weakening him bit by bit, until it eventually takes his life. As Ohensok calmly slides his sword back into its sheath, the elder speaks with clear admiration. He remarks that a shamanist with Sammy's level of skill could not be found anywhere throughout all of Dongyi. Ohensok lowers his eyes to his own palm, quietly studying the small scratches cut across his skin. Tiny beads of blood gather between the wounds, standing out against his hand. Then his fingers tense. With a hard, deliberate flex, Ohensok closes that injured hand into a tight fist, crushing the bleeding palm shut, as if sealing away the sting. Deep down, Ohensok admits to himself that Saribi is not the kind of opponent he will forget easily. That dokibi has already carved a firm place in his memory. Far away from the battlefield, the cluster of blue energy cuts downward through the air at frightening speed. It tears closer and closer toward the ground below, losing altitude with every passing moment. Saribi, still pierced through by those cruel stakes, crashes hard into the grass. The impact jolts through his battered body and forces a pained groan out of his throat. The dokibi weakly raises his head, barely able to move, and looks down at the stake jutting from his chest. His eyes narrow as he takes in the terrifying sight of the wound piercing through him. He wraps his hand around the stake and tries to rip it out of his body with all the strength he can gather. But no matter how hard he pulls, the thing refuses to budge, and before long, his hand begins trembling uncontrollably. For a while, Saribi can do nothing but lie there, unmoving in the grass, his breathing heavy and uneven. Slowly, the bitter truth settles over him. These stakes cannot be removed by simple force. He can feel the poison spreading deeper inside him, sinking through his body little by little. Saribi mutters bitterly that he failed to get his revenge, and worse than that, he has ended up in this pathetic condition, losing his dignity in front of all the dokibi. Through the haze of pain clouding his mind, Saribi forces himself to hold on to one thought. He has to warn Hansihi and Sori about the abilities these people are using. Then a crushing wave of weakness rolls over him, heavier than anything he can resist. His body loses strength, and his eyes slowly begin to close against his will. A strained whisper slips from Saribi's lips, filled with denial and desperation. He refuses to accept this ending, because he cannot die like this. But despite that last resistance, Saribi suddenly goes still. His body freezes in place, lying motionless in the grass as the clearing falls quiet around him. At the edge of the clearing, someone finally arrives. The figure steps into view and comes to a stop near Saribi's fallen body. Bottle says that, according to the prediction, he is supposed to have a fateful meeting in this place. Because of that, he had already figured he would need to stay awake for the entire night. Then his gaze lands on the unmoving body lying ahead of him. Startled by the sight, Bottle blurts out in surprise, wondering who in the world this person could possibly be. Bottle drops down onto one knee beside the motionless Saribi and leans in to examine him more closely. As he looks over the fallen figure, he wonders if this Takabi might be the one he was destined to meet. As Bottle studies the stakes protruding from Saribi's body, his expression grows sharper and more serious. He quickly realizes that the Takabi may have been struck by some kind of magic. Bottle grips the stakes one after another, pulling them free from Saribi's body with steady force. Each one comes out in turn before he throws them aside onto the ground. He pats Saribi's cheek, trying to rouse him from unconsciousness, and urges the Takabi to come back to his senses. Then, with worry in his voice, he asks who did this to him. Sweat pours down Saribi's face as he struggles to speak, barely able to form the words. In broken fragments, he forces out only two things: Dankon and magic. Bottle repeats those words in shock, asking if this was magic cast by the people of Dankon. Then, as he studies Saribi more carefully, he recognizes him as a Takabi from the mountain ridge, while Saribi barely manages to lift his head and ask how Bottle knows that. Saribi's eyes slide shut once more, and a low groan escapes from him. At the same time, a strange haze begins seeping out from his body, drifting into the air around him. Without warning, a small burst erupts from Saribi's body. The sudden release is sharp enough to startle Bottle badly, forcing him to leap backward in alarm. Bottle clutches his broom tightly with both hands and shouts for Saribi to come back. His voice turns anxious as he asks whether the Takabi has actually died. Still gripping the broom, Bottle studies it carefully, trying to understand what just happened. After a moment, he concludes that Saribi does not appear to be dead. His thoughts darken as the pieces begin to connect. Dankon is definitely plotting something, just as Lady Okachi warned him before. Earlier, when Bottle arrived at the clearing where the dokibi used to gather and enjoy themselves, the place had been eerily empty. The only thing waiting there was a fresh mound of earth. He carefully scanned the vacant clearing, searching from one side to the other with focused eyes. At last, his gaze caught the faint trace he had been looking for. Bottle crouches down near the watery veil left across the ground and examines it closely. From the faint residue still lingering there, he realizes this is all that remains of the magic used in that place. He slips his hand into the waist pouch at his side and murmurs to himself that this is not the time to get caught up in the mystery before him. Bottle pulls an amulet from the pouch, holding it out as he watches closely. Then, all at once, the charm catches fire, flames quickly swallowing over its surface. He lets the burning amulet go, and the moment he releases it, the charm shoots forward like a streak of light, blazing through the air ahead of him. Bottle's eyes follow the flaming charm as it flies away from him. He watches its fiery trail cut through the air, leading him onward. Then Bottle bursts into motion and runs after it, refusing to let the amulet out of his sight. Ahead of him, The burning charm soars high above the treetops. The amulet races swiftly over the forest, gliding above the sea of trees. Bottle chases after it with everything he has, pushing his body hard just to keep up. Without taking his eyes off the flying amulet, Bottle mutters in surprise. From how far the charm continues to travel, Lady Okachi must have gone an incredible distance. At last, Bottle catches up to the amulet after it falls near the base of a tree. He reaches the spot where the charm has landed and slows to a stop. Bottle stands there, staring down at the fallen amulet. Confusion begins to spread across his face as he tries to understand what its location means. In disbelief, Bottle says that Lady Okachi had actually been traveling on foot. The realization clearly catches him off guard. The sun shines generously over the mountain, spilling warm light across the slopes. Thick green trees and tangled bushes cover the area, filling the mountainside with dense life. On one side of the mountain, a dark cave entrance opens from the rock. Half hidden among the natural shadows, it waits quietly beneath the greenery. Inside the cave, several dark feathers are scattered across the stone floor. Near them, bloodstains mark the ground, turning the silent cave into a grim and unsettling sight. Bottle freezes the moment he sees it. An unpleasant shock grips him as his eyes take in the fallen feathers and the blood staining the cave floor. Then a weak voice reaches him from deeper inside the cave. It calls his name faintly and asks if that is him. The wounded Lady Okachi is sitting with her back pressed against the cave wall. One of her eyes is shut, and beneath her, a pool of blood has spread across the stone. Bottle rushes straight toward Lady Okachi without hesitation. As he runs to help her, his hand is already reaching for the waist pouch at his side. Bottle quickly reaches into his pouch and pulls out an amulet, moving with urgency as he places it onto Okachi's hand. As the charm settles against her skin, he focuses his full attention on treating her wounds and stopping the damage before it can grow worse. Bottle tells her that, for the moment, he has managed to stop the bleeding. Lady Okachi lets out a thin, exhausted breath, then thanks him softly, her voice still faint and weakened from all the blood she has already lost. Okachi speaks again in a low, gentle tone, admitting that once more, she has found herself owing Bottle a debt. And this time too, it is the kind of debt she cannot easily repay. Her thoughts drift back to the day Bottle saved her chicks from a viper's attack. She remembers how he protected them before the snake could close in and sink its fangs into their small bodies. Lady Okachi continues, recalling how Bottle treated her wounds when a hunter's arrow pierced her. She also remembers the time he stepped in to protect Olsen when a monster came after them. Back then, Bottle had not hesitated for even a moment. When danger came pressing in, he placed himself directly between her and the threat, shielding her with his own body. Okachi looks up at him with tired but deeply grateful eyes. Even after everything that has already happened between them, she says that today, Bottle has saved her life yet again. Bottle asks if all of this happened because of the task he had asked her to do. But before finishing the thought, he stops himself and tells her that it would be better if she simply explained everything to him from the beginning. His expression grows harder as the question weighing on him finally breaks through. With a stern frown and a serious look in his eyes, Bottle asks whether the black tiger was the one who left her in this condition. Okachi lowers her head slightly, gathering what strength she has left. Then, in a quiet but certain voice, she answers that no, it was not the black tiger. She explains that the people responsible were warriors from the Dankon residence. And among them, there was also that young shaman girl. Then Okachi adds one more name, making the situation even heavier. Nurelmir was there as well, the dragon who had lost the Aichu. Bottle's eyes widen before he can hide his reaction. The name slips from his mouth in clear surprise as he repeats it back. Nurelmir. Okachi begins to correct herself, saying that perhaps she should no longer call him a dragon. What she saw there was not some noble being, but a greedy monster driven by something far uglier. Bottle's face darkens the moment he hears those words. Without lifting his gaze, he asks in a low voice where Nurelmir is now. Lady Okachi seems a little more stable than before, just enough to open her other eye. She answers that she cannot say for certain, but she remembers heading east. Bottle quietly repeats the direction to himself, letting the words settle in his mind. East. After thinking it over for a moment, he says that he understands. Okachi looks at him with a sharp, challenging stare, as though she can already see the decision forming behind his eyes before he even says it aloud. She tells Bottle that the light in his eyes now is the very same one she saw when they first met. Bottle meets her gaze and asks what she means by that. Lady Okachi answers that it is a cold light, the kind she remembers from when he was still only a boy. Back then, he was someone who could not even bring himself to ask another person for help. Bottle keeps his head lowered, his voice quiet and restrained. He tells her that over the years, he learned many things from her. Okachi continues softly, saying that Bottle smiles far more often now than he used to. And to her, seeing that change in him is something truly good. A faint smile finally appears on the young man's lips. He turns his gaze toward her and asks, almost gently, if she really believes that. Lady Okachi tells Bottle not to forget that smile. Ever since he began pursuing the Black Tiger, she says, he has slowly started to return to the person he truly is. Bottle answers that Sansin and Dokibi are being slaughtered in terrible numbers. And now that he knows this land is suffering, he cannot simply stand by and watch it happen. Okachi gently reaches out and takes his hand in hers. With quiet concern in her voice, she calls his name softly, Bottle. Looking much better than she did moments ago, Lady Okachi tells him that he does not have to save the entire world. She wants him to use his powers for his own life, not burn everything he has for the sake of everyone else. She adds that she has seen many great people lose themselves while trying to save the world. In that kind of obsession, they ended up committing terrible acts, and she warns Bottle not to become one of them. Okachi squeezes Bottle's hand with her small fingers and says she wants him to meet a good woman someday. Bottle understands the simple life she is imagining for him, plowing the land, settling down, and living quietly in peace. Bottle carefully slips his hand free from hers, doing it gently but with clear resolve. Then he quietly asks for her forgiveness, because he cannot choose the peaceful path she wants for him. His fingers curl into a firm fist as he says that someone has to do this. Now that he knows what is happening, he cannot close his eyes to it and pretend he never saw anything. Okachi looks at the young man with confusion in her eyes. For a moment, she cannot find an answer to the firm resolve written across his face. Bottle lowers himself toward the ground and plants both hands firmly against the earth. His posture becomes steady, almost like he is preparing to leave at any moment. For several quiet moments, neither of them says anything. They simply look at one another, while the weight of all the words left unsaid hangs heavily between them. Bottle tells her that he has patched her up as best as he can, but her wounds are still deep. She should rest there for a little longer before returning to Olsen. Then he bows his head low before her. He lowers himself until his forehead nearly touches the ground, showing her a deep and solemn respect. Okachi speaks his name quietly, her voice carrying both sadness and worry at the same time. Bottle. Without raising his head, Bottle tells her to stay safe. If she truly believes she owes him any debts, then the only repayment he wants is for her to remain well. Later, Bottle grips his broom tightly in one hand and mutters the name Dankon under his breath. The word comes out heavy, filled with suspicion, anger, and a growing sense of danger. Several black feathers begin drifting down from above. They fall silently through the air around him, one after another, like dark signs carried on the wind. Then, above Bottle's head in the forest clearing, a magpie suddenly appears among the falling feathers. Its presence breaks the stillness around him. The magpie lands directly on top of Bottle's head and peers ahead from her perch. Looking toward the figure before them, she asks whether that is not a dokibi. Bottle lifts his eyes upward in clear exasperation, already scolding her without even needing to move. He reminds her that her wings have not healed yet, and that she should be sitting quietly inside the bundle instead of crawling out again. The magpie spreads her wings despite his complaint and replies that it was far too stuffy inside. Then she takes in a deep breath with open admiration, clearly delighted by the fresh air around her. Bottle reproaches her again, reminding Okachi that he already forgave all of her debts. Because of that, there is no reason for her to keep following after him. The magpie tilts her head downward so she can look at Bottle's face from above. She answers that she is worried about him, and that she plans to make sure he does not lose himself. Bottle reminds her that she was the one who told him to live his own life. Yet somehow, despite saying that, she seems far too concerned with other people's business. Pointing ahead with one wing, the magpie admits that maybe he has a point. But she says that if they continue in that direction, they will reach Dechen, and suggests that they gather information there. Moonlight spreads over the mountain peaks, washing the ridges in a pale glow as Bottle finally answers with resigned agreement. Fine, he says, but Okachi has to stay inside the bundle, and he will do the moving for both of them. By the time daylight arrives, thick crowds of people have gathered at the gates of Dechen. They press forward together in a restless mass, all sharing the same hope of being allowed into the city. Two spears suddenly swing into place in front of the city gate, crossing sharply over each other. Their pointed tips form a firm barrier across the entrance, blocking the way into Dechen. The senior guard steps forward from his post and extends one hand toward the man in front of him. With a stern expression, he demands that the man show a proper pass before trying to enter the city. The man immediately bristles, his face tightening with anger as he snaps back at the guard. He asks when they ever started demanding a pass from him, then insists they should just let him through the way they always did before. The senior guard raises his voice so everyone around the gate can hear him clearly. He declares that anyone without a pass is forbidden from entering, and this is not up for debate. It is an order given by official Chogabon. The crowd remains packed tightly around the city gates, people pressing shoulder to shoulder in the cramped space. Yet no matter how many of them push forward, not a single person is being allowed inside. Frustrated voices begin rising from every side of the crowd as people complain about the sudden new rule. Somewhere among them, someone mutters bitterly that this whole pass requirement only started that very morning. Han Si-hee looks towards Sori with a quiet but worried expression. In a low voice, he asks whether they will really be able to make it through the gate under these conditions. He begins considering another route, thinking that they could go all the way back to the slope on the far side of the mountain. But almost immediately, he realizes that taking that path would waste far too much time. Just then, a deep, tired sigh reaches Han Si-hee's ears from nearby. Hearing it, he turns his head toward the sound to see who it came from. An elderly man stands close by with a heavy load strapped across his back, his body bent under the weight as he leans on his staff. He sighs that this is far too hard, that he might die at this rate, and worse still, the line does not seem to be getting any shorter. A sudden idea flashes across Han Si-hee's face, as if a solution has just dropped into his mind. A moment later, Sori stares in surprise when a large bundle appears right in front of her. The old man's luggage is already secured on Han Si-hee's back, turning him into a makeshift porter. At the same time, Han Si-hee pushes a huge tied bundle into Sori's arms, leaving her to stare down at it in confusion and ask what exactly this is supposed to be. Han Si-hee quickly explains the new plan. From this moment on, Sori is going to pretend to be the old man's granddaughter, while Han Si-hee himself is nothing more than the porter carrying the old man's luggage. Sori's eyes immediately light up the moment she hears the role she has been given. She lets out a small excited cry, clearly finding the sudden act much more fun than troublesome. With playful confidence, Sori leans her shoulder against the cautious old man and slips straight into character. In a sweet voice, she calls him Grandpa and cheerfully announces that she is his granddaughter now. The old man breaks into bright, cheerful laughter, clearly delighted by how quickly she plays along. He happily says that, all of a sudden, he has gained such a beautiful granddaughter. A voice from the gate calls for them to come inside. And just like that, the old man passes through into Dechen with Han Si-hee and Sori walking beside him as if they truly belong together. As they make their way inside, Sori glances at Han Si-hee and tells him that he is smarter than he looks. Han Si-hee looks back at her and asks, a little wounded, whether her opinion of him is really that low. Suddenly, the senior guard shouts after them from behind, ordering all three of them to stop where they are. He calls them closer, saying he needs to take another look at their faces. Sori's expression immediately sinks into irritation. Under her breath, she mutters that she really thought they had slipped through without any trouble. Looking back over her shoulder, Sori keeps her face calm and asks if the guard is talking about them. Her tone makes it sound almost innocent. The senior guard confirms that yes, he is talking to her. He tells Sori to come closer, because he needs to look at her face properly before letting them continue. Sori walks right up to him without hesitation and brings her face close to his, closing the distance so suddenly that it catches him off guard. Then she asks innocently whether this is close enough. The guard instantly flinches back, his face flushing red from embarrassment. He turns his head away and coughs awkwardly, while Sori remains perfectly composed and asks if he has finished checking her now. The senior guard awkwardly says yes, trying to recover his composure. Then he asks whether she really is the granddaughter of that old doctor, and where they intend to stay for the night. With the most innocent expression she can manage, Sori explains that they are planning to find a place to stay now. She adds that her grandfather has a bad lower back, so they need somewhere a little more comfortable for him to rest. The guard's expression softens, and he smiles at her kindly. He tells them to go to Onalchong, saying it is not too expensive there, and they recently brought in some good blankets. Sori bows politely in front of him and thanks him for being so kind. The guard quickly answers that there is no need for her to thank him at all. Then Sori turns back toward her companions with a bright wave. Calling out to her grandfather, she lets him know that everything is fine now. Without missing a beat, she grabs the stunned old man by the arm and starts pulling him along. She moves so quickly that he barely has time to react before she urges him to hurry. The old doctor smiles warmly as they walk, looking genuinely fond of the little performance. He says it would be wonderful if Sori really were his granddaughter. Sori smiles right back at him, keeping the sweet mood going without missing a beat. She tells him that she does not want to part with him either, and if he feels that sorry about it, he can simply buy her a bowl of soup. The old man agrees at once, saying of course he will, especially since they are helping him carry his luggage. Sori immediately beams with delight and declares that he is the best. Looking back at Han Si-hee, who is still trailing behind with the heavy load on his back, Sori happily announces that grandfather is buying them food. Then she tells Han Si-hee to hurry up and follow them. Han Si-hee gives her a gloomy, unimpressed look from behind the luggage. Inwardly, he thinks that this is exactly what he should expect from a nine-tailed fox, someone who can charm people far too easily. A sign bearing the tavern's name hangs above the entrance, swaying slightly over the busy street below. Its presence marks the place where they have stopped. Standing beneath the sign, Sori waves both hands energetically at the old man as he looks back and waves in return, one hand still wrapped around his club. Holding her full stomach with satisfaction, she calls out for him to be careful. Sori lets out a satisfied sigh and admits that she ate way too much. Then she turns toward Han Si-hee beside her and asks if they are going to take the bead now. Before Han Si-hee can even properly respond, she starts bombarding him with questions. She asks how he plans to do it, whether he is going to take it by force or steal it, and then quickly warns him not to expect any help from her. Han Si-hee turns his back to her and answers calmly that he never intended to use Sori for something like that in the first place. His tone makes it clear that the idea had not even been part of his plan. The corners of Sori's lips droop slightly as she repeats the word with a little sting in her voice. She points out that Han Si-hee can now say use, without even hesitating. She then asks whether they should maybe call it cooperation instead. The way she says it makes it sound like she is testing whether that word might make the situation feel a little nicer. At that moment, Sori's attention drifts away from Han Si-hee. She notices a young couple walking happily down the street together, their hands clasped as they smile warmly at each other. Her gaze lingers on their joined hands. She quietly watches how the man's large palm wraps gently around his companion's much smaller hand. Sori lowers her head, sadness suddenly softening her expression. Han Si-hee notices the change right away, glances back at her with concern, and asks what is wrong. Instead of answering him immediately, Sori reaches out in a small, careful motion. She gently wraps her hand around just two of Han Si-hee's fingers. Then Sori looks up at him with a smile and says that if they walk together like this, maybe she will help him after all. Her voice makes the offer sound playful, but her gesture stays surprisingly gentle. Han Si-hee instantly jerks his hand back, as if he has been burned. Flustered, he shouts that he does not need Sori's help. He freezes with both hands stretched out in front of him, trying to keep some distance between them. But Sori keeps smiling, and her fingers drift back toward his palm again, almost like she is naturally being drawn to it. Han Si-hee waves his hand again and again, desperately trying to shake free before Sori can cling to him any further. His panic only makes the whole moment look even more ridiculous. Sori laughs brightly as she bends, twists, and slips around with unbelievable flexibility, still managing to brush her palm against Han Si-hee's no matter how desperately he tries to avoid her. Han Si-hee lifts his hand high above his head, but even that fails to make her pull away. Keeping his arm raised, he leans his face a little closer to hers and asks how she is even doing this, since she is not actually holding his hand, yet somehow she still will not let go. Sori gives him a playful wink and asks if maybe this is the power of love. Han Si-hee immediately recoils, disgust written all over his face, and tells her that is enough. Han Si-hee suddenly thrusts his hand forward, snapping at Sori to stop saying such ridiculous things. But Sori only keeps laughing as if the whole situation is the most entertaining thing in the world, matching his movement perfectly and keeping her palm lightly pressed against his. After a series of quick, sharp movements, Han Si-hee finally manages to break the strange contact between them. With a sudden push, he forces Sori back just enough to separate their hands. Sori immediately erupts in anger, her expression flaring as she shouts at him. She demands to know if holding her hand is really so unpleasant that he has to react like that. Han Si-hee holds his palm out in front of his face, studying it with sudden and serious interest. Then, instead of answering her complaint, he says this might actually be useful for sword fighting practice and suggests they try it again, only this time with Sori moving even faster. Sori folds her arms tightly across her chest and turns her face away with an angry huff, making it clear she refuses. Han Si-hee turns aside as well, answering casually that she can do whatever she wants. With a small mocking smile tugging at her lips, Sori points out that if he refuses her help, then taking the bead will be much harder for him. Han Si-hee tosses his answer back over his shoulder without stopping. He says he is not alone, because there is still someone else who can help him. A sign hangs above the entrance of a large residence, clearly marking the place as the Finman residence. When the gates open, the warrior standing there looks over the visitors carefully. Then he asks who they have come to find. Han Si-hee steps forward and introduces himself by name, explaining that he owes a debt to a man named Kong Jinho. He asks whether Kong Jinho is inside, while Sori stays quietly beside him and watches the exchange. The warrior asks if Han Si-hee is referring to the elder. Han Si-hee answers that it seems Kong Jinho has become an elder by now, then admits that he did not arrange a meeting beforehand, but still wishes to see him. The warrior tells them that the elder is a very busy man, so he cannot promise that Han Si-hee will be able to meet him. For the time being, he instructs Han Si-hee and Sori to wait outside. The gates close again with a heavy finality, leaving Han Si-hee and Sori standing outside the Finman residence. Sori glances toward the shut entrance and says this place must be famous. Even though the gate had only opened halfway, she could sense that there were many people inside. Han Si-hee answers that she is right. The Finman residence is indeed very well known. Sori lifts her head toward the sign and tries to read the writing, asking if it says residence fun. Then she complains that the letters used in the northern countries are far too complicated, and Han Si-hee corrects her by saying the name is Finman. He adds that the residence was not always called that. 50 years ago, this place used to be known as Finchen. Han Si-hee explains that Dongkan and Finchen had spent a long time competing against one another for the title of the greatest sword-fighting residence. The conflict began because the people of Dongkan argued that two residences could not both use the syllable Chan in their names, since that word meant sky. Because of that dispute, it was decided that the elders of the two residences would fight to settle the matter. Whichever side lost would have to remove that syllable from its name. Han Si-hee finishes the story by saying that Finchen was defeated and became Finman. The elder who lost could not bear the humiliation that followed, and in the end, he took his own life. After that painful defeat, Han Si-hee says, Finman began to lose its strength little by little. Over time, the residence slowly declined and started to fall apart. Looking up at the sign above the gate, he adds that recently, however, the residence seems to be regaining the reputation it once had. At that exact moment, the gates open once again from the inside. A joyful voice rings out from beyond the entrance, warmly asking how much time has passed since they last saw one another. Kong Jinho steps out with a smile on his face and adds in a friendly tone that it has truly been a long time. Sori watches with surprise as Han Si-hee bows respectfully before the man. In a polite voice, he greets him as Brother Jinho. After straightening back up, Han Si-hee remarks that Kong Jinho has become an elder now. Kong Jinho squares his shoulders with a faint touch of pride and replies that, as Han Si-hee can see, he has. Han Si-hee's expression turns serious as he looks directly at Kong Jinho. Without dancing around the matter, he asks whether Kong Jinho will listen to a request from him. Kong Jinho says that if Han Si-hee is bringing up a request the very moment they meet again after several years apart, then the matter must be urgent. Han Si-hee answers firmly, making it clear there is no exaggeration in his voice. He tells Kong Jinho that it truly is urgent. Kong Jinho's expression settles into seriousness. He tells Han Si-hee to speak, because he is listening. Han Si-hee looks at him and makes his request plainly. He asks Kong Jinho to give him the Aichu. For a brief moment, Kong Jinho does not respond at all. He simply stands there in silence, staring at Han Si-hee. Then Kong Jinho tells him to come inside, saying it would be better for them to discuss this within the residence. Behind him, two warriors are already visible, standing in quiet readiness. Han Si-hee and Sori follow Kong Jinho through the courtyard, moving between the warriors gathered across the residence grounds. Armed men stand throughout the area, watching as they pass. Sori immediately begins to feel out of place. Her unease grows stronger as she takes in the number of armed men surrounding them from every direction. Behind them, the gates are locked shut with a bolt. A warrior slides a wide wooden beam into the brackets, sealing the entrance completely and cutting off the way back out. In the very next moment, Han Si-hee and Sori find themselves surrounded on all sides. A crowd of warriors closes in around them, leaving no clear path to escape. Sori turns toward Han Si-hee with confusion and irritation in her eyes. She asks what this is supposed to mean, reminding him that he had said this man would help them. Kong Jinho warns Han Si-hee not to do anything foolish. He says Han Si-hee knows very well what he and his students are capable of. Sori rolls up the sleeve of her blouse with a predatory smile spreading across her face. She asks what exactly they are capable of, then turns to Han Si-hee and asks if she can help him, wanting to know what he thinks. Han Si-hee reaches out and catches Sori by her bare wrist before she can act. He says that, in that case, she can help, and Sori's face flashes with confusion, as if she never expected him to actually agree. Still holding onto her hand, Han Si-hee asks Sori to stay quiet and behave for now. Then, in a softer voice than usual, he adds a simple please. Sori stares at Han Si-hee in amazement, clearly thrown off by his words. She realizes that this is the first time he has ever properly asked her for something. All at once, Sori tries to pull her hand back, snapping out of her surprise. She shouts at him not to grab her like that. But Han Si-hee does not let go of her wrist. For a moment, the two of them freeze in an awkward tug, their arms stretched stiffly between them. A crooked smile slowly spreads across Sori's face as she looks at him. With a mix of surprise and amusement, she tells Han Si-hee that he learned surprisingly fast. Han Si-hee finally releases her hand and answers that he simply watched the way she moved. After that, he kept practicing those movements over and over inside his mind. Looking straight into Sori's eyes, Han Si-hee asks her once again to behave quietly. Sori turns away so sharply that her braid swings up through the air, then says she does not like it, but since he is asking, she will obey. Han Si-hee unbuckles the sword sheath from his belt and throws it down onto the ground. Kong Jinho gave a small nod, the kind that showed he was completely satisfied with the answer in front of him, and simply said, "Good." Then, without spending even one more second on them, he coldly ordered his men to seize them. dragged them away, and locked them deep inside the dungeon. By the time the scene shifted to the city entrance, the gates were already packed with people. A heavy crowd pressed in from every side, shoulder brushing against shoulder, all of them stuck in place while they waited restlessly for their turn to enter. Over the restless murmuring near the gate, a guard's sharp voice suddenly cut through the noise. From the front of the line, he barked that anyone who wanted to enter the city had to present an official pass first. Bottle's expression immediately tightened with annoyance. He looked toward the guards with a frown, clearly irritated, and demanded to know when this place had started requiring people to show a pass just to walk through the city gates. The senior guard answered without the slightest change in expression, saying the rule had only gone into effect that very morning. If Bottle did not have an entry pass, then at minimum, he had to show the feudal lord's name badge. The young shaman instantly objected, arguing that he was a shaman, so there was no reason he would be carrying around something like a noble's badge. Behind Bottle, the delay finally pushed one of the men in line past his limit. He leaned forward and shouted at them to hurry it up, complaining loudly that everyone could see the entire line was being held back because of this. But the guard remained completely unmoved. In the same blunt tone, he declared that without a badge, Bottle would not be allowed to pass, and told him to go prepare the proper documents before trying to enter again. Bottle clenched his teeth, swallowing back a curse as frustration surged through him. He was already pressed for time, and now these guards were demanding papers and badges that he had absolutely no way to obtain on the spot. Just when the situation was about to become even more troublesome, a girl's voice suddenly reached him from somewhere beyond the line of guards. Clear and unexpected, she called out to him as brother. Sobok stepped forward in plain, modest clothing, her hands folded neatly together as though she were offering a quiet prayer. Bowing her head slightly, she apologized for being late, explaining that she had actually been waiting for him since dawn, but he had arrived during the brief moment when she had stepped away. The moment Bottle saw her, his face lit up with a wide, relieved smile, and he thanked her warmly for coming to help. But behind that bright expression, his thoughts were racing in every direction, because he had no idea who this girl was supposed to be. Sobok calmly handed the prepared documents over to the senior guard and explained that they were Bottle's pass. The guard took them, examined the papers closely, and after confirming everything seemed proper, finally stepped aside and allowed the young shaman to enter. Once they moved away from the crowded gate, Bottle walked beside the modestly dressed girl while she kept her eyes lowered. Her quiet posture and reserved manner made her seem almost shy as the two of them continued down the road together. As they kept walking, Bottle slowly glanced at her from the side. His eyes lingered on her face with a careful, searching look, as though he was trying to pull her identity out from some dusty corner of his memory. After a moment, he put on a cautious smile and said he probably did know her. Still, the uncertainty in his voice made it obvious that he was desperately trying to figure out where exactly he had seen her before. Sobok explained that the two of them had once studied under the same hermit, back when Bottle had still been very young. Then, looking at him more closely, she asked in a quiet but pointed voice whether he truly did not recognize her at all. Bottle went silent for a second, visibly searching through his memories as if flipping through old, faded pages. In the end, he admitted awkwardly that remembering people's names and faces had always been something he was bad at. Hearing that, Sobok's expression softened in a painful way. The brightness in her face faded, and a quiet sadness settled over her features before she could fully hide it. A nervous sweat began to form across Bottle's face as panic quietly crept in. He realized he was in real trouble now, because even after staring at her and thinking as hard as he could, he still had no memory of who she was. Sobok lowered her gaze and said softly that she would not be upset with him over it. After all, he had always treated her coldly in the past, and since she had only ever watched him from far away, maybe it was only natural that he still felt distant from her now. Then, as if forcing the heaviness out of the moment, Sobok reached out and gently caught him by the elbow with a smile. She urged him to walk faster, saying she had waited for him for such a long time and had prepared plenty of food. Bottle blinked, thrown off by the sudden change, and repeated in confusion, "Food?" Still unable to make sense of what was happening, Bottle looked at her and asked how she had even known he would come to this place in the first place. Sobok slipped her hand naturally around his arm and answered him with another question, asking if he really remembered no one at all. Then, in a quieter tone, she wondered aloud whether he had ever had any real connection to people. Bottle stared at her with a puzzled expression, the words clearly striking him in an unfamiliar way. Under his breath, he repeated them slowly, as though he had never considered the idea before. Connections? With people? At that instant, something deep in Bottle's mind stirred. An old memory rose to the surface, pulling him back to the image of himself from years ago, when he was still just a young boy. In that memory, his small fist was being held tightly between two tiny hands. The grip was warm, firm, and strangely insistent, as if the person holding him refused to let go until she understood what lay within him. A young girl sat on the floor directly in front of him, clasping his hand with both of hers. Her posture was serious and focused, almost as though she was trying to read something invisible hidden deep inside him. When the girl finally opened her eyes, she looked straight at him and told him that her brother had no connection with people. The young bottle immediately pulled his hand back, his brows drawing together in a sharp frown. If he was not connected to people, he demanded, then what exactly was he connected to? Tears quickly welled up in the girl's eyes, and her face crumpled with hurt and sorrow. She asked if he had become angry with her, insisting in a trembling voice that she had only said what she saw. But the boy refused to let the matter end there. Staring at her with a hard, unyielding look, he demanded once again that she tell him exactly what kind of connection she had seen. The girl hesitated, holding back for a long moment as though the answer itself was heavy and difficult to speak aloud. At last, she slowly opened her mouth and began with a soft, uncertain word. She answered, "Tiger." And as that word left her lips, the image of a raging beast appeared in her mind, its face twisted with fury and its eyes blazing with an icy blue light. Like a voice echoing from the far side of a dream, Bottle heard her words resurface again inside his memory. She had said that his connection was with the tiger. Bottle turned his head toward the girl walking beside him, and this time, his eyes sharpened with clear recognition. Looking at her properly now, he told her that he finally remembered. The shaman spoke her name aloud at last. She was Sobak, and as she met his gaze directly, a soft, gentle smile slowly spread across her face. Bottle went on, saying that she had once been an incredibly gifted predictor. Then his eyes widened a little as he looked her over again, and he exclaimed in surprise that she had grown so much since those childhood days. Sobak answered in a soft voice, asking whether she had truly changed that much. Then, with a faint sadness tucked beneath her words, she admitted that she sometimes wished she could have stayed a child forever. Bottle said that a great deal of time had passed since then, but as he studied her face now, he added that when they were children, he had never once seen her wear that kind of expression. He then said it seemed like things had been going well for her. Sobak lifted her eyes toward him in surprise, as if that simple comment had reached a place in her heart she had not expected him to touch. Sobak quickly replied that yes, of course, she was doing well. Even so, there was a slight hesitation buried beneath her answer, a small pause that made her words feel less certain than she wanted them to sound. Bottle smiled brightly, looking genuinely happy to hear it, and said that was wonderful. Then he suddenly remembered what she had mentioned earlier about food, and with his stomach already empty, he urged her to hurry and lead the way. Still holding onto Bottle's arm, Sobak raised her free hand and pointed ahead. She told him they needed to go that way, guiding his attention toward the path in front of them. Her fingers tightened around his arm, gripping him strongly enough to bunch and wrinkle the fabric of his shirt. Yet the same smile remained on her face as she urged him once more to walk faster. For just a brief instant, a shadow passed across Sobak's expression, darkening the smile she had been wearing. Then, in a quieter and more fragile voice, she called out to him again as brother. On the outskirts of the area stood a small house with a thatched roof, tucked among thick green trees. Behind it, distant mountain peaks rose against the sky like a calm, silent wall watching over the secluded place. Inside the house, Bottle wasted no time whatsoever. He immediately sank his teeth deep into a chicken drumstick, eating with the desperate focus of someone who looked as if he had been starving for days. Sitting beside him, Olkachi ate in an even more chaotic way. She tore into the food messily, chewing with her mouth wide open while bits of flatbread scattered around her with every careless bite. With her mouth still stuffed full, Olkachi grumbled that human food was much too salty. Bottle quickly fired back that she could complain as much as she wanted, but judging from the way she was devouring everything, she was clearly enjoying the meal plenty. Olkachi snapped that she was only eating so she could recover properly. Bottle, already annoyed, raised one hand to shield himself from the crumbs spraying out of her mouth and shot back that if someone was treating her to a meal, the least she could do was stop talking while she ate and show a little gratitude. Bottle turned his attention towards Sobak, who was sitting close beside him at the low round table, and quickly told her not to mind anything Lady Olkachi was grumbling about. With all three of them gathered around the meal, he made sure to reassure Sobak that the food she had prepared was truly delicious. Sobak's face softened into a gentle smile as she answered that being allowed to prepare a table for a Sansin was already a great honor to her. Then, looking warmly at Bottle, she called him brother and told him there was no need for him to worry over such a thing. Bottle thanked her with real sincerity, then explained that he had traveled such a long distance to reach this place that his stomach was completely empty. The moment he finished speaking, he leaned right back toward the food and took another big, hungry bite from the chicken leg. As the meal went on and the mood settled a little, Sobak quietly turned her eyes toward Bottle and asked whether the two of them were planning to head for Chogabon. Bottle smiled as soon as he heard the question, looking both amused and impressed by how quickly she had understood. He told her that nothing ever seemed to escape her notice, then confirmed it directly, saying she had guessed exactly right. Sobak explained that the sudden inspections at the city gate had not appeared out of nowhere. Something dangerous had recently begun moving around Lord Cho, and those new restrictions were connected to the trouble surrounding him. Bottle's expression lost some of its easy warmth and became more serious. He agreed with her assessment, saying she had read the situation correctly, because the matter they were dealing with was dangerous indeed. Sobak leaned toward him slightly, her voice quiet, but carrying a clear intensity. She asked Bottle to tell her everything, making it obvious that whatever was happening, she wanted to hear the full truth from him. Olkachi continued chewing while watching Bottle from the side, her eyes following his every movement. After a brief pause, Bottle seemed to make up his mind and placed the half-eaten chicken leg firmly back down on the plate. Then Bottle finally spoke the name Ichu. His tone made it clear that this was the very reason he had traveled all the way here. He had come to this place because he was searching for it. The instant Sobak heard that name, surprise broke across her face before she could hide it. Her expression shifted sharply, as if the word Ichu carried a meaning far heavier than Bottle had casually let on. Olkachi stared at Bottle and repeated, Ichu, as though she could barely believe that was what he had just said. She asked if something like that was even possible, but Bottle answered calmly that it would be all right, because Sobak's ability might be exactly what they needed. By the time the dishes on the low table had been emptied, the atmosphere had grown much heavier. Bottle's voice sank as he explained that the people of Dankon were killing both Sansin and Takabi. Sobak said it seemed those people were also searching for Ju, and that was probably what had driven them to commit such acts. Bottle glanced over at Olkachi, who was still chewing with a thoughtful look, then agreed that Sobak had understood it correctly. Sobak continued piecing the situation together, saying that Bottle and the others were chasing after the people from Dankon because Dankon had been murdering Sansin. Bottle gave a firm nod and confirmed that it was true. He added that Lady Olkachi herself had also been hurt and made to suffer because of what those people had done. Sobak looked at Bottle in silence for a long moment, her gaze lingering on him with a strange mix of familiarity and sadness. Then she quietly said that her little brother had not changed at all. Lowering her eyes, Sobak added that Bottle had always been exactly this way. He cared only about matters like this, and he had always hated those who mocked the gods and destroyed spirits. Then her voice grew softer, carrying a sadness that felt even deeper than before. Sobak said that Bottle never seemed to notice the people who were standing right beside him. Bottle looked back at her, taking in the weight behind her words, and asked how she had been living all this time. From inside that shabby little house, Sobak answered with a bitter calmness that made the room feel quieter. She told him that he could see the answer for himself. After Bottle and their mentor left her behind, she had remained here all alone. Bottle's expression tightened with concern, and he asked her whether life in this place had been difficult for her. He went on to say that with powers like hers, she should have been able to earn a great fortune if things had gone well. Looking around at the poor state of her life now, he asked what had happened to bring her here. Sobak rested her head lightly against one hand and gave him a sad little smile. She explained that she could not always predict someone's future perfectly, and even when she did tell the truth, there had been times when people struck her for saying it. Bottle spoke to her with sympathy, saying she must have lived through many hard days. Inside, he understood that during all the time he had been gone, Sobak had endured far more suffering than he had ever known. Sobak replied that she had already grown used to that kind of life, then gently turned the conversation away from herself. Saying they had talked enough about her, she reached toward a worn pouch beside her and began feeling around inside it. When Sobak opened her hand, several tiny silver-colored beads rested in her palm. They were small like peas, but they caught the light against her skin with a quiet, metallic shine. Bottle looked down at the little objects and asked what they were. Sobak explained that she had made them using gravel taken from the goat trail, and that she was going to use them now to perform a prediction. Sobak curled her fingers tightly around the silver beads, trapping them inside her fist. Then she closed her eyes, her face becoming still as she focused all her attention on the divination. Bottle and Olkachi both fell silent, their bodies going still as they watched her closely. Neither of them looked away, waiting to see what kind of results Sobak's prediction would reveal. Then Sobak opened her hand in a quick motion and scattered the small beads across the floor in front of her. Bottle watched the beads roll over the floorboards, noticing right away that their movement felt different from ordinary divination tools. For some reason, instead of using something more familiar, Sobak had chosen gravel for this prediction. At last, the beads slowed and came to a stop. Sobak studied their positions, then asked whether their mentor had died. Bottle answered, yes, and only then admitted that he had forgotten to tell her, adding that it had already happened a long time ago. Sobak leaned closer over the scattered beads and said it looked as though someone had been beside their mentor at that time. Bottle immediately shook his head and said no, their mentor had died alone. Then, with confusion in his voice, he asked what she meant by that. Sobak looked uncertain, as if the result in front of her did not quite match what Bottle was saying. She asked if that was really true, explaining that the prediction showed someone near their mentor as he was dying, before quietly wondering whether she had misread what she saw. Bottle explained that he had only seen their mentor after he was already dead, so he could not say for certain what had happened in the final moment. Then he looked back at Sobak and asked if the beads were showing anything else. Sobak lifted her gaze from the beads and looked directly into Bottle's eyes. In a steady voice, she told him that he had recently gone through an extraordinary encounter. Bottle folded his arms across his chest as the memories of Sori and Han Sihi rose in his mind. After thinking it over for a moment, he answered that yes, he supposed it could be described that way. Sobak then clarified that the meeting she saw had happened yesterday. Bottle's eyes widened just a little, and he repeated in surprise, "What?" Olkachi spoke up and reminded him that yesterday was the day he had met that man. Bottle's gaze shifted toward the broom lying on top of his belongings, and in that instant, everything seemed to click into place. He answered that Olkachi was right. As Sobak began gathering the silver beads back into her hand, she said she envied him. To her, people who were constantly meeting someone new seemed to live truly interesting lives, and she quietly admitted that she wanted to meet someone as well. Sobak closed her fingers around the beads once more, holding them firmly inside her fist as she prepared for another prediction. Then she threw the beads across the floor again, letting the tiny silver pieces scatter outward and roll over the surface in front of her. The moment Sobak saw where the beads landed, her eyes widened. Shock flashed across her face so clearly that she could not hide her reaction. Bottle leaned his attention toward the result and tried to interpret it himself. He said it looked like a meeting with someone she could rely on, then asked if he had understood correctly, though he admitted he was not completely confident. Then Bottle looked back at Sobak and turned the question toward her, asking whose future the prediction was actually showing. Sobak reacted quickly, closing her fist around the beads and hiding them from sight before Bottle could examine the result any further. She said she had merely dropped them by accident, brushing the moment aside as if it were nothing important. Then, in a light tone, she added that it seemed even Bottle still needed more practice when it came to making predictions. Sobak rose from her seat and suggested that they have some tea, saying the conversation would feel much more pleasant that way. Bottle accepted without any objection, letting the topic move on for the moment. As Sobak stepped out of the room, her feet suddenly came to a halt. For a moment, she stood there without moving, as though the weight of what the beads had shown had finally caught up to her all at once. She slowly lowered her eyes to her trembling fist, where the small silver beads were still trapped tightly in her palm. A fragile thought rose in her mind. Would she really meet someone she could depend on, someone willing to remain beside a person like her? But almost immediately, Sobak's brows drew together, and disbelief tightened across her face. No matter what the prediction had shown her, she told herself that something so comforting could never truly happen in her life. Elsewhere, a heavy fist slammed against the gates with enough force to shake the wood. From outside, a rough voice shouted harshly, ordering the people within to come out at once. The warrior stationed at the gate hurried to remove the thick wooden bar from its slots. As the heavy timber scraped loudly, he muttered in confusion, wondering who would dare cause such a commotion at the Finman gates. After struggling with the gate for a moment, he finally pulled it open just enough to look outside. Narrowing his eyes, he peered through the gap to see who was standing beyond the entrance. On the other side stood a group of guards, lined up with rigid posture and stern, expressionless faces, their cold stares fixed on him as if they had not come to ask politely. Before the warrior could properly react, a sudden kick crashed into him with brutal force. He was knocked off his feet, and the gate doors burst wide open behind him. A man dressed in red stepped forward, his clothing making him stand out sharply among the ordinary guards in blue. He declared that a criminal was hiding inside, and without wasting another breath, he ordered his men to search the residence, prompting the guards to answer immediately. The guards rushed straight into the courtyard of the Finman residence, their footsteps pounding across the ground. But the instant they entered, Finman warriors moved in from every direction and closed around them, surrounding the intruders on all sides. The man in the red kaftan exploded in outrage, shouting at the warriors as if their resistance was unthinkable. He demanded to know whether they feared nothing at all, asking if they truly intended to stand in the way of Ho Yunsik himself, the governor of Dichin. The armed warriors answered him only with dark, hostile stares, their hands hovering near their swords. Then Kong Jinho stepped forward from among them, and calmly asked what business had brought the governor to the Finman residence. Kong Jinho then introduced himself in a formal tone, making his position unmistakably clear. He was the chief sergeant of the Finman residence. Ho Yunsik thrust a finger toward Kong Jinho and declared that a report had reached him. According to that report, Someone in this residence had slaughtered a large number of people near the Kehen Pond, and the information had come directly from Dankon. Kong Jinho repeated the name Dankon under his breath, his tone sharpening the moment it left his mouth. That single word seemed to make the entire accusation feel far more suspicious. The governor raised his voice even louder, insisting that he knew Finman was sheltering someone. If they refused to surrender the criminal, then he would have his men tear through the residence and search it themselves. Kong Jinho answered evenly that Ho Yunsik had only recently come to Dichin, so perhaps there had been a misunderstanding. This place, he reminded him, was not Kongsong. And as he spoke, more Finman warriors quietly gathered behind him. With a large force now standing at his back, Kong Jinho looked straight at the intruders without flinching. Then he asked whether they truly understood whose territory they had just forced their way into. Ho Yunsik's face stiffened with sudden alarm, but his pride quickly twisted that fear into anger. He snapped back furiously, asking if Kong Jinho actually dared to threaten an official of Danka. Kong Jinho replied that he knew very well what kind of relationship existed between Dankon and Finman. But even so, that did not mean he could simply let them barge in and do whatever they pleased. His expression grew even darker as he added that Ho Yunsik should deliver a message to the people of Dankon. If they had business with him, then they could come and face him directly instead of hiding behind others. With that, Kong Jinho abruptly turned his back on the governor. As he walked away, he tossed one final remark over his shoulder. If Dankon came themselves, then there would be no problem. Ho Yunsik clenched his teeth so hard his anger seemed to hiss out between them. In a low, furious voice, he spat out an insult, calling Kong Jinho a miserable sergeant. Kong Jinho did not even bother to turn around. He simply continued walking away from the confrontation, leaving the governor standing there with nothing but his own rage. Sunguk came over to meet him with an impressed laugh, saying Kong Jinho could be downright terrifying when he chose to be. Those fools, he joked, must have been so frightened that they nearly wet themselves. Kong Jinho gave a faint grin at that and replied in a dry, teasing tone that such a thing would be quite unfortunate for them. Then Kong Jinho added that Sunguk could always lend them a couple pairs of training pants if they ended up needing them. Sunguk cheerfully agreed that he would do just that, and the two men broke into laughter before Kong Jinho finally told him to clean up the mess. Sunguk immediately straightened and answered that he understood. Meanwhile, in the cell that had been assigned to him, Han Sihi sat quietly in the lotus position. His eyes were closed, his posture calm and steady, as though the prison walls around him had no power to disturb him. A voice called Han Sihi's name from beyond the iron bars. Slowly, as if returning from deep thought, he opened his eyes. Standing on the other side of the bars was Kong Jinho. Han Sihi lifted his gaze toward him and calmly said that he had finally come. Kong Jinho asked Han Sihi to forgive him for the way things had turned out. Han Sihi replied without anger, saying he had assumed Kong Jinho must have had a reason for locking him away. Kong Jinho confirmed that Han Sihi had guessed correctly. There had been an order to arrest him, and the governor of Dichin had just come looking for him. They had managed to get through it for the moment, but Kong Jinho admitted he could not predict when the governor might return. Han Sihi listened quietly and said that he understood. Then, in a low voice, he described the whole situation as troublesome. Kong Jinho then shifted the conversation, asking how Han Sihi had been all this time. He explained that by the time he heard what had happened at Blue Waters, it was already too late, and no one had known what became of Han Sihi afterward. Han Sihi rose from the floor and answered that the explanation would take a long time, so they should speak about it properly later. Right now, there was no time to waste, because they had to find the Aichu connected to Cho Gabon as quickly as possible. Han Sihi stepped closer to the bars, and Kong Jinho immediately pressed him with questions. He asked what Cho Gabon had said, and who had told Han Sihi about any of this. Han Sihi answered with a single word, Dokibi. Kong Jinho stared at him, clearly unable to follow what he meant. He said he did not understand what Han Sihi was talking about, and asked if he had dreamed all of this while sleeping. Han Sihi looked back at him steadily, and asked whether he had ever lied to Kong Jinho before. Kong Jinho paused at that, then admitted that Han Sihi had never really been the type to lie. In fact, even when they were children, Han Sihi had always been someone who chose silence instead. Under the shadowed ceiling of the prison, Kong Jinho's voice became firm. He said his duty was to protect Cho Gabon, and if Han Sihi intended to go after him, then Han Sihi would have to fight him first. Han Sihi answered that he did not want things to come to that either, which was exactly why he was asking Kong Jinho for help. Han Sihi reminded Kong Jinho that he had once said he owed him his life. Now, Han Sihi said he had come to collect that debt. Kong Jinho replied that he did not know why Han Sihi needed the Aichu, but anything involving Cho Gabon was more valuable than Kong Jinho's own life. The fate of Donghe, he said, rested on that man. Han Sihi asked if Kong Jinho was seriously claiming that Donghe's future depended on an old official drunk on authority. Kong Jinho answered without the slightest hesitation that yes, that was exactly what he meant. Kong Jinho explained that Cho Gabon commanded the strongest army in all of Donghe, a force powerful enough to attack Kansan, where the royal family lived. And that kind of military strength existed only because of Cho Gabon's immense wealth and influence. He continued by saying that even though royal authority had weakened, no rebellions had broken out, and no neighboring states had dared to swallow Donghe. The reason was simple. They were afraid of becoming involved with Dichin. Han Sihe looked at him and asked if that meant Cho Gabon was supposed to become king. Kong Jinho answered that Cho Gabon certainly possessed enough power to do it. If the man truly wished, he could establish an entirely new country on this land without much difficulty. But Kong Jinho added that Cho Gabon had no desire to gather even more power. That was precisely why the old official had withdrawn from politics and come to this place instead. From the neighboring cell, Sori suddenly poked her head through the bars, her eyes bright with curiosity. She said the whole story was starting to sound rather interesting. With a small smile on her face, Sori looked toward the two men and asked what Cho Gabon actually wanted. Kong Jinho shifted his gaze from the iron bars over to Han Sihe and asked who the girl was, wondering if Han Sihe had any intention of introducing her. After all, Sori was talking to him so casually that she sounded like someone who had known him for years. Han Sihe gave only a simple answer, saying she was a nine-tailed fox, and her name was Sori. Kong Jinho's expression eased a little, and he tried to address her with proper courtesy, calling her a lady. He apologized for how roughly she had been treated, explaining that the situation had been urgent, and because of that, his men had gone a bit too far. Sori returned his greeting with a calm, surprisingly relaxed smile, and told him there was no need to worry. The food had been good, the blankets were clean, and she honestly did not have much to complain about. Though if she was being completely honest, she added that it would have been far better if she and Han Sihe had been locked in the same cell. Kong Jinho answered her in a straightforward tone, explaining that in this place, men and women were kept in separate quarters as a rule. Then he paused for a moment, his expression flickering as though he had started to wonder if there was something more between them. Sori immediately flushed bright red, lowered her gaze, and pressed both hands against her warm cheeks, saying that while she and Han Sihe were not technically husband and wife, everything else between them was practically the same. Han Sihe told Kong Jinho to simply ignore her and suggested they return to the matter they had actually been discussing. From the neighboring cell, Sori instantly snapped back in embarrassment, raising her voice at him in angry protest. Kong Jinho continued, explaining that Cho Gabon cared only about pleasure. In his view, once people lost interest in money and power, they often became obsessed with the desires of the body instead, and Cho Gabon's fixation had even driven him as far as murder. Sori's expression changed immediately, the playful mood vanishing from her face. In disbelief, she asked whether Cho Gabon had truly killed someone, and why he would ever go that far. Han Sihe answered her in a quiet voice. There had once been a woman Cho Gabon raped, and after she became pregnant, she chose to give birth to the child. But Cho Gabon saw that child as a threat that might one day grow into a problem, so he released wild dogs on the woman to erase the danger before it could take root. Kong Jinho stared at Han Sihe with visible surprise, unable to hide his reaction, and asked how he could possibly know about that incident. Han Sihe gave him no explanation at all, only meeting his eyes in silence. Kong Jinho said that after he became the one responsible for protecting Cho Gabon, incidents like that no longer happened. These days, Cho Gabon settled matters by paying people off with money, then spent his time sinking deeper into empty pleasures. Sori observed that Cho Gabon must trust Kong Jinho a great deal. After all, a powerful man would not normally tolerate someone controlling him so closely or interfering with his freedom. Kong Jinho clenched one hand into a tight fist and replied that he had nearly died several times while arguing with Cho Gabon, but somehow, he had managed to bring things to their current state. Even so, one irritating thought still remained in his mind, that some shaman was now meddling with everything he had worked to hold together. Kong Jinho raised his head and met Han Sihe's eyes directly. He said he would not pretend that his methods were righteous, but at this moment, this was the best way he had found to protect the people. Han Sihe said nothing in response. He simply kept his gaze fixed on Kong Jinho, letting the weight of those words settle heavily in the quiet space between them. Sori then said that she wanted to crack this whole matter open and uncover the complete truth behind it. But before they went any further, there was something important she needed to tell Kong Jinho first. She added that whoever possessed the Ice Jew was definitely not normal. And before much longer, the control Kong Jinho believed he had over Cho Gabon would completely fall apart. Kong Jinho frowned as he looked at her, his expression tightening with unease. He realized that this girl, too, was fully convinced that the Ice Jew was in Cho Gabon's possession. Han Sihe called to him as Brother Kong Jinho, his voice steady but heavier than before, and said he would ask one more time. Then Han Sihe asked him directly, his tone low and unwavering, where the Ice Jew was. Kong Jinho answered that he truly did not know. Then, As if drawing a firm line beneath the conversation, he suggested they end their discussion there. Han Si-hee lowered his head slightly, accepting Kang Jinho's answer without arguing. In a calm voice, he said that he understood. Kang Jinho turned toward the exit of the dungeon and told Han Si-hee to rest for the time being. A moment later, the heavy dungeon door shut behind Kang Jinho with a solid sound, leaving the cells wrapped once again in stillness and silence. Sori looked across toward Han Si-hee and asked if he was all right. She wondered aloud whether Kang Jinho's refusal to help had made him feel even worse. Han Si-hee answered that it had not. In fact, Kang Jinho had given him exactly the answer he needed to hear. He did not know where the Jew was. Sori snapped her fingers as the idea suddenly clicked into place. She said that if even the person controlling Cho'Gabon did not know where it was, then there were only a limited number of places left where the Jew could possibly be hidden. Han Si-hee agreed with her conclusion and said that tonight, he would make his move and go after the pearl. As the sun began to sink lower, warm evening light slipped through the bars and spread across Han Si-hee's cell. He had settled himself on the mattress, lying there quietly as the fading glow washed over the prison floor. Han Si-hee lay still, turning over the same questions in his mind. Where could the Aichu be hidden, and how could he take it? But one thought kept circling back heavier than the rest. Would he truly have to fight Brother Kang Jinho? He rolled onto his back and stared up at the ceiling, his thoughts only growing darker. The people of Dangkon had already reached Dichin, so would he have to fight them as well? And on top of that, where had Saribi disappeared to? A voice reached him from nearby, asking what was wrong and whether he could not fall asleep. If he intended to move during the night, then he needed to rest while he still had the chance. Han Si-hee lifted his head from the pillow and turned his gaze toward the girl in the neighboring cell. Sori was lying on her stomach, her chin propped in both hands as she watched him closely. She asked what was going on, saying he had the exact expression of someone who wanted to ask her something. Han Si-hee lowered his head back onto the pillow and answered flatly that she was only imagining it. Sori let out a sigh, clearly unimpressed, and told him he was doing it again. He was putting up distance the same way he always did. Sitting up on her mattress, Sori said she was certain there was something he wanted to ask, even if she did not know exactly what it was. Then she added that she was simply behaving like an ordinary person would. With his eyes still closed, Han Si-hee repeated her words almost absent-mindedly, as though the phrase had caught on something deep inside him. An ordinary person? Sori answered that yes, that was exactly what she meant, because every person carried something in life that caused them pain. Han Si-hee opened his eyes, and the question he had been holding back rose again inside him. He had nearly asked it so many times before, but his thoughts kept tangling together until they only irritated him. What was it, exactly, that he had been trying to say? Sori pulled the blanket up over her legs and said that if he did not want to talk, then he did not need to force himself. Then Han Si-hee's voice quietly reached her. He said there had once been a place called Blue Waters. Sori looked surprised, clearly not expecting him to actually begin speaking after all. Han Si-hee continued, explaining that Blue Waters was the place where he had grown up and learned everything he knew. But one day, monsters wearing human forms attacked it, and only later did he learn that those monsters had been servants of Dangkon. Han Si-hee bent one arm over his face, covering his eyes as his hand began to tremble. In a strained, painful voice, he said that everyone had died, the teacher who raised him, the friends who had stood beside him, and even the girl he loved. Every single one of them was gone. Sori looked at him in silence, her expression softening with quiet sympathy as she listened to the pain behind his words. After a short pause, she asked gently whether Han Si-hee believed they had died because of him. Han Si-hee did not answer her. He only kept his hand laid over his eyes, hiding whatever expression might have crossed his face in that moment. Inside, Han Si-hee wondered why he was telling Sori about his past at all. She was a Sansin, and if revenge was truly all he wanted, then all he needed to do was absorb her power and become stronger. Then the memory of a little girl surfaced in his mind, a girl whose name meant Frost, the young mistress of Mount Wonham. Han Si-hee suddenly sprang upright, his body jolting as he raised his voice in a shout. It was as if he were trying to force those memories back down by drowning them out completely. Han Si-hee stared down at his own hands with a look of pure horror, as though the memories he had tried so hard to bury were now crawling back into him through his fingertips. Tan Yin lowered his gaze and spoke in a quiet, solemn voice, saying that Han Si-hee would one day meet the person capable of giving him the answer he had been searching for. Sori, clearly worried, pressed herself close to the bars separating their cells and asked what had just happened. Her voice tightened with concern as she tried to see his face and make sure Han Si-hee was truly all right. Han Si-hee forced Sori's name out in a strained, almost broken voice, then apologized to her under his breath. Sori blinked at him in confusion, unable to understand the sudden apology, and asked what he was talking about. Han Si-hee said that when evening arrived, he would go out and search for the Aichu. Then, without even raising his head to look at her, He quietly told Sori that she was free to leave him behind. Sori stared at him as if she could not believe what she was hearing and asked what in the world he meant by that. Was he saying this because she had refused to help him before? She quickly insisted that she had only been joking at the time. Han Si kept his head lowered, his expression hidden from her view, and asked in a low, heavy voice whether that was really the truth. Then Han Si finally looked toward Sori and told her plainly that once he obtained the weapon, he would eventually have to kill her. Because of that, he said, she should run far away, somewhere distant enough that no one would ever be able to find her. Han Si said he had to hunt Sansin, and if Sori intended to stop him, then she should kill him right then and there. As soon as he finished saying those words, he abruptly turned his back on her. With sadness quietly filling her voice, Sori said that yesterday, Sol had only wanted one simple thing. All Sol had wished for was for someone to sit beside her and truly listen to her story. Sori then said that Han Si was the same. There was something buried inside him that he desperately wanted to say, but the pain weighing down on him was so heavy that it was becoming difficult for him to breathe. Han Si remained turned away from her, sitting there without the slightest movement. For several long, quiet moments, Sori simply watched him through the bars, her eyes resting on Han Si's unmoving back. At last, realizing that Han Si had shut the conversation off completely, Sori turned away from him as well and let out a soft, tired sigh. She lowered her head, closed her eyes, and became still, as though she was trying to swallow back every word she had wanted to say. Han Si stayed seated where he was, motionless and silent, offering no answer as the heavy quiet settled between the two cells. Outside the small prison window, the remaining light faded quickly, and darkness began spreading through the dungeon. Only then did Han Si finally shift his gaze towards Sori, who was lying quietly in the neighboring cell. Sori lay there with her eyes closed, her breathing calm, and even enough that she looked as though she had already fallen asleep. For a few silent moments, Han Si looked at her openly, no longer trying to hide the heaviness lingering in his eyes. Beyond the mountains, the sun slipped behind the high peaks, and the small hut on the outskirts was gradually swallowed by the shadow of evening. Inside, the edge of a knife scraped again and again across a whetstone, the rough, steady sound cutting through the stillness of the quiet room. Bottle lifted the blade and studied it with focused eyes, carefully checking whether the edge had become sharp enough. Olkachi held the broom in both hands and examined it closely from end to end. Then, speaking to Bottle behind her, she said it looked as if this fellow had already recovered, which probably meant he was a very strong dokibi. Glancing back at Bottle, Olkachi asked whether the girl had gone to prepare tea and still had not returned. In front of Bottle, a whetstone and several knives were laid out neatly across a piece of cloth, and he gave a vague answer, saying it seemed that way. Olkachi wondered aloud whether Sobak could truly be trusted, admitting that she had the uneasy feeling the girl was hiding something from them. Bottle tilted his gaze thoughtfully toward the ceiling and said he honestly did not know. After all, when it came to Sobak, there was very little he could clearly remember. Then a memory slowly returned to him, bringing with it the voice of a younger Sobak asking the teenage Bottle whether they really had to leave. Back then, Bottle had answered her question with another question, asking why she wanted to know. In response, Bottle heard Sobak's quiet words again, spoken so softly that they almost vanished before reaching him. Sobak, still a girl about Bottle's own age, stood there with her hands nearly twisting together in front of her chest. She told him it was nothing, saying she had only asked without any special reason. Bottle suddenly turned away from Sobak and cut the conversation off, saying they had already talked enough and that he had far too many things to do. Before he could walk away, Sobak hurried after him and grabbed hold of his hand. With tears beginning to gather in her eyes, Sobak asked if they could take her along with them too. Bottle yanked his hand free and shouted at Sobak, asking what kind of nonsense she was saying. He told her he was not heading out to play, and that he could not bring someone like her along only to become a burden. Sobak froze in place, confused and hurt, holding her hands stiffly in front of her as tears spilled down from her eyes. Bottle walked away without turning back even once, leaving Sobak standing there all alone. Tears rolled down Sobak's cheeks, and from her trembling lips slipped one broken word, brother. Blinded by her tears, Sobak called out again, her voice shaking as she said Bottle's name and called him brother once more. As that distant farewell came back to him, Bottle felt his own eyes sting, as though tears were about to rise in them too. Olkachi asked if he had remembered something. Bottle answered in a quiet voice that, looking back on it now, it seemed he really had not treated her very well. Olkachi crossed her arms tightly over her chest, and snapped that this was putting it far too mildly. She demanded to know what kind of person Bottle had been before he met her, and exactly what he had done back then. Bottle looked somewhat embarrassed, his expression turning awkward as he began to answer her. Bottle said that at the time, he had thought Sobak would be all right. But now he remembered that she had fallen from the mountain and had been covered in bruises. She had begged him to take her with him, yet the road ahead was dangerous. so he had acted cruel on purpose to push her away. Back then, he had foolishly believed that doing something like that made him look cool. Okachi immediately unleashed a string of harsh insults at Bottle, calling him all kinds of terrible names. The shaman was so startled that he could only ask if she really needed to go that far. Okachi demanded that Bottle apologize to Sobak, saying it was never too late to do something like that properly. Bottle nodded and agreed that yes, he truly needed to apologize to her. Okachi added that she was not even sure whether such a heartless child could manage to apologize the right way. Bottle looked off to the side and told her that was enough, insisting that he was at least trying. Just then, Sobak's voice reached him from outside, calling out for Brother Bottle. From beyond the door, Sobak called for Bottle to come outside, saying that someone who could help them had arrived. Bottle immediately hurried toward the sound of her voice, repeating in surprise that someone who could help them had actually come. In the warm light of the setting sun, Bottle saw Sobak standing there with a smile on her face, and beside her stood the little shaman Sammy. Bottle tilted his head slightly toward his shoulder and looked at the child in front of him, asking who this kid was and wondering aloud whether Sammy was really supposed to be the person who would help them. The girl's whole face lights up, blooming into a bright, almost dazzling smile as she greets them with perfect politeness. In a soft, cheerful voice, she says, "Nice to meet you." And then, without the slightest sign of nervousness or hesitation, she sweetly introduces herself as Sammy. Okachi follows Bottle out, stepping into view just behind him. But the second her eyes fall on the girl standing there, surprise cuts across her face. "This girl," she blurts out before she can stop herself. Bottle immediately turns his head back toward Okachi, his expression growing tense as he asks if she actually knows Sammy. Sammy does not look bothered at all. Instead, her smile grows even sweeter, her eyes curving into an innocent, delighted expression as she looks at Okachi and calls out brightly, "Madam." Okachi's body stiffens as the memory finally clicks into place. This is not their first time seeing her. Lady Soroka had said that this was the same girl who attacked her on the mountain pass, and Bottle instantly understands the meaning behind that. Sammy is tied directly to the killing of the Takabi. Bottle's gaze sharpens, and his face hardens as he says he can smell blood hanging in this place. Almost at the same moment, warriors begin to close in around the hut from every direction, tightening the space like a trap. One of them has already climbed onto the roof, standing right above Bottle and cutting off even the high ground. Bottle calmly steps down from the porch, slipping his feet into the shoes waiting on the step as if he still has all the time in the world. Without raising his voice, he looks towards Sobak and quietly asks why she would go so far against him. Sobak answers him in a cold, unmoving voice. She says the fault belongs to Bottle and the others themselves. Because they already knew her, they lowered their guard, accepted everything too easily, and walked right into this situation. Sobak keeps her eyes fixed on Bottle, her stare stern but wounded underneath the anger. Then she asks him if he has even the faintest idea what she had to suffer through back when they were both studying under the hermit. Bottle's head lowers at once, embarrassment showing clearly in the way his shoulders shrink and his posture collapses slightly. In a quiet, ashamed voice, he admits that he does not remember what happened back then. Sobak's anger erupts the instant she hears that. "Exactly," she shouts, her voice trembling with years of resentment. To Bottle, she had never been someone important. She was no different from grass crushed underfoot or a pebble left forgotten on the roadside. Bottle places a hand against his own chest, as if quietly accepting the accusation instead of pushing it away. He admits that he really does have that kind of side to him. Then his eyes move toward the people Sobak has gathered, and he asks if this is why she brought them here, his voice growing darker as he says they are destroying Dokibi life force. Rage twists Sobak's face until every trace of softness disappears. She snaps back at him, demanding what that has to do with anything now, and what the Dokibi have ever done for her in the first place. Bottle lowers his head again, looking almost crushed beneath the weight of her words. In a low, subdued voice, he says that if this is truly how Sobak sees it, then there is nothing more he can say to her. Sammy suddenly raises her voice toward the warriors, her impatience slicing straight through that sweet expression she had been wearing. She demands to know why they are still standing around, then orders them to seize Bottle at once before he can continue spouting nonsense. Sammy gives a small, casual wave of her hand, as if this deadly confrontation is nothing more than a simple errand being carried out. "Well then," she says lightly, her tone almost playful, "all right." The warriors respond to Sammy's command immediately. With their blades ready and their bodies leaning forward for the attack, they rush straight toward Bottle without a moment of hesitation. Even more armed men emerge from behind the corners of the hut, their swords already drawn and glinting in their hands. In the blink of an eye, the once quiet space around the house is filled with heavy footsteps, hostile stares, and the cold presence of steel. Bottle lifts one leg, remaining strangely calm despite the enemies closing in from every side. He remarks that an awful lot of people have gathered just to capture them, and then he brings his foot down hard against the ground. The moment Bottle's foot strikes the earth, a heavy surge of power explodes outward like an invisible shockwave. It crashes into the advancing warriors with brutal force, stopping them dead in their tracks before they can reach him. Sammy instantly shifts into a proper fighting stance, the playful sweetness vanishing from her expression. A focused intensity takes over her eyes as power gathers around her body, revealing that she is anything but helpless. As Sammy directs her own energy toward the enemy, her gaze narrows with sharp concentration. She studies the strange force moving through the space and silently wonders if what she is seeing could be displacing magic. From Sobok's courtyard, streams of overwhelming energy begin pouring outward, spreading through the air with suffocating pressure. The entire space around the hut seems to tremble beneath the force being released. The warriors are suddenly gripped by violent, uncontrollable tremors. One of them gasps that something is wrong with his body, while another struggles just to remain standing, stammering in confusion as he asks what this force could possibly be. Sammy's eyes grow even sharper as she watches Bottle's power take effect. Deep inside, she wonders how someone who does not even know proper spells can still manage to use magic in such a strange and powerful way. Bottle gives the enemy no chance to recover. In a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward, closing the distance so quickly that the movement feels almost startling. Bottle thrusts his hand out in a sharp, direct attacking motion, aiming straight for Sammy before she can fully regain control of the situation. The young shamanist jerks backward, barely slipping out of the path of Bottle's attack. But she does not freeze or panic. She instantly gathers herself again and launches a counterattack without wasting even a single breath. As Sammy moves in toward Bottle once more, her expression carries a mixture of caution and admiration. She tells him that his skills are impressive, openly admitting that his strike came close enough to almost kill her. Bottle tightens his grip around the knife in his hand and answers her without flinching. She does not need to tell him that, because he already knows. In his own mind, he is certain his attack was nearly perfect, and just as certain that Sammy is no ordinary girl. Behind Sammy, Sergeant Ohensok steps into view, bringing with him a heavy and dangerous presence. His eyes remain fixed on Bottle with unmistakable interest as he comments that Bottle knows how to fight well. A violent red aura flares around Sergeant Ohensok, wrapping his body in a sinister glow. His gaze settles firmly on Bottle as he asks whether this is the shaman known as Bottle. Ohensok's energy bears down over Bottle like a crushing weight from behind. Bottle freezes in place, the knife still clutched tightly in his hand, as that terrifying pressure pins him where he stands. Bottle slowly reaches up and rubs the back of his neck, unease crawling over him. Inwardly, he wonders who this person could be, because the sensation feels as sharp and chilling as a blade driven straight into the back of his head. Standing behind Bottle, Olkachi suddenly cries out that it is him, the head of Dankon. She has seen him before, and she recognizes the terrifying power radiating from him, the power of the deceased. Then another voice cuts cleanly through the tense air, asking whether this is his snack. At the sound of it, both Bottle and Olkachi go completely still, their bodies locking up as if the danger around them has suddenly grown even worse. They turn and look back, only to find Nur Elmir standing on the roof of the house. The dragon looks down at them from above and remarks that the magpie he failed to eat last time is here as well. Nur Elmir leaps down from the roof, where several warriors had already taken position alongside him. His figure drops toward the ground with the heavy, predatory weight of something entering a battlefield it already believes it owns. Olkachi's face tightens as she watches him descend from above. In a tense voice, she says that he has finally appeared. Nur Elmir lands with a heavy impact, and the ground trembles beneath him. The force of his arrival sends a violent shudder rippling through the earth around the hut. Golden energy burns fiercely in Nur Elmir's eyes as he locks his gaze onto them. This time, he shouts, he will not allow them to escape. Bottle quickly scans the situation closing in around him. Behind him stand the young shamaness and the man carrying the power of the deceased, blocking off any simple path of retreat. Then Bottle shifts his eyes toward the enemy, standing in front of him. A dragon now blocks the way ahead, making the trap around them impossible to ignore. Bottle turns toward the mistress of the house and calls Sobok's name. His voice becomes strangely calm as he tells her that he may very well die here. Since there may not be another chance, Bottle says there is something he needs to tell her right now. He would have preferred to speak about it quietly over a cup of tea, but with things turning out like this, there is no time left. Sobok looks at him and says she is listening. Bottle looks directly into Sobok's face, and for a moment, the tension in his expression softens. Then he asks her to forgive him for everything. Sobok's expression wavers. Confusion spreads across her face, as if his words have struck somewhere deep inside her that she had not expected him to reach. Sobok suddenly shouts back at him, demanding to know what he is even apologizing for when he does not remember anything. To her, words that empty and useless have no place in this moment. Bottle drops his gaze, shame settling heavily over his face. He admits that she is right. Back then, his attention had been fixed on something else, and he cannot clearly remember the details. Even so, he feels certain that he must have treated her cruelly. Bottle asks her to forgive him for offering his apology so late. Sobok's body begins to tremble violently, her emotions rising beyond control, and through that shaking, she asks, "And now?" Sobok explodes into a scream, all of her pain and anger spilling out at once. She demands to know if Bottle thinks she is fine now, because the truth is painfully clear, she is not fine at all. Bottle looks at Sobok, and the pain in his eyes grows heavier the longer he stares at her face. He cannot tell if what he sees there is pure anger, deep sorrow, or both tangled together at once. But in that painful moment, something buried inside him finally falls into place. He realizes that maybe the reason he had never shown much interest in women was because Sobok's face had always been lingering somewhere in the back of his mind. Bottle reaches down to the pouch hanging at his waist and pulls out a pair of gloves, his movements quiet but deliberate. As he holds them in his hands, regret sharpens inside his thoughts. Even though he had always been quicker than most of the people around him, he had ignored this part of himself for far too long. While Bottle slips the gloves onto his hands, he admits that Sobok is right. After everything that happened between them, he does not believe forgiveness is something that could ever come easily. And more than anything, he knows they still need much more time to properly talk through what was left unsaid. Bottle lowers his body into a firm fighting stance, his eyes growing steady as danger presses in on him from every direction. Then he adds that, because of that very reason, he is going to survive this battle no matter what, and afterward, he will apologize to Sobok the way he truly should have from the beginning. Bottle's voice cuts clearly through the tense air and reaches Sobok where she stands. He tells her that this place has become far too dangerous, warning her to move farther away before the coming fight sweeps her into its path. Sobok turns and runs without answering him, her figure quickly pulling away from the battlefield and the danger closing in around it. Behind her, Bottle stays exactly where he is, calmly readying himself for the brutal fight waiting ahead. Nur Elmir's face twists with a look of pure delight, as if the tension of the battlefield has only sharpened his hunger. He bursts into loud laughter and wishes himself a good appetite, savoring the thought of what he is about to do. Still laughing with wild excitement, Nur Elmir throws himself up into the air and comes crashing toward Bottle from above. His fist rises over his head, clenched tight, and ready to come down with crushing, brutal force. Nur Elmir's fist smashes straight into Bottle's cheekbone, the blow landing with terrifying speed and snapping through the moment like a sudden crack of thunder. The dragon's speed and raw power are simply unbelievable. Bottle cannot move fast enough to respond, and before he even gets the chance to react, the strike has already reached him. Energy churns violently around Nur Elmir as he swings his arms from side to side. His movements are wild, reckless, and overwhelming, like a raging storm tearing through the courtyard and ripping apart everything in its path. But then, something suddenly makes Nur Elmir stop. His expression shifts, confusion breaking through his fury, and he snaps out in disbelief as he demands to know what this strange sensation is. Nur Elmir spits insults at his opponent while trying to force his way through the pressure bearing down on him. But the power pressing over him refuses to loosen its grip, and even his ferocious strength struggles against it. Nur Elmir loses his sense of direction, whipping his head around with savage frustration as if the space around him has suddenly turned against him. He roars out, demanding to know where Bottle has gone, then shouts that he is going to devour him. When Nur Elmir turns his head back, his eyes catch sight of Olkachi flapping her wings and flying away from the battlefield. At that very moment, fire bursts outward in a violent flash, exploding through the space around them and filling the battlefield with a sudden blaze. Amulets whirl through the air in the middle of the flames, spinning wildly as fire coils around them like bright, burning ribbons. Sammy watches everything unfold, and clear surprise spreads across her face. Even she looks impressed by the scale and force behind Bottle's technique. As Olkachi flies away, she glances back toward Bottle, and Bottle explains that what he is using is splitting magic. Usually, he says, a technique like this would require 3 scrolls. Bottle stands in the center of the chaos with remarkable composure. Flames coil and flicker around his hand, yet his face remains calm, focused, and almost frighteningly steady. In Olkachi's eyes, worry and doubt flicker at the same time. Even while she continues escaping from the battlefield, she cannot fully hide the unease spreading across her face. Lady Soroka keeps flying farther away from the battlefield. Sammy watches her retreating figure and lets out a small, regretful sigh, murmuring that she missed her chance. Sammy turns her gaze back to Bottle and asks if he really chose to save Lady Olkachi. even if doing that means he will die in her place. Bottle gives a faint smile and lightly waves the hand holding the glowing energy lasso. Then he tells Sammy that she seems to have misunderstood something. Bottle's voice carries across the battlefield towards Sammy and the elder Dokibi. He reminds them that he is a hunter, someone who has spent a very long time chasing and pursuing their kind. Nur Elmir's brow tightens with anger as Bottle continues speaking. Bottle says he only wanted Lady Ulkachi to move away from the most dangerous part of the battlefield. Bottle tightens his grip around the shining stream of red energy in his hands. Then, with his resolve hardening in his voice, he declares that the time has finally come, and he will avenge both the Sansin and the Dokibi. Sammy lifts one hand to cover her smile, amusement glinting in her eyes as she watches him. She admits that Bottle possesses a great deal of power, but then asks if he truly believes he can face all of them at once, calling that level of confidence far too excessive. Nur Elmir hisses with fury, his pride clearly wounded by Bottle's words. He snarls at him, demanding how a mere opponent could dare speak to him in such a way. Fiery energy erupts around Nur Elmir's body, wrapping him in a blazing, violent aura. He roars in disbelief that some tiny human would dare speak like that to Nur Elmir himself. The fiery energy rushes toward Bottle with crushing force. Bottle raises his hand to shield himself, staring straight ahead with intense focus as he realizes this must be dragon energy, even as numbness begins to spread through his entire body. Bottle glances back and notices the warriors beginning to move again. In that instant, he understands that Nur Elmir's overwhelming pressure has disrupted his paralysis magic and caused it to stop working. Bottle's fingers close even tighter around the energy lasso in his hand. But instead of panicking, his expression shifts with curiosity, and he says that things are starting to get interesting. Bottle fixes his gaze directly on Nur Elmir and asks whether the dragon wants to have a taste of his power. Nur Elmir erupts with furious authority, his voice booming across the battlefield as he shouts that no one is allowed to interfere in this fight. The dragon launches himself at Bottle in a powerful leap, bringing his fist down like a massive hammer. But just before the blow can land, Bottle springs backward and narrowly escapes the impact. Nur Elmir freezes for a brief moment, stunned as he sees Bottle land safely a short distance away. A sharp, disbelieving "what?" slips from his mouth. Bottle thinks back to the earlier attack and quickly pieces together what is happening. Nur Elmir's power is enormous, but the way he attacks is straightforward, direct, and easy to read. Nur Elmir lunges at Bottle again, rage pushing him forward with even more force as he shouts for the shaman to die. Bottle's hand shoots forward, the energy lasso coiling around it as he drives himself straight toward the charging dragon. Surprise flashes through Nur Elmir's eyes when he realizes his own hand has flown far above its target. In that same instant, Bottle's fist is already lined up perfectly, ready to strike him. Bottle thrusts his hand forward and lands the blow directly against Nur Elmir, turning the dragon's own momentum against him in one clean motion. Nur Elmir screams as Bottle's strike sends him flying backward, the impact tearing his body away from the ground with shocking force. The blow hurls Nur Elmir high into the air, lifting the dragon upward, as if even his massive strength means nothing in that moment. Nur Elmir crashes back down with incredible force, his body slamming into the ground hard enough to shake the entire battlefield beneath him. Bottle swings the energy lasso with controlled ease and says that it is actually very simple. Nur Elmir attacks, just like a raging boar, charging straight ahead without changing course. With that faint smile still resting on his face, Bottle adds that it is a real shame the dragon's immense power is going to be wasted. Bottle barely manages to drop into a crouch in time. A blade slices through the air just above his head, missing him by only a breath as the elder's sword sweeps over him. The sudden dodge forces Bottle down onto one knee, and a rough, strained breath pushes out from deep in his chest. Ohensok raises his blade and settles into a calm, deadly fighting stance. His posture remains steady and controlled as he prepares to strike Bottle again. Bottle keeps his knife locked firmly in one hand, while his other arm stretches out in front of him, tightly wrapped by the glowing coil of the energy lasso. He faces Ohensok without taking even a single step back, then asks if the sergeant wants to play with blades, because when it comes to a sword fight, Bottle is always more than ready. Ohensok raises his blade high above his head, his posture shifting into something fierce, direct, and completely unhesitating. Then, with no pause at all, the sergeant drives himself forward and charges straight into his attack. Bottle meets the incoming assault head-on, his knife moving with clean, sharp precision. Every time Ohensok's sword comes for him, Bottle catches the strike and turns it aside before the blade can reach his body. Steel slams against the edge of Bottle's knife, and the force of the collision sends sparks bursting into the air around them. For a brief moment, every clash between Bottle and Ohensok lights up the space between them with scattered flashes of metal and fire. Ohensok swings his sword again, his eyes narrowing with clear interest as he studies Bottle's movements. Judging from the way Bottle handles himself, the sergeant remarks that this shaman seems to know his way around a blade. Bottle blocks the next attack as well, catching Ohensok's sword cleanly against his knife. Even under the weight of the sergeant's strike, he holds his ground and refuses to be pushed back. Then Bottle shifts his weight in a quick, controlled motion and strikes back, sending his knife cutting through the air in a short, fast slash. Ohensok's gaze snaps toward the incoming blade as Bottle's knife flashes toward him, its path quick, close, and dangerous enough to demand an immediate response. Ohensok reacts with a sharp swing of his own sword, knocking Bottle's knife away before the blade can dig into him. As the knife spins through the air, red energy suddenly blazes around it, wrapping the flying blade in a bright, burning glow that moves almost like living flame. A heartbeat later, that same red energy spreads outward from the knife and coils around Ohensok's body, clinging to him tightly like a binding spell. Bottle smiles, openly admitting that Ohensok really is skilled. But since Bottle is not a true warrior, he says he had no choice but to slip a little magic into the exchange, and then he calmly orders the sergeant to stand still. The red glow wrapped around Ohensok begins to fade instead of tightening. Its hold weakens around the sergeant's body, losing strength before it can properly lock him in place. Bottle's eyes widen before he can hide it, surprise breaking through his composed expression. A quiet, startled "what?" slips out of him as he realizes the magic is not working. Ohensok's sword comes crashing down toward Bottle, the blade descending with deadly weight and force. The sergeant follows through with a powerful slash, then pauses for only the briefest instant with his sword raised, already prepared to continue the assault. Bottle manages to pull himself back just in time, slipping out of the strike's path before it can cut him. And then Sammy's voice reaches him from nearby, teasing that Lord Bottle seems to have forgotten she is still there. Sammy smiles brightly, almost joyfully, while red streams of energy coil and swirl around her body. Since she is here, she tells Bottle, he can go ahead and consider his magic sealed away. Bottle looks genuinely disturbed, disbelief twisting across his face. He calls it cruel, asking how anyone could do something as harsh as leaving a shaman without magic. At that exact moment, Nur Elmir attacks from behind. Bottle senses the force rushing toward his back, the danger closing in on him before he can fully turn around. Nur Elmir closes the distance with terrifying speed, hurling insults as he charges in. His rage boils over completely as he threatens to crush Bottle and destroy him without leaving anything behind. Bottle stops where he stands, caught in a tightening net from every side. Warriors block his escape routes. Sammy has sealed off his magic. Ohensok waits with his blade ready, and Nur Elmir is bearing down on him like a furious beast. Even with enemies closing in from every direction, a small smile slowly spreads across Bottle's lips. Instead of showing fear, he murmurs that this is starting to become interesting. Bottle says that if that is how things are, then they might as well let him try. Red light begins gathering around his hand, glowing brighter and denser as his power starts to rise again. Bottle brings his hands together in front of him, almost like he is praying, and suggests that they should all enjoy this properly. Red and yellow flames flare up around his body, wrapping him in a fierce, burning aura that surges through the battlefield. Han Si-hee lies stretched out on a thin mattress inside the cell, his body resting beneath the dim, fading light. The grate, glowing with the last color of the setting sun, casts long shadows across the bed. Han Si-hee stays completely still, looking at first glance as though he has drifted off to sleep. But his eyes remain only slightly open, enough to show that he is not entirely unaware of what is happening around him. Sunguk opens the cell door and speaks to Han Si-hee, telling him that he is being released. The door is open now, and Han Si-hee is free to come out. Han Si-hee sits up on the mattress and asks who the man is. The man explains that he is Hun Sunguk, the deputy head of Fenman, and that he has come under the head's orders to open the second dungeon as well. Sori steps out of the cell, stretching her whole body as though she has just woken up from the most comfortable nap imaginable. With a relaxed sigh, she says that she slept incredibly well. Sunguk stares at Sori in open confusion, clearly caught off guard by her sudden appearance outside the cell. He asks what is going on and wonders when Han Si-hee could have possibly opened her cell. Sori tilts her head, looking at Sunguk as if his reaction is the strange part. She asks why he is staring at her like that, then says he should have released her first, and since he failed to do it, she simply opened the cell herself. Sunguk hands over a bundle along with Han Si-hee's sword, explaining that the head said they had been locked up here on purpose. From the way the situation looks, that seems to be true, so he tells Han Si-hee to take back his belongings. Once Han Si-hee receives the sword and the bundle, Sunguk quickly urges him to move. There is no time to stand around, so he tells Han Si-hee and Sori to follow him at once. Outside, a thin crescent moon hangs quietly in the dark sky, with faint stars scattered around it like tiny points of light. Sori lifts the hem of her skirt and frowns the moment she notices dirt staining the fabric. She complains that dirty water has splashed all over her new skirt. With a disgusted look tightening her face, Sori asks if they cannot take some other path instead. Sunguk apologizes to her, but tells her plainly that this is the only route they can use. Sunguk stops in front of a tall stone fence and turns back toward them. He tells Han Si-hee and Sori that they have arrived. Pointing toward the door where a guard stands on watch, Sunguk explains that they can leave through that entrance. Sunguk then says the chief wanted to express his sincere apology and sent something along for Han Si-hee. With that, he holds out a small bundle and passes it to him. Han Si-hee unfolds the bundle and discovers small ingots inside, the payment catching the light as it rests in his hands. Sori's eyes brighten the moment she sees it, and she exclaims that with this much money, she could buy herself any clothes she wants. Han Si-hee only answers calmly that he understands. Han Si-hee hands the pouch over to Sori and tells her to take it. Sori looks at him in confusion, not quite understanding his intention, and asks what he means by that. Han Si-hee tells her that she should use it to buy herself beautiful clothes, the kind that will suit her properly and show off just how pretty she is. Sori stares at Han Si-hee, clearly startled by the sudden gesture. She asks him what he thinks he is doing. As if he is preparing himself to say goodbye, Han Si-hee quietly lowers his hand onto Sori's shoulder. The touch is gentle, but it carries a heavy meaning. Then Han Si-hee pulls Sori gently toward him, bringing her against his chest and holding her close in a firm embrace. After a moment, Han Si-hee steps back just enough to look directly into Sori's face. Then he tells her that yes, this is exactly what it seems like, a farewell. A stunned, "What?" slips from Sori's lips, but Han Si-hee does not answer her right away. Instead, he simply pulls her closer against his chest once more. Sori looks up at Han Si-hee in disbelief, her face filled with confusion as she asks what he is saying. She cannot understand why he would suddenly talk about parting from her now. Han Si-hee slowly steps back from Sori, lowering his head as a heavy silence settles between them. For a few painful moments, neither of them says anything. His face tightens with worry, and the look in his eyes makes it seem like he is barely holding back tears. Sori cries out that this is not funny at all, her voice trembling with shock and disbelief. If Han Si-hee is really planning to leave her behind, then at the very least, she says, he should say something cruel, something like he will kill her the next time they meet. Han Si-hee takes another step away from Sori, adding just a little more distance between their bodies. Then, in a quiet voice that still carries firm resolve, he tells her that he is serious. Even then, Han Si-hee still cannot bring himself to raise his head and properly look into Sori's eyes. With his gaze lowered, he adds that there is one thing he wants to ask of her. Sori repeats his words in confusion, asking what kind of request he could possibly mean at a time like this. Han Si-hee tells her that no matter what happens to him from here on, he wants her to go to White Mountain IME. Sori looks completely lost as she repeats the name White Mountain IME, asking why she would ever need to go there. Han Si-hee answers quietly that once she reaches that place, she will understand the reason for herself. Han Si-hee asks Sori to forgive him for acting so cold toward her all this time. Then, in a softer voice, he admits that the distance he kept between them was never how he truly felt. It was only an act he forced himself to maintain. Han Si-hee starts to speak about what he really felt for Sori, but the words seem to catch in his throat before they can come out. He falls silent, and Sori stares at him, waiting for the rest, pressing him to finish what he was about to say. Before Sori can hear the answer she is waiting for, Han Si-hee suddenly turns away. He puts his back to her, as if he has forced himself to cut the conversation off before his resolve can break. Sori watches Han Si-hee begin to walk away, and panic quickly rises in her chest. Unable to stay silent, she calls after him and tells him to wait. Sori is already on the verge of running after Han Si-hee, her body leaning forward as if she is about to chase him down the path. But then his voice reaches her, and that single sound stops her in place. Han Si-hee glances back over his shoulder, and for one brief moment, a soft smile touches his face. Then he thanks Sori for everything, his voice carrying a quiet finality. Sori's face flushes instantly, warmth spreading across her cheeks before she has any chance to hide how his words affect her. Sori remains frozen where she stands, unable to take even a single step. All she can do is watch as Han Si-hee continues walking farther and farther away from her. Han Si-hee does not turn back again. He keeps moving down the alley, each steady step carrying him deeper into the narrow street and farther from Sori. Before long, Han Si-hee's figure has become small in the distance, reduced to a lonely shape at the far end of the narrow path. Overwhelmed and distressed, Sori grabs at her own head, struggling to make sense of what just happened. She mutters that Han Si-hee is really leaving like this, and yet she cannot even bring herself to follow him. Standing behind Sori, Sunguk finally speaks up. He says Han Si-hee has already gone, but people are still out searching for him, and then he asks what Sori intends to do now. Sori whirls around towards Sunguk and snaps at him to wait a little. Can he not see that she is thinking? Her sudden fierce shout makes Sunguk flinch back in fear. Sori lowers her eyes to the pouch of money resting in her hands, her expression twisting with frustration, confusion, and disbelief all at once. Under her breath, she mutters that Han Sihi has completely lost his mind. At the edge of the forest, Olkachi peers into the distance. Far away, flashes of fire flicker against the darkness, while thick, ominous energy rises up toward the night sky. Lady Soroka cannot hide her worry at all. Her eyes remain fixed on the burning distance, and Bottle's name slips from her lips in a mournful, helpless whisper. The small hut is now being swallowed by flames. The fire only continues to grow stronger, licking higher and higher as the battlefield around it descends further into chaos. Some warriors keep forcing their way forward through the heat and smoke, refusing to stop. Others are still struggling to get back on their feet after being knocked down by Bottle's earlier attack. Bottle grips an amulet tightly in his hand, his breathing growing rough as exhaustion starts to weigh on him. Fighting several opponents at once is becoming a serious burden, and worse than that, his remaining supply of amulets is starting to run low. Bottle shoots a sharp glance toward Sanmi and realizes that she is the source of the real problem. She is the one interfering with his spellcasting, preventing him from using his magic freely. The elder watches Bottle with open amazement, clearly stunned by what he is seeing. He admits that he never knew anyone in Dankon was capable of wielding magic on such a massive scale. The elder's brows pull tightly together, and his expression hardens with resolve. If Bottle's power truly reaches that level, then the elder says he must answer with skill worthy of such strength. Bottle smirks wickedly and waves the amulet clenched in his hand, laughing as he asks who ever told the elder to hold back. But inside, he is cursing the situation, wondering if this nightmare still has no end in sight. From behind Bottle, Nur Elmir's furious voice cuts through the roar of the flames, reminding everyone that he already told them not to interfere. Nur Elmir's eyes flash fiercely as violent bursts of fiery energy erupt around him. He roars that he is going to devour Bottle right now. Bottle covers his nose with one hand and grimaces, complaining about the stink of soybean paste. Then he tells Nur Elmir that his attacks are not working and calls him a foolish dragon. With a sharp, mocking grin, Bottle goes even further, saying that without Aichu, Nur Elmir is not really a dragon at all. Has he fallen so low that he is nothing more than a water serpent now? The insult immediately drives Nur Elmir into a frenzy. Nur Elmir lets out a furious cry and charges straight at Bottle, swinging his fist with all the anger boiling violently inside him. Bottle forms a blazing sphere of fire between his palms, watching Nur Elmir rush toward him without flinching. In a calm tone, despite the danger, he says this boy never learns. Bottle thrusts his hand forward and sends the fiery sphere flying straight toward Nur Elmir. The dragon raises his hand over his face, trying to shield himself from the incoming blast. Nur Elmir snorts angrily, forcing himself to look through the raging fire wrapped around his hand and face as the flames burn across his vision. Bottle asks how that felt, then points out that this same fire was strong enough to wound even the black tiger. Nur Elmir hisses with rage at the comparison, his pride instantly wounded. He snarls that Bottle should not dare compare him to the black tiger. Nur Elmir roars with fierce pride, declaring with every bit of force in his voice that he is a dragon. Nur Elmir thrusts his hand forward as his nails stretch out and sharpen into claws. With his voice shaking the battlefield, he shouts that he is Nur Elmir. Nur Elmir's clawed hand shoots out and clamps around Bottle's throat, catching the stunned shaman before he can slip away. Bottle struggles helplessly for even the smallest breath, his body tensing as Nur Elmir's grip crushes tighter around his neck. Nur Elmir bares his lengthening fangs, his eyes blazing with fiery golden energy. Now that he has finally caught Bottle, he spits insults at him with a furious and triumphant glare. Sammy laughs from the side, clearly pleased by the sight of Bottle trapped in Nur Elmir's grip. She says this is exactly what she expected from her master and tells Nur Elmir to devour him. Nur Elmir tightens his grip around Bottle's throat even more and answers that he will do exactly that. He says he will devour him. The dragon opens his mouth wide, and it begins transforming at terrifying speed into something monstrous, as though he is ready to fulfill his threat right there on the battlefield. Bottle grabs the arm crushing his neck and barely manages to force words out through his strained breathing. He tells Nur Elmir that this is not the form of a dragon at all, it is the form of a water serpent. Nur Elmir's face has already twisted into a dragon-like snout, and he screams at Bottle not to call him that. He insists that he is a dragon, and that with Aichu, he would become the strongest dragon of all. Even while struggling for air, Bottle manages to pull his lips into a faint smirk. He says that true dragons fly through the sky and never wish to crawl down to the earth, so if Nur Elmir survives by devouring people, then what kind of dragon can he really be? Even with his throat trapped in Nur El-Mir's crushing grip, Bottle forces the insult out through strained breath, calling him an unworthy monster. Nur El-Mir's eyes ignite with golden fire, the glow flaring so violently that it seems to swallow the battlefield around them. Nur El-Mir still does not loosen his hold on Bottle's throat. Instead, he swings his arm upward with brutal strength, lifting the shaman high above his head, as if Bottle is nothing more than prey already caught in his claws. With terrifying force, Nur El-Mir drives Bottle down toward the ground. He slams him into the earth as though he is trying to crush every bone in the shaman's body in a single blow. The impact hits so hard that blood bursts from Bottle's mouth, spilling out violently as his entire body reels from the force of the smash. Darkness thickens over the battlefield while Bottle lies sprawled helplessly on the ground, his arms and legs spread out beneath him. Nur El-Mir keeps advancing without a trace of mercy, and in that same moment, the broom nearby suddenly begins to move. Nur El-Mir closes in on Bottle, showering him with insults as he approaches. He promises that he will not give Bottle a quick death, saying he will make the shaman suffer through the most painful, agonizing, and possible. Bottle looks up at him from the ground and mutters that Nur El-Mir truly is a monster. As he lies there, barely able to move, a single leaf drifts down through the air and lands softly against his lips. Sammy raises a hand toward Nur El-Mir and tells him he is not allowed to reveal his true form yet. Nur El-Mir immediately tries to argue back, his anger still burning too fiercely to accept the order quietly. Sammy says she wants to examine Bottle more closely first. In the state he is in now, she points out, he can no longer do anything at all, and even an ordinary human would be able to snap his neck without much trouble. Sammy tells Nur El-Mir to look at her and take deep breaths, guiding him in a calm, steady voice. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. As his monstrous shape slowly settles back into his human form, she praises him gently, telling him that he is doing well. Once Nur El-Mir has returned to his human appearance, he immediately snaps that this is fine. Now that it is settled, he says he is going to smash Bottle's head in. The elder, who has been silently observing the entire exchange, suddenly becomes alert. His attention sharpens at once, as if he has sensed the situation changing before his eyes. A sudden burst of blue energy strikes Nur El-Mir, cutting through the tense battlefield in a bright, unexpected flash. Above them, Saribi appears, surrounded by brilliant blue energy. Now in human form, he rises sharply through the air, breaking into the chaos without any warning. With great effort, Bottle turns his head and sees the Takabi flying above him. Surprise flickers through him as he recognizes Saribi, and in the next instant, Saribi catches the wounded shaman before he can fall any farther. Nur El-Mir erupts in fury the moment he sees who has interfered. He shouts that it is Saribi again, his rage spiking as soon as the name leaves his mouth. The elder's face tightens with alarm, and he immediately shouts Sammy's name, his voice cutting sharply through the confusion. Sammy is already in motion, swinging the amulet in her hand as she answers the elder with a sharp, ready cry. A cluster of stakes shoots forward at high speed, racing toward the target like deadly projectiles. Bottle curses inwardly as he realizes that even in his battered condition, he still has to dodge. Sammy's eyes widen when she sees the stakes fail to hit their mark. Shock breaks across her face, and she blurts out in disbelief at what just happened. Lady Olkachi hovers in the air with her wings closed, holding herself steady above the battlefield. Around her, several feathers spin and circle like a protective shield. Saribi carries Bottle away through the air, moving fast to escape the danger. But Bottle looks back anxiously and shouts for Lady Olkachi, fear cutting clearly through his voice. Lady Olkachi calls back to Bottle, but behind her, a purple five-fingered hand made of energy reaches out from the darkness. Even with danger closing in on her, Olkachi shouts for him to run. Sammy stretches out her hand, purple energy flashing and wrapping around her arm as she glares straight at Olkachi. She says Olkachi keeps interfering again and again, and by now, it has become truly irritating. Sammy shouts that she will end this right now. Olkachi looks back and sees the massive purple hand closing in behind her, already moments away from seizing her. The purple hand clenches into a fist, but Saribi moves first. He grabs Olkachi by the wing and bolts away, carrying Bottle with him while dragging Lady Olkachi out of danger behind him. Bottle stares at Saribi in stunned disbelief as they race away through the air. His thoughts snag on one bewildered question. This guy? Saribi's face remains calm and composed as he rushes forward at incredible speed. Watching the way he moves, Bottle realizes that Saribi is far from an ordinary dokibi. Sammy watches them escape, frustration tightening across her expression. She says she had no idea Saribi was on their side and wonders how that could have happened, while Nur El-Mir stands beside her, trembling with barely contained rage. Nur El-Mir suddenly bursts forward from where he stands and charges after them. shaking his fist as he roars for everyone to stop. Sammy calls after him in surprise, crying out, "Mr. Nur-el-Mir." The elder stops near Sammy and folds his arms across his chest, his expression grim and calculating. He says it is not a good sign that the shaman and the dokibi have joined hands, because if they work together, they will surely become an obstacle. From behind them, a calm voice cuts into the conversation, saying they should simply let those enemies believe they were lucky. Sobak says Bottle only fought that way because he never expected to be attacked in this manner. If he had been fully prepared for them, she warns, they absolutely would have paid a heavy price. Sammy turns on Sobak with clear anger in her eyes and demands to know who gave her permission to open her mouth. Ohensok speaks to Sammy without wasting even a moment, ordering the young shamaness to bring Nur-el-Mir back. Sammy looks genuinely surprised by the sudden command. Sammy blurts out in confusion, but Ohensok explains the reason at once. The enemies may be wounded, but they still cannot afford to underestimate them. If Nur-el-Mir chases them recklessly, it could create a flaw in their plan, so Sammy must bring him back. Sammy quickly runs off in the direction Nur-el-Mir went. As she glances back over her shoulder, she says she understands and promises that she will return soon. Ohensok turns his head towards Sobak, studying her for a short moment before asking if she is the woman named Sobak. Ohensok then asks whether they can begin today, his tone direct and firm, making it clear that he expects a straight answer. Sobak answers with calm composure, telling him that they may proceed however Ohensok wishes. Ohensok turns away and says that, in that case, he will begin preparing. Sobak reminds him to keep his word and not kill official Cho Gabon if she brings him what he wants. Ohensok cuts Sobak off before she can continue, saying he has already heard more than enough. He asks how many times she intends to keep repeating the same demand. Sobak answers plainly that she simply does not trust people. Ohensok casts a sideways glance at Sobak, then remarks that distrust like that is actually a good habit to have. Behind Sobak, her hut continues to burn, flames crawling through what remains of the home. Kneeling beside the broken dishes scattered across the floor, Sobak murmurs that this time, it actually turned out well. What a pity. Sobak adds softly that there is still no one here who can truly try this, her voice carrying a strange mixture of regret, emptiness, and resignation. In Sobak's memory, the face of an angry man rises before her. She screams and calls him uncle, begging him because she does not want to become a courtesan. But the man only snaps back, asking what nonsense she is talking about, reminding her that her mother left behind a debt of 2,000 yuan. All she has to do, he says, is please the guests, and he sneers that she cannot even manage that much. Sobak drops to her knees and clutches desperately at the man's trouser leg, pleading with him to stop. But the man shouts at her not to talk nonsense and orders her to simply do her work. With tears filling her eyes, Sobak confesses that there is someone she loves. But next month, she says, she will be forced to receive a guest in bed, and she begs again, saying she does not want to live that kind of life. The man's face twists with rage as he realizes exactly who Sobak means. He asks if she is talking about that guy who studied with the hermit, then demands to know if she is serious and whether she is still going to see that shaman. The girl was crying so violently that her words kept catching in her throat, each sentence breaking apart between sobs. Even so, she forced herself to speak, desperately insisting that Brother Bottle could never be the kind of man they were accusing him of being. She told them she had learned to tell fortunes now, that she could make money by herself with her own 2 hands, and with her voice shaking from tears, she begged them not to sell her away to a brothel. Sobak barely had time to gather herself before the man's foot came crashing into her with a vicious kick. Her small body was knocked off balance and sent skidding across the floor, tossed aside as cruelly as if she were just some piece of garbage blocking his way. He stared down at Sobak with a hard, furious glare and spat that she had lost her senses over that hermit. In his eyes, she had become so completely blinded by him that she had even forgotten the very people who had raised her and kept her alive all this time. The man leaned over Sobak while she sat powerless on the floor, his body blocking the light and his shadow falling over her like a prison. Without the slightest warmth in his voice, he told her coldly that there was simply no other option left for them anymore. Sobak slowly raised her tear-drenched face toward him, her eyes quivering with fear, confusion, and disbelief. Her voice came out cracked and pleading as she asked her uncle what he thought he was doing to her. Inside the dim room, clothing had been thrown everywhere, scattered across the floor in a messy, shameful heap. Around those discarded clothes, soft and miserable sobs kept echoing through the space, filling the room with the sound of grief, helplessness, and despair. Her uncle looked down at her with naked disgust written all over his face, his expression twisting as though even seeing her made him nauseous. Then, in a low and hateful mutter, he called her a filthy, disgusting girl. And right then, when the air in the room had grown almost impossible to breathe, the door suddenly slammed open with a violent bang. The sound tore through the silence like a crack of thunder. The man stiffened at once as his wife appeared in the doorway, her sharp eyes locking straight onto him with suspicion. Panic flashed across his face, and he stammered as he called out to her, while she narrowed her gaze and demanded to know why he looked so frightened. She squinted one eye and studied him carefully, taking in every twitch of his face and every uneasy movement. It was as if she were searching for the guilt he was trying, and failing, to hide. Then her eyes slid past him and landed on the girl curled up beneath the blanket. The moment she recognized Sobak, suspicion sharpened in her voice, and she said the girl's name as though she could hardly believe what was in front of her. The man immediately rushed toward the doorway, moving as if escape was the only thing on his mind. In a hurried, clumsy excuse, he blurted that he needed to go meet Shkun Shek and try to get out of the room as fast as possible. The woman said nothing as she watched him leave, her expression impossible to read. Behind her, Sobak remained alone in that heavy room, and after a quiet moment, she softly called out to her aunt. Her aunt grabbed a rolling pin, her fingers tightening around it with barely contained fury, and then turned her anger towards Sobak. Her voice grew sharp and poisonous as she accused the girl of even trying to seduce her husband, sneering that Sobak was worse than her own sister. Sobak immediately broke down, crying out through her tears that it wasn't true, that her uncle had been the one who started everything first. But before she could explain another word, her aunt swung the rolling pin through the air and screamed at her to shut up. Then the blows came again and again, each strike landing as the woman shouted for Sobak to die. Sobak's gaze drifted down toward the floor, where shattered dishes lay scattered in sharp, uneven fragments. The broken pieces glinted faintly around her, reflecting the wreckage of the room like tiny shards of a life that had already been crushed. Tears kept spilling from Sobak's eyes without pause, sliding down her face one after another. Her lips trembled as she tried to speak, but all that escaped was a faint, broken sound, too weak to become proper words. Later, Sobak stood before the dwelling that had been damaged by fire, staring quietly at what remained of it. As she looked at the ruin, she murmured that she still had tears left after all. She had truly believed, long ago, that those tears had already dried up inside her. The girl stood motionless in front of the ruined little house, both arms hanging limply at her sides. Her small figure looked still and silent against the wreckage, facing the remains of the place that had once trapped her. Her eyes lowered to an open chest nearby, and among the things inside, she noticed a mirror resting there, somehow still safe and unbroken. Seeing that it had survived, Sobak let out a quiet breath of relief and said that at least this one thing had made it through. Sobak raised the mirror and looked straight into it, meeting her own reflection in the glass. Bit by bit, her expression grew harder, and she told herself that she had to prepare now, because on the day her aunt beat her, she had made a vow to take revenge. Sobak lit a candle, then slowly lowered herself onto the ground in front of the mirror. The tiny flame flickered beside her, casting unstable light across her face as she stared deeply into the glass, as if searching for the person she had become. Her hand moved slowly toward the jars arranged inside the chest. With a quiet but unmistakable purpose, her fingers reached out toward them, no longer hesitating like someone unsure of what came next. As Sobak's fingers hovered over the jars, her thoughts slipped backward into the past. The truth was, she had once hesitated. That hesitation came from the fear of a person who had spent far too long living for nothing but revenge. Her sister's death had shaken her resolve and made her waver. If Brother Bottle had stopped her back then, if he had pulled her away from that place, she might have wanted to forget it all and run somewhere far away. In that memory, young Bottle stared at her with surprise written across his face, clearly unable to understand the desperation in her eyes. Confused by her plea, he asked why he couldn't go. Sobak grabbed his hand with both of hers, clinging to him tightly, as though he were the last lifeline she had left. In a small, desperate voice, she called him Brother Bottle and begged him not to turn his back on her. She refused to release his hand, holding on as she looked up at him with eyes full of tears. If he was going to leave, she begged him to take her with him too, pleading with him not to abandon her there by herself. Bottle suddenly yanked his hand away, tearing himself free from her grip. He shouted at Sobak for saying something so absurd, telling her he hadn't come there to play childish games, and that there was no way he could drag a burden like her along with him. Then Bottle turned his back on her and walked away. Sobak remained frozen where she stood, unable to move, watching his figure grow smaller and smaller as he left her behind. Tears ran down Sobak's cheeks in thin, endless streams. Her lips parted, but only one tiny, hopeless whisper could still come out of her mouth. Brother. Still crying, Sobak called after him with whatever strength remained in her body. Again and again, her voice broke through the road as she desperately cried out for Brother Bottle. But the young man kept walking down the road without ever turning around. He did not look back even once, and there was no sign at all that her cries had reached him. As she remembered Bottle's back disappearing farther into the distance, bitterness rose inside Sobak. No matter what happened to her, no one ever truly looked at her. All that remained was pain, and even Brother Bottle had chosen to leave her behind. Standing alone on the road as she watched him vanish from sight, Sobak lifted both hands and pressed her palms hard over her ears. She squeezed her eyes shut and told herself that she wanted nothing anymore, nothing at all. Then Sobak opened her eyes, and the helplessness on her face twisted into rage. The last trace of pleading disappeared, replaced by something cold and venomous, as she said in a low voice that if there was truly nothing left for her, then she would kill them all. Her memory shifted once more, now showing her uncle's face contorted in agony. Before him, Sobak pulled a long hairpin out from his body, the motion slow and terrible. The man stared in horror at the girl sitting on the mattress beside him, unable to look away from her loosened hair and the blood staining her shirt dark. In Sobak's hand was the hairpin stiletto she had used to wound him, still clenched tightly between her fingers. Trembling with fear, he asked what she was doing, and Sobak let out a laugh when she realized he apparently had not recognized her. To her, that was almost insulting. A wild, crazed smile spread slowly across Sobak's face as she lifted her head and looked at him directly. Then, with every word dripping with mockery, she called him uncle. The bloodstained man cried out in shock as recognition finally struck him. Realizing the girl before him was Sobak, he stared at her in disbelief and demanded if this was really how she repaid him. Sobak's expression twisted with furious delight, and a victorious smile flashed across her lips. In the next instant, she drove the hairpin deep into his chest. That moment became Sobak's first revenge, but the laughter on her lips gradually stiffened and froze, because at the very same time, it was also the first time she had murdered someone. She looked down at her own hands, now covered in blood, and both of them were trembling beyond her control. One hand still clutched the hairpin tightly, and then, as if something deep inside her had finally broken apart, she began to laugh again. But this time, the laughter did not sound like triumph anymore. The terrifying realization that she had taken a human life swallowed her completely, crushing down on her chest, until even breathing felt difficult. Yet when Sobak looked again at her uncle's face, twisted by the painful death he had just suffered, the fear inside her suddenly faded away. Staring coldly at his blood-splattered features, she released a clear and chilling laugh. A slow, quiet smile crept across Sobak's lips, small but unmistakably satisfied. It was as though some dark, buried part of her had finally received the answer it had been waiting for. Satisfaction washed over Sobak and settled heavily around her. She stood there completely absorbed in that feeling, savoring the certainty that her revenge had truly been carried out. Sobak stood high on a cliff, looking out as the waves crashed violently below. White spray exploded upward from the rocks, rising so high that the water seemed to leap above her head. Water droplets streamed down Sobak's face, but instead of fear or sadness, she was smiling. The instant she succeeded in pushing her aunt into the river, a rush of bright, almost joyful excitement surged through her. She remembered men collapsing one after another, their bodies sinking as they drowned in their own blood. Every single one of them had tormented her with beast-like desire, and one by one, she had killed them all. After that, the rumors began to spread, and the search grew serious. People started hunting in earnest for the killer who had murdered government officials. With her body hidden under a cloak, Sobak crouched low and scattered small pebbles over the ground, reading the direction of fate through the way they fell. No matter how desperately the officials searched, they were never able to corner her, because Sobak always saw their movements before they even happened. And after years soaked in blood, patience, and revenge, there was only one target left. The final revenge she had kept buried deepest in her heart. Sobak dipped the tip of one finger into a small jar filled with vivid pigment, then lifted it slowly toward her face. With a calm, deliberate touch, she painted the color across her lips, making the bright shade stand out sharply against the paleness of her skin. Once she sealed the little jar again, Sobak let her eyes move over the items laid out before her. Everything was in place, and with a steady, almost peaceful expression, she quietly said that all of her preparations were finally finished. For one brief moment, Bottle's face appeared in her mind. It was the face he had shown her when he asked her to forgive him for everything that had happened between them in the past. Sobak lowered her eyes, sinking into that memory for a moment longer. Then his name slipped from her lips in a soft, heavy whisper, carrying the weight of old wounds that had never truly healed. Brother Bottle. Her gaze shifted toward the candle burning beside her, watching the small flame tremble in the dark. In a low murmur, Sobak admitted that, in the end, she probably would not be able to accept his apology after all. As she began to remove her clothes piece by piece, her face stayed strangely composed, almost empty of hesitation. And while she undressed, she added that she had never had the right to forgive him in the first place. Before long, Sobok stood there wearing only her stockings and a tight outfit shaped like a corset with short bottoms, her figure dimly lit by the candlelight. A kaftan hung from her hand, and as she held it close, she spoke as if someone unseen were listening, saying she was leaving now and asking him to wait for her. Sobok carefully slid a long hairpin into her styled hair, guiding it into place with slow, precise movements. Once it was fixed exactly where she wanted it, she whispered that this would be the very last one. After she put on the kaftan and covered herself once again, Sobok's voice turned colder and heavier. This revenge would be the one that brought her life to its end, and the place where it would happen was Cho Gabon Palace. High above the palace roof, a thin crescent moon rested in the night sky. Its pale curve glowed quietly over the dark structure below, making the entire palace seem even colder under the deepening night. Kong Jinho crossed the bridge by himself, his steps carrying him through the silent palace grounds. Around him, the stillness of the night stretched wide, broken only by the quiet rhythm of his movement. Then Kong Jinho suddenly stopped, startled by what stood ahead of him. There, with his back turned, was an enormous humanoid monster with a powerful, muscular frame. A long tail extended behind him, small wing-like bones rose from his body, and a thick black mane ran from the top of his head all the way down his spine to the very end of his tail. Kong Jinho recognized the figure immediately as Baru. Unable to hide the disbelief in his voice, he called out and asked what Baru was doing in a place like this. Baru turned his head slightly, glancing back over his shoulder as if Kong Jinho's question itself was strange to him. In his usual blunt way, he answered that he lived there, then added that Cho Gabon had built this palace especially for him. Kong Jinho stared at him, surprised, as the pieces began fitting together in his mind. So that was the reason such a massive amount of fish had recently been delivered into the palace. His eyes traveled over Baru's body, taking in the strange details one by one. He noticed the skeletal shape of the wings on his back and the unusual webbed form of his paws. Kong Jinho had already guessed before that Baru was not an ordinary human, but seeing him like this made that suspicion impossible to deny. Now, with every doubt erased, only one question remained in his mind. What exactly was Baru? Baru lifted his face toward the sky, where the stars were scattered across the darkness, and suddenly asked whether Kong Jinho had heard that sound. Kong Jinho frowned, listening for a moment, then answered that he had not heard anything at all. Without lowering his gaze from the night sky, Baru replied in his blunt, clipped manner that it was the sound of battle. But according to him, these were not the sounds made by ordinary people fighting. Kong Jinho looked at him in confusion, his expression tightening as he repeated the idea back. Not ordinary people? Baru answered that yes, he could feel it clearly. Then he added that it might be connected to the man who had been staring at him earlier, back when he was in the pond. Kong Jinho immediately asked if Baru was talking about Sergeant Ohensok from Dankon. Baru did not even turn around as he confirmed it, saying plainly that Ohensok was not human. Kong Jinho pushed the question further, asking if that meant he was some kind of ghost. Baru admitted that he did not know the answer. After a short pause, he said that he had lived for 500 years, and yet even after all that time, he had never seen anything like Ohensok before. Kong Jinho then mentioned that Ohensok had been speaking with an official about Ju. The instant that single word left his mouth, Baru reacted sharply, his surprise breaking through at once. Kong Jinho continued, saying that Baru probably already knew Ju was currently with Cho Gabon. Those people, he explained, were trying to get their hands on it for themselves. Baru's voice grew firm and unyielding as he answered. He had waited 500 years for Ju, and after waiting that long, there was no way he would allow anyone else to take it from him. Kong Jinho was visibly shaken by that response. His expression tightened with unease as he asked how long Baru had been waiting, then pressed him directly, demanding to know who Baru really was. Baru gave his answer without the slightest hesitation. In a simple, matter-of-fact voice, he said that he was a water serpent. Kong Jinho pointed out that Baru had lent his power to an official because he wanted to obtain Ju. But if Baru was truly a water serpent, Kong Jinho asked, couldn't he simply take it himself? At that, Baru turned his eyes back over his shoulder and gave him a brief look. Baru admitted that he did not actually know where Ju was being hidden. Cho Gabon had made him a promise. When Cho Gabon died, Baru would be able to take Ju for himself. Kong Jinho gave a faint smile at that, finding the promise almost ridiculous. In a world so filled with betrayal, he said, he had not heard anything so trusting in a very long time, not even from ordinary humans. Then Kong Jinho glanced back, noticing something behind him, and said that it looked as though Sobok had arrived. His tone immediately returned to business as he added that he needed to go. Kong Jinho had already begun to walk away, but after a moment, he suddenly turned back toward Baru. If Baru ever found himself in danger or trouble, Kong Jinho said, then he would help him, and he made that promise plainly. Baru looked over his shoulder at Kong Jinho once again, his expression difficult to read in the darkness. After a quiet beat, he gave a short but sincere word of thanks. With a small smile on his face, Kang Jinho asked what Baru planned to do once he finally obtained Ju and became a dragon. Baru lifted his face toward the open night sky, his gaze settling on the stars spread above him. Then he answered that he would definitely fly through the heavens. Kang Jinho asked if that was truly the only thing he wanted. But Baru kept looking upward, his eyes fixed on the sky, and replied without a trace of doubt that yes, that was all he wanted. Kang Jinho smiled at the simplicity of that answer. Then he said that, in that case, he would be waiting for the day Baru finally became a dragon. Above the mansion, the crescent moon drifted slowly behind a layer of dark clouds. For a brief moment, its pale light disappeared from sight, and the night around the palace seemed to grow even deeper. At the palace entrance, a female warrior carefully searched Sobok from head to toe. Sobok's revealing outfit was only lightly covered by the cloak wrapped around her body, yet the guard still checked her with strict attention. Sobok, fully playing the role of a courtesan, let impatience show on her face. She looked at the guards and asked how much longer they intended to keep searching her like that. She told them they could search her all they wanted, because she was carrying nothing at all. But while she spoke so casually, a faint red haze began to leak quietly from the hairpin fixed in her hair. Sobok fastened her cloak around herself again and said that an official was waiting for her inside, so she would be going in now. But just as she was about to move forward, the female warrior stopped her and told her to wait. Before Sobok could continue, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind her. The shout cut through the air, ordering her to stop right where she was. Kang Jinho stood in front of her and immediately pointed to the ornament in her hair. He said she had come wearing that hairpin again, reminding her that he had already told her not to bring it. As Sobok looked at Kang Jinho, bitterness stirred in her chest. Because of him, she had been unable to complete her revenge for all this time. For 3 entire months, he had never once lowered his guard, and even the amulet meant to help her avoid encounters had failed to work on him. Sobok looked at him with a faint, mocking expression and called him persistent. Then she asked whether he hated the hairpin itself, or whether he simply disliked her. If he wanted that ornament so badly, she told him, then he could take it from her with his own hands. Kang Jinho answered that he would be more than happy to do exactly that. But today, he said, he would report the issue to the official first, and if she came wearing it again next time, he would not allow her to pass through. Sobok replied lightly that he could do whatever he wanted. Then, with the same calm attitude, she added that he should not forget to tell the official to give her a hairpin far more beautiful than the one she was wearing now. Sobok answered him with a small, composed reply, her tone so calm it was as if Kang Jinho's warning had never reached her at all. Then, without showing even the slightest hesitation, she walked right past him and continued forward with steady, determined steps. Kang Jinho turned his head as she passed, his eyes following her from behind. Even after Sobok moved farther into the palace, his gaze remained fixed on her back, watching every step she took. Kang Jinho did not dismiss the matter as some small concern. Keeping his voice firm, he ordered the nearby warriors to escort Sobok directly to the official's room and make absolutely certain she did not slip away or turn down any other path along the way. With 2 warriors walking alongside her, Sobok finally stopped at the threshold of the room. She lowered herself smoothly into the role she had chosen to play, and in a soft, obedient voice, she addressed the man inside, announcing that his girl had arrived. The warrior posted at the doorway glanced over at Sobok and remarked that she had come late today. Before she could offer any kind of answer, he immediately pushed her along with a curt order, telling her to hurry up and go inside. One of the warriors escorting Sobok looked confused by that remark and muttered under his breath that it was only 1 o'clock in the morning, so there was no way she could be considered late. The other warrior quickly lifted a finger to his lips, silently warning him to stop talking before he said too much. Sobok replied in a quiet, gentle voice that she was coming in now. Then she lifted her foot onto the steps, her posture composed, and began climbing toward the room waiting above. As Sobok pushed open the door, a thought moved silently through her mind. After living for so long as a courtesan, she had learned one simple truth about surviving among men. A woman had to become like a rock. Her gaze settled on the man seated beyond the low table, resting on the sofa as if he owned everything before him. And in her mind, Sobok continued the lesson. Not a hard, jagged rock that drove people away, but a gentle one, the kind that tempted a man into wanting to climb. Sobok bent one knee and greeted Cho Gabon with flawless grace, lowering herself in a way that looked delicate and respectful. But inside, she reminded herself of the rule she had chosen to follow. Keep the true peak hidden behind the mist. Cho Gabon's face lit up the moment he saw her, pleasure spreading across his expression as he smiled and asked if she had finally arrived. Watching him, Sobok quietly thought that once people reached the top of a rock, they rarely felt any desire to climb it again. Cho Gabon rose from behind the table and started toward her, his eagerness plain in every step. His voice carried impatient delight as he told Sobok that he had been waiting for her for such a long time. As he came closer, Cho Gabon reached out without restraint and caught the edge of Sobok's cloak. Tugging at the fabric to draw her toward him, he told her to come closer, as though she already belonged in his hands. Before he could pull her any farther, Sobok's hand came down firmly over his. The movement was clean and decisive, stopping his fingers in place before he could drag her another step. Cho Gabon looked directly into her eyes, clearly thrown off, and asked what was wrong. In that instant, Sobok's thoughts sharpened around one purpose. She had to become a mountain wrapped in mist. Sobok turned her face slightly away from him, letting sorrow settle over her expression as if tears might fall at any moment. Deep inside, she reminded herself that a man had to be made to believe he had climbed high, while the real summit stayed hidden where he could not reach it. Sobok lifted her fingers near her lashes and acted as though she were wiping away a tear. Cho Gabon immediately grew uneasy, asking if she had been crying and whether something had happened to her. And in Sobok's mind, she knew this was the exact moment when a person began wanting to climb again. With a wounded look clouding her eyes, Sobok told him that she had a past of her own. It was something, she said softly, that she had realized she had never truly revealed to him before. Cho Gabon smiled and reached toward her with both hands, asking what that past could possibly matter now. To him, the only thing worth caring about was that the two of them were together in that room, and he urged her once more to come closer. Sobok slowly rose from the floor and turned her body away from him, her voice dropping into something quieter and heavier. She called herself a failure, saying she had endured countless torments before meeting him, and then confessed that she had done many terrible things. The cloak slipped down from Sobok's shoulders, falling away as Cho Gabon stood behind her and stared in confusion. He repeated her words about terrible deeds, not understanding what she was trying to say, while Sobok answered that if he learned the truth, he would surely be disappointed in her. Without turning back to face him, Sobok revealed one bare shoulder to his gaze. In a low, knowing voice, she said that a man only loves a woman until the moment he discovers the truth about her past. Cho Gabon smiled as if her fear was almost amusing to him, and he asked how anyone could be so foolish. He insisted that he was not like those ordinary men, not the kind who would be shaken by something so simple. Sobok stood half-turned toward him, a faint and mysterious smile resting on her lips. She told him she could not be certain of that, because after all, she hardly knew anything about him either. Cho Gabon answered that he did not exactly know her well either. Then he added, almost as if remembering what had intrigued him in the first place, that she was the first woman who had ever refused to accept his gifts. Sobok lowered her gaze, allowing the shadow of an old wound to pass across her face. In a softer voice, she told him that there had once been a man who abandoned her. Cho Gabon looked genuinely startled by that, his eyes widening as he asked if such a thing could really happen. From his expression, it seemed almost impossible for him to imagine any man choosing to walk away from her. Sobok knelt before him with a sweet, carefully crafted smile, answering that it had happened when she was still only a child. Then, as if revealing a fragile secret, she added that she had met that man again today. Cho Gabon leaned his attention more closely onto her face, studying the sadness in her eyes. Then he asked if that was why she had been crying. Sobok began loosening the belt of his kaftan with calm, practiced hands, and answered that no. This time, she was the one who had turned away from him. Now, she said, she had her master. Cho Gabon let out a pleased little sound, then laughed loudly, agreeing with her again and again as though her words had satisfied him. But after that, he asked why she had been crying after all. As Sobok opened his kaftan and exposed his thin torso, she quietly asked whether he knew a woman named Sojong. Once his kaftan had been taken off, Cho Gabon sat down, and Sobok stood above him while reaching for his hat. He asked who this Sojong was, and Sobok replied that she had heard he had once been involved with that woman. Sobok lowered the hat carefully to the floor. From above her, Cho Gabon's voice turned displeased as he asked whether she had come all this way just to interrogate him. Sobok's hand drifted upward toward the hairpin fixed in her hair. With her voice still controlled, she said that since she had already spoken about her own past, it was now his turn to speak about his. Cho Gabon smiled at her, clearly trying to pull the atmosphere back under his control. He asked why she was so interested in something that had happened so long ago, then told her that now he had only her, so she should stop asking questions and come to him. Sobok's fingers closed around the hairpin in her hair, and she slowly pulled it free. As she did, she answered that she could not help being interested in that old matter. Then Sobok lifted her hand high over her head, gripping the long, sharp hairpin as a red aura shimmered and curled around it. With icy calm, she finally revealed the truth. Sojong had been her sister. Cho Gabon jolted violently, shock twisting across his face as he tried to push himself up from where he sat. His voice burst out in disbelief, unable to accept what he had just heard. But before Cho Gabon could fully rise to his feet, Sobok struck first. She drove the hairpin straight into his chest, and in the next instant, blood burst outward in a sudden, violent spray. Cho Gabon tried to scream, but the sound caught and broke inside his throat. Choking on his own cry, his body lost strength and collapsed backward. A frantic thought flashed through Cho Gabon's mind as he realized his body would not obey him. His limbs felt frozen, as if every part of him had been paralyzed, and in that terrible instant, he understood that this was no ordinary hairpin. Cho Gabon struggled desperately to call out for help, forcing his voice toward his throat. But before even a proper sound could escape, Sobok pressed her hand firmly over his mouth and sealed it shut. Blood had now splattered through Sobok's hair, but she leaned her face close to his without flinching. In a cold voice, she asked if he remembered now, the girl who had been eaten by dogs along with her little child. Then she told him once more that the girl had been her sister. Cho Gabon stared up at Sobok, his mind spinning in disbelief and humiliation. Was he really going to die at the hands of someone he considered worthless scum? He, the man who had obtained Aichu? No, there was no way such an ending could be real. Suddenly, red sparks flared to life inside Cho Gabon's eyes, burning with his refusal to accept death. In his mind, he denied it again and again, insisting that this could not be how everything ended. Sobok kept her hand clamped tightly over Cho Gabon's mouth, holding him down as he struggled. But the red haze gathering in his eyes only grew thicker, darker, and more dangerous with every passing second. Then, without warning, Cho Gabon's hand shot out toward Sobok. The movement came with a force she clearly had not expected from a man who should have been helpless in that state. His nails sank into Sobok's bare back, digging cruelly into her skin as his grip tightened with sudden, vicious strength. Sobok's body arched sharply from the pain, her muscles locking as the agony tore through her. She clenched her teeth hard, forcing herself to swallow the scream that tried to rise from her throat. Outside the room, the warriors standing guard behind the door immediately stiffened. The strange noises coming from within made them snap to attention, their bodies going tense as they listened more closely. Outside the door, one of the warriors paused and listened to the muffled sounds coming from within. After a moment, he muttered that Cho Gabon seemed even more excited than he usually was tonight. The other guard only yawned, looking completely uninterested, and lazily replied that maybe the older the official got, the more strange energy he somehow managed to find. Inside the room, the scene was already horrific. Blood had spread across the floor in dark, heavy stains, and belongings were scattered all over the place, knocked aside and thrown around, as if a violent struggle had ripped through every corner. The hairpin Sobok had used as her weapon now lay discarded in the widening pool of blood. Its sharp point was stained a deep red, and through the ruined silence of the room, a quiet, bitter laugh slipped out like something broken. Cho Gabon's body, drenched in blood, jerked and twitched violently on the floor as a low, pained moan forced its way from his mouth. Sobok's cold voice drifted down over him, saying that if not for the magic woven into that hairpin, he would never have escaped with wounds this light. Sobok stood over him covered in blood from head to toe, her eyes fixed on Cho Gabon's convulsing body as he writhed beneath her. Killing him outright would never be enough to quiet the rage burning inside her. What she truly wanted was for his suffering to stretch on, as long as possible. Her hand tore into Cho Gabon's abdomen, and the brutal pain made him choke helplessly, his body shaking beneath her touch. Sobok spoke over his agony, saying she knew there was something he valued even more than his own life. Sobok continued, saying that Cho Gabon had treasured it so much that he had gone as far as hiding it inside his own body. But no matter how deeply someone tried to conceal it, she knew there was no place in this world where magical power could be completely hidden. Cho Gabon lay sprawled in the middle of the room, sinking in a pool of his own blood, while Sobok sat beside him without mercy. She reached into his opened abdomen and searched carefully, feeling through the blood for the thing he had tried so desperately to keep hidden. At last, Sobok's fingers brushed against what she had been searching for. When she slowly drew her hand back, a small glowing sphere rested in her palm, shining with a strange, almost beautiful light against all the blood around it. Sobok stared at the little sphere as though the glow had pulled her into a trance. In that moment, she understood that this was Aichu, and she could hardly believe that something so important could be this small. She pressed her other hand tightly against her chest, her fingers clenched as she looked down at the sphere in her palm. Despite everything, Sobok quietly admitted that it really was beautiful. The instant Cho Gabon saw the shining sphere in Sobok's hand, some last burst of strength seemed to crawl back into his body. Fangs appeared between his lips as he reached desperately toward her, muttering in denial that no, that was Aichu. Sobok quickly slipped Aichu into her bra, hiding it away before he could get any closer. At the same time, a thought crossed her mind. Had Cho Gabon truly swallowed it together with the amulet? If that was the case, then it explained why her abilities had failed to detect Aichu. As filthy as he was, She had to admit he had still been clever. Sobok grabbed Cho Gabon's head with both hands, forcing him to face her. In response, he bared his fangs at her like a wounded beast trapped with nowhere left to run. Leaning in close until her face was right before his, Sobok told the gentleman to live for a very, very long time. In a world where his precious Aichu was gone, she wanted him to keep breathing through pain, regret, and humiliation. Cho Gabon could only curse at her through the agony, twisting his body. Sobok shoved him away with brutal force, and Cho Gabon crashed down hard onto the floor, his head striking the ground with a heavy impact. His unnaturally long mustache flared upward as his body hit, making the fall look even more grotesque. Across Sobok's back and arms, deep claw marks had been carved into her skin. The torn wounds stood out sharply, raw and painful, proof of how violently Cho Gabon had fought back. For a moment, Sobok froze beside Cho Gabon's sprawled body, staring at the long, curved claws now visible on his hands and feet. Only then did she realize the injuries on her back were much deeper than she had first believed, and when her eyes shifted back to him, she understood that Cho Gabon had also lost a terrifying amount of blood. Sweat ran down Sobok's face as she forced herself to stay calm and keep her breathing steady. She knew it was still too soon to leave, but she also understood that if she waited too long, her own body might fail her before she escaped. Outside the room, the warriors remained quietly posted by the door, standing in silence with no idea what had really happened just beyond the wooden panels. The blood-soaked chaos inside was still hidden from them. With her cloak pulled over her body to conceal the wounds carved across her skin, Sobok stepped out of the room. She closed the door behind her with careful control, making sure her movements looked calm enough not to draw suspicion. Sobok began moving away down the corridor while the warriors watched her from behind. Their eyes followed her as she walked, but she kept her posture steady and continued forward without stopping. One of the guards muttered that things had ended unusually quickly this time. The other answered in a casual tone that the old man must have pushed himself too hard tonight. Sobok kept walking, sweat shining across her face as every step demanded more strength than she wanted to show. She did everything she could to hide her weakness, forcing her legs to move as though nothing were wrong. Near the gates, several warriors were sitting on the ground, chewing on flatbreads while they waited. Sungook glanced around at the others and asked if anyone was still hungry. Kong Jinho told them they had no way of knowing when the battle might break out, so they should eat properly while they still had the chance. His tone made it clear that this quiet moment could vanish at any time. Then Kong Jinho noticed Sobok standing before the gate guards. Sobok said she needed to leave, but one of the guards remarked that she and the official had finished rather quickly today, then told her to wait there for a little while. Sobok gave a quiet reply and agreed without protest. On the surface, her voice stayed calm and controlled, even though urgency was already tightening inside her. Kong Jinho looked at her more carefully, his eyes narrowing as suspicion began to stir. Something about this woman felt off, and he could not shake the sense that something was wrong. The guard handed Sobok the pass, and she accepted it with smooth, practiced composure. She thanked him politely, acting as if there was nothing unusual happening at all. The moment Kong Jinho saw Sobok actually leaving, he cursed under his breath. Only then did he realize the guard had really allowed her to pass through. Then Kong Jinho's gaze dropped toward the ground, and what he saw made his expression change. Small drops of blood marked the path, forming a trail that led directly toward the gates. Kong Jinho rushed forward immediately, his voice cutting sharply through the area as he shouted for the guards to stop Sobok. He ordered them not to let her leave under any circumstances. The guards turned back in confusion, startled by the sudden urgency in his voice. Completely caught off guard, they asked what had happened. But by that time, Sobok had already broken into a full run down the empty street. Her cloak snapped and whipped behind her as she fled into the darkness of the night. As she ran, Sobok cursed Kong Jinho over and over in her mind. Fury burned through her because he had noticed something was wrong far too quickly. Elsewhere, the scene was strangely grotesque, with bird feet, a tail, and wings still sticking out from Baru's mouth. Baru tilted his head back and swallowed the bird whole in one heavy gulp. Around his paws, several fish and the remains of another bird were scattered across the ground like leftovers from a feast. Then Baru suddenly stopped moving. He turned his head to the side, his attention drawn toward a bright glow shining in the distance beyond the fence, and muttered that it was coming from over there. Wasn't that Cho Gabon's room? Inside that room, a blood-stained rag floated in a basin of water, turning the surface dark and murky. Nearby, several more soaked cloths had been thrown aside, each one marked by the frantic attempt to stop the bleeding. Cho Gabon now lay on a bed wrapped in bandages, his battered body barely seeming to hold together. Around him, two doctors moved in a panic, hurrying from one side to the other as they tried to keep him alive. Both doctors looked toward the door at the same time, startled by the commotion outside. One of them asked what all that noise was, his voice tense with alarm. The moment Baru appeared in the doorway, both doctors froze. His massive body filled the entrance, blocking the way like a terrifying shadow. The water serpent stared into the room, his gaze landing on Cho Gabon's broken body. In a low voice, he asked what had happened to him. Baru's huge paw shot forward and seized Cho Gabon by the front of his unbuttoned shirt. With frightening ease, he lifted him from the bed and shook him roughly. Leaning over Cho Gabon's limp body, Baru stared at him closely and asked whether he had already died. One of the doctors finally gathered enough courage to speak, his voice shaky but urgent. He warned Baru that Cho Gabon should not be held like that in his condition. Baru snapped at the doctor in anger, shouting at him to shut up. Then, with one powerful sweep of his paw, he shoved the man aside as if he weighed nothing. While the second doctor hurried toward the exit, Baru kept gripping Cho Gabon by the chest and held him above the mattress. He growled that Cho Gabon could not simply die like this, not before telling him where Aichu was. Only after Baru got that answer would he allow him to die. With almost no strength left in his body, Cho Gabon forced out a single name, Sobak. Baru's eyes narrowed at once, and he asked what Sobak had to do with it. With the little strength he still had left, Cho Gabon forced the words out one by one, telling Baru that Sobak had taken Aichu and that it had to be recovered immediately. His voice shook with panic and pain as he added that she had even threatened to destroy it. Cho Gabon looked as if he was trying to say something more, but before he could continue, Baru's clawed grip suddenly slackened. The wounded official slipped from his hold and dropped back onto the mattress with a heavy, helpless thud. The next moment, Baru exploded into motion, charging forward at full speed. His rage tore through the hallway in a thunderous roar as he shouted how Sobak could possibly dare to even think about destroying his Aichu. The guards outside the door looked at each other with uneasy, confused faces. One of them muttered that it sounded like Baru had gone in there to kill someone, then asked whether they were really supposed to just stand around doing nothing. The other guard answered grimly that even if they charged in, it would not change anything, leaving both men standing there in bewildered silence, completely lost about what was happening. Then Baru came bursting out through the doorway like a living disaster. The guards panicked instantly, scattering in different directions and throwing themselves aside to avoid being crushed beneath his massive body. With his jaws stretched wide and every fang bared, the water serpent roared into the night. No matter what it took, he shouted, he would find Aichu. Over by the gate, one of the guards turned anxiously toward the commander. In a nervous voice, he said he had heard that Cho Gabon was in critical condition, then asked what was going to happen to all of them now. The commander pressed his palm hard against his forehead, looking as if the headache had already become unbearable. He told the guard it would be better not to ask, because his mind was spinning enough without adding more questions. He muttered that the whole situation had crashed down on them like thunder from a perfectly clear sky. But just as he was speaking, something caught his eye, and a startled sound slipped from his mouth. The commander stared ahead as Baru came rushing straight toward them, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight. Shocked by the monstrous figure charging their way, he asked what that thing was supposed to be. Baru answered only with a low, dangerous growl. Then he barked for everyone in front of him to move aside and get out of his way. The water serpent tore past the commander in a blur of force. The commander recoiled in fear and stumbled backward, barely managing to avoid being swept aside by Baru's charge. Baru raced down the empty street at incredible speed, his massive body cutting through the darkness. He moved like a storm unleashed into the night, leaving the palace behind in chaos. From around the corner of a nearby building, Han Sihi silently watched Baru rush past. He remained hidden in the shadows, observing the water serpent without making a sound. Han Sihi's hand tightened around the sheath of his sword. From that spot, dark energy had already begun curling outward in thin streams, rising like black smoke around his grip. Han Sihi understood at once that Baru was a Sansin, and not some weak or ordinary one either. Baru was terrifyingly powerful, but if Han Sihi could get Aichu into his hands, then defeating him might actually become possible. Han Sihi turned his gaze toward the Grand Palace, his eyes narrowing with sharp focus. He needed to find the pearl, and one thing was obvious now. Something serious was already unfolding inside that place. As Han Sihi began to move, he quickly realized that the confusion spreading through the palace could become useful to him. In the middle of all that chaos, an opening might finally appear. Sobak ran swiftly through the street, pushing her injured body forward beneath the night sky. Even as she fled, a low laugh escaped under her breath, as if the thrill of what she had done was still burning inside her. Then, all at once, something made Sobak's senses sharpen. Her expression changed immediately, and the laughter vanished as she became alert to the danger ahead. When Sobak rounded the corner, she found a squad of warriors already waiting in front of her. One of them turned toward the elder and said it looked like she had finally arrived. Ohensok stood there with his arms crossed over his chest, watching the scene with cold composure. He answered that this was good, then told the soldiers to follow their instructions exactly. Beside him, surrounded by warriors, stood Sanmi, Nur el-Mir, and Manhwa. Sobak came to a stop in front of them, her breathing still rough from running. Seeing them there, she let out a relieved statement, saying thank goodness they had come. Ohensok replied that they had arrived early just in case something happened. Then, without wasting another moment, he asked her directly what had happened to Aichu. Sobak lowered her hand toward her bodice, reaching inside the place where she had hidden the pearl. Her fingers moved carefully as she prepared to take it out. Everyone around her fell still as Sobak opened her palm. Resting there was a small shining sphere, its glow beautiful but stained with blood. A hand with thin, graceful fingers slowly reached toward Aichu as it lay in Sobak's palm, moving with careful attention toward the glowing pearl. Manhwa lifted the pearl from Sobak's hand and examined it closely, studying its shine and shape. After a moment, she confirmed that this was indeed Aichu. Behind Sobak, two warriors quietly shifted into position. Without drawing attention to themselves, they rose to their feet and stood ready at her back. Sobak asked calmly if they were planning to kill her now. Manhwa answered with cold indifference, saying she was sorry, but a fortune teller should at least be able to predict her own death. Sobak replied that if that was how things had to end, then she was prepared to die, but before that, she wanted to see Aichu destroyed with her own eyes. Manhwa looked at Sobak with a questioning gaze and asked what she expected to gain from seeing something like that. Nur el-Mir then added that Sobak had no need to worry about it anymore. They would destroy Aichu, he said, so she could die in peace. In the very next instant, the warriors behind her struck. Their swords drove straight into Sobak's body from behind. Blood burst from Sobak's mouth, but even as it happened, she had already known this moment was coming. Then her skin began to split and peel away, breaking apart into countless rectangular pieces. Manhwa rushed toward her in shock, crying out as Sobak's body scattered before their eyes. Instead of collapsing like a normal person, she broke apart and transformed into a swarm of amulets. Nur el-Mir shouted in confusion, demanding to know what this was supposed to mean. At the same time, Manhwa looked down at her own palm, horror spreading across her face. The object in Manhwa's hand was no longer Aichu. Instead, a small, plain, completely ordinary-looking stone now trembled in her palm. Manhwa cursed out loud and hurled the useless stone down to the ground. Sammy removed the amulet and explained that this kind of magic could only be used when the real caster was somewhere nearby. A voice reached the group, saying that if they searched the area, they might still be able to find her. But then the speaker noticed something moving in the darkness and called out, asking who was there, while Ohensok narrowed his eyes and peered ahead. A squad of warriors came rushing down the street, their footsteps pounding through the night. At the very front of them was Kong Jinho, leading the charge directly toward Ohensok's group. Ohensok recognized him immediately and said Kong Jinho's name. In that same moment, he realized they must have followed Sobak all the way there. Ohensok said he would take care of Kong Jinho and his men himself. Then he ordered Manhwa and Sammy to leave at once and go find Sobak. Nur el-Mir asked whether they were not going to search for Aichu first. Then, without waiting long, he added that he would also go after Sobak. Ohensok called out to Nur el-Mir just as the dragon was already preparing to leave, stopping him before he could move too far. Ohensok told him it was fine if he wanted to find Sobak, but warned him not to forget one important thing. She belonged to their master. Then he asked Nur el-Mir if he understood. Nur el-Mir shot Ohensok a sharp, angry glare. His voice was irritated as he answered that he already knew that much. Without even turning to look back at him, Ohensok replied that this was good, and in that case, he would be counting on him. Nur el-Mir gave a brief answer of understanding, then launched himself away from the squad in one enormous leap. Kong Jinho and the warriors behind him came to a stop directly in front of Ohensok and his squad, the two groups facing each other in the street. Kong Jinho fixed his eyes straight on Ohensok and asked if everything happening here was his doing. Then Kong Jinho's voice turned harder, carrying the weight of a challenge. He told Ohensok to draw his weapon. Ohensok's gaze sharpened, his eyes narrowing into a cold, dangerous stare as he faced Kong Jinho head-on. In a low voice filled with challenge, he asked if Kong Jinho truly had the courage to command a warrior of Dankon, and whether he honestly believed Ohensok would lower his head and obey just because an order had been spoken. Kong Jinho did not flinch. He stood his ground with a large squad gathered behind him, their numbers forming a heavy wall of pressure at his back. Meeting Ohensok's threat without taking even half a step away, he answered that Ohensok would be better off doing exactly what he had been told. Ohensok's hand moved slowly to his sword, and the moment he began drawing it, the air around them seemed to tighten. The blade slid from its sheath with a sharp, metallic gleam, and his voice dropped even colder as he told Kong Jinho to stop hiding behind words and be honest. With the sword now extended in front of him, Ohensok lowered his body into a battle-ready stance, his posture making it obvious that he could strike at any second. Even so, he pressed Kang Jinho further, telling him to admit the truth, that deep inside, he did not actually want to cross blades with him. A crooked smirk pulled at Oh Hensok's mouth, his expression dripping with mockery and smug confidence. He told Kang Jinho to quit acting like this was about something noble, and to admit that what he really wanted was revenge for the shameful incident that had happened before. At Oh Hensok's signal, his warriors reacted almost instantly, moving together like a single disciplined force. Blades flashed as sword after sword was pulled free, the men lifting their weapons in front of them until they formed a tense, steel-edged line ready to clash. Sunguk's shout cut cleanly through the thick tension as he ordered everyone to prepare. The Finman warriors answered without hesitation, raising their swords high above their heads, arms locked tight and bodies braced for the battle that was about to erupt. Kang Jinho drew his own sword, the blade catching the light as he stepped forward with steady resolve. He said that from the day he became sergeant, he had never once drawn his sword in battle, and for all that time, he had been waiting, almost dreaming, for this exact moment to finally arrive. With a sharp, powerful motion, Sergeant Kang swept his sword through the air before him, as if cutting through years of humiliation in a single stroke. His conviction flared as he declared that he would defeat Dangkon and take back the syllable Chan, restoring it to the name of their residence where it belonged. Oh Hensok looked him over with a mocking expression, clearly unimpressed by the grand declaration. He told Kang Jinho that he was trying much too hard to make himself look impressive, and from the way he spoke, it was obvious this was not only about duty. He was carrying a personal grudge against Oh Hensok himself. Still wearing that careless smile, Oh Hensok gave a relaxed shrug as though he were offering a small favor. He said fine. He would let Kang Jinho chase that dream today, and if Kang Jinho somehow managed to win, then Oh Hensok would return the right to use the syllable Chan. Sergeant Kang stared at him in silence, his eyes guarded and doubtful, as if weighing every single word for a hidden trap. The possibility struck him hard. After all this time, could Finman truly reclaim its old name and become Fichan once again? Without turning around to look at the men standing behind him, Sergeant Kang raised his voice so it would carry across the entire squad. His back remained straight, his sword held firm, as he called for every warrior who served Finman to listen carefully. He declared that on this day, they had finally been given a chance to look once again upon the sky they had cherished for so long. And for the sake of that possibility, for the chance to reclaim what had been taken from them, he was ready to stake his very life. Kang Jinho called out to his warriors with fierce conviction, his voice burning with the weight of everything they had endured. He urged them to follow him forward, because together, they would take back the sky that had been stolen from them. Sunguk answered in a steady voice, his expression calm but filled with determination. His hand tightened around the grip of his sword as he said he had always known, somewhere deep down, that a day like this would eventually come. The warriors of Finman thrust their blades high into the air, and their voices erupted together in a thunderous roar. With their spirits blazing, they shouted for battle, vowing with everything they had to reclaim the name that had been stripped away from them. Oh Hensok raised his sword over his head, the polished edge gleaming fiercely as he lunged forward before anyone else could move. With a violent shout of "Forward!" he threw himself straight into the attack. Kang Jinho lifted his own sword in response and charged directly toward him, refusing to give ground even for an instant. The space between the two men collapsed in a heartbeat as they rushed to meet each other head-on. The elder's blades slammed together with a brutal ring of steel, the force of the impact grinding metal against metal as if sparks of pressure were bursting between them. In the very next breath, that first clash exploded into a full, raging battle. Warriors from both sides surged forward, shouting over one another as swords cut through the chaos, and the entire street was swallowed by the sound of battle. Nearby, the people caught in the commotion staggered backward in terror, their faces going pale as panic overtook them. Screams rang out through the street as they cried that a monster had appeared. Baru, the water serpent, came racing down the street with wild, unstoppable momentum. He paid no attention at all to the frightened passers-by scattering from his path, his focus fixed only on whatever he was chasing. One thought kept pounding through Baru's mind as his eyes searched the area. It had to be close. He could feel the power of a dragon nearby, and that presence was unmistakable. There was no doubt in his mind that it belonged to Aichu. Baru shoved aside anything that stood in his way, leaving overturned obstacles and startled cries scattered behind him. With clear irritation rising in his voice, he huffed that this entire situation was unbelievably annoying. Nur Elmir stood watching from the street as a cart suddenly flew up into the air, its wheels spinning uselessly above the ground while the whole scene tilted into chaos. One of the passers-by spotted Nur Elmir and, seeing only what looked like a small child in the middle of danger, immediately panicked. The person shouted for him to get away from there, warning him that it was far too dangerous to stay. But Nur Elmir did not run. Instead, The dragon sprang upward with shocking speed and kicked the cart with terrifying force, sending it flying away as though it weighed almost nothing. Baru reacted at the last possible moment, throwing his body backward just in time. The cart's impact ripped through the space where he had been standing only a heartbeat earlier, and he barely avoided being struck. Nur el-Mir landed with both hands planted firmly on his hips, golden streams of light swirling around him like living flames. Looking down with wounded pride and open arrogance, he called Baru an impudent creature, demanded to know how he dared attack him, and then added that he had no time to waste on someone like him right now. Baru stared at him closely, his eyes narrowing as a new suspicion flickered through his mind. This puppy-like little brat, could he really be what Baru thought he was? After a moment, Baru introduced himself by name, saying he was Baru, then demanded to know who the other guy was. The dragon fixed Baru with a piercing stare, his golden eyes glowing with a pressure that felt anything but childish. He answered that his name was Nur el-Mir, and that Baru's existence meant absolutely nothing to him. Baru understood the meaning at once, because in the donkey language, Mir was another word for dragon. Baru repeated the name slowly, letting the meaning roll through his mind. Nur el-Mir, so this arrogant little figure standing in front of him was claiming to be a dragon? Then Baru suddenly burst into loud, shameless laughter, unable to hold it back. Nur el-Mir's anger ignited immediately, and he snapped at Baru, demanding how he dared laugh instead of bowing his head, and asking if fear had finally driven him completely insane. Baru's clawed paw twitched, and the amusement in his expression sharpened into something far more dangerous. He said that Nur el-Mir was a fine name, so fine, in fact, that he had taken quite a liking to the sound of it. Lifting his clawed paw in front of him as if preparing to strike, Baru opened his jaws wide in a predatory grin. He declared that today, he would kill Nur el-Mir and claim that impressive name for himself. Lightning began crackling around Nur el-Mir as he raised one hand. His patience clearly pushed past its limit. First there had been that bird, then the dokibi, and now even a mere water serpent dared challenge him. Were all of them trying to mock him? The dragon bared his fangs in a furious snarl, his glare turning so fierce and bright that anyone who met his eyes would have frozen where they stood. Then, in the blink of an eye, Nur el-Mir shot upward into the air. But to Baru's surprise, instead of charging straight at him, he veered sharply to the side and flew directly over the fence. Baru shouted after him at once, demanding to know where he thought he was running off to. Then he mocked him even more harshly, asking how someone who fled like that could possibly dare call himself a dragon. Nur el-Mir shouted back in pure fury, insisting that he was not running away. He said that if he did not have urgent business to take care of, he would have devoured Baru long ago, so the water serpent should count himself lucky. But before Nur el-Mir could make his escape, a huge paw suddenly shot out and clamped tightly around his leg. Nur el-Mir twisted back in shock, his expression warping the instant he realized he had been caught. Baru held his leg in a firm grip and asked, with a sharp edge in his voice, whether he was searching for a woman named Sobak. The dragon growled as his anger rose even higher, glaring down at Baru, as if he were truly seeing him for the first time. Just who exactly was this guy? Baru pulled the shouting Nur el-Mir downward with raw strength, refusing to let him fly off no matter how fiercely he struggled. If Sobak really was the person Nur el-Mir was looking for, then Baru absolutely could not allow him to leave. The nearby warriors stood rooted in place, completely frozen by what they were witnessing. They stared at the unbelievable scene before them with their mouths hanging open, unable to process what was happening. Standing before them was Han Sihi, swinging a sword wrapped in dark black energy that seemed to coil around the blade like a living shadow. His mere presence pressed down with deadly force as he challenged anyone who still wanted to fight to step forward. Then Han Sihi pointed the blackened blade directly at them, making the meaning of his warning impossible to miss. If they had no intention of fighting him, then they needed to move aside and get out of his way. Cho Gabon lay tense and motionless in bed, his body stiff beneath the covers as he stared up at the ceiling. His eyes remained fixed above him, as though he were trapped inside a storm of his own thoughts. Suddenly, a man burst into the room, his eyes shining with an eerie blue light, while streams of blue-black energy churned violently around his body. Cho Gabon stiffened at the sight, alarm flashing across him as he demanded to know who the intruder was. Han Sihi's gaze moved over Cho Gabon, and disappointment immediately settled into his eyes. Just from the empty feeling in the room, he understood at once that Ju was no longer here. Cho Gabon shifted weakly on the bed, his body barely obeying him as he forced himself upright. Panic began to creep into his strained voice as he asked whether Han Sihi had come for the same purpose too, whether he had also arrived to steal Ju away from him. Then, without warning, Cho Gabon threw himself toward Han Sihi, lunging off the bed with the last bit of desperate strength he could gather. Fear and anger burst out of him together as he shouted insults, calling Han Sihi a bandit. But that scream barely had time to leave his mouth. In the very next instant, Han Si's hand shot forward and locked around Cho Gabon's neck, cutting the sound off in his throat. Han Si lifted Cho Gabon into the air with one arm stretched straight out, holding the official in front of him as though he weighed almost nothing. All around them, dark energy churned and curled through the room like thick black smoke. His fingers tightened even harder around Cho Gabon's throat, the pressure squeezing away what little breath the old official had left. Cho Gabon's body began to tremble helplessly, his strength draining as he struggled in Han Si's grip. Han Si stared into him with a cold, searching intensity, reading what had happened beneath the surface. Even though Ju had soaked into Cho Gabon's body, the old man still could not endure the power of a Sansin. He might appear alive at first glance, but that life had already twisted into something different. Yet Han Si still judged that this man could have some use for Kang Jinho. In a low voice with no trace of mercy, Han Si told Cho Gabon that even if his wounds healed, death would not come for him immediately. Instead, he would spend the rest of his life crippled, so fighting back any further was completely pointless. All at once, Han Si's expression sharpened. He turned his head slightly and listened, catching the sounds of battle erupting nearby, not from one place, but from two separate directions. One clash carried the feeling of Sansin colliding, while the other sounded like a far larger crowd of people locked in combat. A thought struck Han Si immediately. Kang Jinho was in that direction. So was he, at this very moment, fighting against Dankan? Without sparing Cho Gabon another glance, Han Si tossed him aside as if he had already served his purpose. At the same time, he sensed something even more troubling. Among Dankan's forces, there were people carrying the power of ghosts. Han Si burst out of the room and shot forward over the heads of the stunned warriors below, moving so fast they had no chance to react. Kang Jinho likely had no idea what kind of enemy had stepped onto that battlefield. As Han Si rushed toward the fighting, one silent plea pushed him onward. He needed the sergeant to hold out just a little longer, at least until he could reach him. Ohensok was knocked backward by a powerful strike, the force smashing through his stance and sending his body skidding away from the impact. He dropped heavily onto one knee, driving his sword down against the ground to keep himself from falling completely. For a moment, he stayed there, struggling to steady his breathing. Sunguk lifted his sword high above his head, his voice surging with fresh excitement as he praised the blow as excellent. Then he shouted for the others not to let up, urging them to keep pressing the attack while they had the advantage. Ohensok answered with violence instead of words, bringing his sword down in a brutal overhead slash that carried the weight of a chopping strike. Kang Jinho reacted in time, raising his own blade to meet it. With a clean, controlled motion, he caught Ohensok's attack and managed to turn the dangerous strike aside. Their swords collided again and again, each impact ringing sharply through the battlefield as the two men traded one heavy blow after another. Kang Jinho could feel it in every clash. Ohensok was stronger than any warrior he had ever crossed blades with before. And yet, even against that overwhelming strength, his eyes could still track the path of Ohensok's sword, proving that all the training he had endured had not been for nothing. But the longer Kang Jinho watched him, the heavier the realization became. Ohensok still was not taking this fight seriously. After deflecting another strike, Kang Jinho felt unease tighten deep in his chest. Ohensok's blade was moving, yes, but the attacks still lacked the feeling of true killing blows. Ohensok raised his sword until the blade hovered right at eye level, looking at Kang Jinho from beneath its edge. In a calm voice touched with amusement, he admitted that Kang Jinho had become much stronger over all this time. Sergeant Kang Jinho snapped back with anger burning in his voice, shouting for Ohensok to fight him properly. Was he only playing around with him this entire time, treating the whole battle like a mockery? Ohensok responded as though Kang Jinho's anger only entertained him, asking what he was even talking about. He admitted that Kang Jinho was already strong enough that warriors like him in Donghe could be counted on one hand. Then, after a brief pause, he added that Kang Jinho might actually be stronger than every one of them. Kang Jinho caught the odd phrasing right away, and confusion crossed his face. Among people, what exactly was Ohensok trying to say with a ridiculous statement like that? Ohensok brought his sword back into position and said he would acknowledge Sergeant Kang as one of Donghe's strongest warriors. And since Kang Jinho had climbed to such a level, Ohensok would now show him what true strength really meant. Red sparks suddenly lit up inside Ohensok's eyes, and his mouth curved into a chilling smile. Then he told Kang Jinho that despite all his effort and all his training, every bit of it had still been completely useless. Kang Jinho froze, stunned by the strange presence beginning to gather around Ohensok. A faint haze seemed to form in the air, and since he could not understand what it was, every instinct warned him to stay cautious. Thin streams of red energy started to coil around Ohensok's sword, curling along the blade like living threads wrapping themselves around steel. Then Ohensok moved with a speed so extreme that the eye could barely keep up. In one seamless motion, he shattered Kong Jinho's sword, and with two crossing slashes, he carved straight across Kong Jinho's torso. Blood burst from Kong Jinho's mouth as his eyes flew wide open, his face frozen in stunned disbelief at what had just happened. Like a sergeant whose strength had been cut away beneath him, Kong Jinho's body gave out, and he collapsed down onto his knees. Ohensok stood above him in complete calm and slowly slid his sword back into its sheath. Kneeling below, Kong Jinho could only stare in shock and wonder if that terrifying strike was what real power looked like. Clutching at his wounded chest, Kong Jinho struggled to make sense of the attack. How could that have happened? Ohensok had only been holding a single sword, so why had it felt as if the blow came from two directions at the same time? Ohensok took a slow step closer to Kong Jinho, looking down at him as he asked how that strike had felt. Leaning in nearer, Ohensok added that Kong Jinho had not even been able to see it. With that kind of power, he said, he could even cut down a Sansen. Shocked by the word, Sergeant Kong repeated it back in disbelief. Sansen? Ohensok asked if Kong Jinho could believe there was someone out there capable of stopping an attack like that. Even a power such as his, he said, had a countermeasure. Kong Jinho looked up at him with confusion written across his face, his eyes dark with suspicion as he tried to understand what Ohensok was implying. Ohensok straightened himself to his full height, looming over Kong Jinho as he said that from this moment on, Kong Jinho could think of him as either a monster or a genius. Then Ohensok's expression shifted, and his words took on a colder weight as he added that the true genius was already dead. Turning his back on Kong Jinho, Ohensok began to walk away as though the fight had already ended. He told Kong Jinho that if he somehow survived today, then he should forget everything that had happened here. Without even bothering to glance back over his shoulder, Ohensok left him with one final warning. Unless Kong Jinho wished to be consumed by the ghost as well. Kong Jinho watched Ohensok's back as he walked away, his expression grim and shadowed while his wounded body continued to tremble. A warrior's shout reached Sunguk, snapping him back into motion. Furious, he forced himself up to his feet and yelled after Ohensok, demanding where he thought he was going when the battle had not ended yet. At that exact instant, an enemy sword slashed across Sunguk's abdomen, tearing through him before he could react. The man standing in front of Sunguk suddenly froze with his sword still lifted in the air. Then, as if horror had finally reached him, a scream tore out of his mouth. Sunguk stared in complete confusion, unable to understand what he was seeing before him. He knew for certain that he had driven his own blade straight through that man's heart. As the man began to collapse, his eyes fixed on Sunguk in pure terror. With his voice breaking, he asked whether Sunguk was some kind of ghost. Then Sunguk's strength failed him, and he dropped face first onto the ground, his body striking the dirt as someone nearby cried out for the deputy. One of the warriors fixed the enemy with a glare full of raw hatred, his fingers tightening so hard around his weapon that his knuckles seemed ready to split. Furious beyond reason, he shouted that they had dared to cut down their deputy, and for that, he would never forgive them. Kong Jinho could barely move, but even then, he forced a shaking hand forward as if he could physically hold his men back. With the last scraps of strength left in his battered body, he warned them that no, they could not fight. Everyone had to run. But Sergeant Kong saw at once that his desperate warning was not reaching them. Urgency twisted across his face, and he forced his damaged body to obey just long enough to shout again, trying to stop them before they rushed straight into death. The warning tore out of Kong Jinho together with a spray of blood, bursting from his mouth as his wounded body finally began to give way under the strain. Just as his consciousness started slipping into darkness and his body sagged helplessly toward the ground, Kong Jinho used his final fading breath to tell them one more time to run. Bottle's eyelids trembled faintly, fluttering as if even opening his eyes demanded everything he had. After a long, heavy silence, he finally managed to wake just enough to look around. Above him, past the dark shapes of the treetops, the night sky stretched wide and deep, scattered with stars, and marked by a thin crescent moon hanging quietly overhead. Still dazed and confused, Bottle let out a weak question, asking where he was. Olkachi leaned over him, her eyes carefully searching his face for any sign that his mind had returned. When she saw Bottle finally stir and focus, she asked if he had come back to his senses. Bottle was lying on the grass, with a knapsack tucked neatly beneath his head as a makeshift pillow. Still trying to piece together what had happened, he asked where they were, and the answer came that they had already passed beyond Dankon. Olkachi lifted one hand and gestured towards Suribi, who stood nearby with his back resting against a tree. She explained that this Dokibi had been the one who carried them all out and brought them to this place. Bottle pushed himself up onto his elbows with effort, then turned his gaze towards Suribi. He said it seemed he owed the Dokibi a debt now, and after giving his own name as the shaman, he asked what the Dokibi was called. The Dokibi answered without any extra ceremony, saying his name was Saribi. Then he added that Bottle had saved him first, so what he had done was nothing more than returning that favor in kind. Saribi then said that since Bottle had regained consciousness, he could leave now. The Dokibi turned away and started walking off with firm, decisive steps, but Bottle quickly called after him, asking if Saribi really intended to go fight them while his body had not fully recovered. Saribi did not completely turn back, but he answered over his shoulder with a voice that left no room for hesitation. His friends were there, and whether he was injured or not, he had to go to them. Bottle watched Saribi for a moment, reading the urgency in his back, then asked carefully if those friends he was talking about happened to be Han Sihi and Sori. Saribi turned around in surprise, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Bottle more closely. He asked how Bottle could possibly know that, wondering if this shaman really knew about them too. Bottle smiled with a faintly pleased tilt of his head, as though the connection had been satisfying to figure out. He admitted he had only guessed, since there were not many people who would become friends with the Takabi, and he already knew Han Sihi was looking for Aichu. Then Bottle said he would go with him as well. Turning toward Lady Olkachi, he asked her to help him because his body still could not move properly on its own. Olkachi's face tightened with unease as she asked whether he truly meant to use that method, and Bottle answered that he did. Saribi looked over Bottle's weakened body, clearly unconvinced, and asked how he planned to go anywhere in that condition. Bottle only replied calmly that if Saribi waited a little while, he would understand. Olkachi held an amulet carefully in her hand, a yellow rectangular talisman covered from top to bottom with dark written characters that stood out sharply against its surface. Bottle lifted his hand to his mouth, then bit hard into his own finger until the skin broke and blood began to well up from the wound. Saribi stood off to one side, watching the strange ritual unfold with obvious surprise. Unable to hold back his confusion, he asked what exactly they were doing. Bottle moved his bleeding hand over the talisman, holding it steady as drops of blood fell from his finger and landed directly across the written characters. The instant Bottle's blood touched the talisman, it flashed with sudden light, and red streams of power began pouring out from the dark letters like energy being released from a seal. Those red currents shot forward all at once and struck Bottle directly in the chest. The red power wrapped itself around Bottle's body, coiling over him in bright, rushing strands as he closed his eyes and endured the force surging through him. Saribi could only stare, unable to tear his eyes away from the strange sight unfolding in front of him. His voice trailed off in disbelief as he muttered that this was. At that exact moment, Bottle's eyes snapped wide open. As though all his exhaustion had been burned away in an instant, he rose to his feet and told the Takabi that it was done, and that they should go. Saribi jolted back from him in alarm, visibly shaken by the sudden transformation. The Takabi kept a cautious distance, his wary eyes still fixed on Bottle after witnessing that unnatural power. Unable to hide his unease, he asked what that had just been. Bottle raised one index finger, explaining it as calmly as if he were describing something ordinary. He said it was a kind of magic that used life force as collateral to heal the body, and once the effect wore off, he would probably be bedridden for about 10 days. Even after hearing that, the Takabi watched Bottle stride confidently across the clearing, as if the warning meant nothing to him. Saribi asked whether using such a method was not dangerous, and Bottle answered casually that, well, it might be a little dangerous. Bottle turned his gaze toward the city visible in the distance, and said those people were definitely trying to obtain Aichu for some wicked purpose. If they wasted any more time, he warned, something truly disastrous would happen. His hand curled tightly into a fist, and anger sharpened the edge of his voice. As if everything else were not bad enough, they had even convinced Sobak to take part in their plan. With his eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead, Bottle urged his companions to move immediately. They had to reach the city as quickly as possible and stop them before it was too late. Sobak staggered along the street, her whole body trembling as she forced herself forward one painful step at a time. From her lips came a dark, broken laugh, slipping out again and again as if she could no longer control it. She slowly lifted her head and stared ahead with intense, unfocused eyes. In her mind, she told herself that she had almost reached the place spoken of in the prophecy. Then Bottle's face rose in her thoughts once more, along with the memory of his voice asking her to forgive him for what had happened in the past. Sobak shook her head from side to side, trying to drive the memory away before it could weaken her. Why did she need these pointless thoughts now, at a time like this? Barely dragging her feet along the street, Sobak thought bitterly that she should never have let Bottle escape. She should have poisoned his food, killed him right then and there, and died together with him. A sound tore out from deep inside Sobak's chest, somewhere between a sob and a moan, raw, broken, and filled with pain. Her body swayed dangerously, and Sobak had to reach out and press one hand against the wall to keep herself from collapsing on the spot. Under the cloak draped across her back, a large bloodstain continued to spread, growing wider and darker with every passing moment. Sobak understood bitterly that this was where everything had led her. The prophecy had said she would meet someone important to her, but she wondered if something like that could ever truly happen to a person like her. Tears mixed with sweat as they slid down Sobak's cheeks, leaving wet trails across her exhausted face. In her mind, she asked herself with bitter amusement whether the only prophecy that had been wrong was the one about her death. How laughable. Completely drained, Sobak let out a faint, helpless moan, and her body slowly sank toward the ground as her remaining strength finally gave out. Heavy sadness settled over her as she wondered whether she was truly going to die like this, alone on the road. Then, with painful resignation, she thought that maybe this ending was exactly what she deserved. Through her fading, blurred vision, Sobak noticed the figure of a woman walking down the street. Even in that state, she wondered who could possibly be out here at such a late hour. A sudden rush of fear cut through Sobak's haze. Had they already found her? She tried to force herself upright, desperately leaning her weight against the stone fence for support. But Sobak quickly realized her body would not listen anymore. She had lost far too much blood, and now her vision had blurred so badly that she could barely make out anything in front of her. Sori rushed to Sobak's side and caught her by the shoulders just before she could fully collapse, panic flashing across her face as she tried to hold the wounded girl steady. Her voice shook with alarm as she asked what had happened to Sobak, and whether the injury on her body was truly that serious. Sori tightened her hold around Sobak, desperately supporting her weight so she would not slip down onto the street. In an anxious, pleading voice, she begged Sobak to stay awake, urging her to gather herself and hold on for just a little longer. As Sobak hovered at the thin edge of unconsciousness, the words of the prophecy drifted up through her fading mind. It had said that one day, she would meet someone who would gently take the burden from her shoulders, and through her dimming vision, she wondered if the girl holding her now could really be that person. But the moment Sobak realized the person before her was not Bottle, a quiet disappointment spread across her exhausted face. Even so, her weak hand reached toward her bodice, and deep inside, she admitted the truth to herself, that somewhere in her heart, she had been hoping it would be him. Sori stared in stunned silence at the pearl Sobak held out to her, sensing the weight of it even before she understood what it meant. Sobak's hand trembled as she offered it forward, and with a voice barely holding together, she asked Sori to destroy it. Sori carefully accepted the object from Sobak's shaking hand, treating it as something far too important to handle carelessly. But after looking at it, the nine-tailed fox could only answer with painful honesty that she herself did not have the ability to destroy something like this. Then Sori quickly added that she did know someone who could break it, and she promised she would make sure the pearl reached that person. Sobak looked at her through eyes blurred by pain and blood loss, then weakly asked who Sori was. Still holding Sobak close against her so the girl would not fall completely, Sori repeated the question softly, almost as if she were choosing the right way to answer. Who is she? After a brief pause, Sori answered simply, and without hiding anything. She told Sobak that she was a nine-tailed fox, and then gave the wounded girl her name. Sobak pulled back just a little from Sori, startled by the answer, yet strangely certain at the same time. She exclaimed that it was just as she had thought, then asked whether Sori knew someone named Bottle. At that name, Sori's eyes widened in surprise as she wondered how Sobak could possibly know him. Sobak released a faint breath, understanding from Sori's reaction that the two of them really were connected. Sori smiled gently and said that of course she knew Bottle, calling him a good and handsome guy, though she added that he had one flaw. Once he focused on his work, he could get far too absorbed in it. Sobak covered her tired eyes, as though Sori's description had struck a painfully familiar place in her heart. She agreed, saying that when Bottle became like that, he could turn sharp, careless toward other people, and completely unaware of how those around him felt. Then, with the strength she had left, Sobak asked Sori to give the pearl to Bottle and tell him that she was truly sorry. Sori nodded, accepting the request without hesitation, then gently asked the wounded girl what her name was. Sobak's voice had nearly disappeared by then, but with the last bit of strength she could gather, she managed to whisper her name. Sori told Sobak softly that even though she had only met Bottle once in her life, she believed he would forgive Sobak no matter what had happened. So now, she said, Sobak did not need to keep suffering. She could finally let herself rest in peace. Sobak's thoughts drifted toward the heavy burden she had carried for so long in the deepest part of her heart. And in that fragile, fading moment, it felt as if Sori was truly reaching in and lifting that weight away from her. Sobak had always believed the burden mentioned in the prophecy had to be Aichu. But as tears broke through her voice and spilled into her final words, she sobbed out a quiet thank you. Only then did Sobak finally understand that the true burden had never been the object itself, but the pain that had been crushing her soul. She whispered thank you once more, even softer than before, and her hand slipped limply down to the ground. Sori kept holding Sobak's limp body in her arms, refusing to let the girl fall completely even after every trace of strength had left her. Sori called Sobok's name in a low, aching voice, then gently placed her hand against the girl's chest as if trying to reach the sorrow left behind there. In a quiet whisper filled with resolve, Sori promised that she would carry it for Sobok. Then Sori lifted that same hand from Sobok's chest and brought it to her own, declaring that she would keep Sobok's burden there, sealed safely inside herself. Around them, purple energy began to rise and swirl, curling through the air like silent flames twisting in an unseen wind. Sori looked upward and saw amulets drifting above them, each talisman burning with an eerie purple fire. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she wondered what those things were. Still supporting Sobok's lifeless weight, Sori slowly raised her head, and a startled question slipped from her lips as she sensed that something, or someone, was coming closer. On top of a nearby fence, a young shaman suddenly appeared, bouncing with bright, almost childish excitement. Sammy smiled with pure delight and said that being able to fight the nine-tailed fox was truly an honor. Surrounded by amulets glowing with a purple aura, the girl neatly folded her palms in front of her with practiced confidence. With proud composure, she introduced herself as Sammy, a shaman from Dongulko. Sammy then added, with that same confident air, that if the nine-tailed fox behaved obediently, she would make sure not to hurt her too badly. Right before Sori, another figure revealed herself, the true form of the Sansin Manhwa, with a body that was half human and half snake. Manhwa looked directly at Sori and said that they had finally caught up with the nine-tailed fox. Sori lowered one hand to the ground and dropped onto one knee, but even under the pressure surrounding her, fury still radiated from her body. With a sharp, insulting tone, she asked if they honestly believed that a few petty tricks like these would be enough to defeat her. Before her words had even fully faded, Sori hurled herself straight toward Manhwa. As she attacked, she finished her contemptuous thought. These were nothing but cheap tricks. Sammy quietly moved her fingers, joining her thumb and index finger into a precise sign. Her lips barely moved as she whispered a spell under her breath. The spell struck Sori from behind with sudden, crushing force, slamming into her back before she could break through. In the next instant, she was knocked down and pinned hard against the ground. Sori forced her head up from the ground, only to see Manhwa standing directly over her. The Sansin loomed above with a cold, watchful gaze, making it clear she had not let her guard down. Looking down at Sori, Manhwa realized just how terrifying the nine-tailed fox's speed truly was. Even while trapped under the influence of the barrier, Sori had still moved with unbelievable quickness. Sammy said that if a monster like Sori ever managed to break free beyond the barrier, then every rumor about her frightening power would make perfect sense. Because of that, she warned Sori not to expect her to show any restraint. Sori clenched her hand into a tight fist, anger burning through her as it sharpened into grudging recognition. She admitted that Sammy's ability was impressive, far beyond anything an ordinary human should be capable of. Sammy replied that Sori was quite strong herself, but the barrier spell would only grow stronger from this point on. The very barrier that had once restrained all the Dokibi was now being concentrated entirely on Sori alone. Hatred flared violently in Sori's voice as the truth clicked into place. So Sammy was the one who had killed the Dokibi. Fury exploded through her, and Sori shouted that she would tear the shaman's head from her body. Purple flames blazed in Sori's eyes, burning with savage, murderous intent. Sammy answered with chilling calm, telling Sori to escape the barrier first before throwing around threats. The fire in Sori's eyes flared even brighter, and her pupils narrowed into sharp vertical slits. She told Sammy that they would soon find out whether she could keep acting so arrogant. Sori's tails lashed behind her as the glow of inner energy flashed fiercely in her eyes. She added that Sammy's arrogance would come to an end the moment her head was ripped off. Manhwa warned Sammy to be careful, saying that this abnormal creature was the real thing. But Sammy answered that as long as Sori remained under the barrier's effect, she would not be able to resist properly, so Manhwa had no reason to worry and should step back. Meanwhile, Sori began pushing herself up to her feet, surging flames rolling from her body like waves of fire spilling into the street. She swung her hand towards Sammy and drove her power straight at the young shaman without hesitation. A violent burst of flame erupted in a blinding flash, tossing Sammy into the air as easily as a paper doll caught in the middle of a storm. A scream ripped from Sammy's mouth as her body was flung helplessly through the air, completely thrown off by the force of the attack. Manhwa reacted just in time, moving fast enough to catch the falling girl only moments before she could crash hard into the ground. The Sansin stared in horror as Sori started walking toward them, each step making her presence feel even more frightening than before. Wrapped in blazing energy, the nine-tailed fox stomped down with such force that the street cracked beneath her feet. Her eyes flashed with feral intensity as she said that, at last, There were no more annoying barriers holding her back. Sammy forced her shaken body into a fighting stance, shouting that Sori truly was a monster. Beside her, Manhwa straightened as well, readying herself for the battle that was about to begin. Manhwa lunged straight at Sori, her mouth stretching wide as her sharp fangs flashed in a vicious, predatory attack. At the same time, a poisonous cloud spilled out around her, thick and foul, with thin green streams of energy slicing through the air like venom-coated threads. The toxic blast crashed over Sori head-on, forcing the nine-tailed fox to bring both hands up in front of her face. She shielded herself from the filthy cloud as it rushed across her, the poison swallowing the space around her in a choking wave. Sori sharply waved one palm in front of her nose, her face twisting with open disgust rather than fear. She muttered that the smell was absolutely terrible, then told Manhwa she should at least brush her teeth once in a while, because the whole thing was honestly disgusting. Manhwa stared at her in dismay, unable to hide her shock that the poisonous fog had not affected the nine-tailed fox at all. At the same moment, Sammy raised an amulet in front of herself and began murmuring another spell under her breath. Suddenly, the ground beneath Sori stirred as if it had come alive. The earth rose up around her legs, twisting and coiling tightly until it wrapped around her like heavy restraints. Sammy held several amulets in each hand, her eyes shining with confidence as she prepared her next move. She said it was a shame Sori had not surrendered when she still had the chance, because from this point on, she was going to regret refusing. With one crisp, decisive motion, Sammy snapped both arms forward and sent the amulets flying straight towards Sori. Sori swung her hand through the air to swat down the talismans rushing at her, her voice dripping with contempt as she asked if that was really the best Sammy could do. But to Sori's surprise, the yellow rectangles did not stop or scatter. They kept cutting forward through the air, slipping past her defense as they flew straight toward her body. The amulets stabbed into Sori one after another, and the nine-tailed fox sucked in a sharp breath through clenched teeth. With irritation in her voice, she admitted that those little things actually hurt. Sammy smiled brightly, clearly pleased that she had forced a reaction out of Sori. She told the fox she should take those seals a little more seriously, because even a single amulet carried enough power to burn a spirit all the way down to the deepest parts of its soul. Sori crushed one of the amulets in her hand, her eyes flashing with fierce and murderous rage. She snarled that the moment she got her hands on Sammy, there would not be so much as a trace of the shaman left behind. With a violent twist of her body, Sori tore her legs free from the magical bindings that had been holding her in place. The instant she broke loose, Sori launched herself forward with terrifying speed, closing the distance as she rushed straight toward the opponent standing in her path. Manhwa cried out in fear and shouted a warning to Sammy, while the young shaman hurriedly gathered a fresh set of amulets and prepared to throw them. The talismans flew out once more, streaking through the air towards Sori. But even with them coming straight at her, Sori charged directly into their path without slowing down at all. Sori raised one hand to cover her face and protect her eyes, but one of the talismans slipped past her guard and sliced into her stomach. Manhwa shouted in alarm as she realized just how terrifying Sori truly was. Even these powerful talismans were barely doing enough to slow her down, let alone stop her. Wrapped in a blazing aura of fire, Sori rushed at them with her mouth open wide, revealing small but razor-sharp fangs. Fury poured from her entire body as she came forward like a beast that had finally been unleashed. With a fierce swing of her hand, Sori commanded the fire around her, and streams of flames surged towards Sammy, like living creatures obeying her will. Sammy threw both hands up over her head, bracing herself as she prepared to withstand the wave of flames rushing toward her. In an instant, countless amulets spread across Sammy's body, layering over her from head to toe until they formed a dense protective shell. Wearing a self-satisfied smile, the young shamaness floated above Sori, buried beneath so many amulets that only her face remained visible through the thick covering. Then the rectangular talismans suddenly peeled away from Sammy and rushed toward the frozen nine-tailed fox all at once. Sori stood there as if she had been enchanted in place, unable to move her body and unable even to lift a hand to protect her eyes. The amulets pierced through Sori's body in rapid succession, and blood splattered across the ground beneath her. Sori collapsed flat onto the street, her body hitting the ground as a small glowing sphere slipped free from her and rolled across the pavement. Manhwa looked down at the fallen fox in complete confusion, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Unable to understand what she had just witnessed, she asked what had happened. Sammy stood behind Manhwa and let out a tired sigh, answering that the attack just now had been something different. The power of these foxes, she admitted, truly lived up to every rumor surrounding them. Sammy explained that she had used the same spell Sobak had used earlier. It had required a large number of seals to pull off, but in the end, the result had made the effort worthwhile. Maywa said in amazement that Sammy had actually managed to defeat the nine-tailed fox. Looking at the young shaman, she admitted that Sammy really was an extraordinarily powerful shaman. Then Maywa said she would take Ju, and she began moving toward the glowing sphere lying on the ground. But before she could reach it, a powerful flash of flame suddenly erupted toward her, forcing Maywa to defend herself and stop where she stood. The scorching fire struck toward Maywa's face, blazing with such intense heat that she had no choice but to recoil from the force of it. Sammy quickly stepped between Maywa and the flames, blocking the attack before it could break through and reach her. A stunned murmur slipped from Sammy's lips as she realized who had appeared in front of them. It was him again. Bottle had been practically dead, no better than a living corpse. So how could he possibly be standing here now? Bottle stood on top of the fence with one hand stretched outward, fiery remnants of energy still streaming and flickering around his palm. His face twisted with anger, and his hand clenched slowly into a fist. Unable to hold back the fury boiling inside him, he hurled insults at them with every word burning like fire. Bottle's eyes dropped to Sori, lying motionless on the ground with her arms spread out and her body covered in talismans. Then his gaze shifted to Sobok's body nearby, and his voice lowered into quiet, trembling fury as the words slipped from his mouth. How dare they? Bottle drew his knife and shouted that he would never forgive them for what they had done. With rage blazing through his voice, he swore he would get every last one of them. He threatened to burn them all as his lowered palm gathered fiery energy near the ground. Bottle shouted that they would suffer for this, and that he would burn them until not even their ashes remained. Sammy drew a knife from its sheath, her expression turning mocking as she asked whether Bottle even had enough strength left in that ruined body to fight. Holding the knife in front of herself, the shamaness asked if Bottle truly believed he could defeat her, the very person who had just brought down the nine-tailed fox. Engulfed in a fiery aura, Bottle raised his own knife before him and sneered that Sammy had finally resorted to a dagger. He asked if she had already run out of amulets, then said whether he could defeat her or not was something he would only know after trying. Bottle lifted the knife high above his head, and the motion dragged a blazing streak of fire through the air behind the blade. The flames swelled higher and higher, rising so fiercely that they could be seen from far away, soaring above the fences and rooftops of the surrounding houses. The blow landed directly against Nurelmir's face, striking him with brutal force. The impact was so powerful that Nurelmir's body was hurled backward like a stone from a sling, crashing spine first into a stone fence and blasting a massive hole straight through it. With a fierce growl, Nurelmir sprang back to his feet almost immediately and charged forward again. Raising his fist high, he rushed in with the clear intent to strike back. Nurelmir charged straight ahead and drove out a crushing punch, throwing every ounce of strength he had into the attack. The impact should have blasted through anything in front of him, yet the enormous water serpent barely even shifted. Baru calmly caught the dragon's fist inside one gigantic clawed paw and held it there effortlessly, as though Nurelmir's full power meant absolutely nothing. Staring down at him with cold disappointment, Baru mocked him, saying he had expected far more from a dragon. Before Nurelmir could even yank himself free, the serpent twisted his body and slammed a savage kick directly into him, launching him violently away. Nurelmir's body flew down the street like a discarded toy, bouncing hard against the ground over and over as dust and debris scattered beneath him. He tumbled helplessly across the stone road before finally crashing face first into the dirt. The brutal impact scraped him to a grinding halt, leaving the dragon sprawled motionless across the street. A low groan escaped Nurelmir as he slowly lifted his head from the ground. His vision still swam from the blow, but through the haze of pain, he spotted Ohensok standing ahead with an entire line of warriors gathered behind him. The moment he recognized the figure, the words slipped bitterly from his mouth before he could stop himself. So it was him. Nurelmir forced himself back onto his feet, dust falling from his body as his hand curled tightly into a fist. Anger burned openly across his face while he muttered that Ohensok had arrived at exactly the right moment. Right now, what he desperately needed was more time to complete his transformation into his true form. There was no way he could allow some lower dragon, some inferior creature, to stand above him. Ohensok calmly turned his eyes toward the enemy, and, with a sharp and almost dismissive expression, asked if Nurelmir was referring to that serpent. Above them, Baru suddenly raised his enormous clawed paw high into the air. With a furious roar that shook the street, the water serpent warned Ohensok not to interfere before bringing the massive strike crashing downward. The attack came with terrifying force, enough to crush the ground itself, but Ohensok slipped cleanly beneath it with smooth, effortless precision. Baru's eyes widened at once. For a brief moment, genuine disbelief crossed the serpent's face. A mere human had actually managed to evade his attack. Then Baru lowered his gaze toward his own hand and noticed something even more shocking. A fresh scratch had been carved across his tough hide, and thin blood slowly trickled from the wound. Ohensok tightened his grip around his sword and gave the blade a subtle adjustment in his hand. Without lowering his guard, he glanced back over his shoulder while studying the creature in front of him. In a calm, steady voice, the sergeant remarked that this must apparently be the monster from the pond. Baru stared directly at Ohensok as he spoke in his slow, deliberate manner, separating each word carefully. The power inside that man, it was the power of ghosts. Judging from that single exchange alone, the serpent concluded that the sergeant standing before him was stronger than the child beside him. Nur Elmir immediately snapped his jaws open and shouted back furiously, rows of razor-sharp fangs fully exposed. Stronger than him? Impossible. He was the stronger one. He was a dragon. If he had already returned to his true form, then this serpent would have been dead long ago. Ohensok smoothly swung his sword once through the air before resting it back into position. Without even looking shaken, he told Nur Elmir there was no need for him to reveal his true form just to crush a pathetic snake. Holding the blade ready at his side, the sergeant calmly declared that he would deal with this himself. Then Ohensok turned his attention directly toward Baru and spoke with a cold, provoking tone. Since Baru was a snake, he must have come searching for the pearl. The sergeant bluntly claimed that the pearl was inside his own body, and if the serpent wanted it that badly, then he was free to try ripping it out himself. At those words, fiery flashes began coiling around Baru's massive body as rage surged through him. His eyes ignited with flames while he snarled that no human wielding the power of ghosts had any right to lie to him. The air around him trembled with fury, and with a thunderous roar, Baru swore he would tear Ohensok apart so completely that his pieces would never be gathered again. But then Baru suddenly hesitated. His expression shifted the instant he noticed Ohensok lowering his sword slightly, almost as if the man were intentionally leaving himself exposed. The serpent narrowed his eyes, wondering if this human was truly foolish enough to underestimate him. The thought vanished almost immediately. Baru rejected it at once. No, this was not simple arrogance or carelessness. Something about the situation felt deeply wrong. Keeping his gaze locked firmly on Ohensok, Baru quickly realized exactly where the danger lay. If he charged in recklessly, that man would kill him. Baru froze where he stood, one clawed paw raised and ready to strike at any moment. The energy surrounding Ohensok felt unnatural and vicious, far too sinister to belong to an ordinary human. Because of that ghostly power, the serpent knew he could not afford to treat the sergeant like a normal opponent. The water serpent silently continued studying Ohensok from head to toe. The sergeant was cautious. Even after deliberately revealing an opening and baiting Baru into attacking, he still had not moved carelessly to seize an advantage. That level of patience alone made him dangerous. The two enemies remained facing one another in the middle of the street, neither side willing to make the first move. Baru's muscles stayed tightly wound as tension filled the air between them. Deep down, the serpent understood something clearly now. In a fight like this, a single careless mistake would be enough. Without taking his eyes off Ohensok for even a second, Baru finished the thought in his mind. One wrong move here would decide the victor. Nur Elmir quickly rushed over beside Ohensok, irritation twisting visibly across his face. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he shouted at the sergeant, demanding to know why he was just standing there doing nothing. Standing close beside Ohensok, Nur Elmir angrily insisted that he be allowed to transform into his true form immediately. But before anyone could even answer him, Baru suddenly lunged forward, violently cutting off the conversation in an instant. A sharp red spark flashed through Ohensok's eyes. In the same instant, he swung his sword in one clean, decisive arc. Baru's attack slammed directly into Ohensok with full force, but at the exact same moment, the serpent's own blood exploded into the air. Ohensok's blade had carved brutally into him even while taking the hit head-on. The impact hurled Ohensok violently backward through the street. His body struck the ground and rolled several times across the dirt before finally sliding to a complete stop. Baru remained standing, but his posture had completely changed. His body leaned forward heavily, one claw pressed against the ground just to support himself. The other arm was simply gone, severed cleanly above the elbow. The serpent slowly raised his remaining claw in front of his eyes and stared at it in disbelief. A furious growl rumbled from deep in his throat while his breathing turned rough and uneven. Barely able to process the damage, Baru cursed Ohensok for daring to wound him so badly. Rage exploded from Baru as he roared across the battlefield, demanding to know how Ohensok had done that to his arm. Around him, the gathered warriors immediately lifted their swords and pointed the blades directly toward the injured serpent. With fierce battle cries echoing through the street, the warriors charged all at once and threw themselves toward Baru in a coordinated rush. But the moment their swords struck the serpent's body, the attacks failed completely. Blade after blade bounced uselessly off Baru's hardened scales. Unable to pierce through his hide, as though the weapons were nothing more than dull scraps of metal. The warriors froze where they stood. Fear and disbelief slowly spread across their faces as they stared up at the monstrous serpent towering over them. Baru let out a furious roar and swung his remaining clawed paw through the air, shouting for them all to fall. The massive strike crashed into the warriors and sent them flying backward across the street like scattered leaves. As their bodies were thrown aside, Nur el-Mir stepped forward toward Baru with sudden determination burning in his eyes. A cruel smile slowly began spreading across the dragon's lips. That grin only widened further and further, stretching unnaturally across his face until his sharp fangs were fully exposed for all to see. Nur el-Mir stopped directly in front of the wounded serpent and burst into loud, triumphant laughter. His voice rang out through the street, as though he had been waiting for this exact opportunity all along. Finally, standing before him now was Baru, the once overwhelming water serpent reduced to a wounded state, missing an entire limb and breathing heavily from the damage he had suffered. Nur el-Mir's fangs began lengthening even more as his face twisted and shifted. His body started changing visibly while he declared with growing excitement that he could finally transform into his true form now. There was no longer anyone left here capable of stopping him. As the transformation continued spreading through his body, Nur el-Mir roared at Baru that he was about to learn what it truly meant to fight a real dragon. For the first time, Baru openly reacted. Nur el-Mir truly was a dragon, and the pressure pouring from his aura was far greater than the serpent had originally expected. Small flames flickered alive within Baru's eyes once more while streams of fiery energy wrapped themselves around his remaining clawed hand. The serpent understood immediately that he had to defeat Nur el-Mir before the dragon's transforming body could grow any larger. Then, before either of them could move, Ohensok approached once again and coldly informed Nur el-Mir that he had never given him permission to transform. Nur el-Mir visibly flinched in embarrassment and quickly blurted out that he had assumed the sergeant was dead. Ohensok walked closer with his sword still firmly clenched in hand and calmly asked if the dragon was disappointed. He would just have to forgive the inconvenience, because a hit like that was nowhere near enough to put him down. Ohensok calmly lifted his sword back in front of him and, without the slightest hesitation, offered Baru the chance to continue their fight. Baru stared at him in complete shock. He had attacked Ohensok with absolutely everything he had, yet somehow the man was still standing there without even a visible injury on his body. Confusion and frustration twisted violently inside the serpent. He was already struggling to handle the dragon alone, and now this ghost-powered sergeant still stood in front of him as well. In that instant, Baru realized that remaining trapped between the two of them would only lead to disaster. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, asking if Baru was already thinking about running away. The serpent immediately turned back, and the first thing he saw was a sword wrapped in flowing black energy. Then Han Sihi's voice followed calmly, asking whether Baru had not wanted to become a dragon. Baru stiffened at once and demanded to know who Han Sihi was. More importantly, how did this man know so much about him? Han Sihi answered without giving any importance to his own name. That part did not matter. The only thing that mattered now was whether Baru truly wanted to find out if Han Sihi could help him or not. Han Sihi stood firm with his sword clenched tightly in one hand, while his other hand pressed hard against his chest as dark energy twisted and swirled around his body like living smoke. Even with that ominous power leaking from him, his eyes never once left Baru. In a calm, almost unsettling voice, he told the massive water serpent that he would help him achieve the one thing he desired most, becoming a true dragon. Without taking his eyes off the battlefield, Han Sihi told Baru to focus entirely on Nur el-Mir. The dragon was his target. As for the swordsmen blocking their path, Han Sihi said he would deal with him personally. Baru's huge eyes narrowed at once, suspicion flashing across his face even as temptation crept into his expression. He demanded to know why Han Sihi had suddenly chosen to help him, and more importantly, what he actually intended to gain from this alliance. Han Sihi answered immediately, without even a second of hesitation. His goal was simple. He intended to kill everyone standing here and take the Aichu for himself. Baru instantly snapped back in anger, declaring that the Aichu belonged to him alone. But Han Sihi cut straight through the argument with a colder, sharper question. Did Baru truly want to become a dragon or not? The water serpent roared back that of course he did. That was exactly why he needed the Aichu in the first place. Han Sihi stared directly at him and said that stealing another being's Aichu would never be enough to make Baru a real dragon. What he truly lacked was not treasure, but a dragon's name. If Baru defeated Nur el-Mir with his own strength, then he could seize a genuine dragon's name for himself and cast aside the identity of mere Baru. Han Sihi's voice grew quieter, but heavier with meaning, as he asked him one final thing. If he could truly claim a dragon's name, then what value would the Aichu even hold anymore? For the first time, Baru went completely silent. His fierce gaze wavered ever so slightly, and the violent energy around him seemed to pause. Han Sihi's words had clearly struck something buried deep inside the serpent, awakening a desire far greater than simple greed. A furious roar exploded from Nur el-Mir, shaking the air itself with overwhelming pressure. The dragon's voice thundered across the battlefield as he demanded to know who Han Sihi thought he was. The Aichu belonged to Nur el-Mir alone, and none of them had the right to even dream of touching it. A dark smile slowly spread across Han Sihi's face, cold and mocking at the edges. He lifted his eyes toward the enormous dragon and calmly asked whether Nur el-Mir truly could not recognize him simply because he was standing there in this form. Nur el-Mir lowered his massive head slightly toward Ohensok, his fury now mixed with uncertainty. He asked if it was truly him. Ohensok kept his gaze fixed on Han Sihi before answering that he believed it was. Even if the body was different now, the presence was unmistakable. The figure standing before them was another spirit hunter. Ohensok's eyes settled fully on Han Sihi as black currents coiled endlessly around him like shadows brought to life. Then, in a low voice, he added the detail that confirmed everything. This man was the one wielding the power of the Black Tiger. Baru's gigantic body towered over Han Sihi, casting an enormous shadow across the shattered ground beneath them. His eyes burned with savage hunger as he stared upward at Nur el-Mir. In a voice filled with obsession and desire, the water serpent declared that tonight would be the night he finally became a dragon by taking Nur el-Mir's name for himself. Baru slowly lifted his head toward the vast night sky overhead, as though he could already picture himself flying within it. His voice carried a strange mixture of longing and determination as he said that once he became a true dragon, he would finally rise into the heavens and soar freely through the skies above. A deep growl rumbled from Nur el-Mir's throat, heavy with pure rage. Before him stood both the half-dragon and the wielder of the Black Tiger's power. With enemies like these now gathered together, he declared that Ohensok no longer had any reason to stop him from revealing his true form. Towering high above them all, Nur el-Mir looked down at Baru with complete contempt twisting across his expression. He sneered at the serpent and called him nothing more than a worthless half-dragon. So this insignificant creature had actually dared to covet his sacred name? The heavens belonged to Nur el-Mir alone, and Baru's arrogance had surpassed every limit the dragon was willing to tolerate. The enormous dragon slowly opened his jaws, and a blinding radiance burst from deep within his mouth. Golden light flooded outward in a violent glow as his roar crashed over the battlefield like divine judgment itself. In a voice filled with absolute authority, Nur el-Mir commanded them all to kneel and prostrate themselves before the god of the heavens. Far below, Baru stared upward at the overwhelming figure above him as the force of that roar shook through his entire body. Just hearing the dragon's voice alone sent fear crawling through him. There was no denying it anymore. Nur el-Mir truly was monstrously powerful. Han Sihi suddenly turned toward Baru and shouted sharply at him, demanding to know why he was still standing there frozen in place. If Baru truly wanted to become a dragon, then he could not remain beneath the heavens forever. Han Sihi lifted his gaze toward the open sky above them, then gave Baru a single command that cut through the battlefield like a blade. Rise to the heavens. With a savage growl bursting from his throat, Baru launched himself forward. His massive body surged across the battlefield with explosive force as he charged directly toward the dragon. The water serpent hurled himself high into the air, forcing every last bit of strength from his enormous body. He reached upward desperately, trying to close the impossible distance separating him from Nur el-Mir. Baru rushed straight at the dragon with madness burning in his eyes, his roar echoing through the sky as he demanded that Nur el-Mir surrender his name. Baru's massive claw slammed into Nur el-Mir's body and dug deep into the dragon's flesh with brutal force. The impact tore through scales and sank in hard, refusing to let go. Nur el-Mir immediately threw his jaws wide open and unleashed a deafening roar so powerful that the entire space around them seemed to tremble violently. At the same moment, blazing golden light erupted from his mouth in an explosive flash that lit the battlefield. While the dragon struggled violently to shake Baru from his body, Ohensok and Han Sihi remained apart from the chaos below. Neither man moved recklessly. They simply stood facing one another, silently measuring the other with cold eyes. Even without striking yet, the tension between them already felt sharp enough to cut flesh. Ohensok gave a faint, emotionless remark, quietly noting that now only the two of them remained here. Then, without another word, he swung his sword once through the air, the motion itself carrying far more threat than any spoken warning ever could. A cold blue glow slowly filled Han Sihi's eyes as he listened past the violent clash raging above them. The sounds of the other battle seemed distant now, muffled beneath the thoughts creeping through his mind. A dark suspicion surfaced within him. Had Ohensok already killed Kang Jinho? Everywhere this man appeared, death and slaughter inevitably followed. just like it had back then. Han Sihe's thoughts were suddenly dragged back into a nightmare he had never escaped. His village burned around him in a sea of flames, homes collapsing as thick smoke swallowed the sky overhead. Somewhere nearby, a desperate voice screamed for Sihe to run away. But before the warning could finish, the speaker was cut down by a sword. Back then, the young Han Sihe could feel his heart hammering so violently that it seemed ready to burst straight out of his chest. The pounding filled his ears until nothing else remained. Then a broken scream tore from his throat as he cried desperately for his master. A man stood calmly over the fallen teacher's body with a sword hanging in his hand. Looking down at the corpse beneath him, he coldly muttered that now Su Minjong could finally answer him. The man's furious voice rang out through the flames as Ohensok demanded an answer over and over again. Who was stronger? He wanted Su Minjong himself to say it aloud. The terrified child could do nothing except stare at the horrifying scene before him. Frozen in place by fear, he could not even force himself to look away. Back in the present, Han Sihe's gaze pierced straight through the man standing before him. Hatred flooded his voice as he slowly spoke the name he had never forgotten. Ohensok. Ohensok narrowed his eyes slightly and asked whether Han Sihe knew who he was. Han Sihe answered immediately, his voice hard and heavy with years of resentment. He said that he had obtained this power for one reason alone, to face Ohensok himself. Han Sihe slowly raised his sword, and thick black energy poured from the blade like smoke twisting through the wind. His eyes burned coldly as he declared that this time, unlike before, he would not lose to Ohensok. Without breaking eye contact, Ohensok lifted his own sword in front of him and calmly settled into stance. His posture sharpened instantly, preparing himself to meet Han Sihe's attack directly head-on. In the next instant, Han Sihe exploded forward with terrifying speed. His movement became such a blur that an ordinary person would never have been able to follow him with their eyes. Their swords collided with a sharp metallic crash that rang through the battlefield. Immediately afterward, Han Sihe leapt upward and came down with another strike from above. But once again, his blade slammed into Ohensok's sword and was stopped completely. Ohensok continued blocking the relentless storm of attacks pouring down on him, his sword moving with calm, precise control. Even while parrying blow after blow, he questioned Han Sihe about his earlier words. What exactly did he mean by this time? Had the two of them fought somewhere before? Then Ohensok's eyes narrowed further as he demanded an answer from the Black Tiger itself, as though he were trying to drag the truth directly out from the power dwelling inside Han Sihe. Han Sihe's eyes sharpened slightly in surprise during the clash. Somehow, Ohensok's sword was enduring the overwhelming power of the Black Tiger without breaking. Still locked in combat, Han Sihe stared closely at the enemy's weapon, studying the blade carefully as their opposing forces continued grinding violently against one another. The moment Han Sihe realized Ohensok was attempting to deceive him with a feint, he reacted instantly. Without hesitation, he countered with a powerful shove that forced Ohensok backward. The ground cracked apart beneath Ohensok's feet as the impact drove him back across the battlefield. Han Sihe kept his eyes fixed on the sword in his opponent's hand before finally speaking its name aloud. Moon's Wrath. Still holding the sword raised above him, Ohensok stared at Han Sihe with growing curiosity and demanded to know how he recognized the name of that weapon. Ohensok suddenly rushed forward to attack again while speaking at the same time. So Han Sihe must have been Su Minjong's disciple after all. Was he that cowardly child who had run away back then? Rage and disbelief exploded across Han Sihe's face as he shouted back, demanding to know why Ohensok of all people was the one wielding that sword. Ohensok responded as though the matter meant absolutely nothing to him. What was the problem? Was he somehow forbidden from using it? In his eyes, there was no reason to leave such a fine sword buried uselessly beside a dead man's grave. A furious scream burst from Han Sihe's throat, raw with rage and completely beyond restraint. With explosive force, Han Sihe swung his sword violently through the air and unleashed a savage slicing strike straight toward Ohensok. Han Sihe poured every ounce of his fury into that attack, along with all the pain and scars he had buried inside himself for years. Black power erupted wildly around the blade as the strike surged forward. Watching it carefully, Ohensok immediately recognized what he was seeing. This was the true power of the Black Tiger. Ohensok answered the attack with a broad swing of his own sword, deflecting Han Sihe's incoming strike before it could tear through him. But Han Sihe refused to slow down even for a moment. Instead, his movements became even faster than before, and the force behind every attack continued to grow heavier as he drove Ohensok back under an increasingly violent barrage. Ohensok planted his feet without giving up even a single step, calmly batting away every one of Han Sihe's attacks. Steel clashed again and again as his sword met each incoming strike with frightening precision, his movements controlled and disciplined, like a veteran who had repeated the same motions countless times on the battlefield. As the exchange continued, Ohensok narrowed his eyes and studied Han Sihi's movements more carefully. The colder his gaze became, the more obvious his disappointment looked. After feeling the force behind several blows, he let out a low scoff and remarked that Han Sihi was far weaker than he had initially expected him to be. The next instant, Ohensok suddenly lunged forward. His body shot ahead in one explosive burst of speed as he closed the gap between them almost instantly, swinging his sword in a sharp and lethal arc aimed directly at Han Sihi. Han Sihi reacted a fraction too late. Before he could properly evade, Ohensok's blade sliced brutally across his torso, tearing through his body in one clean strike while he was still trying to respond. With a quick flick of his wrist, Ohensok shook the blood from his sword, crimson droplets scattering through the air. His expression remained cold as he admitted that, honestly, the return of the Black Tiger had unsettled him at first. But now that he had seen Han Sihi fight up close, it looked like that once terrifying power had ended up wasted on someone weak. Even with his wound screaming in pain, Han Sihi forced strength back into his battered body and charged forward once more. Fury burned in his eyes as he rushed straight at Ohensok, shouting angrily for the sergeant to shut his mouth. Ohensok calmly raised his sword in front of him again, settling into a stable stance without the slightest hint of panic. A faint mocking tone crept into his voice as he asked whether Han Sihi had finally decided to get serious, then coldly told him to show everything he was capable of. At that exact moment, Baru's enormous body came crashing down from above. The gigantic water serpent slammed violently into the ground with enough force to shake the surrounding area. High above him, Nur El-Mir loomed like an overwhelming force of nature, staring down at the fallen serpent beneath him. In a cold voice, he asked Baru if he finally understood now. The only response Baru could manage was a deep, furious growl rumbling from his throat. Nur El-Mir slowly opened his massive jaws, and a blazing radiance immediately began pouring from deep within his mouth. The light grew brighter and brighter as he looked down at Baru and asked if the serpent finally understood the vast difference in power between them. Baru's mind churned with frustration and disbelief. He knew losing one of his arms had placed him at a severe disadvantage, and he understood that he could not fight at full strength anymore. But even taking that into account, he had never imagined that Nur El-Mir would be this overwhelmingly powerful. Declaring that Baru's end had finally arrived, Nur El-Mir spread his jaws even wider. The energy gathering inside his mouth intensified rapidly, the blinding light becoming so fierce that it was nearly impossible to look at directly. Then Nur El-Mir unleashed his breath attack. A roaring torrent of flames exploded from his mouth and surged straight toward Baru, while the wounded serpent remained frozen in place, staring directly at the devastating inferno rushing toward him. The flames collided with a deafening explosion. In the very next moment, an enormous burst of fire erupted outward and completely swallowed the entire area in blinding light and scorching heat.